dare you go there? I'm going to take more packaging.
I ask that. I don't ask that to kiss ass. Say, look, Joe Rogan's so generous. But I again, go on. The idea is
this is a message to people that like wonder whether they're really generous or not. Generosity makes you feel better. It does. It just does. Like, it's not a selfish thing. Like this idea that not necessarily not a selfish thing. This idea that to keep your money yourself, you're protecting yourself and looking out for number one. It's not true, right? It's the wrong way to think, because when you're generous, especially when you're generous to friends, it's super important to people you actually love that you express that to those people. When you do that, it's good for you too. It just doesn't seem like it's good for you because people are so survival oriented.
There's a great book called "Who Really Cares."
It's about famine mentality.
David, but he went out kind of seeing who actually donates and who's generous, and kind of going by political persuasion, by geographical, by
Let me guess, conservatives are number one.
Yes. So, but
especially religious ones.
Yeah, that is actually true.
Especially with the fucking Michigan.
First off, stop mentioning my home state is about the jihadists out there. You've seen the Muslim videos. But there is the ism. This is one thing that I do sincerely. This is why I don't shy away from saying, listen, I'm a conservative. You said something that was pretty telling. You said, because I wanted to work hard, I never wanted to be beholden to someone again, right? So you made that decision. Well, you knew that if you did that and you worked hard, you wouldn't be beholden to someone else. That was the assumption. Yes. Okay.
But so there's a lot of.
Hold on. I'll just go this real quick. The assumption that is free enterprise or capitalism, to use the term, right? It can only work under an optimistic society. People believing they can retire and do better. Socialism, collectivism, can only operate by appealing to people's most selfish nature. By appealing to people saying, listen, the cards are the deck is stacked against you. You can't do this. There's someone else out there who has an ace in the hole. You've been born without the leg up that they have. Therefore, I need to help you. That is the big difference. Capitalism can only survive in optimism, whereas collectivism requires the worst of human nature to sustain itself. I believe that.
But wouldn't it be nicer if people if someone figured out a way to say, hey, instead of saying you have to do this and put people
like a nightmare.
Bills,
that sounds like a nightmare.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, can you contribute a small amount that's not even going to affect you, but it's going to help other people? And do you do that? And if you do that, how do you do it? Do you do it in the form of generosity, like do you tip waitresses more than you should? Do you do it in the form of giving out to charities that you feel are very worthy and, research them, the people that are behind them? Do you do it in terms of, social work you do? Do you do it in terms of putting out informational videos that help people figure out how they can advance their own lives? We all do, and certainly, and I know you do too, certain charitable things amongst people we care about. When you address causes that you care about, you go out of your way in a non-selfish way to try to illuminate certain things or add to the coffers of certain organizations that are doing what you think are good things. I agree. But that should be enforced more than the idea that some people are fucking you, right?
Right. Well, I agree with you, and that's, again, that idea, like you're talking about, why are you giving to this cause? Why are you donating your time, right? It either comes down to either donating money or time, really, at the end of the day. It's some sort of material goods or time, because you're doing it with the belief that you help people. It doesn't work if you're being forced to. Because there's some people that do it for a tax break. No, that's silly. No one gives away $100,000 to get a $40,000 tax break. You might have to if you run some fucking LLC. You might have some weird shit LLC. Aren't you an LLC? I'm talking about the other LLC. Let's smoke it. It smells amazing, though, doesn't it? It really does smell good. That's it's definitely way better than cigarettes, which shows you how much the FDA has been fucking you. Well, actually, now pipes are a controlled tobacco product, which used to be. But it's all the chemicals that are actually added to cigarettes. What does that mean? Does it mean hard to get? I have to show my ID to get pipe tobacco? There's something a chain. Because pipe tobaccos, a lot of these local tobacco shop, they'll do their own blends. So they'll buy pipe tobacco in bulk, like that seersucker from someplace in one of the Carolinas. And I think that's changing. So it actually really artistry. A lot of people like this is a blend I can get in, I don't know, Holland, Michigan. You can't get anywhere else. It's amazing. That's going away. And what that does, FDA steps in, is what to do. It favors the big boys who send out their tins from one centralized company. The smaller tobacconists can't compete.
That's the worry about marijuana.
Well, right, if it'll go legal, you don't need these dispensaries anymore, right? Isn't that kind of what'll happen? They'll be out of business.
Exactly. Problem. But also, people, it's okay to possess it. It's okay to sell it. Or your friends can give you some. It's the most satisfying weed I ever got. My yoga teacher gave it to me.
Sounds about right.
How about that?
Every time my wife goes in there trying to give her some kind of weird incense or new
Every time she goes into the pot
no,
stores.
yoga.
Oh, yoga.
Yo, there's always
That's
something
the
they're
big
selling.
difference between essential oils and pot.
No, not pot, but they're always got something they want to put on incense or something. There's this, my point is you're beholden to the yoga instructors. They use it sometimes in sales pitch.
My yoga instructor's pure.
What's with the posing with the like, fuck you? That's your kid. See, when Joe just said fuck you, it actually blew out his own. Fuck you.
Fuck you, right wing.
Listen, I mean,
I sit firmly in the flip-flopping position of the middle.
you don't though. You're pretty. Here's the thing. You're pretty fair. And I do like to think that. I mean, it's really hard to get leftists guests on our show. That's just reality. We try and book them, and then after a couple of times, well, you know,
Who's
like,
the most leftist guest you've ever had?
well, we had Imam Chowdhury, who actually said I should die on air.
Oh,
Yeah, he's the guy who now he's in jail for giving to ISIS or something from the UK. So we had to create a whole new
I
space.
said you should die on air? Why did you say you should die?
Oh, because I did a Three Stooges routine dressing up as Muhammad being shot of his 3-year-old wife.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? You should die for that. You should die for dressing up as a guy.
Outside of that, Sally Cohn is pretty far left. Christopher Titus.
That's what I wanted to talk about.
I want to talk about Michael Woods Jr. We tried to hack him on. We couldn't come on.
The Christopher Titus debate was one of the most painful ones that I've ever watched. Was it painful for you?
It was because I felt as though I usually do try and get into an engagement of ideas, and he was just screaming so much.
It was more painful for me because I'm a dad.
Yeah.
And I
Why don't you care about dead kids?
Something went wrong somewhere along the line to get him to that place where he's arguing about something when he really doesn't know the facts.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that. It was when you were throwing out laws, regulations. You just didn't know enough. You kept arguing about it. You know when someone's arguing about something and they don't know exactly what they're talking about?
Yeah.
And they've gone down a dark road, and instead of saying, "Okay, I can't really talk about this because I don't have any facts at my disposal," instead of doing that, he kept arguing it.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh Jesus!" And I contacted you afterwards, like, "Jesus, bro, this was rough."
Well, he was also
you were very nice about that. You were very nice to him while it was going on because it was fucking ugly, and you were very nice afterwards. You didn't gloat.
We had him back. We had him back one time.
Give him a chance.
Common sense. He just gets so mad.
Yes.
Sally Cohn.
Well, he's saying you don't care about that kid. Like,
That's the motive thing that I'm talking about. Here's the thing. I don't shy away from
It's an emotive thing. It was a conversational debate ploy. It's like he was a crude debate ploy. He was trying to box you into a corner.
I want to say this because I appreciate Christopher Titus, who we talked off air.
I did too. He's a nice guy.
Whereas someone like a Michael Woods Jr., who refused to come on the show, tried to leverage coming on this show to debate me, is dishonest. And someone in the frame of Michael Ian Black, who I recently got into it with, hopefully he'll come on the show. A lot of times,
Get in there with him.
literally, I was on air, and all he did was, we talked about this last time, my video on rape culture, you saw it, was a Lake Dunham thing where it's 1 in 4 women are raped. And in the video, I literally say, I'm not saying rape is a horrible crime, those people should be buried beneath the train tracks. Okay. I'm also not apologizing for it. I literally say that in the video. Okay. And then I get into the stats as to why rape culture doesn't exist in the United States and it does in the Middle East. So all Michael Ian Black tweets out is a portion of that video, a snippet that is not the statistics that I present, a snippet that's a sketch cutaway. Just tweets out, holy shit. And the thing that
But if someone sent that to him, if he got a clip,
well,
he saw that clip.
It goes further. It just tweets out, holy shit. This is the constant thing right there. Often people who disagree with me politically, who I identify as a left, go, Crowder doesn't think there's a rape culture. And so if they say it as though it's absurd enough, people go, yeah, that's silly. But I say, well, hold on, tell me why I'm wrong. And so I said, well, come on the show, tell me why I'm wrong. And he said, well, I wouldn't want two straight white guys debating rape culture. I'd rather you talk with someone who's a victim of rape or a woman who would have a better handle on it. So I said, okay, how about you talk with one of my two head writers, Casey or Courtney? They disagree with you. They can go out and debate it. No, I don't think this is going to go. And then I had to call him out on air to the point where he's agreed to come on next Thursday. But again, the point is, holy shit, this is absurd. Why is it absurd? Tell me why. I don't want to shove. If you have to ask, then you don't know. And that's the position today that we see in people news, that we see from in this election, but you particularly see from people trying to silence dissent.
I love the idea of, as a white man, you should be able to talk about the certain things. You should be able to talk about bugs on Jupiter, okay? It doesn't fucking matter what your sexual orientation is, what your gender is, what your race is. You should be able to talk about things.
Right.
Just because you talk to somebody about something doesn't mean you're the premier expert of it.
Right.
You're the premier expert of it.
No, you should be able to talk about things. I think you're right. And
that's a silly. It's a plea to the left.
Yeah.
That really is. That's what that is you're saying things that you think people could possibly criticize you about, and you're cutting it off at the pass before their preposterous ideas get to you and your Twitter feed.
Well, to me, I mean, like you said, you disagree with people on certain things, but you're not a coward ideologically. I'm not talking about physically, but you allow people on who you disagree with, and you'll change your mind.
I would definitely change my mind. I'm not married to my ideas as much as I get criticized for that.
No, I think you're pretty consistent in that. And I think on the flip side, what we try and do is I say, listen, this is my bias. This is what I believe.
What's your bias?
Well, my bias, you said I'm right wing. I'm conservative.
If you had to if you go, goddamn, maybe I went too far down this road. If I could just relax one aspect of my dialogue, what would it be? Maybe it would be my pipe smoking.
Your pipe smoking. I probably wouldn't talk about the marijuana issue. Damn it. I wouldn't care. Because here's the thing, I don't care about it.
One way or the other?
But my issue with it is when, and we saw this in Montreal, I talked about it when people lie about it and they're dishonest with their voting constituency.
Like how so?
Well, saying, it's medicine for A, B, C, or D. It may be medicine for A, but not for B, C, or D.
What are the B, C's, and D's?
Well,
what are the things that's not
an example. Well, you're asking me what I wouldn't talk about. You're asking me to defend it. The point is, I don't really care.
But what are the B, C's, and D's? Well, you said
it cures cancer.
There has been shown
it helps with cancer about as much as turmeric and ginger.
All those anti-inflammatory things.
I know, but it's not a prescription.
But CBD has been shown to have tremendous benefits for cancer and non-psychoactive.
Yeah, and certainly with seizures. I have zero problem with CBD. Okay, but my
issue
is
also cannabis.
I feel the need to call people out bullshit when they say, well, the reason it's not because of big pharmaceutical companies. Well, hold on a second. There are 7 patents on chemical compounds for marijuana right now. The people who stand to make the most out of marijuana legalization are pharmaceutical companies. That's why
That's not true.
Well, it is. If you look at the biggest supplement companies,
because you
owned
can't.
by the same pharmaceutical
But you
companies.
can't patent
the one
plant.
yes, you can. They patented seven.
You can patent strains that are GMOs.
No. 7 active chemical compounds in pot that have been patented as drugs. They've gone through the process.
Yeah,
There's
but you
one that's
can't
really
patent
efficient.
to the point where you can't grow pot. How would you stop someone if pot's legal? If pot's legal, how would anyone? If that's the truth, that's a real problem.
If pot is recognized as medicine, right? If pot is recognized, there's no one who would stand to gain more than pharmaceutical companies by providing it as
That's
medicine.
not necessarily true. If people allowed to
Maybe
grow
it's not
themselves.
necessarily true. I'll give you that. But I also think it's not necessarily true that the reason people can't smoke up is because Big Pharma is sitting somewhere, Martin Shkreli going, let's make pot illegal.
Well, not that
That's
guy.
my only point.
But there are absolutely people who have lobbied, as we talked about, how the prison guard union has lobbied to keep marijuana illegal. There's absolutely pharmaceutical companies have done the same thing. It was revealed in the WikiLeaks memos.
See, this is where I was saying
It was,
people
hold
care
on,
about
don't
this.
interrupt me, you fuck. Where Hillary Clinton said that she's against marijuana in every sense of the word, right? You remember those
Trump's pretty
WikiLeaks
against it,
papers that came out?
Yeah.
Is he? He said he would leave it up to the states.
Yeah.
That's actually a constitutional approach.
But he's he wants to beef up the war on drugs.
I bet someone searched about pot cookie once and looked at his hair in the mirror.
No, he's a teetotaler. He doesn't even drink. Soul vodka doesn't drink Donald Trump. It's great.
Yeah. Ever?
No, he says he
Colorado topped 1 billion in legal marijuana sales in 2016.
Good.
Holla.
Yeah.
Holla at Colorado.
Yeah. But another thing that we just wrote about, again, people get mad with the weed issue. Well, no, the traffic fatalities regarding marijuana have skyrocketed.
Google that because that's nonsense.
No,
You know, drunk driving arrests have dropped. What do you mean? First of all,
we read about what the sources of the original sites.
Just because someone gets in an accident and they're high. See, you're just hold on, stop.
No, hold on.
You interrupt way too much. You need to stop. Hold on a second. No. I don't talk in paragraphs. I make full points. If people are high a lot, then the same amount of fatalities exist. But the people that get checked once they get into these accidents happen to be high, it does not necessarily mean that marijuana caused those fatalities. It could be that you have an increased incidence of people doing marijuana and altercations that could not have been avoided.
It could be. But the statistical change is measurable.
Well, what is it? You're talking about in Colorado.
In states where it's been decriminalized.
Let's go with Colorado. Pull it up,
Hold on a second. You just said, let me make my point. Again, my point is, I don't care about it.
Yeah, you do.
No, I really don't.
You don't care about people dying?
You get so touchy about it because someone says, you know what, if people want to smoke up, fine. I just don't really buy the arguments that everyone is in some big conspiracy to try and snuff it out. No, there are the idea that the drug war will end and the idea that it cures cancer. I just don't buy that.
Well, it does.
Get so upset.
Well, listen, scientific studies have proven that it shrinks tumors, that it helps people with cancer, much like turmeric, much like any things that reduce inflammation. Right, but it's not necessarily a magic. They're all legal, and there's no issue because they're not psychoactive. Right, but they are beneficial. So all these things are good. Marijuana is one of the things that are good. And you don't shore, man. Just like you don't shore turmeric, you don't shore ginger, you don't shore a reduced sugar diet. All those things that reduce inflammation are good for you.
I don't buy that smoking marijuana would be as beneficial as a reduced sugar diet. And my point is that people get so offended.
You might be correct.
But if you don't smoke, go ahead.
You might be correct. It doesn't matter because it's not a fucking contest to see what's the most beneficial. The question is it beneficial and is it damaging?
It does matter. But I think you said, let me finish my point. It doesn't matter. You said, what would you not talk about? I said, probably pot because I don't care. Well, what do you think about it? I said,
that's
this
what
is
you're
what I think about it. And your eyes light up. And all of a sudden, where ideology and worldviews shouldn't be discussed. You're going to laser like a tractor beam on the most important issue of the day that I said, I don't care.
You're the guy who thinks people should be able to do whatever. You're a free market guy, right? So if you're a free market guy, why wouldn't you be in support of something, whether it's the most beneficial or equally beneficial, but you're not necessarily, because you're denying,
because right now, I'm a chemical compound.
You're denying, we're friends. Just joking. Since marijuana legalization, highway fatalities in Colorado are at near historic lows.
You haven't bringing up the source that you want to
find. Washington
Bring up the study right there. Yeah, Washington Post. Bring up the study that we wrote. We wrote about it on our website.
Look, I don't care about your website, you fuck. Since marijuana legalization, highway fatalities in Colorado are at near historic lows.
And you do this with the crazy lady in a comedy club. You think if you scream enough that it makes. But my point is, I don't care about it.
Then if we
spoke up, and you just said I was interrupting. You're interrupting. I was screaming.
Because I don't care about it. Put up a post, and you're not.
But I don't buy that it's as valuable as a low sugar diet. And the fact
doesn't have to be as valuable.
You can't have a conversation about this as civilly as you do every other issue. Tells me that there's a problem. This is a TNT powder keg.
The problem is, I get very defensive when people start talking over me, and you started first. But the reality is that a low sugar diet is fine. Sure, it's good too. Why is there a competition between a low sugar diet and turmeric and marijuana and CBD oil? Why? Why does
because one is making the claim regarding legality that it cures cancer.
My only point is illegal.
No, my only point is
because the other ones are already legal. They don't have to fight for it.
No one's prescribing. No one's dishing out dispensaries for turmeric or ginger.
They certainly are. If you go to these local juice shops, you go to these juice shops, people are promoting ginger like crazy, turmeric like crazy. Come on,
couldn't care less people want to smoke joints.
You're an ideologue, buddy.
Really? That's an ideologue position by saying leave it to the states?
Yeah, you're locked in, man.
Really?
You're locked deep into this fucking red state thing, man.
I was raised in a socialist province of Quebec.
Bread is buttered, buddy.
A socialist province.
And meanwhile, you're over here in America. It's fucking just as much of an immigrant as some dude who sneaks over the wall and Trump just built.
I'm born in Detroit, so that remains to be seen. Could be annexed. It's a horrible place.
So
Horrible. Detroit.
Have you seen that thing where there's a guy who is making an urban farm in Detroit?
Oh, that's very common in Detroit now.
Well, he's got the largest urban farm, and he's bought up all this land. And as he's bought up all this land, he's taking these like dilapidated houses, they tear them down, he's building his farm, really cheap land, and people are getting pissed off at him. They're getting pissed off because this one guy now buys all this land. They're like, well, what about us?
Yeah.
And there's this weird thing that's going on where people somehow or another are mad at this guy who's trying to do something positive.
If I'm not mistaken on that story, I could be wrong, but urban farming was we wrote about that when we did this report in Detroit. I was telling actually Jamie about it beforehand. We did a real-time ride-along. So we selectively edited the worst parts of Detroit. So I went back to my producer, Naki Jared. We said, okay, we're going to start dead center downtown Detroit where all the hipsters drink their coffee and talk about how it's being revived. We will drive out in 3 different directions. We put a GoPro on top of the car, GoPro in the car, a mileage tab, and a timer clock. And it never took more than about, I think, 0.9 miles out of the city to certain death and unbelievable urban play. The crazy thing about Detroit is you'll see downtown Detroit, and then you look to the left, and it looks like the Upper Peninsula. There's nothing there. It's so desolate. And if I'm not mistaken with that story, everyone was doing urban farming, but there were some problems with the soil. And so as a guy, he probably found out he could make money if he improved the soil, and he got it down to a system that was more efficient. And people didn't like that aspect of it because now it's the big urban farmer, right? They're always
Well, it's a wealthy guy who bought up a lot of land.
right.
And he's a white guy, and he bought it up in this, really urban area, and, the buildings were all fucked up, and somehow or another people felt like somebody was encroaching in their neighborhood that they had watched deteriorate.
There's no one there. There's no one there in those
There's some
neighborhoods.
people there, but the point is they felt like that should have been somehow or another a part of their world, which is weird. It's weird to think that you deserve something because that's where you live. I think what we were talking earlier about Uber and all these things, change is a real part of being an organism that lives on a planet, right? And whether it's change because of nature, like the fucking shoreline changes, the ocean rises, tsunamis hit the coast, earthquakes change the landscape, volcanoes, whether it's that kind of change or whether it's economic change or whether it's technological change, there's going to be change. And if you try to stop change, you're on the wrong side of history. It's not going to work. You're gonna try. It's eventually going to overcome you.
Yeah, I think my view is you should allow people to be the change they seek, as Barack Obama put it, and shouldn't try to force change.
If you live in a shit neighborhood and some dude wants to break down the terrible houses and build a farm, it's not necessarily a bad idea.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, when we did our review in Detroit, packs of wild dogs roaming the streets of Detroit.
Oh, that's real. Yeah, that's real. That's real.
And we got fact checked on it because we did a video on this where we said, packs of, and then I made a joke where I said, apparently there have been grizzly bear sightings. So hopefully this will be our next National Geographic special. So
There's good black bear sightings.
Right, but I got fact checked. I don't know if it was back then. I don't know. Snopes or something. Someone saying Stephen Crowder made the claim that grizzly bears were in Detroit. Fact check reveals that only black bears have been the actual Pacific.
You should fact check them because black bears are more likely to be predatory on human beings than grizzly bears.
Is that just because of more common interactions, though?
Statistically, very smart. You're right. That's right.
Kind of like sharks. They occurs in 3 to 4 feet of water. That's where people are swimming.
Exactly. But that is the case with grizzly. Grizzly bears are way more aggressive. Yes, but they don't necessarily associate human beings with food.
Are you supposed to play dead or run with a grizzly bear? You would know that probably.
It depends entirely on why the grizzly bear is attacking you. The reality is, if a grizzly bear is attacking you because she's with her cubs, you're better off playing dead. You're better off covering up, protecting your vitals, getting in a turtle position, and taking your beatings. And she's your ass goodbye. She's gonna fuck you up, but she might leave you alone if you just lay still, and then she feels like she can run away. She's gonna fuck you up no matter what. She's gonna incapacitate you. But if an old male or a predatory male that has killed another human being and recognizes human beings as food, that has happened before, where hikers have disappeared. And hikers disappear all the time, to the tune of hundreds of people every year just vanish.
I read that actually polar bears will stalk people.
Well, that's a different animal.
Yeah, I
So
read that
polar
actually.
bears are completely predatory, which means they don't eat any vegetation. You can get lucky with grizzly bears, where grizzly bears can have a fucking field blueberries. They don't want to have anything to do with you because blueberries are delicious. They don't run, and they can just sit there and eat, and they don't have any hunger pangs.
Really?
Yeah.
How many blueberries would it take to blueberries?
Well, you're talking Alaska, like a mountainside, like in the spring or in the fall, rather, like before they go into hibernation. That's what they primarily eat because all that sugar just gets like straight into the fat of their bodies, and they store it up big, thick fat layers.
Yeah.
But an animal that has already killed a person is where it becomes a real problem. It's not that animals are evil or animals like target people. It's they recognize food sources that they've already.
Did you see those people who were protesting? Who were really, really mad at the rangers at Yellowstone Park. So they're very strict that you cannot feed the bears. You cannot interact with them. And what they do is they had a bear that wasn't necessarily aggressive, but they do this all the time. There was some specific instance that pissed people off. It wasn't necessarily being aggressive, but learned that people would throw food at him. And so they go, well, not only can we not have that bear doing it, but we can't have other bears doing that bear as an example. So what they do, their first step is taking the bear far away, somehow transporting them, sedating them. And if it comes back either a second or third time, they euthanize it. They have to.
Yeah.
And all these people are furious. And they go, no, we're doing this so that the bears don't become dependent on humans for food. If you euthanize one bear, that prevents the rest of them. They no longer can forage, can hunt for themselves because they realize these people are going to throw us a sandwich. And that's a great example of just people not knowing, not being informed enough on an issue, and instead deciding to be outraged. I don't know about grizzly bears. They assume the Yellowstone Rangers kind of have their crap together on it.
Well, that's also like PETA people that don't want to admit that PETA kills thousands of cats and dogs every year.
And their head's a diabetic who uses insulin, which came to you courtesy of animal testing.
Yeah, but she feels like that's okay because she's fat or
she's skinny fat.
But there's a great podcast that's available right now, the most recent Meat Eater podcast with Steve Ranella, where he talks to a bear biologist who discusses the history of Yellowstone. At one point in time, the dumps where people in restaurants used to dump all their food was places where people would go to watch bears.
We did it at a campground.
Wow.
It was like, what year was this? Gosh, 90s.
But where were you? Not in Yellowstone.
No, this was in Canada.
Okay, they'd already made it illegal in Yellowstone.
There were no bears when we went. We just drove by. There was no one. But it was like, yeah, go down to this area. It's really cool. You can see the bears foraging.
Well, Yellowstone, it was one of the main, mortality. Like if you look at like mortality events, it was a huge mortality event because they went cold turkey. They stopped dumping all the trash there, and these bears had become acclimated so much so that they had stopped learning how to forage for food. The bears died like en masse. It's really kind of crazy.
That's also the flip side, with a rescue dog, where I tell people, like, we have a rescue dog. People get so offended when they say, but if you have kids, it's probably better to go from a breeder you know. Because, for example, Hopper on the road, we don't know. We don't know what happened. He happens to be the most affectionate, loving dog that we've known. But a dog like that, that's starving, can learn to become a much more wild dog. That can be trained in them because they're scared. They're been scared. And you bring them in, for example, Hopper, he gets recalled. Any gun, ever since we've had him. Any handgun, rifle, pull it out. Goes nuts.
So he's seen guns.
He's seen something in a negative connotation with guns. You can't know that. So if you have some kid and he pulls out a squirt gun, he's not aggressive. He's just a bark if he doesn't like something. And people, I don't know if it was PETA, some animal person got really mad. Oh, there's so many dogs that need homes. Well, listen, I've rescued a dog. I think if you know what you're handling, you should if you're able. But if you have kids who don't have a lot of dog training and you don't know where these dogs come from, I place kids higher on the totem pole than dogs.
How dare you? You're a speciesist.
I know, I am a speciesist.
That's a new thing.
It is.
Was there a speciesism when we were kids? Jamie, you were younger.
There was that film Species where that blonde chick.
That's different. Where'd she go?
She quit. She's probably doing self pornography.
How dare you? Maybe she's writing books.
Well, so I didn't know that. I've never thought of black bears as being aggressive toward people.
Yeah, man. Ranella, the same guy who has the podcast I was talking about, told me a story of a guy who went on his very first hunt, and while he was in his tent, a 500-pound predatory grizzly bear attacked him. His friend shot the bear and hit him in the wrist. The bear takes off out of the tent, goes to another dude's tent, and they shoot it in that tent to kill it. So everyone's covered in blood and hair.
Did they kill it?
Yeah, they killed it. But I mean, the guy had a bullet wound in his wrist. He'd been mauled by this bear. This is his first hunting trip ever.
Did you see the Reverend?
Yes.
Remember that there was a rumor before that film gets raped by the bear? That was front page of Drudge.
You are on the wrong website.
No, it was front page of Drudge. Exactly. Where people were so outraged.
The wrong
No. And I remember thinking about that. I remember watching it, going, "This is an example of fake news." Whether it's the right or the left, is going, "This is clearly not a bear rape scene," but it was a huge rumor that was going around. Because don't go see the rap.
It wasn't huge enough to reach my Twitter page.
Big Twitter page.
You're just too into it, man. You're too deep into the news of the world.
I told the story to Stephen at the Reverend. So we're there. I swear this is true. And Chris Levin thought it they think. And so we're watching the Revenant. And it's right at that scene where he cauterizes his wound with the gunpowder on his neck. So we're sitting there and we're watching it. And he's screaming. And so for a second we didn't realize it. A few rows down, the guy's all of a sudden starts projectile vomiting. While Leonardo's on screen going, and we're looking and we're going, oh my God, we think he starts shaking. We think he's having a seizure. My wife, being a sweetheart, goes, okay, everybody, move away. Someone call 911. And his wife or his girlfriend is like, sweetie, he's like, and his vomit going down 2 rows. I wait for the ambulance. They come in. The guy has vomit all over him. I think someone was sitting in front of him, vomit on the back of his head. They thought for sure he had a seizure. Turns out he'd fallen asleep and inhaled a popcorn. And he was just choking and then aspirating on his own vomit. So we're watching this film, The Revenant, one of the most graphic scenes in cinematic modern history. And everyone's, what the hell is going on? Wow. And
what a coincidence.
Yeah, and I think I was embarrassed. It's not a cool story. I
Imagine if it was a scene like, remember that movie? What was that movie with, not Matt Damon, Matt Dillon? Well, it was the movie where the 2 girls were making out by the pool.
Wild Things.
Wild Things, yeah. What if you watched that movie? What if that scene was going down? That popcorn kernel got stuck in his mouth and he started projectile vomiting.
Why would that be worse?
It'd be way worse.
Just because
It makes sense. Like the guy's scared. There's a bear. He's killing Leonardo DiCaprio. No, don't kill Leo. Don't do it to him. He's the king of the world. He's in the front of the fucking Titanic. Don't do it. People freak out at like a bear attack, but if you're freaking out at like a lesbian event, it turns out it's just coincidentally just popcorn.
And that's a story people are going to tell about you for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Bobby saw these 2 birds making out. They were
choked on his popcorn.
He's alone. He's by himself. He just starts hurling. He changed his life, bro.
Said he choked on popcorn. We know that's. Oh my gosh! I've never seen it. I mean, from here to that, like the Buddha statue.
The kid in the pie eating contest in that Stephen King movie, Stand By Me. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Blueberry pie contest.
I would say this is worse. There wasn't like a flow. It was pressurized.
It's funny
because he was also holding his mouth. So it's coming out through a crack. Like this, where it's going, it's working. So it's
he fell asleep with a popcorn kernel in his mouth at the Revenant in the middle of that fucking really exciting movie.
In the middle of that scene, right where he's cauterizing his tongue and his neck. I felt bad for him. I imagine that if that wasn't his wife, if that wasn't his fiance, there's a good chance they're not together.
Did you think that movie was based on real life events?
No idea, was it?
Supposedly, but incorrectly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not.
So
Based on a guy, they already have.
Oh, really?
Didn't happen in an environment anything like the environment they filmed it in. They filmed it in this like tropical rainforest in British Columbia. The guy never had a son when Leonardo DiCaprio's son is killed in front of him. The only thing that was true was the guy got mauled by a bear and made it back to camp. All that other shit, they left him for dead. They left him for dead. He actually survived. He made it back to camp. That's it. He's like, what the fuck, bro? The guy's like, sorry, I thought you were dead. That's it. That's the movie.
But that was the entire teaser was the lead up to the bear attack.
And it was him going back and killing the guy who left him behind, who also killed his son. Like, there was no son. Nobody killed anybody. He got fucked up by a bear, and they left him alone.
That's interesting when you think about that. You go back and like Weston Price, Weston Price Foundation, you like the fermented cutlet oil and stuff. They're big catalysts for like eating real fats and stuff. And the guy claims,
aware of this.
I think it's Weston A. Price Foundation, where it advocates traditionally corn beefs.
Around for a long time.
Yeah. I think his name was Weston Price, and because I always watched the Revenant, I go, can you imagine how much it smelled, or imagine what their teeth were like? And this guy claimed he went down to third world, sort of African nations where they didn't brush their teeth, but they had perfect smiles. And he claims it was because I don't know if it's true at all, but he says it's because they ate a lot of organ meats. They're getting a lot of vitamin K, natural vitamin D, as opposed to kind of the sugary lifestyle with refined carbohydrates in the new world. And that's a big part of like this whole kind of high saturated fat, organs, bone broths. It's called the Weston something Price Foundation. But I remember there were these pictures side by side of people in the New World who were largely grain-fed diets. And these people were basically third world sort of tribesmen, but they had these beautiful white teeth.
That makes sense in some ways, that people that live natural lives with natural foods, that anything processed would be healthier.
Yeah, but the teeth. Now, they were nice white teeth.
Well, sugar definitely deteriorates your teeth. We know that. We know that kids who eat a lot of sugar and don't brush their teeth, and I think a lot of that is also that stuff getting caught in your gums, teeth, and it's just not good. It causes sugar. It causes tooth decay. We know that.
Yep. And the worst thing is sugar-free gummy bears. You read the reviews on Amazon?
God, what do they do to your asshole?
That's exactly what reviews are on. I swear to you, if you just Google sugar-free gummy bears, just like, my asshole has never been the same size since. It's just people who troll the Amazon review section for sugar-free gummy bears. If you're ever just looking for a laugh on a Sunday afternoon, read the Amazon reviews for sugar-free Haribo gummy
Do you
bears.
remember Olestra? It was an additive to like potato chips. Olestra just makes people just rocket shit out of their assholes.
Do they allow it?
No. Well, trans fats are now, they're illegal, but there's a grace period in 2018, I believe, or maybe 19, right, where companies are allowed to still use that stuff in their potato chips or whatever the fuck they sell up until like then, like that's it. Like you can poison people for 2 more years. That's it.
Well, you know, it was
Terrible for you.
because of the same environmental vegetarian lobby who, back then McDonald's used beef tallow for their fries. But no, you need to be using vegetable oil, hydrogenated vegetable oil. That was a bunch of lobbyists. That's why we started trans fats, and now they're going, margarine is not as good for you as butter. And that was a huge, powerful lobby for the vegetarians in the San Francisco kind of hippie era. That's why trans fats became bigger.
Well, it was also the byproduct of the sugar industry bribing scientists. Lie about the beneficial qualities of the sugar. They just pretended that sugar's fine. It's saturated fat that's the issue, and everybody was trying to get some margarine.
Yeah,
These people went out and bought margarine because they're terrified of saturated fat because the sugar companies have bribed some scientists.
we had that when we were kids. Country Crock Market.
It's so bad for you. It's interesting now that that's been revealed. I doubt that those people can even get that much money. They got like the equivalent of $50,000 today,
Right.
to literally lie to everybody about the like they just made up a bunch of shit about saturated fat.
Yeah.
And they just diminished all the negative effects of sugar. People just started drinking that milk from Captain. Remember that milk? We get that fucking sugary Captain Crunch milk. It's delicious.
It's absolutely delicious.
We get the chocolate milk out of Cocoa Pops.
Yeah.
Oh my God, chocolate. Oh my Jesus, it's so good. Sugar.
I know. And in Canada, we had a whole different. I didn't realize when the States corn pops in Canada are actually like spherical Captain Crunch. They're not all like corn pops in the States. There are a lot of little differences, such as silly country, where you'll be raised there and you'll come here, but potatoes aren't the same.
Super sugar crisp. That had sugar in the top.
That's right. That was
Super sugar crisp.
Bear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
Enough of the sugar crisp.
That's right. Super sugar crisp. Can you imagine? You have a goddamn drug in the of your shit. Look at that.
There you go.
That is crazy.
That still exists. It's pretty good.
It's illegal. You go to jail if you even sell that. Sugar bear. This is sugar bear. I'm here sugar bear. Super sugar crisp.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
golden crisp.
What's the difference?
I'm not a bear. I'm a strange mongoose. I'm a mongoose with a t-shirt on.
Then there was cooked crisp. Remember that?
Cookie crisp. Yeah, they had cookies and milk.
Then there was Reese's Puff cereal.
Oh, look at that one. Smacks. The Indian. Cultural appropriation. They didn't do that today. Look at that. have to do with the Native American? What smacks? It's
Why
kind
is
of
it
like
Latino selling cars? They just put tits on it because it sells in their culture.
oh, inside is a Indian card. That's a special Indian
Well, that
edition.
doesn't make it acceptable. Created the Indian cars. It's just as bad.
No, it's fine.
There's a giveaway of the cultural.
I like Frosted Flakes. Go down Frosted Flakes over there.
Yeah, they still sell.
They're great.
Yeah,
1950s.
good source of vitamin D.
And
You
today-
added vitamin D.
Yeah, it's been there.
There's no natural
Plus there's
vitamin D in
milk.
there.
Yeah, milk pussy.
Kids giving it sugar. What kind of fucking shitty kids are you raising? Reese's Puff cereal. That was a big one. Everyone else made Reese's Puff cereal.
Reese's peanut
Reese's
butter
peanut butter cup
cups?
cereal. Yep. That's you never had that?
No.
That was a little later, I guess.
It might be legal in my country. They might have been looking out for our best interest by then.
No, I remember it because there was like a fat black kid from Hanging with Mr. Cooper who did the commercials for Reese's. I can't get it over. I love that Reese's Puff cereal. We're sitting there as this kid. He wasn't hanging with Mr. Cooper, and so as a kid, you're like, we watched that show on TGIF. We have to get Reese's peanut butter cup cereal.
TGIF up there.
That was that thing. ABC, you know,
Wow.
the
Down here
series.
it's a fucking place that sells
Yeah, I know. It was bad movies too.
in Kansas, you're on the road.
It's true. TG Fridays, Sleeping Tail. Bennigan's is coming back too. Bennigan's is back. Don't you remember that? They were gone away because everyone was like, oh, okay, Bennigan's we can do that. Now they notice.
I mean, they went under and then they came back.
They were gone, now they're back. I don't know why. Whole new brand, probably investment bankers, probably some dude.
Marin County.
It's the globalists. Wire sheets, wire frame glass, fucks, skinny jeans.
Well, what we're trying to do is bring back a really recognizable brand.
Yeah.
It's really important to America.
Have you ever had people come on this show?
Feel and the others.
Have you ever had people get a comment and be like, listen, we can take your show even bigger. We just think there are a few tweaks. You ever get those people who approach you?
No, which is interesting.
Really?
No. Everybody's like, no. Adam Carolla got him.
They didn't. I did his show once, and it was the most awkward thing I'd ever done in my life.
Why was it so awkward?
Well, because the booker was in Prager University. He's like, oh, hey, I know, I'll look you up. And he's like, he's not like you, like come in and you talk off air. He kind of like doesn't really talk to you until you're on air, which I can respect. It's perfect. But I went on the Adam Carolla podcast. It was Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew united to do like, it's not Loveline, but it's effectively the same thing.
Right.
And so
They still do that?
they brought it back. And I think like the first week, they brought it back. And so it's him and Dr. Drew sitting there doing their shtick at a table, and I'm literally at the end of the table with nothing to say. Yeah, that sounds about right. They're taking calls from people.
They didn't bring you in?
A little bit, but it just, I does a podcast like this with an interview, and that was just, it was really weird. And what happened was they didn't realize he wasn't doing the show that day. They were very nice. Dr. Drew and Adam was gracious afterward, but it was clear like it's a two-guy show taking phone calls.
And you were just there?
Yeah, I was pretty much just there.
They didn't say your name?
No, they did, but it was like, we want to take phone calls.
Well, Adam he essentially does an internet radio show. That's what his show is.
Right.
He had his radio show that was a big hit radio show, and the station went under in LA. And I think he just decided to do the same format and just do that same format online.
Yeah. That makes it, when we started our show, indicated, so we had radio, and so we had all these commercial breaks. We used to do it at 6 a.m. on Friday mornings out of Detroit. And what we did was, no one really commercial breaks nationally, so we just did a bunch of sketches and fake commercials. And that's what created all these characters that people have created these Twitter profiles for, because we just said, yes, we're not going to run an ad for a local car dealership. We'll do a fake news break. And we would do like fake tornado warnings, stuff like that, which is highly illegal, by the way. We learned that one later on. Because we had to kind of work with the format online, and now we just took it off radio.
Yeah, fuck radio.
It was too much.
Dying market. That thing is not going to last. Stupid.
When was the last time you turned on your radio?
I haven't ever.
Yeah.
I don't even remember. It's another person. I think like all the cells in your body turn on and switch every 7 years. That means every cell in my body's never listened to radio. That's real. That's fucking real. It's like if someone said to me, when was the last time you watched a VHS set? It was another person. It wasn't even me. I don't take responsibility for me of 14 years ago. Because if I did, I would still be pissed at my pants with no baby. Okay, because I would take it back to when I was 3 and I bit my sister or something. I don't know what the fuck I did, but you know what I mean. It's like, man, I don't know. I don't remember 3. Is my point. It's like you go back to things you did when you were developing individual. Yeah. So I feel like every 7 years, I don't even want to know. Yeah, what I did. 14. That's 3. It's pretty rough years. I called my dad's pastor a little bastard. 3. You're probably right. Well, because my grandfather called me a little bastard. Right. I thought it was a term. Pastor Kevin Butcher said, "Hey, how you doing, little bastard?" Well, that pastor should have known. Oh, this little kid is getting fucked up at home. No, you know what happened? Actually, he got outed, and this is actually important. He got outed from the church because there was his pregnant. I think his pregnant wife was at a Detroit Lions game. There was a guy with a bullhorn behind him, right up against her ear. Right, this guy was a pastor, a really good guy. Regardless of someone's religious affiliation, but a good guy. And hey man, could you stop? My wife's here, whenever she's pregnant or something. And I got to go to her. He kept doing it right next to his wife's ear, like got right up under him. And he ended up kicking the guy's ass, getting into a fight because the guy was picking up on their space. Didn't exactly turn the other cheek. He did when he asked him to. So there was a whole vote, and what was that? When I was pretty young, I thought, well, so they outed him, they got rid of him. That could be long. There was a whole controversy over it, and I'm learning about it as a kid. Thinking, that seems pretty reasonable. The guy getting up and his wife's a real pregnant woman. Yeah, I said, what do you do? Because human nature is definitely a different person. But do you just leave? Because your night is ruined. Yeah, period. Well, I say kick his ass. I mean, I think what happened was, no, I don't think he kicked his ass. I'm saying, but the guy got physical, and he got physical with the guy, and got the better of him. So it could have been a shoving match, could have been a punch. It wasn't American History X curb stomp. I'm just saying, no one expected the pastor to do anything to protect his wife. I get it. Yeah, and that was a big deal. I called a little bastard. That's the end of that rabbit trail. Well, you were right. Once he got kicked out, that Crowder kid got vision. He sees the future. This kid's going places. The guy was the brawler. He's a fucking bleachers brawler. He gets up there, gets licked up, fucks his wife, gets her pregnant. To the game. That Crowder's going COVID. He's going to go to Fox News for 4 years. He wastes 4 years of his life. I saw him on this show once with Amy Schumer. He argued. Oh, I took his side. He argued. What did she do? You guys were on some show trying to an issue as a comedian. Yeah. She was trying to say you weren't an idiot. Yeah. Isn't that an interesting thing? There's like a thing that people in the world of stand-up comedy where they just say, oh, he's an opener, but he's a middle act. Right. There's this weird sort of a thing, and someone, they're looking like shit on you. Oh, you do comedy? Yeah. Right. Oh, you do comedy? Yeah. You do a few open mics? You think you're a fucking comedian? Yeah. It's very, very common. I really dislike that. Yeah. She did that right off, because she was asking me questions in the green room. Like, where do you do comedy? What do you do? And she was like, she asked me one point, do you perform in churches? I said, no. I said, no, I never have. And she was so inflexible in her argument. She was how old are you then? 22, 23. Dude. Probably would have been right next to her. But that changed. If you look at the reaction, Amy would have fucking dog tagged you. But no, I don't think so. It changed drastically. You don't think so? What happened? You won that? Well, I think if you'd have been there, no. Yeah. I think if you watch that thing, her argument was you're not a real comedian. I was underestimating information. And I think Amy Schumer's a 30-something-year-old girl. She's people on Twitter now and is unmarried and miserable. And I'm married to a woman I'm pretty happy with. Are you comparing lives? I am. I think I was right. Well, I think that whenever someone, and I'll say she's funny, by the way. Okay. Good for you. I think whenever someone says that, you're not a comedian thing. That's an issue. I have an issue with that because as open micers. When you're talking to someone who's 22 years old, when I was 22, I was an open micer. I was doing open mic nights. Like, it was just for laughs at that point, so it wasn't an open mic. Yeah, I mean, and I'd headline Rabbi club. Hey, were you getting paid? Yeah. Were you a professional comedian? You're making your living off of stand-up comedy already? I've only made my living ever off of acting, stand-up comedy. Wow. So when you were 22 years old, all your bills, were you living with your mom, or what's going on? How are you paying your bills as stand-up comedy? Yeah, so I would do stand-up, and I had some pretty
relatively successful acting gigs, did some films, commercials, some TV. At that point, I was a Fox News contributor, which paid me a retainer. I did freelance writing where they would pay by the word.
So you were doing stand-up on a regular basis. So you were a stand-up comic.
I don't do it much anymore, I would readily admit. Like, now I don't because of the show, everything's a 14-hour day. And I would never claim to be as good of a stand-up as you or Nick DiPaolo or Miller. By the way, Nick DiPaolo has Boston.
Yeah, his stand-up special is going on CISO this Thursday.
So please go. He's probably the best, for my money, one of the best living comedians.
He's certainly one of my favorite. Nick DiPaolo was goddamn hilarious. He was here yesterday. He fucking killed me. He's defined and a very, very, very good dude. And another weirdo. Like,
yeah, he is. But it's pretty common. I mean, Christopher Titan did the same thing. That was the same thing when we started losing the gun issue. He goes, "Oh, stand up, I get paid."
well, what he was doing was trying to save whatever was going on in his mind. Whether it was a conversation, there was a competition, whatever the little battleground in his mind was going on. He was trying to save his patch of land.
Well, I think it would work with most people. I think you would probably agree. There's a lot of stand-up comedians they avoid. This has become their identity. And so for me, it was never my whole identity wrapped up in stand-up. I mean, I had been doing acting since I was 12 years old. I was on set with a lot of things. I did kids' cartoons that show Arthur is how I started out. So I did stand-up, and only the first 2 minutes I did it as a means to getting to other avenues. And then it turned out I felt, but I never planned on doing stand-up my whole life. So if I'm a stand-up comedian, a road comic, I love being, waking up for leftover drugs and being unhappy and about my manager.
Leftover drugs? Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Yeah.
Leftover drugs.
See,
Go in the refrigerator.
but the point is,
drugs.
Yeah.
Whose drugs this? I can have them, right?
I can stand up barely getting by. Kind of like New York, right? You're in a shitty city in a 2-bedroom apartment with 5 roommates, and you're bed because you can tell everyone how miserable you are. So it just didn't work.
That's not real.
Oh yeah.
No. It's real once you become successful. It's never real while it's struggling.
People try to act like it is, right? Like, oh man, everybody wants the energy in this city. It's like you literally you shit in the kitchen. In the Lower East Side. You've seen those Lower?
It's exaggerated.
I am not. Lower East Side.
Right-wing people are always exaggerating.
I looked at an apartment. They had like 19 Polish family members per apartment, and the toilet was right in the middle of the kitchen because they weren't designed.
Sometimes you have to take a shit.
It was lost same time. It's an extra toilet.
There's one from Mom. She's making spaghetti. They're multitasking. She can squat. It's got one of those little squatty potty things. You ever seen that one sign? Like you would go to some places that frequented by too many people from Asia. You'll see signs that show like a person standing on the shitter, squatting down. It's like got a red line through it. Don't shit this way. Yes.
Oh, has it become that popular? The squatty potty?
I've seen.
Do you use a squatty potty?
Yes, I do.
I would assume so.
It
I'm a caveman.
The bowel movements. Well, if I prefer to shit on the ground,
But it's
in
the kitchen.
I don't have the time to dig. Let the guy. No.
Hold on, that's not even
that one right there.
Right.
This is a joke one. This is a joke one. But I have literally seen that. That's real. That is an actual real for people in Asia. Ari Shafir went to China, and he has this fucking hilarious bit about it. And I don't want to do his bit. That's real. But in China, he went into a restroom, and there was literally a hole in the ground, and you were supposed to squat over the hole, and they had no toilet paper. That is real. And he told me that when people from Asia, used to that environment as the norm, come over to the United States, sometimes they actually stand on the toilet seat and shit that way.
So the toilet seat is not designed for the aim to be accurate. If you're sitting on the toilet seat, you'd be crapping on the water tank.
They don't know any better, bro. Without Trump leading them, they don't know anything.
That's always what happens. It's constant defending Trump, I think.
Do you think he's a good leader? You're happy that he's in office? Is it good because it's a shakeup?
I will say this. I think that, again, the left has behaved so poorly. Yeah, I think that Donald Trump has been a lightning rod. I would disagree with some policy issues for sure. But I think that because everyone has called him a racist, a sexist, and a transphobe, that it's removed those arguments from the table. for at least several decades, because people are going, yeah, but you said it about John McCain and Mitt Romney. Everyone you disagree with is a racist. I think the card's been played too much, and because of Donald Trump, it's been overplayed. And I think now we see with our channel, granted it's not as big as the average you guys have, but it's grown pretty substantially, and a lot of our audience are self-professed going, you know what? I used to hate you. I used to watch the Young Turks and I would watch some crap on you, but actually some of these points make sense. And I used to think I disagree with him with racist, and I think because it's so overplayed, it's left such a bad taste in people's mouth. I do think that Donald Trump has served a real purpose to shine a light on that, and that may be the most important of all at this point in our culture, what's political correctness.
Yeah, I think when things go too far one way, people get upset with that. And when people get too biased, whether it's left or towards the right, it tends to balance things out in the other direction. Like Robert Anton Wilson called Lyndon Johnson the pacifist president. Do you know why he called him the pacifist president? Because he was such a cunt that he created so many pacifists because of his atrocities that he ordered in the Vietnam War. People were so upset that more people became pacifists during the during the Lyndon Johnson administration than ever before.
Yeah.
By the same token, he called Reagan the intellectual president because more people just went, oh my God, you gotta fucking, God damn it, it's important to know things.
Yeah.
God damn it, it's important to be smart. Like, just say no, bitch. What are you talking about? Just say no. You're bringing heroin in from Vietnam. Just say no. You're selling coke in South Central to pay for fucking countries.
Wait, this is Reagan was selling coke?
Sandinistas. You don't know the Oliver North story?
Oliver North, yeah.
The real, you know the whole story?
I
The
don't know
real
the
Rick
story,
Ross?
real Rick Ross.
Dude, the real Rick Ross, not the rapper, but the real Rick Ross has been on my podcast twice. It's a drug dealer in South Central who they put away for life due to the 3 strikes rule, but didn't know how to read. Okay, jail. Was a drug dealer, made millions of dollars selling coke. Okay, did not have any idea who was bringing him the coke, how he was, where it was coming from. The profits that they were making was literally paying for Oliver North to arm the Conscious versus Sandinistas. I mean, it was all proven in court. I mean, this is what Michael Rooker stood in front of. What was the? I forget what the gathering was, but on television, on C-SPAN, Michael Rooker, who was a narcotics officer for the Los Angeles Police Department, who also been on my podcast where he committed suicide. He was the guy that was the focus of that movie Collapse. Remember that movie Collapse, where he's talking about it was just him smoking cigarettes, sitting there talking about what he knew about the economy, what he knew about all these different things that were problematic in our society, and how there's only a certain amount of time for us to collapse. It was kind of crazy doom and gloom documentary. But the point is, he had caught CIA agents, rogue cowboy CIA agents in the middle selling drugs in South Central Los Angeles, reported it and was in trouble because of that and decided to go public with it. And they were selling these drugs. They were making shitloads of money, and they were transferring the money to arm these rebels. Well, Rick Ross was in the middle of that. Didn't know he was in the middle of that. He was literally selling drugs and funneling this whole thing. Went to jail as an illiterate person who couldn't read. Learned how to read in jail. Became a lawyer in jail. Learned. Figured out that you can't charge him 3 strikes rule if it's one thing. If you're charging him with a bunch of counts for one incident, it's the 3 strikes law doesn't apply. That's how they got out of jail. So now he's out. All of this came because of that.
Well, I knew about Oliver North in the Contra thing. I didn't know about Rick Ross.
Well, there's been proof that some elements of our government have sold drugs to impoverished neighborhoods in order to fund the black ops. This is a fact. And this is one of the things that Robert Anton Wilson was talking about when he was talking about the Reagan administration. He became the intellectual president because people were so frustrated about how fucking crazy and chaotic and movie-like things had become that they had decided to arm themselves with information.
I wonder if a big part of it too is the backlash with Ronald Reagan, because everyone said no chance he was a moron and he won a landslide, people go, hey, screw you, we're going to consider him an intellectual. Like with Donald Trump, listen, I think Donald Trump was an intellectual.
Well, no one was considering him an intellectual. They were considering him a great American. Right? He had slick back hair, and his wife stood still, and everyone was happy.
Well, in between seances at the White House.
Called her astrologist, making sure shit.
Now we're
Now
But I think people might have just been like, you know what, you called him a moron for so long, and everyone voted him a moron that then.
Well, they didn't really call Reagan a moron.
Yeah, they did.
Well, not that they called George Bush a moron.
Yeah, they did. Yes, they did. Yeah, here's the playbook with anyone who's conservative or Republican is if they can make you a moron, they will. If not, you're evil. Right? Dick Cheney can't be a moron, so he's evil.
I think you're confusing the narrative a little bit because Reagan might have been sadistic. He was a wonderful speaker. Like he gave really articulate, well thought out speeches that spoke to Americans, again, longing for this nostalgia of a time where the Norman Rockwell painting made sense.
Right.
And that's what Reagan represents to a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people, they were coming out of the chaos of the Carter administration and the fucking Vietnam and
Gas
then,
lines.
Gas lines and the Iranians taking the American hostages and all that crazy shit. And Ronald Reagan came along, he's like, I'm gonna fix it, I'm your dad. And everybody's like, we're in.
Even the media treated him real moron. If you go back and watch that, and right before his landslide election win, they made, if you look at the electoral maps or the polls, the predictions, they were no chance of winning. And that's what a lot of people
proved you're full of shit about Colorado traffic deaths. Should we go and fuck you up with this too?
Yeah. But yeah, every guy looking up
Feel
sources.
bad about the Colorado thing at all?
What I never said Colorado, I said states that legalize.
What other ones are there?
Well, you didn't bring up the source. What about? But the fact that you're still hung up on it.
Please, what?
I got the article. I posted that like last few minutes on your website. There's a couple statements that are really bad just off the gate, like this right here. If I hear a moron.
Well, getting high will make you more of a moron.
That's not a news article, right?
Hold on, please.
That's commentary.
Hold on, but fine. Bro, things like Coachella wouldn't exist. Is this your article?
That's an article on my site.
Oh, wait a minute. If you want to get high, you're a moron? You think you're a moron?
I think Courtney believes that, yeah.
Who's Courtney?
She's one of the best writers I think I've ever
How
encountered.
dare you not read then?
But the article links to a couple like this, for instance. There's one that says the deadliest year of traffic fatalities since 2008.
Yeah.
This article doesn't say anything about marijuana. Not one thing. It doesn't mention weed at once. It does say that it could be attributed to lower gas prices, people driving more people in the state, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, but that's not the only thing. This is more. I'm going to defend myself here. Because you have someone here at Ready, and what you do is instead of bringing up information, this is what happens with Christopher Titan. You don't have information that you bring up. You have another guy look up a source that you specifically want him to find.
I didn't ask him to bring that up.
Yes, you brought it up. Brought up Washington. He goes, "This is what's wrong with your article." Taking the joke out of context.
You didn't have a joke.
The joke in there about the things like Coachella wouldn't exist if there weren't.
Okay,
That's
in that article.
That's a joke,
Right, but
to try and go. Do you think we'll cut more? No, it's a joke.
okay.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
What? No, pot's not comparable to alcohol. There are tests that determine how much alcohol content is in your bloodstream. We can't yet do that with weed, so it's impossible to handle it in the same way. But there have been tests where they showed people drunk.
Go back to what he said and what
But there have been tests where they've shown people drunk versus on marijuana, and the people on marijuana drove far better.
Okay,
That's true.
so this is also
Right.
anecdotal.
No, these are
It
tests.
goes back to your point, right? Let's say someone has alcohol.
Are these tests?
Well, I don't know. I haven't read your test.
Okay, so
But
why are
I-
you arguing against them?
No, I'm saying I agree with your point earlier.
So why are you saying
Let me
anecdotal?
well, it is anecdotal if you're saying some people drive better.
No, I'm not saying that. I've said there have been tests where they've shown that people drive better on marijuana than alcohol. That's not anecdotal.
My point is,
No, you're going to be really good at this argument.
No,
You need to settle down.
You said you wouldn't pile on, and you got two people.
I'm piling down.
Yeah,
I'm talking.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
I'm not talking.
when someone comes on the show, Jared, do not interject.
Congratulations, you're not on the show. And all he did was pull up
People bringing up information, me without a laptop.
No, he brought it up.
I said about it. You said, what would be the one thing that you changed your mind?
Probably two people are correct and you're incorrect. Does that bother you?
I don't agree that you're correct.
What are you talking about? You just pulled up some statistics that show that Colorado has less traffic fatalities
I didn't
since
look at any
2000.
statistics.
No, he did. You
You
saw
just said
them. Okay.
You.
I will
So,
give
no,
you
that's
my
not
laptop.
correct.
I'll turn my laptop
That's
your
not
way.
correct.
You can
No,
shit that shows
you
contrary
said, what is the
evidence.
issue that you would care about the least that you changed mine? I said, probably wouldn't even talk about that.
That's a long verb. What you said. What
then
you
you
said
said, well, why?
was there have been more fatalities since marijuana has been legal in those
All the
states.
things we discussed.
That's not true.
Why are you so obsessed with the pot?
Because you're not right, and it doesn't matter if we've talked about it for hours. In this instance, you are incorrect. You know you're
I'm not
incorrect.
correct in that instance. Traffic fatalities have increased in areas where pot have increased. We did the same study in Michigan where pot legalized and people were actually selling more marijuana to underage kids. I don't care.
Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with traffic
It does have to
fatalities.
do with it.
It doesn't have anything to do with traffic fatalities unless there's more traffic fatalities in underage kids since marijuana has been legal.
Yeah, there have been several articles that have made that claim, made that assertion.
Let's
I've
find
written about it.
You know, it comes from one article mostly, and it's from these AAA stats. They said almost all the articles you're talking about this is one article.
Okay, so it says the percentage of drivers involved in fatal crashes who recently used marijuana more than doubled to 17% from 2014 or 2013 to 14. 1 in 6 drivers involved in fatal crashes from 2014 had recently used marijuana, which is the most recent data available. Now, do you understand that causation does not
involving marijuana is alarming.
Yeah, says who?
It's an opinion.
It's an opinion.
Foundation.
Yeah, he says it's alarming. Well, is that a matter of more people smoking marijuana because it's legal? Is it a matter of marijuana causing these accidents?
Is this
Do you know what
put out by
what else is true? Do you know what else is true? That all these people also had alcohol in their system. Do you know that?
Well, no, we don't know that all of
It's
them have alcohol in
a
their system.
giant.
All second, you just made an assumption that you know this
No,
to
I
be
know
true.
this because I've
All
read these.
alcohol in their system.
I didn't say that. I said a lot of them.
Rewind the tape.
Maybe I did say a lot of them.
Well, you made a lot of
Shitload.
assumptions.
Let's find out.
It doesn't say anything in the article about alcohol though, and for sure they should have tested that. But
For sure, they can't test.
Well,
By the way,
just
I'm talking
Google
with you guys
how
who
many
just
people-
smoked up joints.
Just Google
And
what?
Matt,
doesn't have to do with
it
anything.
makes a point that you're going to have an obvious position that would disagree with this one single article. So if I can finish a point you've talked about, optional. Finish the one point that I'm making.
Well,
You can't test for marijuana.
You've heard
You can't test for marijuana roadside, right? Can we agree on that?
You absolutely can. Yeah, you test.
There's a test.
How
How
right now?
test?
Let's find out. Let's find out.
We do that. They don't test, like you said.
How many of marijuana related fatalities also involved alcohol? Because it's a massively significant percentage. Yeah. So you can't necessarily say that just because they have these new tests for marijuana, especially
That's the problem. Is you can't. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll give you that.
what do you
Let's say you're correct.
But here's the thing,
So
it
let's say
doesn't
you're correct.
physiologically, it doesn't have an effect on motor skills the way alcohol does, or it doesn't your response time.
Well, I know
It's
that
not the same.
we've had several doctors on the show who had differing opinions on that.
They don't have to be right.
They don't have to be right.
opinions, but do they smoke
opinions.
marijuana themselves? Do they know what it's like?
Now
Have
we're
they
getting into this.
have they studied all the different CBS caught blatantly distorted cannabis study says legal pot doubles fatal crash.
Press news. So again, we can go into questioning sources all day long if you have someone else bringing up
You don't think
sources.
this is a good source? You think
Maybe
they're
it is. Maybe it's, let's say
not
you're
a lot
right.
of Crowder, but
Let's say you're. Well, not if we source that to something else.
no, and
You guys are
look
so
up your
defensive
sources.
on one issue, and you said, "Well, what's the issue you don't care
I
about?"
have your sources right here. I've looked them up. There's people online also sourcing them. They are skewed. You're skewing them to make.
And so is the Washington Post study that you skewed.
But you're not the Washington Post. You're supposed to be the answer to the Washington
I'm not
Post.
the answer to the
You're
Washington
not, don't say that someone's evil, so I'm evil too.
Well, you just said that.
Is that what you're saying?
That's the argument that you made.
No, I didn't make
You
that
did
argument.
make that
You just
argument.
said, come on,
You just
man.
made that argument. And all of a sudden, when someone mentions pot, you
But
put on the
you're saying
ideology
this?
worldview with the lens of weed.
No,
And you get upset
I'm
with
calling
anyone
you
having
out
a
on bullshit. It has nothing to do with weed.
Yeah, but you haven't
I
made
would
an
call you.
argument.
I haven't made an argument. You said
said
that the
your
fatalities
study
increased. We showed you what happened in Colorado. We showed you the statistics that show that marijuana and traffic violations it correlates to less accidents.
Right. So
You're
your
not
argument
the
is may not
cause.
be cause.
Okay, so what else is causing the number? And why can't
What's
you
causing the
show
increase in number?
what is this fake increase
From
that
fake
you're bringing up?
fake news?
It's not real. It's not real. Colorado shows it's not real. So where is it real?
Well, this comes from AAA study that was just AAA and Trust and Safety Council.
AAA is owned by the Bilderberg Group.
Oh, God.
You don't even know this.
So now we're going to go to weed cures cancer and having eating some ram's heads.
It's got one article that says one thing and one article from Colorado that says there's been a decrease in traffic fatalities.
Right.
You're not willing to recognize that.
I just said, let's give that to you. Because this entire conversation started with you saying, what issue would you change your mind on?
No,
And I said, it's probably pot. Because
this argument started with you saying that it causes more fatalities and traffic
That's
violations.
not true. That's not true. You said, which issue do you care about?
Did I say that?
And
I
you
say
said,
it
why?
causes more traffic fatalities?
What's your opinion on pot? And I said, I really don't care if people want to smoke pot. I think it's a state issue. Honestly, don't care. I've changed my mind where as a kid I thought it was harmful. I don't think it's harmful anymore.
Didn't you say that it causes more traffic fatalities?
Then you said, well, let's expand on this. What issue do you have with pot? I said, I don't like the dishonesty. People just said that it cures cancer, it'll end the war on drugs, it's completely harmless, and I have some arguments that it's not harmless. No, it's not entirely harmless. Well, it's not without consequences.
Well, consequences
And I've
based on
given you
what?
so much leeway there on that.
How have you? Big
It
consequences.
literally started from me saying I probably couldn't care less about this out of all other issues that we discussed. And you lasered in on that and go, where do we disagree on?
It's a huge blind spot. No, it's a huge blind spot.
No, it's not a huge blind spot.
Definitely
I'm working for the Bilderbergs out there.
I don't
trying
have to
ban
think
pot.
that. You say that marijuana is in some way or another a dangerous thing. Yeah, I can tell you that it's
No,
not.
I didn't say anything.
Well,
It's not without
it's causing.
consequences.
What are the consequences?
Okay, what do you believe marijuana does, for example? Well, no, I'm not going to get baited into this because you're trying to force me to say that I don't think pot cures cancer and there's a big problem. No, listen, smoke pot.
No, that's not.
I will ask this.
I'm trying to say what are the consequences of
You
it.
come on my show. I would love to and have a discussion about that. I think so. Last time on the show, you said you did the show.
Right now, you're in front of me right now.
Because we're not having a conversation, you and I, right now.
We would definitely have a conversation for hours. Oh, that's not good to read
It's not fair.
sources.
It's not fair to have two people. Just like before you said,
No
you think
data.
of Amy,
Should we be in a room with no
you
internet?
think of Amy and I, you think it would have done well in that argument? Come on, man.
Because I want to find out how you feel. How you want to see if you be
Well,
defensive.
for some reason, you said you think if her and I worked together, you think it would have done that.
Yeah, because I want to see if you get defensive.
Why
Why
wouldn't
wouldn't somebody in a conversation?
Why wouldn't
You
we
ever
get
fuck with
defensive?
somebody? You do that, right?
I know, but you've made it all about the pot issue.
No, well, that had nothing to do with pod. The Amy Schumer
No,
thing
it
has
doesn't
nothing to do
mean
with
you've
pod.
gotten into this pot because
The
the issue
Amy Schumer thing is what you just brought
and
up.
it's the one area that you're super
You are adorable. You're adorable.
And
that's
you're
so used to
you're not a real
this.
comedian.
No, you're adorable.
You've
You're so
never
used to
With someone
someone.
on an open territory without someone else to back up your argument. It's never happened to
Just back up when someone pulls up information. Let me tell you something.
Joe,
One
Joe,
thing that
Joe,
Amy
really
does is he pulls up evidence to the contrary. If I was wrong, he would get right in my face. We would laugh about it. And that's what he does.
but I don't
That's
know
why he pulled up a
evidence to the
AAA
contrary,
thing.
and I've given it to you.
What
I've given it to you.
evidence? You haven't given me shit.
I've given you the document.
What
And you're
argument?
continuing- I'm saying, fine, let's say there's no causation. Say that wasn't backed up well enough. Let's give you that argument.
Okay. What's this, Jamie?
And
There's
we're back
also
to
some
it, and we're
evidence
back
that
to
medical
it.
marijuana
And we're
laws
back to it.
may
You are
decreasing
You are
traffic
upset.
This is what
fatalities.
part of the
Hold,
show
please.
is me doing this stuff. We don't do that.
This is what we always do. It's just talking about facts. Listen, hold, please. There are some. There are also some evidence. That doesn't make any sense. There are also some evidence. That's not it. There's also okay. I'm wrong. That medical marijuana laws may contribute to decreasing traffic fatalities. One study published in the Journal of Economics 2013 reviewed traffic fatalities in the 1960s that passed medical marijuana laws by 2010 and found that legalization is associated with an 8 to 11% decrease in traffic fatalities for the year after the laws took effect. Researchers from the University of Colorado, Denver, and elsewhere also found the decrease is more significant for alcohol-related fatalities at 13.2%.
Can I ask a question?
Interesting.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Is that study from 2010 considered completely valid to you? Study from AAA in 2014 considered completely
AAA's got a fucking best interest.
There you go.
Because
There you go.
They're
Chemtrails and
big
bias.
ass
People get different
in
opinions.
charge. Well, what are they basing it on?
Your argument is
This is
the only valid study because AAA is biased.
is a study.
It's
Why
a
are
study.
you ignoring? Do you think that's right? Or do you think
I
they're
think it
lying?
could be right. I think it could be right.
So if they're right, if that study's right, then you were wrong, right?
If that study's right,
Then
and
you were wrong, right?
I could be wrong.
You were wrong, right? When you were just spouting it out. So we proved that in Colorado you were wrong.
You didn't
And if
prove
that study is well,
You didn't. You said if that's here's what you do. If
Let's
that's
pull that up
hold on a
again,
second,
figure
Joe.
out what
Hold on a
caused
second,
the
Joe. I didn't say
Colorado
interruption.
study.
I asked one question and then you get a paragraph.
You like
You
doing
said that
this, don't
study,
you?
Joe.
You
I
like
literally
doing
said
this.
I'll give you. You bring up another thing about pot.
Well, it's like
You can't let it go.
You don't really give up. You reluctantly give
I
up.
said I'll give it. You're right. Let's assume I'm
Okay,
wrong.
you're definitely wrong.
Let's assume I'm wrong.
Okay, so else would be the problem with marijuana if it wasn't traffic fatalities?
I
Zero, right?
Not
Right?
zero.
What, zero?
But I don't want to spend the
Okay,
entire
what
day
are the
talking
other
about
problems?
pot.
Well, we're talking about real issues. What would be the other problems? It wasn't for traffic fatalities.
Before you, oh man, just loosen up. Let's talk about life and jujitsu. Then you know why?
I didn't say
You're
jujitsu.
upset.
I said let's talk.
You're upset.
I just want to get you away from your left versus right talking. Because I'm neither.
Because people with convictions, the
Bertrand,
left-right paradigm.
Bertrand will
Left right
come
paradigm.
out.
I'm a centrist.
I kind of am.
Joe, here's the thing. And I started off and I still mean the many things I said. But you can't bring people on and call them pussy and dumb fuck
bro. We're
and bias and then continue going back to an issue and with someone who agrees with you entirely, act as though, now you're defensive? Well, of course I'm defensive.
Well, I think you're spewing a little bit of anti-marijuana propaganda. Fatalities, and I want to address it.
Marijuana propaganda. That's right. I'm
not thinking you're paid by anybody, but I just think you had a
push the propaganda. Propaganda by definition means I have to be pushing someone.
Necessarily that someone is telling you to do it. It's just that you got a point
It's not propaganda.
that you had dug your heels in.
It's not propaganda.
It is propaganda. It's propaganda if you have read it and you're spouting it out, but the statistics prove different.
Well, okay. Then I would say it's propaganda.
I'm not saying you're
cures cancer.
I'm not saying you're promoting propaganda like some propaganda. Okay, pull that up then.
Cures cancer.
Find out what cures doesn't
That
marijuana
was my
beneficial
point,
effects.
No. That wasn't my.
Nothing
Cures cancer.
Nothing
There
cures
you go.
cancer.
And that was what I was talking about. I
But who the
literally
fuck
was
says nothing cures anything? I mean, things
half
treat
of your
things.
listeners will tweet me saying,
Is there a single
cures
drug
cancer.
that cures anything? Things treat the immune system.
Sure there is.
If your immune system fails, okay, what drug cures things?
Polio vaccine.
A polio vaccine doesn't cure things. You fuck, it prevents you from getting polio. Do you understand what you just said?
Yeah.
You just disproved yourself. No, disease is not effectively cured in a person who has polio. We're talking about marijuana curing cancer in people who don't have cancer yet. That's not what you're using a vaccine for cancer.
Okay.
What you're saying is marijuana cures cancer with people that have cancer. There's not a fucking drug. You proved to yourself. There's not a medicine proves that you can't fucking cure polio with a medicine.
It's so aggressive.
No, you're wrong. Dude, you're wrong right here about polio.
No,
Understand how blindsided you are?
right now.
You have a blind.
I'm pretty sure there's drugs out there that cure some diseases.
I'm sure there are. I never heard of them.
Well,
Do you know who they are?
Not offhand if I had someone who could bring it up.
No, you don't have to bring it up, man. You're going to argue for it.
I did argue for it.
I don't think
You said you don't think
they're
there's
so
anyone. I think that's incorrect.
your immune system has to. If you're like dying and someone gives you some sort of a drug, how many drugs are there that cure a nasty disease that's killing you? And how many of them have to be also compensate? Your immune system has to kick in as well. There's a bunch of factors. It's not. There's penicillin that kills some venereal diseases and all sorts of different fucking horrible infections.
Yeah.
There's not a lot, but it takes your immune system to be in effect to do. There's a lot of factors.
So now we're getting to the definition of cure.
Well, because you're talking about fucking polio. Nothing cures polio, bitch. And marijuana. No one's saying marijuana cures cancer
all the time. All the time.
These are assholes. Those are the same people that say you're a Nazi. Those are the same people that say you're a Nazi.
Pretty common.
It's pretty fucking Nazi, punch Nazis.
For example, we had a woman on the show, we had a woman who psychiatrist who basically said people who are adult, healthy, smoke, probably not a problem. So it is a problem for the developing brain who are under the age of 25. She explained as
Probably correct.
Yeah. And she explained as to why.
I don't think they think that the human brain is fully developed. Your frontal cortex.
And she talked about specifically also people who might have mental illnesses, whether it's schizophrenic or bipolar. Most people don't realize that, or depression. It goes unrecognized. And she talked about how those people, marijuana can act as a trigger mechanism. So she said, help people with these conditions. Marijuana is probably relatively benign. But for some people, and most people who might have these conditions are affected by them, it could be a real problem.
She's got some very good points, but do you
And
know
half
that
the
they've
comments
actually
are, cures cancer, this dumb bitch should get off the show.
look at this? Cannabis isn't shown to cancer laboratory tests. Question 6.
Yeah, it doesn't cure cancer, though.
kill cancer cells. No one's saying cure cancer.
Yes,
Beneficial
plenty of people
effects
are.
on
I mean,
cancer.
exactly what people say.
But you compared it to turmeric, you compared it to all these things. But look, the point being, you agree and I agree that as long as it doesn't hurt other people, any more than anything else like sugar hurts other people. Look, if you want to make an argument for high insurance rates, you want to look at the overall causes of disease in this country and why insurance and health insurance cost how much, you would almost immediately go towards simple sugar. Simple sugar is a huge problem with people who are obese. Obesity is a huge issue in this country, and it's a major factor when it comes to health care costs, right?
I think it's adorable that you're telling me correct arguments. And I know that you do this, Joe.
I'm not saying that,
but I think it's adorable.
It's an easier argument to say that ice cream should be illegal than it is that marijuana should be illegal.
No, I don't.
And why that?
Well, I'm gonna say what I was about to say beforehand because you keep redirecting the conversation, and for some reason you're turning it into something hostile that it really doesn't.
It's not hostile.
It is.
You.
Yeah, it is.
I feel weird about it. I feel great.
It is. It is when someone comes in and they disagree, and two other people with the same opinion are gonna do a team up.
He doesn't even have an
I think that look at this. What you're doing right now, Joe, is like you talk about with people in jiu-jitsu. Is what I think.
There are now 100 scientific studies that say that
I think that you think arguments work.
cannabis cures cancer.
I think that you think these arguments work, and I think it's like someone going to you for the first time you've never done it. I don't think you've ever actually gotten to a place without who can bring up some sources for you. I don't think you've gotten into an argument or done anything with a debate team where people would actually hold you accountable to the arguments that you make. I think.
Why are you saying you don't think that I have if you don't know what conversations I've had? So what are you, been with me 24/7 for 49 years?
I think
These are just conversations.
Right now, you're the kung fu guy hitting the kung fu double. And you convince yourself that this is an argument that would work if you had other people more qualified than myself to discuss it. And you decided to zone in on it.
This is a huge way of you diffusing all these stats that James bringing up. There's more than 100 studies that proves that cannabis cures cancer.
Exactly.
Do you deny those studies? You don't need a Jamie.
Where's my Jamie?
Jamie's pulling shit off the internet. He's
You asked
writing
me
it, man.
specifically about something where I changed my mind. So
Okay.
you clearly were ready. We're upset about pot thing.
I wasn't
And I
ready.
said,
I didn't
yeah, I
think
probably
we
won't
talked
talk
about
about that anymore. They don't really care about it, and I think states should be able to legalize it.
If you don't care about it, just fucking
Because you
really
asked me
touch
3 follow-up questions. It'd be like me asking you why you would push Bernie Sanders on that show tacitly, saying you would vote for him.
talking about
When in the green room,
traffic
man, he's insane with the socialist stuff. I don't think it's very genuine what you're doing.
What?
I think this is something that
This
appeals to
is
your audience.
silly. No, it's not. You started on traffic fatalities, and I
I
thought you
didn't
were
start
wrong.
on. I didn't start on with traffic fatality. What issue would you club and not talk about? And this is exactly why. Right? Because
We talked about
conversations always
marijuana.
occur.
That was one of the things that you
These
said
are
was traffic
conversations that always
fatalities,
occur.
wasn't it?
And there's no productive conversation that comes from it.
There is. No, for people who are listening to this is extremely productive because they understand how someone with blinders can ignore the evidence and figure out some way where they're being wronged intellectually. And someone will say that, oh, you should be in some sort of a debate. I've never been in a debate. You don't know what fucking debates I've been in. You know what conversations I've
They're all polarized, right?
You don't know. You don't know what conversations I've had.
Bullshit.
What conversations I've had? You're saying I've never had a conversation with
some
someone
other
who's
people agree with you. And you bully
Oh,
people.
Stephen Crowder.
And you bully people. You're intellectually not
We're
going to
having fun. Why is this bullying?
It's
Why is
only
this
because there
bullying?
are 2 people who hold opinion, ask me on something that I don't care about, follow up 3, 4 questions, go into an area where you 2 are very specifically passionate, and I said, I don't want to talk about it.
You want to talk about it because you're wrong.
No, I don't want to talk about it because I don't care.
Because
If states want to legalize it, that's fine. But it is a valid issue when people in Colorado are looking at this now, and there are people in Colorado who might vote differently on the marijuana issue because of how it's perceived or because of the information at hand. And the people in Colorado should be able to vote. They voted for pot. But if they want to vote the other way, instantly they have the right to do it.
who's arguing against that?
Well, that was my point when we were talking about marijuana. My point was that when I worked at Fox, we were thrust on panels where you had to talk about this because it was going on in Colorado.
I can't believe you called me a bully. That's such a left-wing tactic.
You are.
How dare you?
You are.
Dare you? How dare is it? How's it a bully?
You are. But facts.
No.
No, facts. You
How's
use
it
all of
bullying?
this, I'll use these absolutes and call someone on it and say, well, no,
What
I'm just joking.
absolutes
I'm
did I
just
use?
joking.
What absolutes
You
did I
said,
use?
well, okay, let me give you one that I can pull from my memory bank. All of them were on alcohol.
Did fuck that up.
Yeah, you've done it several times.
But we're supposed to pull up statistics.
I wouldn't be doing that.
But I know there's a large number. There's a large number. Narcanon or one of those companies, one of those
there's one unlikely source. Yeah. Well, you don't want to,
My flight's
turn
at 6.
this around. Well, you're going to miss your flight no matter what. You're fucked. I'm going to be fine, dude.
No, I'm not. You're fine. I'm not gonna make my flight back.
Yeah, you're going to be fine. You're in America. You could be in Ethiopia right now, huddling in a fucking hut, trying to protect yourself from some rabid animal. You got a little defensive. Thought we're friends.
No, you didn't.
I said you did. That's
why
why I wanted to have you on here.
Listen.
I thought we were going to have some fun.
We were having fun, and then toward the end of the conversation, you asked me what issue I care about. And I don't really care about the pot issue, which I cared about when I was 21. You said you wouldn't defend issues when you were 7 years ago, right? All of your cells. When I was 21, I was probably a lot harder on pot than I am today. I thought it was worse. I grew up around it. I had negative experiences. That was anecdotal. I don't really care much anymore about it. I think states should be able to do what they want. Then 3, 4, 5 follow-up questions, so we could get point into this debate where the show has now gone on 2-3 hours long. And
well, what you were trying to say was that people that are pro-marijuana ignore the negative consequences of marijuana, and I asked you what those were.
Right.
And you said traffic fatalities.
One of them.
And then we tried to find out if that's true, and we found out it's not.
We didn't find out that it's not true. You made the argument that it's not true, but we didn't definitively find out that it's not true. Well, it's very easy to do that when you ignore opposing statistics.
On the
And make
opposing
false claims
statistics,
about them.
let's have
Joe,
Jamie
no,
find
I don't have
opposing
another
statistics.
I don't have another hour to get to the
You definitely have plenty of time, man. You're not going to get right. You got a lot of time. This is an interesting argument.
Right.
It's an interesting argument because it shows what happens when people not necessarily disagree, but getting into a position where one person wants to have the upper hand. You keep jockeying back and forth, trying to figure out who's going to wind up on the top of the heap.
No, there's no jockeying back and forth.
No.
You're the one jockeying back and forth.
Oh, sweetie. You know that's
Don't
not
go,
true.
sweetie. Come on, that's a
honey.
bully thing.
Honey.
Come on, that's a bully thing.
If that's a bully thing,
That's a
then we
bully
have a real
That's a
problem
bully
in this
thing.
country.
Pussy,
Come
dumb
on.
fuck.
Dumb fuck might be bullying.
Yeah.
Sweetie is not bullying.
What you done?
I did it as a joke because I thought we were friends.
You don't think we talk every now and then.
I like you.
I like you too, but
You don't think we're friends? You brought me a
What up,
Give
pimp?
me a pipe.
I did give you a pipe.
Been on my podcast twice.
I know.
How dare you?
Probably not invited back.
You're a goddamn bully. I'll invite you back. You serious?
Here's the truth.
Are you upset more than me?
Well, listen, when you said offensive, and you have somebody else to bring up sources, let's be real here. No, I don't want you to look up anything. No.
Jamie will be. Let me tell you something. If Jamie found something that shows me I'm wrong, and he does it all the time, he pulls it.
Well, the page here, know if it is a standing on our show. We do it differently, and that's why you on the show.
How do you do it differently?
We do
What
it
is it?
differently. Okay, if
How's it
Titus
relevant?
comes on the show, if Sally Cohn comes on the show, if you come on the show, and you say, I want to talk about on the show. If you say that, and you say, I disagree with you, I say, okay, not a word. You don't bring up any sources. This is going to be.
This is a different thing. You and me, I'd let him talk. I'd be like, you think I would ask
Jared talk all the time, but I don't think it's fair.
Why not? I would talk to him too.
I don't think on an argument is fair.
It's not 2-on-1.
Yeah, it is.
You know it's not. If he disagrees with me and you disagree with me together, we can go back and forth all together. I don't care. I don't care if there's 3 people. Get another friend that hates pot.
I don't pot.
Well, I mean, just
Yeah,
I'm saying, like, find someone who
What
does.
absolutes?
No,
Doesn't.
friend.
No, hold on a second before you
Another
said what
friend who
absolutes.
hates pot.
I said mischaracterizations and absolutes. There. They don't hate pot.
I'm not saying you do. I'm saying get a friend who hates pot.
Get another friend who hates pot.
Get another friend.
What is another
Jamie
mean?
Garrett. Get a friend who also hates
Look up
pot.
another. Has Jamie look
I
up
should
another?
have. Should you word also?
No, because the implication there is another, meaning you hate pot.
No.
If I said, Joe, get another person to
I don't
endorse
think you
Bernie Sanders and then have hang on his face, it would imply that you did.
arguments. I think
I gave you the argument, and you continued for another hour, Joe.
didn't really. You gave it to me with caveat. My caveat is that I'm a bully and that Jamie pulls up statistics. So
On that argument, you are. You are.
You are. How's it a bully when 2 people are talking? How's it bully?
It's not 2 people talking. No. You have a conversation with 2 people talking. You have a fail-safe. You have other people who agree with you. You have an audience who agrees with you. I'm on your
I'm
program.
not talking to my audience, man. Just two people talking.
Let me be clear. Okay, I don't hate pot. Okay, I couldn't care less if you want to smoke pot. States want to legalize pot.
Okay.
I couldn't care less about that. Okay. Pot is not a substance without consequence. And some of those consequences can be damage to the developing brain when they're with a psychiatrist on talk about it. People called her a dumb bitch who, weed cures cancer. There have been statistics and reports on fatalities increasing regarding marijuana. You may not accept them, and maybe you're right in those sources. Maybe your sources are more valid than mine. I'll grant you that. So my issue is when people are dishonest and only present one side of the issue. I just presented several sides, and on my show on a regular basis, listen, if you want to smoke pot, or less, go ahead and smoke pot. And I think that the people who you think, reefer madness and wacky tobacco, I think that belong. But I also think there's some issues that people who simply want to justify it, sometimes a habit, which could be negative to some people, not all, overlook completely one side of the issue. And there's an entire side of the medical community who disagree with you. And I don't know that I agree with them or disagree with them yet. Wait a minute, medical community? There's an entire side to the medical community who would disagree with your position. And I don't know that I think marijuana is a benign substance. I don't think it's benign. Developing brains, we discussed that. Okay, good example. Developing brains. Well, I don't think I think a lot of I would agree. I think a lot of kids listen to the show. I know you're not responsible. It's like the 18 in Canada, you should be 16 years old to drive a car. You're not telling kids to go and stuff. But I think a lot of people who are listening, many young listeners, who are in that developmental stage, certainly under the age of 25, who only hear the positive virtues extolled of marijuana. Sometimes they're not entirely honest. Sometimes they're not entirely accurate, I should say. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. Necessarily accurate, how so? One positive thing is have you ever on your program talked about how harmful marijuana could be to the developing brain under 20? Yeah, we have many times. You've conceded that's valid? No, we've said I don't think you should do anything. I don't feel like any 15-year-old should do anything to their brain because we don't know what the fuck happens to your brain when you give a kid alcohol. I did it. I'm sure you probably did it too. When did you drink first? How old were you? I think I was 14 the first time I got drunk with my friends. It's terrible. It's not good for you. It's not smart. It's definitely not smart. And I know, and you know, we all know someone who did get completely over into marijuana and became one of those wake and bake people that ruined their life. And I think people can do that with almost any substance, anything that's psychoactive at least. I think people do that with cigarettes where they need that fucking cigarette more than they need anything. I think a lot of AA people do that with cigarettes and alcohol. They replace their weird addiction to alcohol to something that's not as bad for them. I think there's a lot of things for the developing mind, particularly for the developing mind, that we have available to us all the time that are really dangerous. I had Henry Rollins on talking about how he was a little kid, he was a 5-year-old. They put him on Ritalin. At the time he was 5. I think that's fucking horrible. I think psych meds for little kids don't necessarily need them, but maybe they're just a little too energetic. I think all that shit's horrible. So whether it's marijuana or alcohol or Quaaludes or whatever you're going to give a 15-year-old kid that's got a developing mind, I think there's massive consequences, and I don't think you can really calculate those consequences. That's my question. I think you can calculate those consequences. So I think you can. You would have to fuck up a lot of kids in order to really prove the statistical viability of what damage is being done to kids and how much would cause the damage. I'm talking about Quaaludes, alcohol, marijuana, heroin, meth. Quaaludes, oxys. Let's go with OxyContin. So I'm just talking about downers. I'm talking about anything where it's a depressant or a stimulant. There's a significant amount of effects across the board. I think it's classified as narcotic. It's not like a downer, like the benzodiazepine or something. Or aren't opiates considered a downer? And they're considered barbiturates. Well, I think is it a depressant? Depressant. Right? Alcohol is a central nervous system depressant. Right. But I know something like Quaalude or I actually know a power lifter where the only drug he could, it was remember the date rape drug. It was a prescribed drug. Guy had a lot of the date rape drugs. Well, whatever the most common date rape drug is, I don't know, actually Rufalin or whatever it's called. But most commonly used or the most effective date rape drug. I know what you're thinking about, but it's not coming to me. I know the drug, but it's a weird one where it like the ability to sleep. Well, this guy was a power lifter. Yeah, power lifter because it actually infers more development, more growth. Well, not growth hormone, but recovery time because they have like deep sleep. What is it called? But you know what I'm talking about?
What is it?
Used as a date ring drug.
No, not that's roofies. That's roofies. There's another thing. I know what you're talking
But
about.
it's used as a date ring drug.
Yes.
And there was a guy, like, that was the only thing you could sleep on. And then it became so, they don't prescribe it anymore. He had like a 1100 squat. It was not world record, but close to it. And lived out in Reno, Nevada. And the only way he could sleep when he wasn't able to get it anymore is lifts.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
No. God, it's got like a real common name. I'll text my buddy because he had an overdose of it. But he was like 18. Oh, God, hold on a second. Can you talk, please? GHB, thank you. That's it. I had a buddy of mine.
I have a show to do tomorrow.
Where are you going?
To go back, I have a show tomorrow.
A TV show or radio? Or your
Show to do. So there's no way we're going to get done.
Us making up is going to be so good for your show and my show, too.
No, the entire commentary is going to be, why do you think so?
Oh, man.
Oh, I guarantee it.
Yeah, but don't worry about it. We're gonna make it through this and get through it in a way that makes sense. But I definitely get weird with these conversations. I assume everybody can get, fake hostile with me. So if I call it, come on, bitch, I talk to you like that. I don't. I do it like I would do it if you were Brian Callen. He would start moving along. Yeah. But you live in Michigan, you get a little sensitive.
When you go, that's adorable. Let's not
that
like
is
that's
adorable.
When you said that, that's not meant to. And we were joking about other topics, but on that, you lasered in serious. You're wrong. Let's stay on this. Pound it in. That's just it's just I don't understand the purpose to it.
Have some fun.
So that's fun.
So you
like doing that. You like having fun and disagreeing with them.
Going someone's
to town.
Get a little silly. You're like, I think you might have got a little silly. I like to have a little fun.
Got a little silly. I did not bring up the pun issue. I said it's the issue I care about the least.
Come on, man, let's get away from that. We're free. We're out of the woods. We're back on the road. We're doing good. You just want to grab the wheel and have fun. Great again. Turn towards the trees. Don't do it. Resist.
I don't know hibiscus.
It's tea.
Yeah. Hibiscus beer recently. Most disgusting thing I've ever had in my life. And I love hibiscus tea. Just does not work for beer.
I bet if you were wearing Birkenstocks and you had white dreadlocks, you'd have thought, this is amazing.
You see that kombucha beer?
I've had kombucha.
No, kombucha beer.
So that's like the kombucha that's like super strong.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know how they do it because the alcohol with the active culture in kombucha should figuratively, right? There should be alcohol. Shouldn't it figuratively eat it as sugar because of the way kombucha ferments?
No, not necessarily, because GT's kombucha that you buy at Whole Foods, you have to actually have an ID to buy it because it's more than 1% alcohol by volume. So you have to show your ID and be over you want in order to buy kombucha.
Right.
Now that you say that, I think I might have tried kombucha beer once.
Called, can I say the name?
Yeah,
it's called Good Vibration. And there's one that's okay and one that literally tastes like
One that's okay.
There's like a ginger one and there's like and one of them the problem is I don't remember which one. So it's rolling the dice every time you have it.
See, some people, I just tell them about kombucha, about the positive benefits of probiotics, and like, you should try it, you should kimchi, and you should eat sauerkraut. Kefir's great.
And on my own culture, have you ever done kefir yourself?
No, but I did make kombucha myself.
Oh, done that. Kefir's easier.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like the slimy, kind of like a seed grain or cauliflower.
Isn't it like a grain originally?
Technically, it's a grain, but it's really just an active mixture of bacteria and yeast. So literally, as opposed to yogurt with stringing or kombucha, which you literally just put it in a jar, put it on a countertop for a day, and strain it. And after I think about 4 or 5 batches, it's double. And then quadruples. It's like an investment account. My wife killed it while I was on the road doing stand-up. I had a few shows and I came back and you have to replace it every day. There was no sugar to feed it. I came back and it looked like a snot rag and it was something that was at the store.
Kombucha is not really a fungus, but it's another like a cousin of a fungus. People think it's a fungus, but it's a life form. And when you get it, like I had it at one point in time, it was like the size of a laptop. And I had this like big salad bowl, and I was growing kombucha in my refrigerator in the salad bowl. And the whole top of the salad bowl was this a rubbery sort of life form.
It's that like disc.
Yeah, okay, but it would get big. It would get really big. And then what I would do is I would drain it into a pitcher, and I would put the pitcher into the refrigerator, and then I would put the sugar, water, and I forget what all the ingredients were, but I know sugar was a part of it. Yeah, the culture had to eat sugar in order to stay alive, and then it would ferment, and the fermentation is part of it, and then you would, you get like some sort of probiotic benefit from it.
It's a lot harder than kefir. Because kefir just pours goes to sugar and that's it. And stuff. What's actually good about it too, if you read the studies on it, like 2 tablespoons of kefir, like active kefir, is tens of billions, microorganisms.
Yeah,
It's
super good for you.
And it's higher in protein because of the mass. So you can still basically at that point you're left without the lactose. So you're really just the fat and the protein.
Yeah.
And all the B vitamins. So it's like I read an article once, do not corroborate this, but it said that whole goat's milk kefir, if you could open up one food, would be the most complete food you could have.
Wow. What about all your vitamins that you would get, like phytonutrients?
Well, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. See, if you only do one, because you get the D vitamins, you get vitamin D, you get vitamin K. And that's whatever it is. If you could only have one, and then those articles said if you could only have 2, it'd be like that and egg yolks.
Have you ever fucked with like some of those pharmaceutical grade probiotics? Like what was Rhonda Patrick was talking about those one podcast? She was talking about some stuff you have to refrigerate it. You buy it as like super.
Oh yeah.
Have you?
Well, my producer Naki Jared had ulcerative colitis, so he has no cold.
Oh Jesus Christ!
So he's going to our bathroom 5 times a day.
Oh, poor guy.
And I had a problem one time where I was so stressed. All these nerve endings here. I felt like ulcerative colitis. I was getting tested for it, and just turned stressed. And they put in these probiotics, and it really work. And then when I did the kefir, it actually helped a lot more.
Would it be ironic if marijuana was really curative?
I bet you it probably would have helped because it would have eased the anxiety. I bet you would have.
But it also might have made you more anxious because it makes people. That's one thing you talk about. Here's the negative. I'll give you one side of the negative that people ignore is the paranoia that marijuana gives you. It 100% gives you paranoia. I have had some friends that were deep potheads that went fucking cold turkey and don't want to go back. It's like a monster that's in their closet. It's waiting to get them when they go to pick out their socks. There's no doubt about it. It has this one effect on some people, particularly if you take too much of it or if your life is getting away from you. If it's like slipping away from you, and then you start waking bacon, and then you just don't ever deal with all your issues, so they compound and fucking whirlwind.
Well, I was told that.
You bullshit.
By my shrink. Have you done gene site testing?
No, what's that?
Really haven't done it? No. So it's mainly used in psychiatry now, but they're saying it's going to have all kinds of future with determining cancer and things like that. And they actually use it to look for depression, bipolar, ADHD, and they can look at your genes. Now, I'm not a doctor who butcher this, but basically for me, they can look at your dope and say, this is how your genetics work. And basically, I forget, but they find it at some point. I already have accepted it. I actually called you, choose to be gay, and my answer is definitively no. What was you? Well, again, because I don't choose it, pretty much knew. I tuned into the OC when I was a kid, and I was looking at Misha Barton and Rachel Bilson and the people screw Adam Brody. I think that's when you realize you're gay. If it were me, then I'd be gay. What does that matter? Just a question. Would you be? If
you were gay? No. I've had Milo on the show.
I've complimented you quite a bit. Thank you. You could look back and think, maybe he's gay. Maybe he had ulterior motives. But with dopamine, with me, like we have a relative in the family who actually, I should say, who has an issue, and so they looked at genes that create serotonin. And okay, most people have a long gene and a short gene, and you have 2 short genes. And with me, that's the case with dopamine. So like a lot of people who would typically be addicts, or people with ADHD, or people who, I didn't realize until I was a lot older. Look, I'm going to totally expose myself vulnerable to all the angry potheads after the argument. I didn't realize until I was older, I didn't actually feel the same feeling of joy, like pleasure. So dopamine, right? You know how that works. It's your reward center. Like you do something good. And I was a B student in high school. I never opened a textbook because if I completed something, I did a project, That was it. Most people like, I did a project. That's like, okay, I did a project. What's the next thing? I never really felt that towards it, right? And they did this gene site testing, and they found me basically the worst genetic pattern. It's not entirely accurate. It's actually increased the antidepressants from like a one in two, like 2 and 3, something like that. Because they can look at your genetics more effectively. And so,
yeah, I'm sorry, but have you taken antidepressants?
I've taken ADHD medication.
That's not antidepressants.
No, it's not antidepressants, but it's easy to.
Hyperactivity disorder is a completely different situation.
Well, so basically a dopamine shortage.
In ADHD is?
Wow. That's why stimulants, on people who actually have ADHD, don't rev them up, actually just zone them in. Some kid takes Adderall, they're studying, they feel like wired. And before the genetic testing, that's how they often test for it. Is, well, how do you react to this drug? And if you feel wired, like, maybe with all this, I had 600 milligrams of caffeine,
right?
Then you probably don't have ADHD.
What kind of shit did they put you on when they put you on ADHD medication?
The basic like Adderall stuff like that.
Oh, so they put you on Adderall?
And I don't take it every day because I never want to be dependent on it.
How often do you take it?
I don't know, a couple times a week. Yeah, probably. Yeah, but it is
down. Like,
it is amazing. I will tell you this: I never realized until I took it, and this is not. I'm not advocating because I think it's way overprescribed.
I think you're right.
I think most kids I don't think you should put kids on it.
I think you're right.
And I think that most kids or most people who take it don't need it. But I also think that there are people with real conditions out there,
like you,
that can benefit from it.
Well, you have a genetic. Well, you can prove it.
Well, because for the longest time, I will hear this until I denied it through and through. I thought, this is bullshit. The ADHD just to get kids whacked out on Ritalin. And I had people I would deal with like counseling or stuff, and I would get stressed. I had stress management issues, and I'm like, no, I don't believe it. And then I was given a book on ADHD, and I've never finished reading it. 3 pages and moved on to something else. And I said, okay, let's do this test, this whole kind of questionnaire deal. And it was pretty extensive, short of doing a CAT scan. So, okay, you test like in the top 99th percentile. And we did the gene site testing. I think it's called Gene Site. And it was pretty remarkable. And I will say that I won't get into exactly what it is that I've done or what medications I've taken, but it was changing as far as I didn't know what normal people felt like.
Wow, that's real. ADHD is a fascinating form of a mild mental disorder that's extremely frequent.
I don't think it's as frequent as a lot of people think, though. I would give you,
like, it's overprescribed.
I really do, because whenever I say it, people go, oh, I have major ADD. I don't know. It's not the same thing.
Right, that's the thing that people like to say to just compensate for them being a douchebag.
Asperger's.
I'm so
Asperger's.
I'm on the spectrum.
Yeah, exactly. I'm on the autistic spectrum. So what it is, I came in kicking and screaming, and I never did anything in school. I just did the bare minimum. So boring. So boring. And then they started doing actual testing, IQ testing and stuff, and we found that, well, listen, medication doesn't make you smarter. Right?
See, I have my own theories about this whole thing that they do when they take kids, make them all sit in the same school, in the same class, and the same subject. Right. I don't think there's anything in life that mirrors that. And I think experiences in life vary radically. And I think that if you did nature the great spectrum of survivors and, winning losers and how genes get expressed and how evolution takes place in nature, there's all sorts of different kinds of animals. Why wouldn't we assume there's all sorts of different kinds of people? Whenever you force all people to sit down and do the same thing, you're going to have aberrations. You're going to have people that don't. Like, obviously, you found something with your show and with public speaking that you excel at. Like, you found the thing, like this ranting thing that you can do. You can just go on 100 a second about all these different things. Like, you found this thing where whatever way your brain works, it worked perfectly for that. It's the same thing with a stand-up comedian, the same thing with a musician, an author. There's a lot of people that daydream all the time, like, oh, you're a fucking loser. No, the guy's writing books in his fucking head. Just give him a goddamn laptop and he's gonna make $1 million. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like,
and the truth is, people, you probably talked about this with Christina Summers. Actually, there are people who out of those kind of interactions that you talk about in the classroom on a daily basis. They're called women. Sit down and talk. Think about women, they get together with a book group, whatever it is. They literally sit down and listen. And they'll listen to someone. And that's it. This is because they're very auditory. That's the way they learn. The public education system is designed for girls from the ground up. And you put boys into a world where they don't well. They do not thrive in that atmosphere, but girls do. And that's why girls have much grade in high school, going into college. And then when boys can study at their own pace, get better on the SATs. There's actually a great book called Wild at Heart, I think, which talks about that. And this is a long time ago talking about it. Then rather, we boys learn better with their hands. Think about it, right? It's considered a masculine gym, or not just masculine things, but physical science, where you're working in a laboratory. Those are subjects where boys actually tend to do better than girls off high school, or they rate it as something they like. Instead of changing the way we do education, we try and change little boys, and that's a real problem. And I think that's a big reason, not because someone was bullied, because someone used the word fag. I think you probably have a lot of incidents of depression in young boys, in particular, if you're putting them in an atmosphere where they can't possibly succeed.
Yeah, well, I think both are problematic, but I think the square peg round hole issue has been there from the beginning of school in the first place. I mean, I don't mean to be like a proponent of homeschooling, but really, once you have kids, I think you kind of realize that, god damn, every kid out of the box is a totally different thing. Just different.
Yeah, we're going to homeschool. Because my wife, she went to Montessori school, and she went to public high school or private high school. But she's basically a genius. She's very, very smart. She did not do well in an homeschool at all. At all.
Do you think you can find a school that maybe is more flexible, or better? Because
That's the Montessori school.
Socializing is critical for kids, and socializing during the day where the kids they learn about each other. They learn about interactions, and you can talk to them too. They come home, Debbie said something to me. What did she say? And,
Yeah. I think that's important. I'll give you kind of a tale of two homeschooled kids. I won't give you names here because they'll know who they are.
Okay.
I have a family, they have homeschooled kids. Very weird. Just stare at the screen all day. I have another family friends who homeschool their kids. They're the best kids you could possibly have at an adult dinner table because they put the kids in jiu-jitsu. One of them does tennis. They put kids in all kinds of social activities. They travel with the kids, take them to Europe. And then whenever they have adult get-together, where it's appropriate for kids to be, they still have adult night and date night. Kids can be there, and they'll speak when asked to speak. They don't interrupt. They're able to interact with adults. They're probably the most well-adjusted kids I've ever seen. And then I have seen the weird, creepy homeschooled kids where you do your class on your iPad, and then afterwards you get to watch PewDiePie, play video games, whatever it is. So it really does come down to the parents. But I do think that a parent who knows how to homeschool a kid, I think that's going to be, especially if the mom is at home with the kids, has a huge leg up.
Well, there's obviously so many variables as far as the intellect of the parents and what their thought process is behind homeschooling their kid, and what their experience level is, and how much they put into it, and where they're coming from emotionally, psychologically, actually. Yeah, there's a lot of variables. The idea of homeschooling is bad or homeschooling's good. I have friends that have homeschooled 3 of their kids. They have kids. They homeschool 3 of them. The kids are fine. Yeah, they're fine. They put a lot of work into it. They spend a lot of time with their kids. They took their kids all over the world. They took their kids Europe. Yeah. They just decided at some point in time, and it wasn't always school. They had done some public school. They had done some private school. And then they got to a point, they were like, look, what are we doing here? We're trying, the kids got older into their preteens and then their teens. And then they came to this conclusion, what they're coming back from high school with and from middle school with is not what I want them to be exposed with. I want them to be exposed to the classics. I want them to be exposed to life and just looking at human beings in a way that's open-minded and traveling and seeing things. And so instead of necessarily just having them take Spanish, they lived in Spain for a while. They went to Spain and lived there. So they think of some interesting shit.
The Asian you're talking about, Tucker Carlson, she's a middle school teacher.
Yeah.
Think of the enclaves of crazy places where these social justice warriors go, and often they go into teaching because of their way, the big power of these little kids. And here's the thing, we wrote about that on the website. And what I wrote about that was that interview. Yeah, what I wrote about that was, this is a horrible interview because she's okay with violence in Berkeley. But what really disturbs me is every other professor out there who hit the national story. Let's say she didn't get caught on camera hitting a guy with a stick, right? some kid stands up who's a conservative in middle school. I was that way when he was a teacher, and just says, "Well, I think you're wrong." And she kicks that kid out of class and just says that kid's being disruptive, and or if that teacher is the principal, gets the kid expelled from school. The people have these little enclaves of power, these positions of authority, and parents have to trust the teacher. So you see that it's a national story. She's exposed. What about all the teachers who aren't? I had a teacher complain to my parents and talk about how disrespectful I was and what a horrible person I was, because I think in the 9th grade I actually argued. I was like, actually don't think we should give the land back to the Native Americans when she was teaching.
I'm with the teacher. Fuck you.
Yeah, but I made an argument. What was your argument? What did you say? Well, I was a smart ass. This was me as I was a 14-year-old,
right.
And I said, the fact that I remember I won't use her name. I said the fact that you're wearing Levi's because you have a sore throat, you're speaking through an electronic speaker when you just drove here in a Toyota Yaris, and you're in electrically powered school in a union, tells me you're glad that we settled here. And she didn't answer. She didn't argue. She just sent me out of class. And I remember the next morning, I thought it was I didn't really think my dad was furious because he got a call from someone saying I was disrupting class, or she asked a student.
Was your dad mad at the teacher?
No, he's mad at me. Why was he mad at me? Because he didn't get the story. He just hears Stevens being immensely disrespectful.
Right.
Came back in class. He didn't hear she asked for an opinion. This was a moral religious education. It was a class we had to take.
Moral religious education.
Yep.
So there's guilt for the First Nation people of Canada. Is that what it is?
It's just a specific professor. And a matter of fact, I learned what right wing is because I remember at one point, that's so right wing. That's so right. And I didn't know what it was. I was 13. I had said something, and I said, Dad, what does right wing mean? He says, well, and he kind of explained to me the political spectrum. I said, okay, I guess I am right wing.
I was in Alberta. So some friends who live up there, and we were fishing. And fishing right next to these First Nation people, which are their Native Americans, right? And they have a limit of walleye you take. You can only take one walleye per day, right? If you're a regular person. But if you're a First Nations person, you can just pull in as you want. And I was like, how does that work? And they go, oh, it's way crazier than that. They can go out at night with spotlights and shine them on moose and pull them down from trucks.
Right, because then they freeze them?
Yeah.
The spotlight?
Yeah, they don't know what it is. They'll dance still. They try to figure out what's going on. The moose don't see spotlight, right? Never in the real world. So when they see when they freeze, then they shoot them. Ones from trucks. And I was like, what? So they're allowed to poach. Yeah. It's not poach, do whatever they want. I go, well, how many are they allowed to kill? As many as they want. So they can kill all the moose. They can kill all moose. Wow. Yeah. I was like, well, that seems dumb.
You know what makes a great argument in the Native American case is actually, have you read Chael Sonnen's book? No. It's very interesting. And he talks about this, like Michael Medved and Denver have talked about this, but I was surprised as to how cogent Chael's arguments were.
Very smart guy.
Well, he's a very smart guy, and then he always kind of plays it down or plays it up when it's convenient. But if you read his book, he talks about it. He says it's numbers campaign. The reason that we were able to colonize here is entirely because of Native Americans. They were being. He wrote about it. I'm butchering, but he said, like, when we came, for example, like, let's talk about the Mayans. They had literally pyramids or Aztec, whatever, buildings entirely full of gold. He goes, now, how do you think they procured said gold? Do you think that they maybe went to other tribes or other members and said, you are going to bring us this gold, or B, die? And so what happened was thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, said when the conquistadors came, who would never have had enough to take over that area of the world, said, we're going to take our chances with the red guys with the beard and the metal helmets, because they've been treated so poorly for so long. And the same, look at the Algonquins and the Iroquois and Quebec, those were the tribes that we had, and the kind of the pacts that they would have. And listen, they screwed them, don't get me wrong. They really screwed them with the water thing, and they pulled the rug out from under them. I'm not defending it. But the idea they came in and just conquered these people, and there were a lot of people who were mistreated because this horse culture that they did. First off, they hadn't domesticated horses. They didn't even use the wheel. And so a lot of the things that were taught are not true. They were peaceful. No, they weren't peaceful. That's why all of a sudden these new people came in with sticks that go boom, had thousands of Native Americans at their disposal. those who were willing to die with them because they were being treated that way. And I made some arguments maybe to that effect. Got sent home.
Well, it's a complicated issue that spans hundreds of years, but certainly intertribal warfare and the word that Sioux used, they don't use the word Sioux, they use the word Lakota. They call themselves Lakota people. Sioux is the word for enemy. That's what it means. So, like, that's what other Native American cultures would call them. They would call them the enemy because they were killing each other. The Nez Perce, the Apaches, they would go to war with each other, neighboring tribes. It was constant. Just when the Europeans came, they were so overwhelming that we feel bad for what they did. But you know, killed more Native Americans than anything are diseases. Yeah. Dirty bugs.
Yeah.
We came over here and coughed on them. They all fucking died.
Well, that's another thing too, right? That we killed them deliberately with smallpox blankets.
That's not true.
We didn't even understand. We didn't have germ theory.
They didn't understand. They didn't understand that scabs. If you the idea of you take scabs for people with fucking diseases and you put them on blankets and you gave the Native Americans walk out rubbing your hands. No, that's good.
Well, with horses.
Yeah.
They hadn't domesticated horses and a lot of animals. So think about that. You've never come in contact with these animals. They're in the wild, and all of a sudden, these people coming off effectively with a boat that's a giant farm, and they're bringing these animals that you've never had contact with before. All kinds of diseases.
Oh, sure. Well, that's the thing that a lot of people who don't understand where diseases come from, a giant percentage of them come from our livestock.
Right.
That's why you have swine flu and avian viruses and all those different things. Yeah.
SARS in the Toronto airport, home Canada.
SARS?
Yeah, we brought back SARS.
You were the only ones who had SARS? What was SARS called? What did it stand for?
I don't remember. It was SARS. And all the Asians were wearing those masks at the Toronto airport.
I remember SARS. Yeah, about Ebola was just a year ago. Everybody's fucking, we're gonna die. Ebola. That fucking chick from New Jersey, that bitch, she left the hospital. Right? That's a big deal.
I got so much flack from conservatives too, because I was like, listen, I don't like Barack Obama as president. You can't blame Ebola on the guy. Oh, fuck you.
Some African diseases from
Yeah,
Kenya.
I know. You know, and that's one of those things where I'm not seen as an ideologue, but he gets so much flack for criticizing Donald Trump, for example, on some trade policies. I just think this is bad.
The big thing you've been criticized about Trump for.
That I've been criticizing just for criticizing him at all.
Anything. Total lie.
Yeah, people get real. Well, because
Us versus them, bro.
Well, because they're used to, like, you've had people on the show, you've mentioned in this program, people who are their only his own title, right, is being a provocateur to offend them, and there's purpose to that. But if just offending people is the end goal, and I really don't think that's what we do if people actually watch the show. I mean, people actually watch the show every day, an hour of content. Most of it is really pretty reasonable. They see the highlight reel. I mean, Brandon, even Wendy Davis, right? Well, that's from thousands and thousands of hours of the program. So we criticize him all the time, but less and less, because every time he does something stupid, the left does something so bad. So where it's like calling him literally Hitler.
Like that woman who was the school teacher who was talking about. Well,
or Jim Jeffries.
Really bothered me about that woman who was a school teacher was she was talking about just this labeling. They're all fascists, and you have to stop fascists. And when he asked her, what is a fascist? She gave like this shitbag definition of what a fascist is, and only suited her needs. Yeah. Let's pull up the actual literal definition of fascist, John Jamie. What is the literal definition of fascist? As I interpret it, it is.
I did a video on this, and here's what's so funny. If I'm not mistaken, brings up fascism and mentions right wing. But if you bring up communism or socialism, maybe it's authoritarianism, something that's clearly left wing, they don't actually mention left wing.
Okay, an advocate follower of the political philosophy or system of fascism, he went to Spain to fight against the fascists, to extreme right-winger, rightist, or a military coup throughout the old fascist regime, synonymous, authoritarian, totalitarian, dictatorial. See, this is where it gets weird. Because
undemocratic, illiberal. Now type in communism.
Hold on a second. Authoritarian and totalitarian. Like this, when you talk about extreme left-wing ideologues, you are talking about authoritarians, and you're talking about totalitarians, and you're also talking about people that would advocate violence against anyone who does not their mold of how a person should think or behave. And what they call them a fascist, or they call them a Nazi, and that lets them alleviate themselves of any guilt of being a violent person against these people. That's what happened at Berkeley. And that's why this woman felt no irony about being on television saying that Milo is a homophobe when he's a gay guy.
Well, and she was also talking about justifying beating up people who weren't Milo. Jamie asked, could you hit authoritarian real quick? Yeah.
Okay. Favoring or enforcing strict obedience or authority, especially that of the government, at the expense of
It was
personal freedom.
fascism. Now, I think communism, and I want you to see the Google. So they just said right-wing extremism, right-wing fascism, which is not a right-wing ideology at all. Communism, do we all agree, is apparently left-wing ideology?
Yeah, well, a political theory derived from Marx. Well, there's a lot of, like, I had Jordan Peterson on the podcast. He really talked about, it's like progressives who are sensitive and kind people gravitate toward Marxism in a lot of ways because the initial draw seems appealing, indicating class war and leading to a society in which all property is publicly owned and each person works and is paid for according to abilities and needs.
So here's the point, and I wrote about this. I think we did a video on this. Fascism, which is not inherently right-wing at all. No, it's not. They write right-wing, extreme right-wing, illiberal. Communism, which inherently has to be left-wing. It is the definition of the political spectrum of left-wing would be communism and then capitalism. And then in between can be authoritarianism or fascism, depending on the regime. No mention of left-wing with communism, because they know this is Google. They know there's a negative connotation. It's the first thing that comes up. But fascism, authoritarianism, they immediately try to attribute to the right. That's what people are fighting back against when they talk about media and fake news and the context bias. You see it there with Google. That's not fair.
Right. Do you think there's a problem also defining things in terms of a word like Marxism or like communism? Like, let's talk about, like, what are you trying to do? Like, what are you actually to appeal to when you're saying that you can't have someone speak at your university if they say things that you don't agree with? Like, do you remember the story at the University of Toronto? A really famous story. Guy who was an author. They really misrepresented what his book was about. They were saying he's pro-rape culture, and his feminists shut it down. They pulled fire alarms. The famous red-haired lady and screaming at people on YouTube videos.
I remember her name, Melissa. I don't know. It's like
No. That's the one from the University of Missouri. I'm talking about the one from Toronto who was like she's kind of fun in a way. She's like, shut up, fuckface, I'm talking. She's screaming at those
the red that.
Yeah,
the red hair with the glasses.
I mean, that was a crazy moment in time where this guy had scheduled an appearance to speak about his book, and someone had misrepresented his book, decided what his book was actually all about, and decided that they were going to have a campaign to make sure this guy couldn't talk. So people would show up. They would try to just go to listen to this guy talk, and women were screaming in their face, "Fucking rapist, you piece of shit!" The guy's like, "I want to hear the guy talk. Hear the guy talk." No, they wouldn't let people. I mean, that is fascism.
Yeah, exactly. It happened with Ann Coulter in Toronto, I remember. And I disagree with her a lot, but I remember she was asking, like, what happened? I said, well, you understand, freedom of speech doesn't really exist in Canada. As a matter of fact, it doesn't exist outside of the United States.
It really doesn't exist in Canada. They have some.
It doesn't exist in Europe. And when I told her that, she couldn't. And then actually went on the news and said, well, what Ann Coulter needs to understand is that America has this idea of free speech and rugged individualism, and all speech is protected. But that's not the case in Canada. And this was the representative they trotted out, where she basically said freedom of speech does not exist in Canada. And so you can read the YouTube comments where every time I say freedom of speech doesn't exist in Canada, thousands of people, that's bullshit, because they think they get to type in an internet message board. But you can be jailed in Canada for saying this. You can lose your business.
This is Human Rights Council. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
Did you ask him the comedian?
No, we talked about, well, he's got a different, that's from Montreal. We talked about the comedian from Vancouver that had the altercation, the lesbians in the crowd, they were heckling him and the comedians before, and he called them some fucking dykes or whatever, he said something crazy, and they sued him and won. They won. Yeah, he had paid, I don't know if it's paid, but it was tens of thousands of dollars. I think it was like something like $15,000 this guy had to pay to these people who were hecklers.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and that's why, again, when it comes to left versus right, this is it does matter because I lived through it in Quebec. So in Quebec, we only have the left. We have liberals and the liberal separatists. That's it.
There's liberals and there's liberals who speak French and secede from the rest of Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Quebec's a weird place, right?
It's weird. It's not like the rest of Canada. It's multicultural. The French were conquered people. It should have been shut up. You're speaking English. Instead, they said let's have a little enclave, and now it's just a nightmare for the rest of the
That's what white golfers are worried about with California.
Is that what
Mexicans are just going to dominate and turn this whole thing Mexicans speaking joint?
I don't know what we're talking about. Oh, yeah, the left was because I think you do have at a certain point. I think a lot of people are readily acknowledging that those stories that you're talking about, the red-haired girl, Melissa Click, this Asian lady, you really can't find that on the right.
Right.
It just doesn't exist today on the right, and
It doesn't exist like that.
What doesn't exist, period, on the right. You know, people try to point to like parental advisory lyrics and stuff, and he probably has to pee as badly as I do. Oh my god. And FLP, that's Tipper Gore.
Yeah, no, the parental advisory thing from the 80s. She was trying to ban rap music. Yeah, don't forget about that. Al Gore's what?
Yeah,
was trying to ban rap music.
and Christians never wanted to ban South Park. That's what they talked about. They said, no, we just don't want it on at night. We want it on late at night. We don't want our kids watching it. And Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Was it Matt Stone? Yeah, Matt Stone and Trey Parker. I saw Matt get UT, and a guy stood up and he was like, this question, how do you fight back against Christians? And he actually said, you know what? He said, you ever had an issue? Really, he said, they don't want it on in prime time. We don't want it on prime time. We've seen them as an ally. He said, contrast that to the Central reaction where they decided to cut an episode because we put Muhammad in it. And that tells you who's really in power.
Right.
Something to that effect. But the kid, UT, in Austin, my brother went to UT, so he would get access to all these speeches or presentations. He was dumb about it. He thought, well, Matt Stone's not one of them. Matt Stone's not a conservative. He's not a Republican. He's not a Trump supporter. But recognizes the intolerance today of the progressive left.
Well, there's definitely an issue when you have that woman, the Melissa Glick lady, who was yelling at that kid who was just a photographer. He was a journalist. Yeah, I think he was hired to be there in a public space.
He was Asian.
Yeah, he was taking pictures. And she said, can we get some muscle here? Because we safe space. You can't take photos of our protests and our safe space about racism. So we're going to get this Asian guy because he doesn't understand Black America. Like, what the fuck?
How long do you think she was waiting to say, I just don't want to use the term muscle?
Oh, man. She was just,
Well,
she was intolerant in that she was very adamant about getting her way, and she did consider whether or not they were in a public place, and this kid had the right to take those photographs. And again, like you said, this is an Asian kid. I mean, this is not like some fucking white jock crew cut like from Back to the Future, where you just say, oh, it's fucking Biff, fuck him. It wasn't that.
Right.
It was really hard to label him as an oppressor.
Right.
She still found a way.
And it was such an Asian response, too, where he was just like, I just want to do my job. I don't want to be the center of this story.
So he got his camera up above his head and taking pictures.
I don't start a march.
I just is like, you have to get out of here. It's like, no, I don't. No, this stop. I'm paid to be here. You have a public thing going on here. It's a protest.
I have to urinate so bad.
Go do it, dude. Go do it.
You're going to keep doing the show?
We'll wrap up.
Okay, let's wrap up.
All right, let's wrap up. All right, so S. Crowder on Twitter. I'm glad we got through this, too.
No, seriously,
I really appreciate you're generous, dude. I really very like you.
No, I like you a lot, too.
I fucked with you a little bit. I treat you like a stand-up comedian. I figured you'd fuck with me back and get a little. But we're fine.
I'm glad we got through it.
We got through it.
Yeah. Listen, seriously, those listening, honestly, I don't want you to get in trouble by saying behind the scenes, Joe has done some things. He said some things that have been very nice. So he's a nice. Anyway, I don't know if that hurts your street credit.
No, I don't have any street cred. I have zero street cred. Well, I have cats. No street cred, dude. I take yoga. He's a good dude too, folks. We're all fine. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna find a way. All these ideas to come together. This is part of it. So thank you very much. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, Steven Crowder. Thank you, everybody. See ya, fuckers. Go ahead, Jack.
Three, two.
This is
It's live, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a very unusual
We shall take your calls next hour with Ray Hiley as we talk about the afterlife. So make sure you
podcast we're going to have here, and a very unusual discussion. I have to my left Michael Shermer, very famous skeptic, been on the podcast before. Of course, Randall Carlson, amazing gentleman who knows far too much about terrifying things like asteroid. And Graham Hancock, author, also fantastic human being, many times been on this podcast as well. And this all came out of a podcast that Randall and Graham and I did recently, and Michael Shermer commented on it, and it was all essentially on the hypothesis that the great extinction that happened with the North American land animals that happened somewhere around the end of the Ice Age. And the end of the Ice Age, the abrupt end of the Ice Age, being caused, please correct me if I fuck any of this up, being caused by a comet impact. Michael Shermer had some questions about that, and we said this would be an amazing podcast, ready to get in a room and go over this. Since then, there's been some interesting stuff that's happened. Well, I thought this was really fascinating that Forbes had mainstream article in Forbes did a comet wipeout Ice Age marijuana, and this is actually from just a couple of weeks ago. And there's also this interpretation that's fairly recent as well about one of the stone tablets, one of the stone carvings rather, on Göbekli Tepe. And Graham, you would probably be the best to describe that.
Yeah, that was published in Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry, peer-reviewed journal, by a couple of scientists from the University of Edinburgh, and they are proposing an interpretation of the Göbekli Tepe imagery. There's quite a lot of imagery on those T-shaped, particularly on pillar 43 and enclosure D. And their deduction, what they take from their interpretation, of course many will disagree with them, their interpretation is that those images are speaking of the comet impact. They're speaking of a comet that hit the Earth roughly 12,900 years before our time.
And Rand, this has been something that you've been obsessed with for many, many years now. Documented and detailed it in many conversations we've had on the podcast.
Yes, now I can't say that I'm that familiar with that article.
But this idea that the comet impact is what has caused the end of the Ice Age.
Well, it's so complex, but now what we do is we throw some type of an impact into the news, and it seems to fill gaps.
Pull this right up to you.
It seems to fill gaps that were, at this point, still unexplained. There's varying theories between some extent of climate change and some extent of human creation that caused the extinction. And I've always felt like you can't blame it on one or the other. I think one's probably had a role, but only in the very final stages of the extinction attempt. And one of the scenarios would certainly suggest that there were extreme climate changes between what's called the Ballingallorod, which was the rather gradual warming at the very end of the Pleistocene, which was then followed by the Younger Dryas, which was the return to full glacial cold, and in the end of the Younger Dryas, which is dated at about 11,600, is considered now to be the boundary of the Holocene. Post Younger Dryas, pre-boreal, it's called, would be the beginning of the Holocene. And it seems that most of the extinctions did occur between roughly 13,000 and 11,600 years ago, although the dating has a wide spread on it, so you can't pin it down to a specific event. But I've always felt like there had to be something we needed to look at that triggered the extreme climate changes that we do see at the end of the Ice Age. To my opinion, you can't attribute that solely to Milankovitch theories, which is basically the changing solar terrestrial geometries, because they're too slow. And what at the end of the Ice Age were very rapid climate changes. And so one of the things that I think has been missing has been the trigger. Wallace Brecker pointed out years ago that possibly a major flood from the draining of Lake Agassiz caused an interruption of the thermohaline circulation, which is the basically circulation of the North Atlantic Ocean, and that this has been what triggered the Younger Dryas and then also contributed to the extinction events. But now I think that the dating of the draining of the Agassiz is too late for that, and was probably a latter event within the overall melting phenomena that occurred between roughly 14,600 and about 11,000 years ago. Somewhere in there we have to fit that mass extinction event. And I definitely have thought that climate change was the dominant factor in that. But then what triggered the climate change? We seem to me to be something that was not ever really explained. The comet impact theory is very controversial, but the evidence has been steadily mounting now for a decade,
including physical evidence, right? Like the core samples that showed glass scattered out throughout Asia and Europe at roughly the same time period when they do the core samples.
Yes, it's most dating through 12,800 to 13,000 years ago.
These are like proxies.
Yeah, that's proxies.
Nanodiamonds, melt glass, spherules. These kind of things are associated with impact, not necessarily always caused by impact. So this has been part of the reason for the controversy, but it's the abundance of all of these at a particular level which lead a large group of scientists to feel that we have had a comet impact.
It's the full assemblage of things that is difficult to explain by processes without invoking some type of a cosmic event.
And it also corresponds with what you believe is a period where Earth travels through a series of comets.
Well, this gets us to the ideas of what would be called the British neocatastrophists, Victor Clue and William Napier and a number of others that have. They said from time to time Earth encounters the debris from a large disintegrating comet. And there's an interesting, William Napier addresses this in an interesting article I can pull up here pretty soon, that possibly around 13,000 years ago, Earth may have encountered some of the debris from a disintegrating comet, which ultimately goes back to Fred Whittle, who's one of the godfathers of cometary science.
Can I just come in on that for a second? I mean, typically, Bill Napier and Victor Klug are identifying the remnants of this comet with the Taurian meteor stream, which is familiar, I think, to everybody. We pass through it twice a year. We see meteorites in October, early November. That debris stream is still there. It still contains, according to their argument, bits of the comet. There are large objects like Enki or Niki or Giotto and so on, 4 or 5 kilometers in diameter. And the suggestion is that the meteor stream has got lots of small bits of dust, but it's got some larger stuff too, and some of that stuff came out of the meteor stream 12,800 years ago and impacted primarily the North American coast.
Now, Michael, when you listened to that podcast, you had some questions. You are a professional skeptic. Of course, you're skeptical. What are your thoughts about all this?
So yeah, let me pull back and give a bigger picture. After the podcast, I went and got the book, Petitions of the Gods, and actually I listened on audio, so it's like 16, 18 hours of Graham reading with his wonderful British accent. Because for Americans, that elevates the quality of the argument by an order of magnitude.
Yeah, that's how they sell things in infomercials over there.
And Graham, you're a good writer. It's a very compelling story.
Thank you. You're a great skeptic.
And so I think a number of points about in general the idea of alternative archaeology, which is really what we're talking about here. I prefer that to pseudo-archaeology because that's a little bit of it's supposed to be a little bit of an insult. So alternative archaeology. So it's good to remember that. So you have these guys on the podcast 3 or 4 hours, and the audience listening thinks, yeah, why don't these guys get a hearing? I mean, it's like there's the mainstream and then there's these guys.
Right.
But there isn't just these guys. There's hundreds of alternative archaeological theories. So which one gets the play? Which one gets attention? Which one doesn't? And for a mainstream archaeologist who's busy in the field, trying to get grants and so on, they mostly just don't have the time to sort all these alternative theories. This is just one, and as we'll see in the next few hours, there's hundreds and hundreds of things to be addressed. So kind of what we so just to rattle off a few, the lost tribes of Israel who colonized the Americas, Mormon archaeology, exploitation of Native Americans, the Kensington runestones of Minnesota that the Kings had to come here, the Black Egyptian hypothesis. When I was in graduate school, a book called Black Athena was published that the Egyptians were actually black. That the sort of Western white male dominance of history had written them out of the past. So this whole alternative history, alternative archaeology, built down man, Thor Island, this hypothesis that the Polynesian islands were colonized by South Americans who went west to went east west. That's since been debunked, but that's yet another one of these things. South American archaeology, Olmec statues seem to have like African features on them, so maybe Africans went directly across to South America. So there's Eric Van Doniken, Zechariah Sidney. Most of these Graham rejects in his book. To credit, so you're a good skeptic too. but for an outsider, to an anthropologist from Mars who steps into this thing cold, it's like, well, they're all alternative, which is the right word. And how do we know? And so what the way it works in is the default position is the skeptical position. We assume your hypothesis is not true, not just you, anybody's hypothesis. The Napier hypothesis, that was widely published. It was widely covered in mainstream scientific journals and popular science magazines like the Scientific American. And it has not fared that well over the last decade or so. It's still around. Still debated, so you put it in the mainstream through peer-reviewed journal, and then you go to conferences and you have it out, and that's kind of we end up with, well, this is what we think is probably true for now, and then all these other people out here, if they don't jump into the pool where everybody is, then there's no way for an outsider to know whether these alternative things have any validity or not, other than they make a compelling case in a popular book, yes, but what do mainstream scientists think? So the problem is that so a couple of specific things like what I call patternicity, the tendency to find meaningful patterns in random noise, the Virgin Mary on a grilled cheese sandwich or whatever. There are a lot of examples, but taking pictographs, and then comparing them to constellations. Like here we have some constellations on your road there. It's easy in the mind's eye to find a pattern. The question is, did those people really think 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago? So this is a field called archaeoastronomy. Ed Krupp, the director of the Observatory here in LA, this is what he does. And sometimes he thinks the patterns mean something, sometimes they're totally random. Or you take something like the pyramids. This where I know there's 100 theories about the pyramids, and there's the mainstream one, and then there's all these other ones. And this is why people like the director, just can't deal with them all. So just one example used in my book, White People Believe Weird Things, that one they calculated that if you divide the height of the pyramid into twice the side of the base, you get the number close to pi. And then he just sort of works all these different numbers, so therefore it's cosmically.
Well, Richard Hoagland was like the best example, right? He would find these patterns in Mars and claim that if you go from this rung to half the distance, and why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. He would create these patterns.
Right, and that's okay. I mean, all scientists look for patterns. So, like climate change, either the Earth is getting warmer, it's not, either human caused or it's not. There's a pattern in the data. You can see the pattern. Question is the pattern real? So this is why we use the term climate consensus. It's not a democracy. It's not like we voted on it and decided this is the truth. It's that independently, all these different scientists working in different fields, publishing in different journals, come to the same conclusion. So we call this conciliant science or convergence of evidence science. That it's not like these guys are meeting on the weekends going, boy, we got to combat those crazy right-wingers with our data. They're independently conclusive. So that lifts our confidence that, there's probably something to the theory, such that there's now so much data converted that you'd have to deconstruct every one of those independent lines. So then you have things like what I call the problem of residual anomalies. In any field, there are residual anomalies we can't even explain. So like UFOs, for example. UFologists, me, a skeptic, agree that 90 to 95% of all the UFO sightings are explained by natural phenomena: Venus, swamp gas, airplane. keys, whatever. They know that. And so we're really only talking about the 5%. Like, how do you explain that one right there in 1967 on June 3rd? And I don't know. No one knows that. And from there, they build, well, that's my case. Right. If you can't explain that, then I have a case. No.
Well, that's very different than what we're talking
Oh,
about.
yeah, how is that relevant to us here?
It's totally relevant. I think almost all of your argument is based on this residue of anomalies, what we call the God of the gaps argument. If you scientists can't explain this particular rock right here, particular petroglyph, then I'm going to count that toward my compilation data to support my hypothesis of a lost civilization.
But no one is saying that the scientists can't explain it. What essentially, particularly Rando with his series of images is shown, is that you have here is something that can be explained. A rapid melting of the ice caps, and step in on it.
Well, just,
okay, go ahead if you want.
Well, they do say, I mean, it depends what you mean by rapid. Yeah, I mean, a glacial dam, as our geologists will tell us in a moment, that breaks, that's fairly rapid. Back in 96, there was a very popular book called The Noah's Flood. It was a series by two geologists that said it was the rapid filling up of the Black Sea that swamped over the civilizations on the edges of this, and that's where the Noah flood story comes from. Okay, so it was widely debated and so on, except it hasn't very well. But that's fairly rapid. I mean, we're talking over the course of weeks to 2 years. To a geologist, thousands of years is rapid. So, an impact by a comet happens in a couple hours or a couple of days or weeks versus a couple of months or years. What do we mean by rapid?
Okay, well, what are you saying now?
Okay.
So what are you saying about their theories in particular?
Okay, so the problem, I think, Graham, the deepest problem is much of your theory depends on negative evidence. That is, I don't accept the mainstream explanation for the pyramids, the Sphinx, the Machu Picchu, whatever.
But let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about this specific subject because it's going to take a long time just to cover
Okay, all right. So I'll just
asteroidal impacts.
All right. So my final point is the falsifiability one. That is, what would it take to refute your hypothesis? Like, for me, the answer would be like if Göbekli Tepe turned out to be what you think it might have been, the place where advanced ancient civilization once inhabited or they used it. Where are the metal tools? Where are the writing, the examples of writing?
Perhaps a decision was made not to use metal. Perhaps a decision was made that errors had taken place. That in reinventing civilization, we shouldn't perhaps go down quite the same route as before. Perhaps writing isn't more than advanced. Perhaps an oral tradition which records memory, which enhances and uses the power of memory, may be a very effective way of dealing with information. We regard writing as an advance, and I can see lots of reasons why it is an advance, but if we put ourselves into the heads of ancient peoples, maybe it wasn't. I mean, there's a tradition from ancient Egypt that the god Thoth, god of wisdom, was the inventor of writing, but we have a text in which he is questioned by a pharaoh who is well, actually, have you really done a good thing by introducing writing? Because then it's may roam around the world without wise advice to put them into context, and what will happen to memory when people. So there might be a place not to go that way.
All right, but then what do you mean by advanced? When you say just to be the lost advanced civilization before 10,000 years ago.
Let's just pause here for a second, because what we know for a fact is that the carbon dating in all the area around Göbekli Tepe is somewhere around 12,000 years. Is that correct?
11,600 years ago. Okay. The earliest they found so far, but a great deal of Göbekli Tepe is still underground.
So at least what we know is someone built some pretty impressive structures 11,600 years ago.
7,000 before or stone.
So when that story broke, this is long before you came along with the book, it was controversial in the sense that we thought gatherers could not do something like this because to do that you need a large population with a division of labor and so forth. And what the response to archaeologists was, well, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers. Maybe they did more stuff than we gave them credit for. So is that not a reason
reasonable hypothesis versus it was actually advanced. We mean something completely different by advanced, not writing and metal and technology. We mean, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we have a body of archaeology which goes on for decades, saying that megalithic sites, for example, Giganti in Malta or Hungary or Niger, megalithic sites date to no older than 5.5 to 6,000 years old. Giganti would push it close to 6,000 years old. There are no older sites than that, and therefore the megalithic associated with a certain stage of Neolithic development. Then along comes Göbekli Tepe, 7,000 years older than Stonehenge. Incredibly sophisticated site, very large scale. I mean, Klaus, sadly, he's passed away. I spent 3 days working the site with him. He was very generous to me. He showed me a lot. He talked to me a lot. And he said basically 50 times as much as they've already excavated is still under the ground. And there's hundreds and hundreds of giant stone pillars that they've identified with penetrating radar. He's not even sure if they're ever going to excavate them. But by all accounts, we are looking, if we take what's still under the ground into account, we're looking at the largest megalithic site that's ever been created on Earth. And it pops up 11,600 years ago with no obvious background to it. It just nowhere. To me, that's rather well that we know of. But to me, that's immediately a rather puzzling and interesting situation. And I would be remiss as an author and an inquirer into these matters if I didn't take great interest in that. The sudden appearance 7,000 years before Stonehenge of a megalithic type that dwarfs Stonehenge, to me, that's a mystery, and it's really worth inquiring into.
To put it into perspective, that's more than 2,000 years older than what we now can consider to be the building of the Great Pyramid of Giza in comparison to us to then. So between our time now, 2017, and the construction of the Great Pyramid, you're talking about 2,000 years earlier than that. And that is unbelievable when you're talking about 7,000 years before what we thought people were doing.
Okay, but my point was that instead of, before we go down the road of constructing a lost civilization that was super advanced but different from our type of event, why not just attribute to these fully modern hunter-gatherer, that same size brains we have and so on, that they were able to figure out and do this? We just underestimated their abilities.
So why did archaeologists for so long the gatherers couldn't do it, and we needed agricultural populations that could generate surpluses, that could pay for the specialists
that was the theory. But that was so. It's just saying, well, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers.
Well, they might be wrong about hunter-gatherers, or there might be another civilization that they discovered that has been unearthed by time.
Lost civilizations are not such an extraordinary idea. I mean, nobody knew that the Indus Valley civilization existed at all, and railway work was done around Mohenjo-Daro in 1923. Suddenly, the whole civilization pops up out of the woodwork that's just never been taken into account before the 1920s. We still can't read its script. The idea that we come across that another turn of the spade reveals information that causes us to reconsider not just was it hunter-gatherers or agriculturalists, but perhaps something bigger than this is involved. It's not such an extraordinary idea. I get it that mainstream archaeology doesn't want to go there. That's my job.
No, I don't think that's correct. They would be happy to go there if there's evidence for it. By what you just said, they now fully accept the Indus Valley civilizations. How did that happen if they were dramatically close-minded?
I don't say that they were dogmatically close-minded about that. The evidence, the massive amount of evidence that came up with the discovery of Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa, Dolavira, and other such sites, it's very difficult. You have to be completely stupid to say that that's a civilization. Göbekli Tepe is a bit more nuanced. We have stone, we have some interesting astronomical alignments. The world's first perfectly north alignment. No, definitely.
Again, that's a patternistic thing.
Well, I'm stuck with Ash Smith.
Well, that's all right. But any of us who read back to history 10,000 years ago, what we're thinking, that they're thinking, that's always dangerous for anybody.
All that's good. Was Klaus
Schmidt was the original excavator of Göbekli Tepe. He was the head of the German Archaeological Institute, DIG, at Göbekli Tepe. He kind of spent 3 days showing me around the site, and really nobody's disputing the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe. They're particularly interesting to Klaus Schmidt, but they're there.
And what is the alignment? Like, how is it
established? Well, you have a perfectly north-south aligned picture
perfectly north-south, to true north, not magnetic north, then you are dealing with astronomy by definition. And there are other alignments of the sun.
True north as established today, or with the precession of the equinox?
North
You're
is
talking
always
about 12. Okay.
It's the rotation axis of our planet.
Okay, so to this day, it points exactly to the same place where it was pointing.
It always points to true north.
Okay.
But back to, they don't want to go. Sure, they want to go there. They would be happy to go there. Case in point, 2 weeks ago in the journal Nature, the most prestigious scientific journal in the world, there was published an article that humans, baby Neanderthals, lived in San Diego area 130,000 years ago. This is an order of magnitude older than the club.
This was the mastodon bones they found that were smashed.
Yeah. So here's an example of how. Okay, so clearly there's not some conspiracy to keep alternative people or fringe or radical theories out. It was published in peer-reviewed, the most prestigious journal in the world. There it is.
And then what happened?
Well,
Hasn't there been a massive reaction to that, and lots of scathing remarks by other academics?
Yes, and that's normal. That's how science works. You get pushed back. You got to have a thick skin. It's just the way it goes.
You've got to have a skin, that's for sure. But maybe sometimes your skin is so thick that you just can't sense anything around.
Well, of course, we don't want that either.
So what do you think is going on when you look at something like Göbekli Tepe that's covered up purposefully, right?
Yes, deliberately buried. Again, I cite Bausch Smith. He's the authority on this. He's the excavator. He absolutely insists that site was deliberately buried and finally covered with a hill, which is what Göbekli Tepe means in the Turkish language, pot-bellied.
Yeah. And you're talking about something. Give me the perspective of how large they believe it is current.
What's excavated at the moment is on a scale of Stonehenge. What's under the ground, maybe as much as 50 times larger.
But in Göbekli Tepe, no one lived there. There's no tools. There's no.
Well, you're talking about 12,000 years old.
But if it's buried, there should be pottery. There's no pottery, no writing, no articles of clothing. No one lived there.
Well, you're saying nobody lived there, so why should they have pottery? What pottery be in the fill?
But
Why do they go along and break some pots and stick it in the artificial fill?
how about something they're trash when something that would indicate it's different, a different kind of people than what we're used to seeing in the archaeological record.
Well, it's just rubbish that they poured in. It's just buckets of it.
In other words, Graham, for you to gain support for your theory amongst mainstream archaeologists, they want to see positive evidence to overturn the old theory. In other words, the burden of proof is on the person challenging mainstream in every field.
But isn't there some proof the mainstream idea of these hunters and gatherers never had anything in what the theory was that would indicate these people were capable of building something even remotely the size of Göbekli Tepe?
To me, that's the stunning beauty of this find. It overturns our ideas of primitive hunter-gatherers that could not do this. Apparently, they can.
That's one possible assessment.
Right. So I call this the victory of low expectations. It's like we had this kind of low expectations hunter-gatherers. Maybe we should jettison that idea. And in my own other field of the history of religion, it also threw that off. It's apparently with a kind of a spiritual religious. That's the wrong word. They wouldn't have used.
Nobody can know that.
That's right. So, but if it was, this is the National Geographic article emphasized that. Maybe this is the very first religious spiritual temple ever built because they didn't live there, so they went there for a reason.
Isn't it so possible that this is signs that civilization was more advanced 12,000 years ago than we thought?
Okay, more advanced. What do we mean by
I'm
that?
talking about the ability to construct an amazing structure.
Well, okay.
How big was it? Like how tall are these stones?
Some of them are 20 feet tall.
Yeah, but
Some are small, though, with astronomical alignments. Klaus Schmidt called it the center of innovation. He was intrigued by the way that agriculture emerges around Göbekli Tepe at the same time that Göbekli Tepe is created. I mean, he went on record with me, perhaps he's not, but he went on record with me as saying that was the first agriculture. These were the people who invented agriculture. Now, to me, the notion that a group of hunter-gatherers wake up one morning and invent megalithic architecture, the world's largest megalithic site, and at the same moment invent agriculture, stretches credulity a bit. And I think I would prefer to propose, and I have proposed, that what we're looking at is evidence of a kind of transfer of technology, that people came into that area who had other knowledge, and that was applied, and perhaps they mobilized the local population around that. Perhaps that's precisely why we see agriculture developing there. So perhaps that's the skill that's been passed on.
I don't see anything particularly okay, the stone work is spectacular, but that's not any advanced than a few millennium afterwards.
But you're talking about something 20 feet
But
tall, made of stone.
But we know
by
a
people
couple
that were
hundred people can multi-ton stone.
No mystery in moving the stones. They're still moving 20-ton stones in Indonesia today.
Yeah, but
megalithic culture still exists.
You also know that the carving on the outside is extremely complex. It's three-dimensional carving.
Okay, but I mean,
But you know that
okay,
means.
but
Do you know what that means?
Lascaux at 30,000 years ago has magnificent paintings with
Right,
three-dimensional
but
animals.
but that's painting. You know,
Well,
the thing,
but they're-
you know, hold on a second. Do you know what I'm saying when I say three-dimensional carvings?
Yeah, like the Venus.
No, the carvings were on the outside, meaning they didn't carve them in the rock. They carved away the rock around them, which is pretty sophisticated stuff. Hunter-gatherers, and they're doing this on these 20-foot tall stone columns. I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff.
Okay, but there the assumption is that they couldn't have figured this out. We know from modern societies where, say, Australian Aborigines, in one generation, they go from stone tools to flying airplanes. The brains are quite capable of doing these crazy things.
Do they go from stone to tools to flying airplanes without somebody introducing them to airplanes?
Yeah, you're making his argument for him.
No. It's not that much of a carved stone. People have been carving stones for
But the entire archaeological opinion on megalithic sites for decades before this was precisely that it was beyond their ability.
Right, and now the mainstream changes.
Okay, but let's
or at the very least,
A little shift.
Let's pause for a moment. Let's pause for a moment. So, for sure, we all agree human beings made this.
yes,
Yes. Okay.
Even-
So the
even
argument, is not whether or not aliens made it. The argument is whether or not humans made it that were sophisticated. Well, they're clearly sophisticated enough to make this incredible structure that is some sign of some sort of civilization.
I believe so.
It is. It's a gigantic structure.
I agree with Graham that we've undersold who these people were. My friend Jared Diamond goes to Papua New Guinea. He talks at the opening chapter of Guns, Dreams, and Steel how smart these people are that live out there in nature and what it takes to survive.
Oh, sure.
He wouldn't last an hour. From LA, he wouldn't last an hour with his Guinean friends out there in the wild.
Well, that's just because he doesn't know how to survive, and they've been passing down the information
That's right.
for
So
generations.
very smart. Okay, so it's not
Sure.
it's not a problem of intelligence. And it's okay, so here's the other thing we don't know is that there might be a lot more of these sites and where there
are. I visited one of them in Tepe. You've got the T-shaped pillars sticking out the side of a hill in a farmer's backyard. I mean, I think we're actually at the beginning of opening up this inquiry, not at the end of it.
Okay, but then before you okay, why not just say we don't know? This is a spectacular mystery and leave it at that. Write a book.
Well, you guys
I'm going to fill in all the gaps.
You guys on the mainstream side won't speculate and won't explore. I don't claim to be an archaeologist. I'm not a scientist. I'm an author. It's my job to offer an alternative point of view and to offer a coherently argued alternative point of view. And I must say, Göbekli Tepe strikes me as a gigantic fucking mystery, and a mystery that is worthy of exploration from a point of view that may not satisfy you.
Oh, well, you don't satisfy me.
You and your colleagues, and I certainly don't have to satisfy you or them.
But like your opening chapter with Schmidt, I thought I really loved the conversational style you had with Schmidt in the book, where he's talking, where Schmidt goes, "Now look at this," and then he says, "But wait, what that again?" It's like a little bit like Columbo. Like, wait, I have just one more question, and the mystery kind of thickens. That's perfectly okay. That's great. I mean, that's what science is all about: is uncovering mysteries that we have to figure out. So there's always more mysteries, but that doesn't mean that's not positive evidence in favor of a particular theory like the lost civilization. It's just we can't explain this. Full stop.
Yeah, we certainly can't explain it, and you can't explain it by saying that we underestimated hunter-gatherers either.
Well, why not? We know they made it. Whatever you want to call it.
Well, we know humans made it.
That's right. We know humans made it.
But
So whatever you want to.
But why do they believe that people were only hunters and gatherers 12,000 years ago? It's because they didn't have any evidence to the contrary. Right. This is evidence to the contrary.
I agree.
So you agree that there weren't hunter and gatherers?
Okay, but there's several stages in between. Just 12 people living out in the jungle by themselves.
Sure.
Versus us. You know, there's like a whole bunch of different.
I would say that Göbekli Tepe is a gigantic stage.
Well, we don't. Okay, they didn't live there, so we have to figure out where were they living and what was there. So that has to be excavated.
Well, they only been excavated 10% of it,
Meanwhile,
right?
and meanwhile, what you're saying is that we shouldn't speculate at all, because I mean, mainstream archaeology is speculating. Mainstream archaeology is speculating when saying it's definitely was hunter-gatherers who did this. That's also
That seems
speculation.
more of a reach.
Okay, but not. Okay, they make more than hunter-gatherers. They may have been partially settlers. You can have a kind of number of states.
But what you can't apparently have is the possibility of a transfer of technology from people who were really masters of that technology already when they came in.
But where are these people? Where
Well, you're dealing with
Where
an
are their homes?
12,000 years ago, the fingerprints are there. Let's find their homes. I don't know. I don't know that their homes matter. Would their homes even survive after 12,000 years? I'm not sure.
bad.
But what
They're
survives?
tools. There's something.
Screw trash and tools. We've got Göbekli Tepe. It confronts us. It challenges the mainstream model. I think it's reasonable to consider the possibility that there was something more than just hunter-gatherers involved here in creating this extraordinary place. And that's all I've done.
It seems to me that just hunter-gatherers could build this. I'm not opposed to the idea that they're hunting and gathering, but it does certainly imply a lot of leisure time.
Yes.
A lot of leisure time.
Well, we know hunter-gatherers.
Okay, let's look.
Well, if we place this back, particularly within that climate zone, that 11,006 to 12,000, 13,000 years ago, whatever it turns out to be, we're dealing with an extremely demanding, challenging climate, which wouldn't necessarily, to my mind, be conducive to the emergence of a settled culture that would be capable of undertaking a project on this scale. And as somebody who's built a lot of things and moved quite a few heavy feats in my time, I find it sort of perplexing to me that they would be. What I would have to ask is, what is their motive? What is their motive for undertaking a project on this scale? Because it's an enormous project. And to move a 20-ton block of stone is really a challenging task to undertake today. Well, without the infrastructure of large machines and so forth. But to do it by hand, it would be an enormous undertaking. And to me, it's like, when are they having time to hunt and gather when they're engaged in a project of this scale?
But we know hunter-gatherers is way more prevalent in modern society. That's one thing we've learned, is that it's a pretty good way to make a living, actually. They have a better varied diet than we have. The average diet, right? They have a better varied diet and a lot more free time.
Yeah, but that's
And a lot less stress.
We knew that all along about hunter-gatherers when they were saying they couldn't build megalithic sites.
But we're
So they
looking
have
at a
time
time
to do it.
where the environment is undergoing rapid changes to which adaptations would be extremely challenging. And we know those changes are going on all over the planet. We know that sea levels are rapidly rising over a period of a few thousand years, from a sea stand low of about 400 feet up to the present level. We also know that biotas were shifting dramatically all over the planet. The effects of the Younger Dryas were global. Pretty much that is the emerging consensus now, that both hemispheres, north and south, are being affected by the climate changes of the Younger Dryas. So what we're doing is replacing this phenomenon, this project, in this context of these extremely challenging times in which adaptation to the environmental changes could easily be the all-consuming challenge of the times. I'm just finding it difficult to imagine a disconnect, to see this disconnect between a project of this magnitude and the motive for doing it during a time when obviously the environment could be posing serious constraints upon people's ability to function in that.
Well, Brandon, we don't even know the motives of the Easter Islanders.
No, we
Why
don't.
They raised these huge, but we know they did it.
But has that become a central question, though? What something had to motivate?
But back to Tepe, so So let's just be real clear. They're humans. We know that it's at least 12,000 years old, and we know that the real dispute here, the real question is, did these people have structures and did they have agriculture? We know that they were human beings. They were essentially modern human beings. So were they hunter-gatherers, or did they have structures and
Before
agriculture?
Göbekli Tepe, they didn't have structures and they didn't have agriculture. After Göbekli Tepe, they did.
So the fact that they were able to build something so monumental, what kind of a leap is it at all to think that these people could figure out how to plant food and figure out how to make a house?
Well, I mean, again, if you look back 30,000 years, 40,000 years to these cave paintings, these are pretty sophisticated.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Clearly, they had abstract reasoning. They could think from the concrete to the abstract and so on. It's not a big reach to go from that into moving stones around.
I'd say there's a big difference between painting and engraving on cave walls and creating the largest megalithic site that's ever been on Earth. I think there's a huge difference between those two. I mean, nobody would compare the construction effort on Stonehenge or Gigantea with cave paintings. I agree with you. The cave paintings are magnificent. I've had the privilege to do many of them. I think cave stunning work. And as Picasso said, when he came out of London, we have invented nothing.
Right.
I mean, that was that modern human symbolic mind at work there. But this is another matter. This large-scale construction project that's going on, and it's not just a construction process like huts. It's hundreds and hundreds of very, very large megalithic pillars, which have to be mobilized, brought to the place. You know, organizing a workforce in order to do that, even that requires preparation and time and learning and practice. It's not something that you wake up one morning and just.
Do you think that the paintings are more impressive than Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, or at least comparable.
I think that
because to convey three-dimensionality on a two-D plane, that's what Picasso meant. It's like, wow, that's incredible. It's like developing perspective and to use the natural shape of the wall,
but it's not
to create a three-dimensional perspective look. That's the abstract.
Comparing apples and pears. It's not a construction project.
It's not. I don't think it's even remotely. But I don't think it's even remotely.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't take a huge leap of imagination to think these people were pretty smart. They had
we know that they were. We know they're smart just because of the fact that those construction projects were done by whoever. We know that they were smart. Whoever built Göbekli Tepe was intelligent. Whoever made those 3D carvings, clearly they were intelligent. But to think that someone drawing on cave paintings is more impressive than erect a 20-foot stone column with three-dimensional carvings on them of a lot of animals that weren't even native to the region.
That's not necessarily the case.
Because they could have been.
The animals were native to
But my point is that, Joe, these paintings are like, say, 30, 40,000 years old to Göbekli Tepe. So there's tens of thousands of years to develop more that we're very likely to find more archaeological sites.
And yet, until now, we haven't found them. We haven't found all of that intermediate material. Which is, see, if I could actually see that intermediate material between the upper Paleolithic cave part and Göbekli Tepe, if I could see the gradual evolution and development of skills, I wouldn't need to invoke lost civilization, the survivors of a lost civilization who've mastered those skills elsewhere to come in and teach those skills at Göbekli Tepe. But it still looks to me like a transfer of technology, unless you can show me that evolutionary process whereby I can understand how this group of hunter-gatherers became equipped to create this giant site, where they practiced, where they learned the skills to move the stones, to mobilize the workforce, to feed and water the workforce in a rather dry place. All of that is quite a logistical challenge.
Yep. And obviously, somebody met it.
Some humans. Yeah. So the real question is, did they have structures? Did agriculture? Did they have some sort of a community where they lived in an established location?
I would imagine.
So that would push back the time where we thought that there was a civilization. That would push them back into a realm of at least stepping out of the hunter-gatherer state.
Now, Yerka Schmidt, as you show in your book, he did not go as far as you did.
Right.
But he admitted it's a mystery. Okay, why? That would be the scientific approach. I don't know what it is, great mystery. Let's just see. Versus, I'm going to postulate a lost civilization. Nothing wrong with that, Grant. It's a free country, and scientists do this all the time, as you mentioned.
There's a rather humorous thing, which I have to actually, I even asked Jamie to pull up the couple of images of Fingerprints of the Gods. That's the book I've been known for. And when I published Figure of the God, let's see, in 1995, essentially I was saying civilization is much older and much more mysterious than we thought. And I was ridiculed for proposing that. 2013, one of the magazines that ridiculed me, New Side magazine in Britain, publishes as a cover story a picture of Göbekli Tepe in the headline, civilization is much older and much more mysterious.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. And scientific, I've followed paleoanthropology for my whole adult life. And one of the big mysteries is, how did we get a big brain? How did we abstract reasoning from say, what the chimps did? No one knows.
The doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years, right?
No one knows. Every couple of years, there's a new book out. It's climate change. It was
Throwing arm, cooking
That's
food.
right. Meat. Meat is a big one. Harvard prevent meat. Okay. And these books come and go. And some of them have legs, some of them don't. And it's just the way it goes.
And then there's Terrence McKenna.
It's pretty obvious it was psychedelics.
Yeah, that's Terrence McKenna's
None that
stone
made
age.
the big switch the brain
Is
on.
the old Julian?
Julian James, no, my camera mind, not at all. This is David Lewis Williams, who's professor of anthropology at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. His neuropsychological theory of cave art, all kudos to Terrence McKenna and Food of the Gods. What a brilliant thinker, what a brilliant alternative thinker. But David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand, been on this problem since 1973, and his argument is that the remarkable similarities that we see in rock and cave art all around the world are explained that we're dealing with a shamanistic art. Shamanism is altered state of consciousness. This is typical visions of altered states of consciousness. It seems to have accompanied a great leap forward.
And you covered this in your book.
I covered it in Supernatural.
As did Richard Rank's theory. This is a highly regarded science at Harvard. So it is the meat eating guy. That it's
Right.
cooking.
Right.
And so by cooking the protein, that's what gives you the energy to build a huge brain. All right, so now this guy is starting with 10 pluses on side. He's already respected. And even so, his book,
Well, it's probably a series of different events and a bunch of different factors.
That's right, 50 different things.
So let's get away from Göbekli Tepe and ancient civilizations, and let's get back to the geological evidence, which, Randall, you're an expert at. And this is one of the main things that you had a dispute with, and this is one of the reasons why everybody together. Now, what is your thoughts on what Randall and Graham proposed, specifically Randall, who's more on the geological side of things?
Yeah. Well, this is why I brought my iPhone and print
Right.
geologist. So, but by way of background, after your show, I thought, let's just give this a fair hearing. This is what we do. So this will be our cover story and the end of summer issue.
I hope that Mark DeFant is going to be doing some more work on the draft of his article for you that is up on, because that article is full of bullshit statements about me which are demonstrably false. Yeah, he's there, and I'm happy to engage with those particular issues. Well, I'll have to put on my reading glasses.
And whatever article is online, this has not been published yet.
Well, it claims that it's a draft of the article that will appear in the 2017 edition of the Skeptic magazine.
So pull it up, Graham, and
Sure. Why don't we bring Mark on and
let's let Graham go first,
So-
and we'll have Mark on.
So
to
here's
review
the
what's
fact on Magicians of the Gods. By the way, Michael, I mean, you say that you're here to respectfully get at the truth.
Yeah, there it is. Conjuring up a lost civilization from
Now, let me just get to the top of this. I've got it here. Just bear with me a second. So, amongst the words in Mark DeFant's article, he's accusing me of duping the public. He's saying that I'm public enemy number one. He's accusing me of arm waving, like I do wave my arms. Defecating. Oh, my grandfather was a minister of the church. Little interest in peer-reviewed research. Claimed that no academic would debate. That's utter bullshit. I had a debate with Zahi Hawass. He's a leading in Egyptologist back in 2015. It's not my fault that Zahi Hawass walked out on that debate. I can play the video if you like. A minute and a half of Zahi Hawass lambasting me and then walking out and refusing to debate for there. So it's bullshit to say I don't debate or I'm not will debate. And finally, he says that I'm conning hellacious number of people in my books. Now, how can we get any dialogue going when somebody begins like that? Okay, then would you like some further? Bear with me, because I just have to scroll down and I don't have a mouse. So Hancock and Carlson attempted several times that no academic would debate them. Not true. I'm accused of doing an about face. Since fingerprints of the gods, are views not allowed to evolve with new evidence? Is that somehow a crime on my part? Let me just finish. Then a cheap shot, he cites Jesus Gamara and accuses me of not having the scientific knowledge to issue with issues of gravitation. Now, it's true that Jesus Gamara, who is a descendant of the Igers, who has worked 70 years on the megaliths of Sacsayhuaman, whose father before him, Alfredo Gamara, worked 70 years, it's true that he's got a way up theory about gravitation. Thing is, I state in my book that it's a way up theory. What I go on to say, quoted in the attack, is that, however, this isn't the part of his theory I'm interested in. Where I feel he is solidly persuasive is in his observations of the anomalous character of the monuments of the Andes, etc., etc. The fact doesn't cite that. He just presents me as buying what Jesus Gamara. I mean, if that's a standard that you're going to have in Skeptic magazine, you have a serious problem. And then Göbekli Tepe, he contends that Göbekli is too advanced to have been completed by hunter-gatherers and must have been constructed by a more advanced civilization. Well, no, that's not what I say. I say it was constructed by hunter-gatherers, but that they were advised and supported by people who had knowledge of this kind of work beforehand. How is that I think it's very different. I'm not saying it was constructed by, I'm saying that a group of settled amongst hunter-gatherers and transferred some skills for them. He says that, he quotes me, Hancock makes the following stunning quote, our ancestors are being initiated into the secret of metals and how to make swords and knives. I do not make that claim. I'm repeating that this claim is made in the book of Enoch. That is not a claim. Then what else?
So you don't think that's the explanation?
Well, I'm being misrepresented by your author here.
All right, but
if he wants to represent me, if he accuses me of cherry picking, he shouldn't cherry pick my statement.
Let's get it right.
Well, it's out there. It's out there on lockdown.
Well,
You still work on
and then here's a beautiful one.
I didn't know it was online.
Here's a beautiful one. He cites Klaus Schmidt on the character. Schmidt makes a salient point, almost as if he anticipated Hancock's book. Quote, fabulous or mythical creatures such as centaurs or the Sphinx, winged bulls or horses do not yet occur in the iconography, and therefore in the mythology of prehistoric times they must be recognized as creations of the high cultures which arose later. Well, bullshit. You've just been talking about the painted caves. Go to Chauvet Cave. You will see a lion man. Hohenfeld lion man carved out of mammoth ivory. Go to Chauvet, Mason man, straddling lion woman. Her right arm is transforming into the head of a lion. So certainly these mythical creatures did exist in the Upper Paleolithic, and it's rubbish that they didn't. I mean, how can I go on? The teapot. Oh yeah. Okay, so he's taking issue with me because I suggest that the vulture on pillar 43 in enclosure D is representing the teapot asterism of constellation of Sagittarius, and he goes and gives us little things of Uncle Sam and some other thing that he shows. Anybody can impose any image on anything. Well, it's not my fault that a couple of academics who didn't even talk to me and hadn't whatsoever to do to me have published a major study in the, I quote again, the Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry, a peer-reviewed journal, where they make precisely that identification. So at least I'm not alone. At least there are peer-reviewed credentialed scholars who also agree that that figure is representing the teapot asterisks within the constellation of Sagittarius. No reference to that. Shock's opinions were supposed to not go into the minutiae because they've already been dismissed by a study by Liritsis and Vakiadu. Far from it. That study doesn't dismiss Shock at all. None of that study was done on the body of the Sphinx itself. It was done in the Bali and Sphinx temples. And by the way, the dates are extremely troubling. Some of them could push it to first 3,600 BC that the work was done, or in some cases as 1,000 BC. I don't think that study proves anything. and so on and so
just to
forth.
clarify what you do believe, then, so that we don't misrepresent you. So you don't think that lost civilization instructed them on the use of metals?
Don't know. I don't see evidence for that.
But why would you put that in the book?
I didn't put it in the book. I was quoting the Book of Enoch. It's a huge passage on the Book of Enoch. It's not me who's saying that. It's the Book of Enoch that's saying
I
that.
understand, but why?
All I require your defense to do is to state that Hancock is citing the Book of Enoch. He didn't do that. That is what's the word? Disingenuous? Is that the polite word you guys use?
So it's more than disingenuous. It's a character
Well,
assessment.
what the question is what's the context of including that in your book? Again?
Well, the context is that actually I was criticizing Zachariah. That's primarily what I was
So
doing.
you don't think that a lost civilization instructed people who built Göbekli Tepe on the use of metals and tools?
I see no evidence for that. I see Göbekli Tepe. I can't go say they instructed them on use of metals and tools unless I can find evidence
Well,
for
so
it.
what did they do?
Generate agriculture. They created a center of excellence around which
No, not
hunter-gatherer.
they built Göbekli Tepe. The lost civilization that advised that you think happened.
Yeah.
What did they do if they?
They've come through a cataclysm. They're survivors. This is my scenario. You don't have to accept it, I'm sure you don't. They settle take refuge amongst hunter-gatherers. I mean, I don't probably might have some survival skills. I don't have many. I mean, if we would have a good impact in the world today, which would take out all the things of modern civilization, I might go settle with hunter-gatherers because they're the people who know best how to live in that situation. Yeah, settle amongst hunter-gatherers, but I might be able to transfer some of my knowledge to them. I might have something that I could transfer to them, and I might have very strong reasons. I might not choose to transfer all of it.
But so, in other words, perhaps this is what happened. Okay, maybe. But how is that different from Zacharias Sitchin's? Well, the aliens advised it.
Well,
It's a lot different.
I think it's massively different, especially since Zachariah Sitchin has his arrived here in 1970s NASA technology. Weirdly, he wrote his book in the 1970s. I mean, I don't go there. I don't make that suggestion. I'm simply saying, perhaps there's been a forgotten episode in human history. Perhaps its fingerprints are present at a number of sites around the world, but perhaps the extremely defensive, arrogant, and patronizing attitude of mainstream academia is stopping us from considering that possibility, and therefore I campaign to get that possibility considered, and I try to do so with as loud a voice as possible.
Well, you're doing it.
Doesn't it disturb you that you run Skeptic magazine and someone publishes something like that? That goes against the whole idea of critical thinking. I mean, it's misrepresenting his quotes, it's misrepresenting his perspective, his point of view. It's really disingenuous.
This is one reason we're doing this, so we can get his.
But why would anybody write something like that? And why would you guys publish something like that without checking the facts?
We are. This was not supposed to be posted online.
And why is such a
It's online though. How does something get online?
Why is such a bad people do that? A useful contributor to your side of the debate.
One of the reasons we're here is to get your point of view exactly right. So you're saying that there's no evidence that any lost civilization exists. Only the
I'm not saying that. I'm
only
saying
the fingerprints of their influence on later peoples we do know exist.
I'm saying that they're physical objects. I say Göbekli Tepe is one of them. I say the Sphinx is another.
But see, this is that argument from either ignorance or personal incredulity. I don't accept the mainstream, or I can't think of how this pyramid could have been built. Therefore, it was built by somebody else through some other technology.
It's not what I'm saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
They're just post-dating it. They're just.
What I'm saying is that the Sphinx is older. I do go with Robert Schoch's argument on the geology. I'm also very interested in the astronomy of the site. And again, I have slides that I could show up. If we have time, you might want to get into Ed Krupp's criticism of the Orion correlation and why he says it's upside down. I can talk to you about that.
We do. I mean, I know Ed Krupp's argument about that. That was from the 90s, I think.
What's your thoughts on Robert Schoch's conclusions?
I don't. That's not something I know anything much about.
It's a huge factor. Because it's all
Your Mark knows about Schoch, and he rejects it on the basis of that paper.
Yeah.
That paper really doesn't date the Sphinx. It works with dating of large blocks in the valley and the Sphinx temples. There's not a single dating.
All right, then who dated it?
Who dated it? Lisa said that.
And then why do mainstream archaeologists not accept the old date for the Sphinx? And the answer is because they have a whole bunch of other evidence that points to the date that they think.
The answer is to your question is simple. Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass put it on record in 1992. John Anthony West and Robert Schoch first presented the rainfall erosion evidence of the Sphinx. And what Lehner and Hawass said is, the Sphinx can't possibly be 12,000 plus years old because there was no other culture anywhere in the world that was capable of creating large-scale monumental architecture like this. Show me one other structure that's capable of doing that. Well, they could say that in 1992, Michael, but they can't say it in 2017, not since Göbekli Tepe.
Don't mind, Graham, could you please, for people, so this could be a standalone thing, people could understand, what is the argument about the Sphinx, the enclosure of the Sphinx? And Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University, who's a geologist, what was his conclusion?
What Doc is saying is that the Sphinx and the trench out of which the Sphinx is cut bears the unmistakable evidence of vegetation-induced weathering caused by exposure to a substantial period of heavy rainfall. And that is particularly pointed out in the vertical fissures in trench. You see, the Sphinx itself has been subject to so much restoration over so many years that it's difficult for people to even see the core body of the Sphinx. But it's easy, you can see the vertical fissures even down at the back of there. That is what Schoch counts as rainfall, precipitation-induced weathering, heavy rainfall, which is selectively removing the softer layers and leaving the harder layers in place. And the problem is we don't have that rainfall in Giza, in Egypt, 4,500 years ago. You have to go back much earlier to get there. That's the solution.
So that's a suggestion by Robert Schoch, independently.
Yes.
If your conclusions
Totally independent. Schoch disagrees with me on many things, as a matter of fact, and I disagree with him on many things, but I think he's on.
So that alone would set back at least that one. I mean, it's pretty established that the Great Pyramid of Giza was constructed about 2,500 feet, right?
There's absolutely no doubt that a huge project went on at Giza around 2,500.
So your argument is not that the whole thing was that much older, was that parts of it seem to have been from an earlier civilization, or at least that civilization far, far earlier than was.
I would say that the ground plan, what we have at Giza, the basic layout of what was established in what the ancient Egyptians called Zet-Tep the first time. Astronomically and geologically, I and my colleagues suggest that the first time can be dated to the period of about 12,500 to 13,000 years ago. That was when the thing was laid out. Because there's intriguing astronomical alignments of the Great Pyramids to the Orion. I know Ed Krupp has a completely opposite view on this. And of the Great Sphinx to the constellation of Leo, rising due east, housing the sun on the astrological age of Leo. Again, I have slides I can.
And that would align with the geological evidence that Robert Schoch.
It aligns with the geological evidence. The age of Leo pretty much exactly spanned the Equatorial, as a matter of fact.
And so the only argument against that at the time is that there were no other structures like that from 12,000 years ago.
Correct. And Krupp said that the Orion correlation wasn't real because it was upside down. But do you want to get into that now?
Well, first, that's not the only argument. It's that, okay, if the Sphinx is built, or the layout, the whole thing is built in, it's 10, 11,000 years ago. And then the pyramids are built 2,500 BC. What happened in between? Where are all the people, the trash, the places where they lived?
Well, there's a bunch of different styles of construction.
Something like
but not dated in.
I would propose, Michael, something like a monastery, which has a relative small archaeological footprint, is on the site. I mean, the idea of information, knowledge, and traditions lasting for thousands of years, religious system shouldn't be too absurd to us. I mean, Judaism is dealing with ideas that are already best part of 4,000 years old if we go back to the Chaldees and so on. So that's all I'm suggesting, really, that the idea is preserved, maintained, that the survivors of the on the site, but in something like a monastery, which has got a very small archaeological footprint. It is not by, perhaps again, one can only speculate, and I think there's a lot of speculation in the archaeological side too. One can only speculate, perhaps having gone through a cataclysm, perhaps they felt to blame for this, wrongly or rightly. I mean, there are many, many traditions in which humanity's behavior is implicated in the that takes place. And perhaps they didn't want to switch civilization on completely right there. Perhaps they waited, passed down the knowledge through initiates, enough was there to create a mystery, because it's undoubtedly a mystery that the construction of the Great Pyramids, the first huge pyramids in Egypt, preceded only really by the Zo's pyramid at Saqqara, that the construction of the Great Pyramids is vastly superior to the construction of the pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasty that follow it. And that's a little bit counterintuitive, that we have this collapse, because one would have expected it to go better. So it sounds like the work on the pyramids started already with a level of knowledge in it.
Yes, but okay, so here's how I think about that. There's a lot of perhapsing and maybe because yes, well, so you have a bunch of Egyptologists and archaeologists who have been working on this thing for centuries. This is one of the most ancient mysteries and so on. And let's say there's like 20 lines of evidence that point to built roughly around this time period here. And then you come on and say, okay, but there's this one anomaly did rain thing that there was only rain at this time. Now there's a huge gap. You have one anomaly or line of evidence here and like 20 here.
We're talking about different structures, so there's not a lot of evidence that points to this being from a particular time period.
Well, he's saying like 12,000, right?
Saying the rainfall evidence suggests
Right,
that.
but other evidence.
And it's alignment, and it's aligned with the constellation of Leo housing the sun and dawn on the spring equinox. It's an equinoctial marker. Nobody would dispute that. Nobody would dispute that the ancient Egyptians. Well, no. I mean, if you make a monument pointing perfectly to it, I've stood on the back of the Sphinx on the spring equinox, and believe me, again, I could show a picture. It's headlined perfectly with the rising sun. But no, I don't think anybody, even Krupp, is disputing that it's an equinoctial marker. Now, here's the thing: you're an ancient Egyptian. You're building an equinoctial marker in 2,500 BC. Do you know what constellation is housing the sun in 2,500 BC?
I haven't run the little program.
Well, it's the constellation of Taurus. So logically, if you're creating an equinoctial, ancient Egyptians were not shy about making images of bulls, plenty of them. If making an equinoctial marker in 2,500 BC, we should create it in the form of the bull, not in the form of a lion. You know, that's the puzzling issue. And yet we do have a time when a lion constantly houses the sun and the spring equinox, and that is the rise.
Okay, I'd say that's a pretty big leap.
Well, I know you'd say that. Your colleagues will say that too.
And so now, and then we have a gap of about 5,000 or 6,000 years where there's nothing.
Yeah, please do.
To refer back to several articles that were published in the 80s and 90s. This was from Nature, early 80s, late Quaternary history of the Nile. And what it's discussing is the evidence that there was a major shift in the hydraulic regime of the Nile River. It says between 20,000 and 12,000 years before present, when tip line in headwaters was lower, vegetation cover opened today, the Nile was a highly seasonal braided river, which brought mixed coarse and fine sediments down to Egypt and Sudan. This cold, dry interval had ended at 12,500 years before present, when overflow from Lake Victoria and higher rainfall in Ethiopia sent extraordinary floods down the main Nile. And those floods have been documented to have been 120 feet above the modern floodplain of the Nile. Any civilization, or whatever you want to call it, living along the Nile River at that time would have had to abandon whatever they were doing in this regime, this intensified hydraulic regime. And it goes on to say it marked a revolutionary change, continuous flow with a superimposed flood peak. So what happened is that there was a major environmental change that occurred right there around 12,000 to 12,500 years. The dating could be adjusted somewhat since the early 80s, but the point is made is that because of a major hydrological change, major vegetational cover change, major environmental change, this would have caused also imposed changes upon whatever culture was existing and living here at the time. Now what we have is, aftermath of that event, we have basically the immersive desert, which now would require serious adaptation. It's very likely, too, that these events could have also decimated the population at the time, leaving basically no workforce. And over a period of 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 years, you find that there's enough of a recovery that these kind of monumental structures can be renewed.
But it's clear from this, a lot of other studies in the Eastern Mediterranean showing that there are sapropel layers, which is basically material that has been washed in from the continental surface, has not oxidized. It has essentially become rotten and carried in, organic material carried in off of the continents by this enhanced regime of water flow, actually forcing so much water that there was a freshwater lid in the Eastern Mediterranean that caused sensation in the circulation between the upper waters and the lower waters, reduced the amount of oxygen brought down to the lower waters, and so you had these lakes of mud that formed on the bottom of the Mediterranean that show this massive influx of fresh water flowing out of the Nile and off of the Egyptian continent at this same time. So clearly the evidence shows that there were major climatic changes that occurred around this time. It is not so speculative to imagine that whatever, we don't have to invoke any kind of a super advanced civilization, but whatever cultures were there that were perhaps capable of carving blocks of stone, transporting blocks of stone as they were at Göbekli Tepe during this time range, would have been that their activity would have been interrupted to the extent that it might have taken millennia to recover, to get the labor force necessary to take major monumental programs on the Giza Plateau. So I think that if we assume this gradualistic scenario, yeah, that's a fair question to ask. What happened in that interval? But if there is a major climatic downturn and a major disruption of the settled patterns of whatever culture was already there, then, now we might have an explanation why there would be, especially if these events caused a in the population of the area. Of course, this is all speculative, but it is not speculative to say that there is multiple kinds of evidence suggesting these major, even cataclysmic changes can go that part of the world during that era. That could provide an explanation of why there is a gap there. Makes tough sense.
Well, it doesn't, because only if you have to have the Sphinx with 12,000 years ago in lost civilization. If you just take the rainwater erosion on the Sphinx, it is not an explanation for the age that the traditional accepted age is what we think it is, then there's no gap to fill. So really all we're talking about is we have, again, lots of evidence here, an anomaly here. I really want the anomaly thing to stick, so I got to explain the gap that's displayed by environmental changes.
Yeah, but what is the box of evidence other than a lot of assumptions?
So
And a lot of maybes.
So, actually, can you cite me a single contemporary inscription from the date that the Sphinx is supposed to have been made that refers to the Sphinx?
Sorry.
Can you cite a single contemporary inscription contemporary to the date Egyptologists ascribe to the Sphinx? In other words, to the reign of Khufu. Can you cite me a single inscription that talks about the Sphinx being built?
This is not, I studied the same area, I don't know.
Okay, well, you can't, because there is no such inscription.
Okay,
Well, one would have thought there would be.
Well, maybe.
It's a giant project, 270 feet long, it's 70 feet high, it's carved out of solid rock.
Okay, but
No reference to it at all in the Old Kingdom. You actually have to come down to the New Kingdom to get references to the Sphinx in inscriptions.
So, but you've already said that the pyramids were built at the time we think they were built, not thousands of years.
I would say that a great deal of work was done on the pyramids at the time of 2500 BC. I think the grand plan was laid out.
And we have like the step pyramid, which is cruder and not as well designed as the other pyramids. That's a transitional stage at that time.
No, you to be a transitional stage.
Yeah.
You've been to the step pyramid, I'm sure.
No,
And you've been to Giza.
no, I've never been to Giza.
Oh dear. Well, they do make a very different impact. I mean, I've climbed the Great Pyramid 5 times. You're dealing with something orders of magnitude different in terms of what's required. I mean, this thing weighs 6 million
Oh, I
tons.
understand, but
It's 481 feet high. It consists of 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. It's aligned true north within 3/60th of a single degree. I mean, to compare that to Zoser is really not a valid comparison at all. What's more interesting to me is the radical decline that takes place in pyramid building skills in the 5th and 6th dynasty. Go to Unats, go to Pepi, go to Teti and Saqqara. These are a shambles. You hardly even recognize them as a pyramid. What happened to all that knowledge that's invested in the Great Pyramid? Why does Egypt devolve so rapidly? How do we explain this pristine, amazing work that's done on the Great Pyramid, unless there's a legacy of knowledge being attached?
Okay, so every archaeologist, Egyptian archaeologist and Egyptologist knows everything you've done. They don't accept any of your arguments. Why not?
That's why I'm needed, because somebody's got to counter this.
Is it just that they're closed-minded and they follow Zahi Abbas and they never think for themselves?
You want to see a closed-minded? I'll play you a 1.5-minute video of Zahi Abbas refusing to debate with me.
But all of them, every one of the Egyptologists and archaeologists over the last 2 centuries and so on, they're all dogmatically closed-minded and they can't see the arguments that there's you. Or is it they're not convinced by your argument?
They're not convinced by my argument. They genuinely and absolutely believe that their argument is right. The notion that I'm proposing is apparently so preposterous to them that it isn't even worth consideration, but it is worthy of insults and attacks on me, on my integrity, on my decency as a human being, on my honesty. All of those things get attacked, because mainstream, that's fine. I'm ready for that. And by the way, I know that just academics constantly attack each other all the time. I used to take this stuff personally. See what they do to each other. The ravaging attack dogs let loose on any new idea. I sometimes wish would actually look for what's good in a new idea rather than what's bad. But I get why they do look for what's bad.
But in other words, some young graduate student in that area could make a name for himself by overturning.
My son's a young graduate student at the University of Cardiff studying Egyptology. He got bogged down in his degree because he proposed the possibility that the pyramids of the Sphinx might be or might have older origins. He was impressed by my work. It did him a lot of harm in his degree.
And if all this was true, then eventually
you haven't answered my point.
You haven't answered
my point, which is if you go against the mainstream view, your career does not progress as an Egyptologist.
I disagree.
Give me an example.
How is it that we know anything that we know about Egyptology?
Give me an example of Egyptology of somebody who's gone against the mainstream view and been lauded for something.
Well, look, we don't believe everything about it that we believed 2 centuries ago, in, let's say, Napoleon's time, right? How did all that knowledge come about? How did all that science develop?
It begins with Champollion and the deciphering of the Rosetta Stone.
How was he able to do that against the mainstream?
There was no mainstream.
All right, so
but he was the mainstream has taken time to form, and it's very solid now.
I mean,
Egyptologists all sing from the same hymn book. You have very little disagreement.
But this is true in every field. But somehow Einstein managed to make an impact because he turned out to be right.
Well, I'm the Einstein, and I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going to continue to oppose that mainstream.
That's a valid comparison, Einstein and archaeology.
All right, well, take paleoanthropology. I mean, it's a completely different field now than a year ago. How did that happen if no one ever accepts new ideas? It happens all the time.
Well, they're being forced to accept Göbekli Tepe and a new idea. That, like, when you were talking about things taking a long time, what seems like a long time to us is really a blink of the eye in terms of archaeology. We're in the middle of that. We're essentially in the middle of that with things like Göbekli, with Forbes publishing an article about the Younger Dryas possibly being impacted by comets and that being one of the causes of mass extinction.
Right, and when
these are all mainstream ideas now.
And when Alvarez proposed the impact hypothesis for the demise of the dinosaurs in 1980, it was ridiculed, but he turned out to be right, and then that became accepted.
Right, takes time.
But what was the key
turning point? People are challenging that.
Wasn't the key turning point the finding of the crater? That's what made the difference.
Yeah. So
hard to argue with that.
So where's your crater?
Well, this is where perhaps we need to bring in our photo friend, Malcolm Comte, one of the Younger Dryas impact scientists. The point being made is the following. Firstly, that the primary impacts were on ice. There may have been as many as 4 impacts that were on the North American ice cap. Some craters have been suggested, for example, deep holes in the Great Lakes. Other craters have been and will be looked at by the team in the coming months, whether it includes the Coruscant crater, the Göbekli terrain, and so on and so forth. There are candidates. The crater has not been found yet, but I would be surprised if a crater was easy to find when impact is on 2 mile deep ice. And one of the biggest strewn fields in the world, which the Australian tektite strewn field, there's no crater associated with that, but everybody accepts the impact proxies. There's enough of them to justify And that's what's going on around this impact hypothesis.
So on a related question to that, not the lost civilizations, the demise of humans, but the megafauna extinction of North American mammals. So this has been long debated before the impact hypothesis was proposed. And the competing hypotheses were overhunting. Humans just hunted them to the point where, not every one, to the point where the population numbers get too low and these species can't survive. Or climate change, or both. The climate change weakened the populations that the humans came over and overhunted them. All right, so, and then the impact hypothesis is proposed. Okay, so this is debated, and it didn't fare that well because there were a lot of mammals and other species that did go extinct that you would expect from a massive attack like that. It would have wiped out. Why the selected species, the kinds of species that humans would hunt, are the ones that went extinct, whereas these others didn't?
Well, why not necessarily hunting the largest? There's no evidence that humans hunted the predators. There's evidence that they hunted woolly mammoths, but it's a very sparse. I mean, they have no more than a dozen sites that show association between human hunting and mammoths. And a lot of those, like the Lubbock site, is not being questioned. What was presumably, what was previously interpreted as being butchering marks on the mammoth remainder are now being reinterpreted as possibly natural marks on the mammoth bones. But it's a big stretch to go from, okay, we've got a dozen sites where we have mammoth remains, and along with those mammoth remains, we find a few Clovis spear points. In 2 or 3 cases, we actually find, or they have found, spear points embedded within the mammoth, like in the rib cage. But it's a very large stretch to go from there to say that 10 or 12 million woolly mammoths, or 4 species of mammoths on 4 continents, were wiped out by Paleo-Indian hunters in bands of no more than 2 or 3 dozen.
Have you ever been to the head smashed in buffalo site?
Yes, but a good example, because nowhere did that go anywhere close to exterminating the species of American bison.
But each site has its own particular explanation. It could be hunting, could be a massive flood.
A massive flood, yes, exactly. I think there you and I would be in complete agreement.
It means by massive is global versus local. So, for example, there's 52 mammalian genera went extinct in South America. Why go extinct in South America? About the time that humans were moving down there hunting.
The igers hypothesis includes South America.
It does. It does. And again, the dating of the migration of humans into South America is controversial at this point. There is evidence that humans were there long before. Paul Martin's idea of blitzkrieg requires that the animals be so stupid that they couldn't, they had no adaptive capabilities to the appearance of a new predatory species. But what is being demonstrated from examining the lifeways of the Paleo-Indian peoples is that they had very diversified diets, and they were hunter-gatherers. Now, why would they be choosing the largest, most dangerous animals to hunt when they had such a proliferation of other smaller animals? We know that they were foraging. We know that they were eating seafood. There was and fishing, because all of this is being found in the camps. And then it certainly doesn't explain the extermination of the cave bears, the short-faced bears, the camelops, the giant beavers, the giant armadillos, the American Pleistocene lion, the ground sloths, or the giraffes, 4 species of proboscideans, meaning mammoths, extinct on 4 continents. And to me, wait a second. We cannot invoke a modern example to say, well, here is
the Maori.
Well, that's controversial. So,
they drove the Birds extinct
past eagle. Well, that's an assumption. That's the Maori themselves.
That and people with atlatls killing off all the saber-toothed tigers. But here's another answer to one of your questions. You were saying, why would some of the animals be alive? Well, we know that the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago didn't kill everything, right? And that is a massive impact, far bigger than anything we're talking about. And many, many animals survived that. So we don't know why things survive and why they don't. It could be proximity to the impact. It could be the food source wasn't removed. It could be that their predators were wiped out. They managed to survive. I mean, there's a lot of animals that are alive in this continent. Like, for instance, a pronghorn antelope. Pronghorn antelope. Dan Flores is a wildlife historian. Wrote an amazing book on it. We was talking about the American savanna during, like 15,000 plus years ago. There was all sorts of crazy animals millions of years ago that were like cheetahs that were running down animals at extreme speeds, which is why pronghorn antelopes can run so much faster than any of their current predators. Something much faster than them was killing them, and that was wiped out. But they managed to make it. One of the reasons why they probably managed to make it is because their predators were wiped out. So it's not an even.
And another point, Michael, if it's overkill, it's intriguing that the overkill occurs, precisely in the Younger Dryas window. I think you agree that now the whole story of the peopling of the Americas is pretty much for grabs. I mean, Clovis first was the dominant model for a very long time, and under that model, we're to envisage these Clovis hunters coming in across Bering Land Bridge, going down the ice-free corridor, and then in 800 years, with their sophisticated fluted points, they wipe out all mammoths in North America. But now we know that humans have been coexisting, not bring mammoths, coexisting with mammoths for thousands of years before that, possibly tens of thousands of years before that.
Anything from evidence in Siberia?
I don't know anything from evidence in Siberia. I mean, I can cite you from Nature magazine just recently. Huge. I don't think the Yukon is in Siberia, is it?
No.
The Yukon is in North America. Jacques-Cinq Mars, the excavator of the Bluefish Caves in the Yukon, back in the 1930s, was proposing that human beings had been in the Americas at least 24 years ago. His reputation was utterly destroyed. His research funding was withdrawn. He was given no access to grants. He wasn't able to do his work. He was heavily penalized and punished by the community. And now, just a few weeks ago, with the Smithsonian coming out and saying, sorry, you got it wrong. Jacques-Cinq Mars was right all along. And Tom Dillahay, with his work in Monteverde, the shit that he had to take. I think we're in a very interesting time. The building of the Americas is really a paradigm that has absolutely been overthrown. The notion of Clovis, well, you disagree with Smithsonian then, which is fine. I do too.
No, the Mesa Verde, it's an anomaly, it's an isolated site. Where are all the sites between Clovis and Monteverde?
Do you honestly think Clovis was still first?
For thousands and thousands of years.
Come on, Michael, do you think Clovis was still first?
Where are all the people between Clovis and Monteverde?
Not my problem.
It is your problem.
No, it's not my problem. They're there in Monteverde and they're there in North America. Go from there.
It's more likely.
Go figure why there's a Denisovan trace in South American Indian and not in North American Indians.
It's like the Nature paper I brought up.
People crossed the ocean.
That there were Neanderthals or humans in San Diego 130,000 years ago. Okay, but when you look at that, so they have mammoth bones. It looks like they might have been broken in the length, okay, and tools, but they're not. Okay, the tools.
We're kind of changing subjects here, though.
No.
You're trying to quibble the evidence of earlier human presence.
That's right.
You're trying to quibble it.
Well,
you're quibbling it, and you're quibbling it, and you're going to be right.
Why are you saying very specifically that's opposing what you just said?
The reason archaeologists don't accept earlier than about 13,000, 14,000
It's massively accepted.
Say Mesa Verde, for example.
Okay, I have to bring up an image.
Why don't they accept Mesa Verde?
They do accept Mesa Verde.
It
is accepted.
Michael, are you sure about this? Like 24,000 years?
15 plus, possibly significantly.
Yeah, okay, so 15 is kind of the downside of that. Humans came across the Bering Strait. That's possible. Not 24,000 close first, not 130,000 years ago. Now, if it turns out that Nature paper is right and that's confirmed, that does overturn mainstream theory for sure.
But why would you? This is not like your field of study. Why would you argue against the Nature paper?
Okay, I'll just give you.
Let's quote the
Smithsonian
slide number 5. Today, decades later, the Clovis first model has collapsed. Okay, based on dozens of new studies, we now know that pre-Clovis peoples slaughtered mastodons in Washington State, dinosaurs in parts in Oregon, made all-purpose stone tools that were Ice Age version of the exact.
Between 13,000 and that's not.
No, look at this.
All between that and then 24,000 years down at the bottom, Michael, You know, are you saying the Smithsonian are wrong on this?
Michael, you're jumping to conclusions before you even read that. You want to be right so badly. You didn't read the part. And other animals there. Hold on a second. Confirming that humans had butchered horses and other animals there 24,000 years ago. It says it right there. And you are arguing against it without even reading it, which means you want to be right.
No.
That's absolutely what's going
Because
on.
I have no dog in this fight.
Well, why didn't you read that
I
before you started pointing at you being
You
correct?
publish Skeptic magazine and you have no dog in them.
You're asking me, why don't mainstream archaeologists accept
You should be
dates
skeptical of
and there's tens of thousands? Okay, call it what you want. It goes back 11, 13.
What do you think about what that says? There's evidence that they butchered horses 24,000 years ago.
Okay, I would have to check the site. I've seen this.
Well, now that you have seen it,
Not my problem.
Okay,
now
my
you have
problem.
seen it. You
But
said
it's your problem.
you were
Because
saying
you're
that there's no evidence.
You're here opposing it and you're saying there's no evidence. You haven't even read the fucking article.
Okay, I'm not opposing anything. I'm saying
You certainly
this
are.
is the reason why scientists accept these dates here, because there's lots and lots of evidence for
That is
10,000,
scientists.
11,000, 12,000.
That is
Then
scientists.
you find one person that says 24,000. Another one, like 2 weeks ago,
This is
that
not
says
one person. This is very
another
disappointing. You're arguing this without really doing any research about
and
it.
then
The article is titled "What Happens When an Archaeologist Argues Mainstream Thinking." That's in the Smithsonian in the month of March.
Okay.
Mars, it was a brutal experience, something that Sankt Mars once likened to the Spanish Inquisition. At conferences, audiences paid little heed to his presentation, giving short shrift to the evidence, etc., etc., etc. It's always the same. When he proposed that Bluefish Caves was 24,000 years old, it was not. What the Smithsonian are saying is now this is accepted. You need to get up to speed with the data, Michael.
Okay, my archaeology friends, like Barrett Diamond, who I just checked with on this, who's at UCLA.
Well, he certainly hasn't in the fight.
And he just says, here's the problem. 50 years people propose pre-Clovis examples or sites or evidence. They never hold up. They always, the dating turned out to be incorrect. The carbon-14 was not calibrated right. There was this, there was that. They never hold up.
So essentially, you're
You
quoting a
quibbled it away
friend.
for years.
Well, you're quoting a friend who says the evidence hasn't held up before. Instead of quoting these articles with these scientists who are talking about the data that's showing that human beings butchered horses 24,000 years ago, you're disputing it just because you talked to a friend.
I'm saying that has to be confirmed. That particular
So why aren't you against it?
I'm not
You
against it.
certainly were.
No, I'm just saying that
Was he?
this
Am I
is
wrong?
You were arguing against it and saying that it's not the case, and
I don't
quibbling
know.
it, and you
I
seem
don't
to
know.
be, if I'm correct, you seem to be a Clovis first advocate. Put your reputation on the line and say you advocate Clovis
I'm
first.
not going to put a label on it. I'm going to the latest evidence that overwhelmingly shows humans coming across the Siberian Straits into North America 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,000 years
That they definitely did then. They definitely did that.
And now
Did they before?
what could push it back much earlier would be if they came by boat. Okay, so like where I live in Santa Barbara, there are sites on the Channel Islands that go back 11, 12,000 years ago, and they came by boat. Now, the problem is well, if they lived on the shores, which is where the good thing in eating is, those are underwater, and short of being good underwater archaeology, which is hard to do and expensive, and most of it's probably gone, we may never know.
One of my beefs with archaeology actually is that 10 million square miles of the planet that were above water during the Ice Age are underwater now, and marine archaeologists are still mainly looking at shipwrecks.
Well, they do that because it's like it's where the light is.
That leaves a big unanswered question. At any rate, so for the record, can I at least say that you completely oppose the Smithsonian's position on this, that there has been no paradigm shift?
I will look at this. I haven't seen this. I'm not aware of the horse find from 24,000 years ago. I am aware of the 150,000 year date from the nature paper.
I have a slide on that too.
And it is, but
What's the major
show the
speculation?
stone tool. They're nothing like Clovis ones. It's just a big, like, hand rock that might have been used. It might have been random.
Sorry, a big hand rock is
Yeah,
all there in before 30,000 years ago?
No, I'm talking about the 130,000 year old
Oh,
site.
100,000
Oh, you're talking about the San Diego thing. Yeah.
we don't need to talk about that. That raises interesting questions. Was it Neanderthals? Was it Denisovans? Was it anatomically modern humans 130,000 years ago? It raises interesting questions.
Or is it a misinterpreted site because they aren't
but
stone tools?
I'm not pinning
thoughts.
I'm not pinning anything to that. I'm saying that
The question is not necessarily
published in
just
Nature.
about the stone tools, it's about how the bones were shattered, and they believe the bones were shattered deliberately, indicating someone was trying to get at the marrow, indicating, maybe.
Or a tractor pulled over it a couple of years ago.
No. That's what one had excavated. That's just speculation on your part.
Immediately,
No,
this
not my
find,
part. It's one of the
immediately the find has been quibbled in the archaeological mainstream. Of course, it's been published by the archaeological mainstream. The rest of the mainstream is quibbling it, so we'll see how that
But I
plays
thought you
out.
said that can't happen.
What can't happen?
That the mainstream won't allow, radical
Nature punished it, and the idea is being quibbled.
and here's this in the study.
Nature certainly
So
would not.
apparently it's okay.
Nature certainly would not have published it if the evidence were not strong. I accept that. Nature's not in the business of publishing, fringy stuff. It is a radical proposal, but it's enough to justify publication in Nature. What's interesting to me is that the immediate reaction of archaeological communities, they'll say, well, what could this mean? Let's the implications of this. I mean, if there were Neanderthals or Denisovans in North America 130,000 years ago, we have a whole new scenario building here that really should interest everyone. Instead of the first reaction is destroy this because it's really annoying. Let's get rid of it. Let's prove it's wrong. Suggest that there was a fucking bulldozer or something like that. Maybe it was. I don't know. The work hasn't been done yet. But that instant sort of it's just like an immune response to an idea that doesn't fit into the setting paradigm. But the other work, the work in South America, the Bluefish Caves work, that's really not controversial anymore. That's very widely accepted. First is a discredited and abandoned position. And I have something else to ask you, actually, concerning genetics and DNA. I'm going well up on that. I mean, can you explain why we have strong signal of Denisovan DNA in certain groups of South American Indians and in Australian Aborigines and Melanesian, but then that Denisovan DNA doesn't crop up in North American Indians? How would we explain that if they all came through the Bering Strait?
I have no idea.
Well, it could be
But,
boats.
I mean, this just happens to be something I don't know anything about.
Okay.
So part of the problem with me doing this is that
Well, your idea.
Well, here we are talking. This is good. But part of the risk is that you're going to find something I don't happen to and then it's like, you see, I made my point. What point? That, okay, in like the history of the peopling of America, there's always somebody that comes in with, it's not bogus, it's this, it's that, and rarely do they last. Why? The date was calibrated or whatever. It's not just that scientists are closed-minded, they can be. It's that the convergence of evidence isn't strong enough to overturn the mainstream theory. So, but it does happen. Maybe there are multiple migrations into North America and we just don't have all the sites. But when somebody comes up with a site like that's tens of thousands of years earlier than all the others that are accepted here, and it's over here, there are all the sites in between. Where's it? It's like the gap, the 5,000 year gap with the Egyptian complex. Where are the sites? If it's true, they didn't buy there. So how'd they get there? Well, and there must be a trail, somewhere that we find, unless they came by boat, and then that's evidence.
Or you're dealing with 24,000 years ago, and there's not much evidence to find.
Maybe.
But if they came by boat, then that clearly implies they had navigational skills. They had the ability to build boats and find their way across the ocean.
Well, you can do the coast. That's not quite as, you don't need a big ocean going.
But you don't need an ocean going. But
I mean, this is one hypothesis that it came across by boat, just off the shore.
The same area as the Bering Strait.
Yeah, you're just 100 feet offshore. You can go in and
But most likely both, right? And one of the issues, of course, was the short-faced bear was so formidable, according to Dan Floor, that it would have been a huge impediment for people crossing on foot anyway. The short-faced bear went extinct right around the time we see more evidence of human beings entering in. But why did it go extinct? That's the big question.
But you have to add that to the list of predators that there would have been no reason for humans to have been hunting.
Yeah, it's an enormous animal.
So there's sort of two things going on here. There's positive evidence in favor of a hypothesis, and then there's negative evidence against the mainstream hypothesis. And you really need both. So it's not enough to just say, I don't accept the evidence for here. Okay, that's fine. So I just do it all the time.
What evidence? Let's speak in specifics, because you keep doing this. You keep saying, well, they find things, and no, that's not true. You're essentially like proving your point of being a skeptic without any real cases.
Well,
You just keep saying
All
this.
of the cases.
Is it? But not saying you can say all the cases. If you don't want to cite anything specifically, don't bring things that are refuted because you don't have anything that you're pointing to. Just muddying the water. Okay, you're essentially pissing in the pool.
No, the Clovis thing, for example. Go back to the pyramids. All of the
What's been disproved?
they get into a slightly different point.
That's the problem. Is that you're not addressing the actual issues we're talking about. You muddy the water by saying things have been tossed out the window. So we have to be careful here and toss these things out the window as well.
Not toss out, just contemplate them, published in Nature, for example. So but let's watch what happens to the 130,000-year-old hypothesis. If it holds up, and it was other sites that are dated that way, and so on and so forth, and that would be truly revolutionary, and scientists would accept it. They would.
Something is when you have a very strong paradigm like Clovis first, which emanates of American archaeology, prehistoric archaeology, for a very long period. It's difficult from a career point of view for archaeologists to come up and propose alternative sites. Those who did, like Tom Dinnerhay, like Jackson Mars, paid a very heavy price for so doing. The incentive to go looking for older stuff than Clovis is extremely low in the archaeological community as a result of this ferocious reaction. And for 30 or 40 or even 50 years, also consider the Valsequillo excavations in Mexico, where the suggestion of human presence of 230,000 years ago. I mean, that good archaeology, but it was utterly dismissed, and the archaeologists involved were ruined for getting involved in that. It's hard to see how that's a profession that encourages people to think outside the box. When careers get ruined and research funding gets withdrawn for an idea that doesn't fit the current mainstream hypothesis.
We don't think that the scientists do that. They do that. Are you familiar with Michael Kramel's book, Forbidden Archaeology?
I know Michael.
Okay. So, now, and he makes, in my mind, as compelling a case as you do. And for his humans were here tens of millions of years ago. And his book is 900 pages long.
Tens of millions?
Yeah, tens of millions. Okay, and he's a Hindu, so his idea is this sort of long recycling.
Well, what evidence is it based on for tens of millions of years?
I'm not here to defend Michael Kremel or to have a discussion about Michael Kremel. That's not why I'm sitting at this
I
table.
understand, but my point is that
Michael Kremel is not me.
That's right. So, but there's lots of alternative archeology. Is where I began. There's lots of alternative archaeology books.
Right, but what evidence is there that supports that? So why bringing up that? There's evidence that he's bringing up.
No, Kramel's evidence is similar to his. It's mostly negative evidence that I don't accept the date of this. There is this peculiar sort of footprint-looking thing in the mud.
Kramer refers specifically to the knowledge filter. The most useful thing about that is the publication of reports, archaeological reports, which are no longer available to the public, which do suggest an alternative. I would say it's a very useful to read. Beyond that, I have nothing to say about it.
Right.
So, yeah, but that's not necessarily true. You're saying his only evidence. I mean, he's pointing to like some pretty significant evidence. Like the Sphinx thing is the geologist from Boston University proposed this because of water erosion. Because of water erosion that could have only been done by thousands of years of rainfall, in his opinion, as a qualified geologist. And like, it's not a lack of evidence.
I understand, but why do no other geologists or archaeologists?
There are other. No, that's not true.
Actually, they do, and I've had multiple conversations with Robert where he's cited the fact that he got a considerable body of support from other geologists, not Egyptologists, but from geologists who do recognize the effects of severe water erosion on limestone, carbonate rocks, and that's what we have there. We have severe water erosion that appears and is preserved on the quarry walls around the Sphinx. The Sphinx itself, as Greg said, is difficult to ascertain because of all of the reconstruction that has gone on. But the quarry walls, which would have once had the very distinct stepped profile of a typical quarry, no longer have that. I mean, they have a textbook profile, parabolic profile that would be consistent with sheet flooding, which would be both dissolution, because carbonated rocks dissolve in acidic waters, and what's called corrosion, which would be the effects of water loaded with sand sediment, would make it very rough. So if you've got the sand sediment pulling over the edge of what would have been a quarry wall, what you're going to end up with is the smoothing off of the rough corners, and the final result would be a very rounded profile like you see there. You can also see where the fissures in the rock would be selected wide and open by the water penetrating those fissures. I mean, it had all the earmarks of a very textbook case of erosion.
Don't you think it's very disingenuous comparing that to someone who thinks that human beings have been here for tens of millions of years with no evidence to support it whatsoever?
Well, he doesn't say, of course, he doesn't say he has no evidence. He has a 900-page book full of evidence. It's the quality of the evidence.
What about the quality of that evidence?
If it was that good, we're not geologists sitting here. If it was that good, why don't geologists look at it and go, right?
But they
do.
That's the point.
Listen. They do. They all do.
Some don't all do.
Okay,
Some
why
geologists who work with Egyptologists say that shock is wrong.
We have a geologist on the line. Why don't we ask him?
We can have one guy's opinion. We could also have other guys' opinions.
This matter has been in the public domain since 1992. It hasn't gone away.
Yeah.
Shock's argument that we are looking at precipitate-induced weathering on the Sphinx has not been debunked. It has been opposed. It has been disagreed with, but that is different from saying it's debunked. And Shock stays solid and strong on that issue. He is a credentialed geologist. He is a professor of geology at the University of Boston. Has a right to speak out about this, and he stated his view. I happen to find his view very interesting, especially since it correlates with what I regard as the interesting astronomy of the site. I think that site has origins that do go back into the Younger Dryas. That's my opinion. I've stated it many times, and I've presented the evidence that I think underwrites that opinion. You and your colleagues are absolutely at liberty to disagree, and you do.
You don't think it's disingenuous to compare that to someone who says something that defies our current understanding of human beings and the evolution of humans? I mean, you're talking about someone who's saying that human beings have millions of years old, tens of millions. Well, we know for a fact, right, as far as you pay attention to evolution, right? We weren't even humans a million years ago, correct?
I mean, there are creationists who think.
Okay, but we're not talking about them. We're talking about Randy.
I know. But my point was that so you have the mainstream scientists, and so it's like there's Graham. He seems so, but there's 50 like him, and each of them think that they're right. They're not.
There's your language. He seems so reasonable. Right. So you're right there. You're accusing me of dissimulation.
And you
I
say
see
there's 50
like the subtext is that I'm not, and then there's 50 like me.
This is
More
more
patronizing, arrogant,
I don't mean
deeply unpleasant and personal approach.
Graham. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound like that. I really don't.
Okay,
Okay. I have your point.
does you accept it?
Yeah, that when you're faced with a bunch of different alternative theories that are coming in, and it's not, take physics. I mean, every physicist, like you just had Lawrence Krauss, he gets letters daily of people saying, I think I figured out why Einstein was wrong. And he can't address them all. And they're smart people. They really believe it. What do you do with that? That's my point.
I feel that's not my problem. And if there are other alternative theories, that's not my problem either. It's the problem for the mainstream to sort it out and think of pay attention to much.
All right.
Well, I'm suspicious of the whole idea of the mainstream, because even looking in the mainstream, you find so many divergent points of view that I think that's basically a fiction, that there is this mainstream that has arrived at this consensus, and that there are no ulterior motives there, and that there are no dogmas that are being perpetuated there. I mean, I look at a lot of the geological stuff and realize that there are many different points of view. When we talk about these floods at the end of the last ice age, there are many different points of view. There is what could be considered the mainstream, yet even that has multiple interpretations. And the same with the comet idea. I don't know what constitutes the mainstream there, because there have been a group that has opposed it every turn, but at the same time, the group that accepts the comet hypothesis continued to grow. In fact, there's even a number of individuals involved set out specifically to disprove it or discredit it, are now basically on board. And it has grown from being a small handful of scientists to there are now 63 scientists from 55 different institutions that are on board with the idea that something remarkable happened at the end of the last ice age. It was probably exotic, meaning something from outside, something from space. There's no consensus as to exactly what that was, which would be normal because these discoveries are in their infancy at the point. But there's been an attempt to discredit the idea simply because as the evidence has come in over the last decade, it has evolved and new mysteries have been opened up as the evidence comes in, and the claim is being made, well, there's no consistent interpretation of this evidence, and therefore we've debunked it.
An example is Pinter's Requiem, Pinter and Dalton Requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. I mean, they published a paper in PNAS saying Requiem, suggesting that the impact hypothesis is already dead. That was in 2011. Every single one of Pinter's points have been responded to. Those who are critical of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis rarely see the fact that the so-called refutations have themselves been refuted. New information is constantly coming in. I see a very one-sided game being played here with a group of academics who are determined to demonstrate that there could have been no possibility of anything like a complete impact 12,800 years ago, and that these 63 or 60 scientists who are proposing that are just completely wrong. And when they refute the refutations, I very rarely see that referred to or commented upon. But again, your colleague De Fapt has dismissed the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis without actually going into detail into the debate that's gone on.
He has this graph in his paper showing all these different dates for the.
That's one of the critical papers. You know, there's another side to this argument. So he needs to be listening to what the other side would say. Well, that's the point where maybe we should have Marc De Fapt come on, and maybe we should have Malcolm Lecomte come on as well, because Malcolm Lecomte is actually one of those 63 Younger Dryas impact scientists.
Explain to people that are just listening to this, what is this graph that you're showing?
Well, this is the carbon-14 date ranges samples taken from the Younger Dryas boundary. So this is the boundary here. And the point of this is that there's not a single consistent series of dates that will consistently show. Yep, absolutely, for sure, and every site it comes in right there, is that they bounce around a lot here. So maybe Mark, in this area, he could come on and Skype here.
They bounce around, and what's the point of this for the layperson who's listening to this?
Well, so if you take the ones that are above the gray line, then those were showing that something like an impact happened much earlier or much later. And the ones below it are that it's much earlier. So where's the consistency of a single impact consistent across that middle of the gray
I don't
line?
think there's any argument there was a single impact. In fact, there's more than one date. We're talking about a stretch of thousands of years and multiple
The Younger
impacts.
Dryas runs 1,200 years.
Randall, please give me your because you're the expert of this. Well, these are dates for the Younger Dryas. There's a big split, obviously, but there's also a lot of possibilities for introducing inaccuracies into the date. The old wood effect can sometimes make it appear to be older than it is by a millennium or 2 millennium. What we certainly do see here is a clustering right around 13,000 years, so that looks pretty evident to me. And everybody knows who does carbon dating that the dating might have errors and inconsistencies in it. The one article I think that came out last year by James Kent and 25 others was the Bayesian chronological analysis consistent with synchronous age of 12,835 to 12,735 calibrated years before present for Younger Dryas boundary for continents.
That's a refutation of precisely what you're
That is, it is. It's a refutation of this.
Mark De Fapt does not refer to that refutation.
Jamie, pull up the age of Leo. I think I gave it to you. And go to slot number 167. Wow. 167. And that refers to the slide 167. Jesus, stop fucking around. 167 slides. There we go. Here we go. A cosmic impact event at 12,800 calibrated years before present formed the Younger Dryas boundary, maintaining peak abundances and multiple high-temperature impact-related proxies, including minerals, melted glass, and nanodiamonds. Bayesian statistical analysis of 54 dates from 23 sedimentary sequences over 4 continents established the Younger Dryas boundary age of 12,835 calibrated years.
before present, supporting a synchronicity of the Younger Dryas boundary layer at high probability, 95%. This range overlaps that of the platinum recorded in the Greenland ice sheet and of the onset of the Younger Dryas climate episode in 6 key records, suggesting a causal connection between the impact event and the Younger Dryas. Due to its rarity and distinctive characteristics, the Younger Dryas boundary layer is proposed as a widespread correlation datum.
And Randall, if I can remember what you said correctly, you believe that there was probably more than one significant impact over a period of several thousand years.
Let me pop in on that very, very quickly. I don't mean to cut you off, but let's be clear. The suggestion in 12,800 years ago, there was a comet break up into multiple parts. I mean, anybody who saw the Shoemaker-Levy 9 NASA films back in 1994 is aware that that comet broke into more than 20 fragments, all of which hit Jupiter, sometimes creating explosions larger than the Earth itself. All right, so I don't think it's controversial that comets break up into fragments. And this is the suggestion of the Younger Dryas hypothesis, that we're dealing with a giant comet that broke up into multiple fragments that orbits in the Taurid meteor stream, and that 4 of those fragments, that's the suggestion, 4 largest fragments, fell out of the Taurid meteor stream, coming in on a trajectory roughly northwest to southeast, crossing the North American ice cap, and there are up to 4 impacts on the North American ice cap. The impact does then continue across the Atlantic Ocean. There's a suggestion of impact in Belgium, and indeed as far east as Abu Huraira in Syria. It's a global event. 50 million square kilometers of surface is within the Younger Dryas boundary field. It's a really huge thing. So the suggestion is that there were multiple impacts at the beginning. Now, the next question is what happened 11,600 years ago when the Younger Dryas ends and global temperatures shoot up incredibly rapidly. Science on that is much less advanced than the science on the beginning of the Younger Dryas. Fred Hoyle, back in the 1980s, was puzzled by the sudden temperature increase at the end of the Younger Dryas. And he suggested, presciently, I would say, that this may have been caused by a impact in ocean. So maybe other bits of the Taurid meteor stream impacted the Earth, other filaments within the stream impacted the Earth 11,600 years ago, or maybe something else caused it. I mean, Robert Schoch is in favor of extraordinary solar activity being responsible for that warming. We don't absolutely know, but that's broadly the suggestion. The beginning and the end, certainly impacts at the beginning, possibly impacts on other things at the end.
Well, Klube and Napier and others, Duncan Steele and other astronomers have speculated that there could be impact eras, epochs in which there's an enhanced possibility of the Earth being impacted, particularly if you have a large comet that enters into the solar system, begins to undergo a hierarchy of disintegrations, and basically litters the inner solar system with material. And we do know that the Earth crosses the Taurid meteor stream twice each year, once in late June and once in late October or November. And we know that the Tunguska of 1908, which is not speculative, I mean, that happened. It occurred on June 30th, which would have been the peak of the Taurid meteor shower. It also came from the direction of the sun. Its position in space where it emanated, its radiant point in space from which it emanated at that time was totally consistent with Taurid meteor stream radiant. So it's very possible that the Tunguska event of 1908 was a member of that family of meteorites. And so, you know, that would, again, there's nothing definitive there, but it would be a prime candidate for investigation that perhaps, and again, I mentioned earlier, this back to the work of Fred Whipple way back in the 1940s, who began to research the Taurid meteor stream and came to believe that it was much more active in the past than it is now, that it's an old diffuse meteor stream, that at one time, and like Graham, you know, it has multiple objects still within it.
Comet Niki is the best known.
Comet Niki is
that's a fragment of the original giant comet.
The original giant comet that they estimate might have been based upon the amount of material still remnant in the zodiacal light cloud that perhaps was somewhere around 60 miles or 100 kilometers in diameter.
And another thing that I'm taken to task for is that I report the work of Kluman Napier and their suggestion that the current media stream is actually fucking dangerous and that we should be paying attention to it. It has been a hidden hand in human history in the past and that it can cause us trouble in the future. Now, this is not Kluman doom. We have technology to deal with the large objects in the Taurine meteor stream, filaments are on an Earth, an orbit that will result in impacts on the Earth. At the very least, it's extremely unwise of us not to pay attention. I'm accused of being a doom monger and constantly predicting the end of the world and this and that, but actually, I'm constantly reporting astronomers who are very concerned about the Taurine meteor stream and the possibility that we may face further impacts from it in the future. That's not normal. That is science. You know?
Absolutely, and I would agree with that. And that is a form of catastrophism that scientists accept as very real. Well, lots. I mean, there's
What, if anything, do you oppose about what they've just said? Nothing about the Dryas period.
well. So just a technical question. Your slide was 12,800 on there, and evidently the oldest C14 dates are 90. So 11,600. All right, so that's a 1,200 year gap.
Gobekli
Slow
Tepe.
catastrophe.
Well, no. Gobekli Tepe. To be very clear about the Younger Dryas, one of the puzzling things about it is that you have cataclysm at the beginning, and this global temperature slump is surely cataclysmic by any standard. And you have cataclysm at the end. You have a massive spike, a huge increase in global temperatures, and you have meltwater plus 1b. You have a lot of water going into the ocean at that. So both ends of the Younger Dryas are cataclysmic, and it's at the recent end of the Younger Dryas, 11,600 years ago, that we see Gobekli Tepe mysteriously popping up. And I know you're a staunch opponent of Atlantis and that Plato made Atlantis up in order to make a political point, and you may be right, but the date that Plato puts on the submergence of Atlantis is 11,600 years ago, 9,000 years before the time of Solon, which happens to coincide with meltwater plus 1b and the end of the Younger Dryas, which I would have thought cause you to rethink your position on Plato just a little.
Well, it's interesting. I'm open to the idea. I tend to read myth in the same way your guest Jordan Peterson does. That it's a story delivered some sort of moral homily to us. It's a commentary on our old culture, our society. It's a literary way of delivering a message. Well, that's how I tend to read. Instead of reading them like, let's see if we can figure out what happened historically.
But there's hard data in Plato's whatever you think it is. And that hard data is that the submergence of Atlantis happened 9,000 years before the time of Solon. That is 9,600 BC. That is 11,600 years ago. This to me is a strong reason why we shouldn't just completely miss Plato's notion of a lost civilization of the ice age.
I'm not against that idea. I mean, the idea that the parting of the Red Sea happened because of some impact.
I'm not proposing that. Please don't go there.
I'm not
Waste of time.
Okay, but there are people that think that.
I don't.
Okay. Or that the plagues of the Bible can be.
I don't go there. Waste of time. Deal with Plato.
All right. So, but my point is that some may have historical origins. Some of them may be completely made up as myth stories for some other reason. You have to take them one at a time. In my opinion, the Plato is a commentary on his own culture of Athens and being too bellicose, being too warlike, and that this is not good where we're going. That's my opinion.
And the fact that he picks a date that coincides with the geologically significant date of flooding is not going to change your opinion.
I think again, that's
It's pretty amazing coincidence.
Is it? I mean, we're finding a connection, not Plato. I mean,
Plato said there was an
peeking back
advanced
into
civilization with advanced agriculture, advanced architecture, advanced navigational abilities, which was submerged, swept from the face of the earth, so that mankind had to begin again like children with no memory of what went before. And lo and behold, he puts a geologically significant date on that, a date that we ourselves have only known is significant in the last 30 years.
So, where is this Atlantis? I mean, so as you know, there's
Not my problem.
There's a long history of people speculating. If we found a site, that would be a big plus.
Go do more marine archaeology.
Well, if we take it literally, obviously that it's below the ocean. But I don't necessarily take Plato's account literally, but I do say, well, it's rather coincidental. His day falls exactly on meltwater pulse 1b when there was huge influx of water into the ocean. And also, if we look at his geography, it's interesting because he cites, basically a landmass west of the Pillars of Heracles, which is Pillars of Hercules, the Straits of Gibraltar, and he puts this essentially in the mid-Atlantic. I think it was Grant or one of the commentators on him that said it was something like 3 or 4 days sail west. But if you look, there is a sunken landmass that sank at the end of the last ice age because of the rapidly rising sea level. This has been well established by marine geology, looking at evidence that the Azores Plateau underwent an isostatic subsidence, which would have been resulting from the rapidly rising sea level. We know there's no doubt that the American continent has rebounded isostatically after the removal of this tremendous mass of ice that mantled America up to anywhere from 1,000 to possibly 1,500 feet. Now, if you do a comparable isostatic adjustment of the Atlantic Ridge, you'll find that the Azores Island complex are much, much larger. And it turns out that might actually be a nice place to develop at least a maritime culture, something along the line of the Phoenicians or the Minoans during the period of the Ice Age, because during the period of the Ice Age, the climate of the world was so much different than that. The Great Basin area was filled with huge lakes, vegetation, forests, savanna, and lands. Like Graham said, with the lower sea level, there were much larger areas of the coastline that were exposed. And that's probably where most of people would have resided. It was near the coastlines, because that would have been the most benevolent place. With the rising of the sea level, all of that's lost. And there's nothing really freakish about saying, well, people might have lived on islands in the mid-Atlantic, especially when we know that those islands ultimately had a benevolent climate during the Ice Age. So I don't go into crystal technology and flying machines, whatever, all of this speculative stuff that is accreted to it. But if we just keep it simple and say, well, is it possible that a culture along the lines of the Minoans or the Phoenicians could have existed? Could they have existed on an island culture in the mid-Atlantic? And nothing really, extreme about that idea, in my mind.
Even the idea that a more advanced, sophisticated quasi-technological culture coexisted with hunter-gatherers isn't too strange. I mean, we do so today. We coexist with hunter-gatherers in the Amazon jungle who don't even we exist. I mean, so I don't see why a priori that's just an impossible idea.
Am I misremembering that you in your book you mentioned Indonesia as a site for Atlantis?
I mentioned TRUMAN not as a site for Atlantis. That's Danny Hillman Natwajaja. He's a geologist. He's Indonesia's leading expert in megathrust earthquakes, as a matter of fact. He has written a book proposing that Indonesia was Atlantis, and that Gunung Padang, which he's been involved in investigating, is a site from Atlantean times. Danny has proposed that. Now, what's interesting about Indonesia is that Indonesia sits upon the Sunda Shelf, and the Sunda Shelf was one of the parts of the world that was most massively flooded at the end of the Ice Age. Go back to the end of the Ice Age, you're not looking at the Malaysian Peninsula, you're not looking at the Indonesian islands going out towards the Philippines, you're looking at a giant continent-sized landmass, all of which went underwater at the end of the last ice age, really rather rapidly. So I think he has a point. I think it's an interesting, it's one of those areas in the world where there was very large-scale flooding, huge amounts of land were swallowed up. Also, Sahel, the connection of Australia to New Guinea during the ice age was also washed away. There's a whole range of issues regarding sea level rise in that very area. Anybody with an interest in these subjects should be paying attention.
So it's quite possible that, like today, many of the advanced civilizations of today are on the water, whether it's New York or Los Angeles, and that was probably the case back then. And the idea of Atlantis might not have been about one particular area, but many advanced areas that were wiped out along with their knowledge.
Right. This is the thesis of that book I mentioned, Noah's flood, that the geologist with the Black Sea theory, that there, was rimmed with small villages, and the vast massive flooding almost instantly wiped out, and then that gets down as the oral traditions of the myths. To me, that's totally reasonable.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we get into more discussion about the actual impact hypothesis of the mega flooding so that we can get our our guys on standby, get them involved.
What is your geologist? You're by yourself. There's two of them. What is your? This is only fair. What is your geologist opposed to what Randall and Grammer propose?
I think it's the on the impact hypothesis versus the multiple glacial dams that burst over periods of time, like that line.
Okay, well, let's call him up and get him on Skype. And never done this before, so this might suck.
Hopefully, this line here is showing these are each independent carbon 14 dates of these different instant floods in North America.
Right.
From each individual ice dam.
And what separates these dates? They're separated by.
Looks like around 20,000 to 12,000. So all before an impact.
Well, 12,800 wasn't that?
Oh yeah.
So Mark's on the line. What is this, Mark? Mark, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Mark, thank you very much for doing this. We really appreciate you coming on here.
My pleasure.
So you've had a chance to listen to these guys talk. What is your thoughts just stepping into this?
Well, first of all, I did not mean to upset Mr. Hancock. He seemed to be quite disturbed, and I apologize if I disturbed him.
No, you haven't disturbed me, and I'm not upset. It's just simply that you're extremely selective in what you present in your draft, admittedly draft article that you've put online. You don't represent me.
Let me go ahead and answer this question because I know we're getting short on time.
No, we have plenty of time.
Okay. Well, would you allow me just to address, go back and tell you from the...
Sure. Would you like to just the article first? I think that probably would be the most fair since we just brought them up.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Graham?
Well, I read out on air various passages in your article where you misrepresent me.
No, I didn't.
Sorry?
No, I didn't misrepresent you.
You didn't represent me. Okay, so
In fact, you said that I said that I was actually talking about some Indonesia when I said you didn't understand Newton's physics.
I didn't say. I'm sorry. I didn't say you were talking about someone in Indonesia. I said you were talking about Jesus Gamara in Peru is who I was talking about. And Jesus Gamara does have very exotic views on gravitation. I state seriously are not my interest. I do say he may be right, but I don't say he's right. I say this is not my interest, and I go on to say what I'm interested in his work. You pick up that.
You're drowning me out. I was asked to explain whether or not I thought I was misleading. And I don't think I was misleading. You clearly stated in there that maybe gravity was due to the way we've changed orbits around the sun. Gravity is not due to that. It's due to the mass and the inverse of what do you mean?
I don't state that. Jesus Gamara states that, and I say I didn't agree with it.
Come on.
I say I
Anyway,
disagree with it.
I want to be respectful. I can't really hear you when I'm talking. I apologize. But I feel like you are selectively changing the meaning of what I'm saying.
Well, why don't you quote me as these words from my text when I buy the gravity thing of Jesus Gamara? Why don't you quote when I say
This is just the opposite of that.
what I go on to say, not quoted in the attack, is the following quote. However, this isn't the part of his theory I'm interested in. Where I feel he is solidly persuasive is in his observations of the anomalous character of the monuments of the Andes. I am not getting anything on Jesus Gamara's gravitational ideas. I am saying very clearly what it is, his approach, that I am interested in. I'm not going to dismiss all of his approach because he has an approach on gravity that you don't like. That's not even of interest to me, and I say so in the book. You don't report that, therefore I suggest you misrepresent.
Well, Mr. Hancock, what I brought up him for was simply to state that you didn't understand, and I say it right there, that you don't understand Newton's physics.
But I'm not even
So
talking
how
about
are you
Newton's.
to
I'm not talking about.
if you don't understand Newton's simple
I
physics?
am not
The
talking.
laws of Newton.
If I wished to make an argument about reality, I wouldn't go saying that isn't the part of Jesus Gamar's theory that I'm interested in. I'm interested in the other aspect of his work, his observations through years of field work.
My point was simply to point out that you didn't understand Newton mechanics.
But
We're
I
not
don't
talking
know.
about this stuff.
You're completely wasting time here. Okay, Graham, the way the article is, hold on a second. Let these guys talk about it. We did misrepresent. We did. Yeah. The way the sentence is structured, it's clearly out of context. We're going to change that.
Yeah, I was taken out of context, and that's what I'm objecting.
I'm not sure why he included it in the book in the first place, but he's not arguing about this brevity at all. So we will fix that. Maybe we can get straight to the flooding thing that
As long as Graham is fine with that. I mean, I know there was something else.
Well, yeah, the other thing that I to be misrepresenting is that the statement, yet Hancock makes the following stunning claim, quote, our ancestors being initiated into the secrets of metals and how to make swords of knives. What Mark de Fat does not tell his readers is that I make that claim. I don't make that claim. I am actually reporting what is said in the Book of Enoch. That's not me who's saying that. That's the Book of Enoch.
Graham, we'll fix that.
Otherwise, let's get back to the main meeting, for God's sake.
Okay, just give me the list of things that, and I will fix it.
Okay.
That's not the point.
Well, Mark, you're obviously very critical of Graham's work, and maybe erroneously so. But let's get to what you think about what you've heard so far.
Hi, Mr. Rogan. I don't want to come across as a pompous scientist. What I want to do is I want to protect people from the grandiose assumptions. Graham in his first, Mr. Hancock in his first book.
Please call me Graham.
Fingerprints.
Please call me Graham.
Okay, Graham in his first book in Fingerprints suggested that there was a continent where the civilization lived, and through some machinations, this continent went south and ended up destroying that civilization. Well, as a geologist, that's just nonsense. And now he comes back and he wants us to believe that he was all wrong. And then all of a sudden, it's okay now to believe the compass right. So I feel this famous civilization is supposed to exist. So Mark is doing people. I don't know if he means to do it, but he certainly seems to be.
Mark, all my work is in print and online. I mean, I gather that you see your role as a protector for the public. Obviously, you feel that the public are not intelligent enough to make discerning decisions of their own in this respect.
No,
however, to address
saying that the public doesn't understand the science to the degree this represents.
So they need the superior knowledge of Mark de Fat in order to understand.
No, I think they need the knowledge of science.
Okay, well, that's okay.
The knowledge that I have.
Let me come to your point, which is you were saying that I proposed one mechanism for cataclysm in Fingerprints of the Gods, and that I'm proposing another mechanism for cataclysm today. What I proposed in Fingerprints of the Gods was that there had been a gigantic cataclysm in the ballpark of 1,500 years ago. I looked at a number of possibilities, of which the most striking to me at the time was Earth crust displacement. And Earth crust displacement is reported as the work of Charles Hapgood, not my work, but I do report it in Fingerprints of the Gods as an excellent theory which explains the information. Since I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I've learned a lot. And I wouldn't want to defend that theory strongly today. I don't know if you have bought the latest edition of my book, the paperback edition of Magicians of the Gods, but it contains a chapter saying whatever happened to Earth crust displacement. I address the change of this, and I have a right to change my view, and I think it's healthy. But I mean, why would I stick permanently to a view that I hold in 1995 if new evidence persuades me that it's wrong? I'm sure that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And fundamental proposition is we had a massive global cataclysm in the ballpark of 12,500 years ago. So naturally, it's of great interest to me when a large group of scientists, more than 60 of them,
over a period of more than 10 years now, present evidence of a massive comet impact event 12,800 years ago, exactly in that I proposed.
You are implying that there are a lot of people out there that believe in this. There are some people that believe in it. I agree for the most part. I think of taking an honest view. The comet hypothesis has gotten debunked.
Well, that's complete rubbish. That's
By
complete
the way,
rubbish.
I would also point out that in fingerprints, you had people believing that the end of the world was coming in 2012. Now, how am I supposed to take you seriously when you say things like that and then change your mind? We can all be dead by now.
Yes. Have absolutely changed my mind on the Mayan calendar. I regard the Mayan calendar as an interesting technological artifact with a better estimate of the length of the solar year than the estimate that we have with today. The Mayan calendar is based primarily on the position of the sun amongst the constellations at the winter solstice. And we are in an 80-year window when the sun sits astride the dark Milky Way between the constellations of Sagittarius and Scorpio on the winter solstice. That window is 18 years wide. So the story of the Mayan calendar, by the way, isn't actually quite over yet. But I'm not. Yes, I know exactly what session means.
Okay, well, all of this stuff that you claim is on a precession. A precession is the Earth spinning like a top.
Don't teach me
It has
how to suck
nothing to do
eggs.
with running through comet clouds. And yet you're saying that somehow we're on some sort of cycle where the comets are going to come back and strike the Earth right now, sometime during the next 40 years. That's what you said in Magicians.
No, that's what Victor Klube and Bill Napier and Emilio Benicato say. I'm a reporter.
You're the one that said, look, you just got all over Mr. Sherman for saying the same things about other people. I want to know what you think.
But Mark,
tell me what you think.
I am a reporter, and I've been very clear.
You can't cop out on it.
Let me finish.
Talking about science.
Mark, we can't talk over each other
I
like this.
am a reporter, and it is my job to report the work of other people. And I report the work of Victor Klube, Bill Napier, and Emilio Benicato, all of whom draw attention to the Taurine meteor stream, regarded as the greatest collision hazard facing the Earth at this time, and who specifically indicate that we may run into a filament of the Taurine meteor stream in the next 30 years that is going to be very bad for our civilization.
It has nothing to do with precession.
When did I say it had anything to do with precession?
You have a whole section on precession.
Yes,
in Magicians of the Comet.
Indeed, as a clock, as a timer, as a way of going back through the ages, but I'm not saying precession is causing this encounter with the Taurine meteor stream. Go find the paragraph where I say that.
No. What you're saying is that we're on a 12,000 years ago, this civilization was destroyed, and now you're saying, that civilization is so smart that we were going to go through another shower, and we're all doomed in the next 4 years.
Yeah.
I didn't say doomed in Magicians like you did in Fingerprints. We must conclude that that's your opinion, because I don't know anybody else that you referenced on that issue. Well, precession has nothing to do with that. It's even on that cycle. It has a cycle of about 21,000 years. 25-year cycles.
25,920 years.
That is not the precession.
1 degree every 72 years, give or take. That is the precession. You're really teaching Rabbi to suck eggs here.
So anyway, this has been going on all day. You can't criticize Michael for bringing up other people that are saying strange things and comparing to you and say, "Oh no, you can't say that because it's not about me. It's not true." You're doing the same thing. You're reporting about other people and saying nonsense.
Yeah, I'm reporting the work of Victor Klube, Bill Napier, and Emilio Benicato. I also indicate that I strongly support that work. That's as far as I go.
Mark, if I can stop you here, so you think that this comet wiping out all the Ice Age megafauna theory have been debunked? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir, I am not saying that. I think that if you read the literature carefully, the majority of scientists right now, and I know that this is still going, you know what I like about comet people is that they're doing it in the scientific right way. They're getting people to review the material. They're getting people to go through that gauntlet to where they get criticized. They make sure that they do things right, and they get it out there. Firestone did this in 2007. He was crucified. He's come back. His group has come
with a lot of good stuff. So I want to wait and see this play out. I said they don't like paper, that we're going to have to wait to get a conclusion here. So I'm not saying that they're wrong, but right now, if I read the literature as a scientist, I have to say that the common guys are getting hit pretty hard.
What do you make of the latest platinum paper in Nature Scientific Reports? The platinum across North America, and it's coincident in time with England ice cores and the platinum anomaly there. What do you say to that?
Well, I say, and maybe we can bring him on. The problem with that is that what does platinum have to do with the comet? You know, platinums are high in asteroids, but they're not high in comets. Comets are icy bodies. I saw the paper. I read it. I think it's interesting, but I can't for the life figure out how he's correlating it. He has, in the different areas of the globus, he has platinum concentrations that are seemingly not matching up. Outside the Younger Dryas, they're inside the Younger Dryas. I'd like you to show those.
Let's bring
It's hard to understand what he's trying to say. It doesn't refute the common hypothesis.
Let's bring Malcolm on, since he's one of the co-authors of the platinum paper.
This is going to get super complicated.
Let's try one caller at a time.
We can only do one caller at a time, apparently.
Well, I think Malcolm, should have his voice.
Well, I don't want to criticize him if he can't be here.
That's okay.
What I'd like to do is talk a little bit, if I may, about Göbekli Tepe, because I've read Schmidt. I know that Schmidt never ever found anything to suggest that there were anything in the earth part of Göbekli Tepe that were not hunter-gatherers. They all were hunter-gatherers. You know, he found 20, I think, I may be wrong on this, but I think he found 22,000 stone tools there when he dug that.
I'm not
He never
disputing
found
that.
any domesticated animals. He never found any domesticated grain. He found tons of bones of animals. So we know that about 100 to 200 people were probably working on Göbekli Tepe one time, and they were fed by wild animals and grain. So there's no reason to go out on a limb here and say that some magical civilization came in. And by the way, that's another thing that's crazy. You're saying that these guys were magicians. You're saying they had secret knowledge. What possible secret knowledge did they give to the people of Göbekli Tepe? How can you possibly say things
I'm
like
not
that?
saying that. The word magicians of the gods comes from the Apkallu in ancient Sumer, and they were considered to have superior powers, that they were considered to be magicians of a sort. Should I not report that because it's there in the
No,
Sumerian
I think you should tell us what Michael's been asking all day is what were their superpowers?
I'm not saying that they had superpowers. It's the Sumerians who said that. I simply report that. I can regard that as a cop-out if you like, but I am a
Why
fucking
did you call
reporter.
them magicians?
Because that's the direct implication of the Apkallu. They were
I
magicians
know,
of the
it sounds
gods.
like you're saying they had magical powers to me.
No, I'm saying that they were the magicians of the gods as they were called in an ancient culture. That's all.
I just want your audience to know that Schmidt, who worked there for 20 years, didn't go there for 2 days to look around, take some leave and write a book on it. He worked there for 20 years, and he found, with dates and everything, he found that there were hunter-gatherers building those megaliths.
I don't disagree.
If you went to Easter Island and you found the Moai, and you said, oh my gosh, there must have been some secret civilization that made these Moai, because stupid hunter-gatherers couldn't possibly make these. Well, we know that there were no special people on Easter Island. It had to be made by hunter-gatherers. Why don't you poo-poo?
Sorry, are you saying?
You have to call it.
Are you seriously saying that the inhabitants of Easter Island were hunter-gatherers?
Well, absolutely. And in fact, we saw
that
that
little
little
island
of the Pacific Ocean.
They had
You
no
know,
agriculture. Are you saying
into
that?
the Pacific Ocean until about 1,000 years ago.
Hold on a second.
Until about 1,000 years ago. What do you think they
Hold
were?
on a second.
A big civilization.
Mark,
Sorry.
please let him respond.
Well, first of all, did you meet Klaus Schmidt? No, personally.
Well, you know he's dead, and you know that I haven't met him.
Okay, well, I did, Tim. I do know him personally. I did record my interview with him
with his agreement. And what he states clearly, I don't agree with you that the people around Göbekli Tepe were hunter-gatherers when Göbekli Tepe was started. What precisely intrigued Klaus Schmidt was his ability, his phrase, not mine, that Göbekli Tepe was a center of innovation, a place where new ideas were deliberately seeded and spread out to the population. I have Klaus Schmidt on record saying that. I quote saying that in my book. And that, to me, is a very interesting proposition, because it suggests that we have a site here that is being used to mobilize the population and to transfer to them the knowledge of agriculture, which suddenly appears around Göbekli Tepe at the time that Göbekli Tepe is functioning.
What do you mean by suddenly?
Can I add to that? What I mean by suddenly is Klaus Schmidt that stated very clearly that these are the people, the very same people who made Göbekli Tepe, in Klaus' view, are the people who quote unquote invented agriculture.
If you don't mind me interrupting here for a second, what about Easter Island? Was Easter Island established by hunter-gatherers or not? You were saying not.
You say it was established by hunter-gatherers. I say not. I say it was an agricultural society. What's it hunt and gather on a tiny island? Have you been to Easter Island? I have 6 times, and you can walk across it in 3 hours. What's there to hunt and gather on that?
Well, you're misunderstanding my point. My point is that these are not sophisticated people.
Okay, but so you said
I agree with you on Göbekli Tepe. I think that you got Schmidt right. And in fact, it's a UNESCO site. We all recognize how important it is. But what I think Michael and I can't understand is how this ties into some magnificent civilization. There's nothing there that indicates that they were influenced by some other civilization. Except they started out as hunter-gatherers, and then they evolved into agricultural society, and that's what makes it a great site.
Can I answer you? You're seriously saying that there's nothing there? I mean, the largest megalithic site on Earth, 7,000 years older than Stonehenge, is there. There's no back to it. No evidence of practice or trade. The megalithic site itself is the problem for me.
Okay, I honestly got megaliths in quite a few sites. And by the way, you're right. There's a megalith just down the road from Göbekli Tepe, and there are probably several other. I can see them on maps.
Yeah, we need to get to the bottom of
a
this.
wonderful amount of work to do.
Yeah.
So I think, Graham, we're in good agreement on this.
Okay, so you
What
guys are
I
agreeing
want
on
to point
that.
out is that I don't think that there's any need to call upon this great civilization that you say exists.
Well, to me, this explanation is a transfer of knowledge, a transfer of technology. I've been writing about the possibility of a lost civilization for a quarter of a century. That's what I do. I hope that it's a useful contribution to the debate. I mean, archaeologists can choose not to listen to anything I say, dismiss me as complete lunatic, as they often do, to accuse me, as you do in writing, duping the public, of conning the public, and so on and so forth. You did use the word conning, actually, in the very last paragraph of your article, because I got it right here in front of me.
We will fix that.
You did use the word conning.
Michael, this was the first thing. Well, I just put it up for my students.
Well, it's there. It's there.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Exact words. I am left with. What I am left with is that Hancock. I'm going to put my reading glasses on so I can read this properly. What I am left with, this is for you, Mark, is that Hancock has a real knack for conning a hellacious number of people into buying his books. I mean, that's a direct and insult. It's online in your article. Do you stand by it or not?
Listen, I apologize to you for the use of that language. Is that what you want to hear? Because I do.
I'm sorry you used it in the first place. I think you're misleading your students.
Why would you say that you're just putting that online for your students as if that's not a big deal? You're putting it on the internet. And to say you're just putting it online for your students and you've been proven incorrect on how many different times in this article now?
Well,
incorrect. I've been proven incorrect.
Well, you have. You misquote me. You don't give the context. And even Michael has said that the skeptic article will not make these out of context statements that you're making here.
Right. So the core is the impact hypothesis likely to be true or not, and as an independent phenomenon, is it connected to Göbekli Tepe and Dryas? I mean, that's kind of what we're getting at. So then we can, maybe you can explain that graph that shows all the glacial datum bursts and the dating of those as thousands of years before the 12,800 year impact.
The map up first. We need to map
And
up.
you guys get into what does that mean? Well,
Which map is that? Which map?
Which map, Mark?
I'm sorry, it's the glacial map. Western Washington or Washington State, Norfolk.
Jamie put up.
And by the way, I should, to protect Michael here, I submit this. Michael made an immense amount of changes on that paper. I put it up because I want my students to see it. I had no idea that people would go online and look at like it.
Good Lord.
And unfortunately, you sent tens of thousands of people probably to it by letting them know it's on here. I'm sorry for that.
Well,
But anyway, let's go to this.
is it okay to just put that up online for your students? How come you don't have any problem with that, but you do have a problem with it as it stands being released to the general public?
well, you know,
I think I stand by everything I said, except for the personal comment at the end. Okay, so let's survive this map.
Let's put up this map. Let's get it back to the map.
Okay, the brown areas are, now, I have to emphasize that the Scablands is very famous. People have been working on, geologists have been working on this for more than 100 years, I bet. And very intricate, detailed mapping. And we now know areas have been flooded. That's in the brown. The green areas are the old glacial lakes. One of them you can see is the Columbia Lake. And the other one on the far right, over in Montana, that's Lake Missoula. Now, I guess my point here is that you guys want to make the flooding out here to be immense. And I think Brett's original idea was that there was just one flooding. But then Brett's came to understand, looking at the data and all of the geologic work, that it wasn't just one flood, that it's many floods. And that was the point of all of those dates that I showed you. That there have been at least 17 specific floods dated. There are probably as many as 40 to 50 floods out there. And they're all probably related to glacial dams breaking. Now, where in the world would you ever say this small area relative to an entire continent? Why would you say that this is evidence for a comet strike? Not even the comet guys are saying that this flooding out here is related to a comet, because there are a large number of area, a very small number of actual area that is flooded. If you take a look now at my dates, or not my dates, but the dates, do you have that, Michael? The one with,
we're going to bring that up, but let's let Randall Carlson address you now, because he's learned this. I mean, he's got a point that if you just look at, if you confine your examination to this area, but the point is you've got mega flooding all around the ice sheet margin from Atlantic to Pacific. You've got the work of Hugh and Lord in the Midwestern states, South Dakota, North Dakota, eastern Montana. You've got massive spillways out there that discharged off the ice sheet. You have glacial River Warren that was undoubtedly formed by most likely glacial Lake Agassiz, and you've got the St. Croix River, where I took Graham a couple of years ago, that has mega floods down it. There were mega floods down the Mississippi River. There was glacial Lake Wisconsin that discharged down to Wisconsin River, left the Wisconsin Dells. There are the Finger Lakes in New York that probably were created by massive floods liquidating all of that. Scoured, exactly, right. They were scoured. They were probably scoured by subglacial floods that were under high pressure, because you have the drumlin fields that are just to the south of them, and you've probably seen the work John Shaw, Claire Beatty, and Bruce and those out of Canada.
I think Shaw's idea about drumlins is great.
Well, why would that be? How do you propose the drumlins then were formed?
Oh, easily. The glaciers came forward and topped the terminal moraine and spread the moraines out. into drones.
But how? I mean, you've got features that look like they're totally fluidly produced. They look like inverted motels. You look at the internal stratification. How does glaciers create internal stratification? I've looked at numerous drumlins in Canada. I've looked at drumlins in New York State. I've looked at drumlins in probably a dozen different places. And where you can see exposures, you see stratification. You don't see, if glaciers are grinding over a deformable substrate, how is it that they produce anything other than a chaotic jumble of glacial till? You can actually see. Here, I've seen it myself, and we can pull up pictures of it here in a minute. I'd like for you to explain it to
before you do that, because I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay.
A drone, by definition, is made up of till. I think that we're getting kind of technical for this audience, but an esker is something that's stratified, not a drone. So you're misidentifying them as drumlins.
No, I am not misidentifying drumlins. I know very clearly the difference between an esker and a drumlin. I've looked at many eskers. I've hiked on them. I've flown over them in airplanes.
The Finger Lakes are gouged.
They are gouged, yes. Are they gouged by glaciers, or are they also gouged by subglacial megafloods? That's the question, and that I think that's a fair question to ask. And if we look at some of the studies, we find out that the depositional material in them is massive. It's not stratified, it's massive, as if it was dumped in there over a very short period of time.
Let me go back to the picture.
But hold on a second. What's your point about that?
Sorry, Joe, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Respond to that. What he just said.
What am I responding to? Look, we're going to have to disagree. I mean, what am I supposed to argue? I don't want to get in an argument with him here. It's that they're done by water. I think that traditionally, the way most shall see the Finger Lakes is they're gouged out. They're parallel to water. If he thinks it's water, okay, what can we do? We can disagree, I think.
Well,
Let me go back up to the main glacier, the Laurentide Glacier. Wally Broker suggested in the 90s that water potentially was changed from flowing down the Mississippi Valley into the Atlantic or the Arctic. No one has been able to find any evidence of flooding in the Atlantic or the Arctic. So when you say all kinds of evidence of flooding up there, Wally Broker backed off of his theory because we couldn't find any flooding.
what he backed off of was the idea that the draining of glacial Agassiz triggered the Younger Dryas, because the dating of the drain of glacial Lake Agassiz was post Younger Dryas, and that's what he backed off of. He didn't necessarily back up. Look, we that there were somewhere
the
around.
rains have been carefully mapped. You can watch the Laurentide Glacier move back moraine after moraine, and there are no holes in that moraine that suggest flooding. There's no change in the lake level of Lake Agassiz. There's no evidence there, Randall, for flooding. You've got it wrong. If you look at the mapping, the careful mapping that the geologists have done.
You just said that there was no change in the level of Lake Agassiz. How is that possible? I mean, as the ice receded, the glacial Lake Agassiz expanded, and at some point it finally breached right there at my Big Stone Lake in Minnesota, and it basically carved out the Minnesota River Valley. Geological studies have confirmed, they call it river worn, and have confirmed that essentially it was carrying its peak discharge was roughly 4,000 times greater than the modern Minnesota River that flows there. And where did that end up? That flowed into the Mississippi that conveyed that water into the Gulf of Mexico and deposited huge amounts of delta material that New Orleans is built on now.
You're trying to make a flood where a flood isn't. There's a difference between a glacier melting, which causes a lot of water, and a comet strike, which creates copious amounts of water. I think you referred to the last time as a tsunami. There's no evidence of a tsunami in North America.
Have you been?
And by the way, here's another question. Why are you guys talking about North America when your land is supposed to be in Egypt? Or you guys have run over and you found some evidence of flooding in North America, and somehow this relates to destruction of Atlantis, some lost civilization.
Well, that's
in
not
some
random.
other
That's
part of the
not
world.
what I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about that. We know there was a Fennoscan ice sheet. We know there was a Cordilleran ice sheet. We know there was a Laurentide ice sheet. We know they all melted. We know that there was somewhere around 6 million cubic miles of ice wrapped up in those ice sheets at the lake glacial maximum. They're all gone now. They had to melt. That was an enormous amount of water. And I don't know if you have been out to the Scablands. I've been going back to the Scablands and the area of glacial Lake Missoula since 1970. I've been across that thing 60,000 miles back and forth. I have over 10,000 photographs of the material in the field. And I can tell you those floods were enormous. They were beyond.
You're cherry picking. Look at the map. You show some pictures. You know, we can measure those current ripple marks that you showed. We can measure how much water went over them. All you have to do is measure the ripples.
You can go into Camas Prairie and you've got a current ripple field there. It's about 7 miles long.
I know it very well.
Okay, and the high water mark in there is at 4,200 feet above sea level. The floor of Camas Prairie is just 1,400 feet more than that. So we know that there were 1,400 feet of water passed through Camas Prairie and down into the Flathead River.
No,
Because are you disregarding the high water mark?
From the bottom of the canyon to the top of the canyon is not what it was when the water first started flowing in that area. You can't take the bottom of the canyon and say, oh, there must have been 4,000 feet of water here.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about Camas Prairie Basin, which is not a canyon. It's a basin.
It had to erode at one time.
Well, most of the material in there was washed in. So, I mean, we don't know how much it would have eroded until somebody does some more samples to get down to something that can be dated to earlier, than the late glacial maximum. But the floor of Camas Prairie is thick layers of very coarse gravel boulders, and this is what composes the current ripples that you see there. I mean, I don't see how you can look at those current ripples that are sometimes 40 and 50 feet in amplitude with 200 and 300 feet and say that wasn't a catastrophic flow. Maybe it wasn't.
It was a catastrophic flow, but it wasn't like a tsunami.
Well, how would you characterize it?
And we can do it. We can play this game.
Are you saying
there are every geologist on the planet practically says that there were about 40 floods until you came along.
No.
Because somebody
you're not familiar with the work that Victor Baker or Russell Booker or a number of others that have challenged the 40 floods hypothesis. And are you going to tell me that those current ripples in Camas Prairie are created? They're the product of 40 separate floods?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, when you show one of your pictures, I can see the flow changes in that. Well, don't give me the you're incredulous stuff.
I'm
Being
sorry.
incredulous doesn't mean you're right.
You do the incredulous all the time.
Well, so
that's because you say some pretty incredulous
30 floods created the Camas Prairie. That's what you're saying. That's the product of 40 separate floods. Those current
I don't know how
ripples.
many floods have been in there. I know that there are, but they're counting them. And I last read something to the effect of 40 somewhere.
Yeah, that's based on the work of Richard Waite. Goes back to the early '80s, and I think he's got.
No, go to his graph. Can we go to his graph?
Which graph is this, Mark?
It's the one right below the map.
Yeah, this one.
It's the dating of the floods.
Here we go. We're at right now.
I think hopefully we're disagreeing as comments here rather than
I think so. Yeah.
I'm just trying to be some data here. Look at those. Those are the Missoula flood. Lake Missoula. He's got them dated, and you're seeing the dates. He's got standard deviations, 1 and 2 standard deviations on the median there. So we've got these things pinned by multiple carbon dates. The little bell curves there show how many carbon dates he's got, and you can see that these are documented very, very well.
Yes.
So I don't understand why you're so opposed to multiple floods. In fact, I heard in the last time you guys were on this show, I heard you say that you thought there were multiple floods. You're trying to argue against that idea.
I am not. I still think there were multiple floods. I think we have to look at two distinct regimes of floods, though. And as far as the radiocarbon dating thing, we have to be really careful of is that floods will contain older sediment, and in that older sediment, there could be radiocarbon dated material that doesn't really date the time of the flood, but was excavated by the flood and trained into flood waters and then redeposited. So, that's a major problem with radiocarbon dating anytime you look at flood sediments. And I do believe there were multiple floods. That's, I think it's a misinterpretation to think that I only think there was one flood. But the problem is here, and I do think we're colleagues, and my approach to this is just like, in the MMA when two guys get out there and try to beat the crap out of each other, and then at the end of it, they give each other a hug. That's kind of where I'm coming from. So, there's nothing
personal. Can give each other a hug, but I feel the same way. And by the way, you guys are very bright and very young.
Well, I really value this because I'm looking for holes in this idea, very much so. And I have done some serious thinking about this over the years. And I have interviewed most of the geologists that have worked, that I've been in half a dozen field trips guided by the geologists that have worked on this, and had a chance to dialogue with them. And, I'm convinced that, there's a lot to be learned about this. And I think we need to be looking, you said the big picture. We could get back to a discussion of the Finger Lakes and how they formed. I think that's important. I think we could get back to the discussion on drumlins and how they formed. There is studies on valley and mooring that are at the south end of the Finger Lakes that I can't think of who did it right now. I could pull it up, but they said that it's water deposited. But there's a lot of unresolved issues about what happened during this transition planetary out of the last ice age, and I think it's important that we have these dialogues, and that we try to get to the bottom of what actually happened without imposing too many preconceptions upon our model, because I think we're looking at something very unprecedented here.
I couldn't have said that better. It was very well articulated. Let me go back to the big picture, if I could, just for a minute, because I want to address something that Graham said earlier, and that is that Graham seems to have this idea that comets break up all the time, but people that understand, I think, comets and meteorites understand that the comet Schumer, whatever it was that broke up, it broke up because of the gravitation of Jupiter. We would not expect comets to break up entering into the atmosphere. It's one of the problems that the comet people have had. Firestone suggested a 4-kilometer wide comet striking, and now they've broken it up into multiple comets. The problem is you can't get it separated. If a comet breaks up, it's very hard to separate it so that it hits in multiple places. So this is a big picture kind of problem that the comet people are having with the scientists. So you may be able to get it to hit the North American ice sheet, but I'm telling you that the studies are showing that you're not going to be able to do this without having some marks. And so far, nobody's been able to find a good that they're suggesting that a 4-kilometer comet, if it could, would generate 1 million crater meteor craters. You know how big that was? That was 49,000 years ago. We don't see that in the climate record. 49,000 years ago, we should see it. We don't see it. It's barely a little thing.
Malcolm LeCompte has been standing.
Have a huge comet strike.
Malcolm LeCompte has been standing by for the best part of 3 hours. Since he's a member of the Comet Research Group, wouldn't it be a good time to bring him on? Yeah, we bring him on as long as Mark is satisfied that he said his piece. But unfortunately, Mark, we can't have 2 people on the phone at the same time.
Okay. I really appreciate you having me on, Joe.
I appreciate you coming on too. I'm glad you guys, especially you and Randall, seem to have ironed out of your ideas. I think
Randall's a great guy.
there's a lot to be learned here, obviously, and there's a lot that already has been learned. And this is an unbelievably fascinating subject. And I think oftentimes when these debates get heated, a lot gets lost in who's wrong or who's right. But I think what we can all agree on is that what we're dealing with is an unbelievable point in history, in the history of this planet, and trying to figure out what caused it and why is some really fascinating stuff. So, Mark, I really appreciate your time and I really appreciate you imparting your knowledge with us.
Mark, if at all possible, I would love to kind of keep some of this dialogue going because I really would value your input.
I tried to write you, Randall, and I couldn't get through. I'm not sure why.
I'm not either, because if I would have seen that, I definitely would have responded. So,
Please tell me.
I will.
We'll definitely connect you guys after this is over. And thank you once again, Mark. Really, really appreciate you calling in.
If I just say, I do hope you'll revisit your article and just have a look at the context in which you present. Absolutely, never mentioned so.
All right, thank you, Mark. Okay, now we are going to call number 2. This is a fascinating podcast stuff. And your friend who's waiting is
Mark, and he's one of the Comet Research Group scientists. This is a large and diverse body of science commented material with different expertise and different areas of knowledge. It happens that Malcolm is a co-author of the recent, I regard it, highly significant paper, finding a platinum anomaly across North America. And I would hope you might begin with addressing why that might indicate comet.
right. Is Malcolm on?
You should be. Malcolm, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Excellent. How are you, Malcolm? Thank you much for joining us.
Happy to do it.
So, give us your thoughts on what Graham just said, if you would, as to why there's a comet that hit and why there would be these large deposits of these. What was it exactly?
Well, positive of the recent paper, but Malcolm is also an expert in magnetic spherules, and I think he can address that issue as well. The whole range of proxies of the high proxies.
Now, Malcolm, please just give us your thoughts on this phenomenon.
I will. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Is he breaking out?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Malcolm.
I think there's an issue. Seems to be a bit of ping
Oh, I
pong.
know what's going on. I've got a feedback. I've got to turn off this.
Okay.
I gotta get that other video.
Oh, okay. You're listening to us at the same time as talking to us. You're getting us on a 40-second delay or something.
Exactly.
Now?
Actually, I was very interested to hear Mark. His initial statement kind of put me off, but his subsequent statements I thought were pretty accurate. And there are many problems with the hypothesis that there was an impact, and that's the way I consider it. I don't really in terms of a comet impact. I think in terms of an extraterrestrial impact. I think we've proven a comet impact. I don't think we know what kind of impact it was. There's too many questions that have to be answered. So I can't sign up to say that I'm defending the comet impact hypothesis because I don't frankly know what it was. We have a lot of evidence that appears to be extraterrestrial in nature. We have magnetic microspherules. The most frequent criticism we get is that the evidence has not been replicated. And that's where I thought Mark was going. His initial statement was that the comet impact hypothesis has been debunked. And I think what he meant was, if I can speak for him, was that the fact that it was a comet has been debunked. I don't think it's necessarily true yet. It just isn't indicated that it was a comet. We have indications that it was more of an asteroid hit than anything else. And I can conceive of a rubble pile that somehow became disassociated, although there have to be a mechanism or a model for that. I don't think we have a model for that. Asteroids come in many flavors, and rubble piles are certainly one. loose aggregates of material that could become separated possibly. But I just don't know at this stage. Just the biggest criticism that we've faced in terms of the impact hypothesis is that the evidence has not been replicable. And we now have, I guess, three or four evidence lines that have been replicated by numerous independent groups. Including the nanodiamonds, which is the most controversial of the bunch of the evidence lines. That's been replicated by 4 different groups in 5 different studies. The magnetic microspherules, which were initially treated very hostilely because they didn't understand what we were talking about. And some of that was a self-inflicted wound on the part of the initial study, which didn't show what we really were finding. And that's been corrected. And there's the same objection or criticism is being made. Magnetic microspherules are typically they're melted and then they're quenched. They're subjected to high temperatures, and then those temperatures are rapidly reduced, which is sort of accepted to be characteristics of an impact. So we've got that evidence of an impact, and that's been replicated by 10 different independent groups, and many of the same sites that were originally disputed. So then the disputation has been based upon the failure to do the most basic part of the protocol, which is to do the spectral microscopic analysis of the spherules. Okay, that is the microspherules and the diamonds. The other is the discovery of platinum, iridium, or osmium, which are the platinum group elements, which are characteristic of an asteroid impact. And we found some evidence of iridium, not a lot, but there have been certain cells that are rich in iridium. And once again, this is at the under-dryest boundary, not above, not below. It's there at that boundary. So that date seems pretty solid.
And iridium is indicative of an impact of extraterrestrial origin, correct?
That's correct. The platinum is simply just another more plentiful platinum group element. Obviously, that's why they're called the platinum groups. Osmium is one that is usually associated with iridium. There are now 11 studies by independent groups that have confirmed the occurrence of platinum, osmium, or iridium. So it looks to me like the evidence is piling up. The most recent one, of course, is the platinum study by Moore that just came out a few months ago.
Now, Randall Carlson I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Randall Carlson just had us pull up some images that we're looking at. Randall, please explain what this is.
Well, this is from Malcolm's 2012 independent evaluation of conflicting microspheral results from different investigations. This is his supplementary information figure 4. So it's just so that people watching this can actually see what you're talking about when you're discussing the rapid quenching effect on the surface of the microspherules. So we've got up on the screen here supplementary information figure 4, where you've got the microspherules from Topper, the Black Water Draw, and Pawpaw Cove. So just so people can see what that surface texture looks like.
Yeah, you see these, they look like leaf-like structures across, and some of them are harder to see, but they're there. You see the original image is large enough and clear enough to actually see these, what we call dendritic structures, or almost like a carpet weave. Those are essentially truncated crystallization. It's a crystallization process that's quenched. I'm not a geologist, a geologist trying to explain it to me, and that's what I'm trying to do here. But the fact that these are enhanced, these things are quite enhanced at the upper base and really depleted above and below. Now, there are spherules throughout the column. Any column of soil, when you go down vertically deeper, you find spherules. Those spherules are typically what we call orthogenic, which means that they're created by terrestrial processes. You need to do a scanning electron microscope and
X-ray dispersive spectroscopy to differentiate those from the terrestrial processes that are producing these things.
Yeah, figure 5 has a framboidal spheral, which is probably what you're talking about. If you could go to slide 113, Jamie, and you'll be able to see, yeah, there it is. You can see it's very distinct difference. So we've got figure 5 up in the screen now, Malcolm.
That's a typical framboid, and when you look at an optical microscope, just like or very much like the we call impact spherules or magnetic microspherules, and occur much more frequently. I mean, I've got sites that have tens of thousands of these things in every couple of centimeters of sediment. So you've got to separate the impact spherules or the magnetic microspherules from these things.
But what you appear to be saying, Malcolm, is that there is an abundance of impact proxy evidence, which, in your opinion, adds up to a cosmic impact of some sort. Not necessarily a comet. You're suggesting an asteroid is so mysterious in that sense, but what it adds up to is an impact, in your view. Is that a fair?
Yeah. All these what we call proxies, the impact spherules, the platinum group elements, the melt black, which I haven't discussed yet, and the nanodiamonds are enhanced, and the enhancement has been replicated on numerous occasions. These proxies.
So anyone who says that the work with your team has been completely debunked is clearly not completely familiar with it.
That would seem to be the case. That or we're disingenuous in that regard. So I would say that because typically what we see is that the opposition literature does not cite the studies that have come. We try and cite both the critical studies and ours and give reasons why our study supplant theirs. And that's a habit I wish they would share, but
could you go
that
to
hasn't been the case.
slide 82?
It would be nice if we could have had you on with Mark so you guys could exchange information, but unfortunately our capabilities say we can only take one phone call at a time. We will definitely try to update that for the new studio, although we never anticipated this was going to happen in the first place. But,
All right. Oh, there we go. Up on the screen, Malcolm, we've got from Dead Bunch at now 2012 very high temperature impact health products as evidence for cosmic airbursts and impacts 12,900 years ago. So we have figure from supplement information 6. The light photo micrographs of magnetic and glassy spherules from Melrose, Pennsylvania. And it shows the wide variety of shapes, which includes spherules, ovals, teardrops, and dumbbells. And I think, so you can see pretty distinctly what you're talking about here with the glassy spherules. And then, like particularly, I'm not sure if you were co-author of this paper or not.
I was not.
You were not. Okay. Are you familiar with that paper? Do you know the
Yes,
image? Good. Okay. Yeah, it shows some very interesting teardrop shapes, dumbbell shapes, and connect. We see that like dumbbell H up there consists of two dissimilar accretionary spherules, one clear silicon rich and the other opaque iron rich that have been fused together. And that's pretty convincing evidence of the energy that's involved in these phenomena. We have these fused spherules like this. And then, Jamie, if you go down to the next image, which is a scan electron microscope images comparing younger drivers' boundary spheral top row with known impact spherules on the bottom row. This is a very interesting comparison because, and you've probably seen this one, Malcolm. There's 3 across the top, 3 across the bottom, and A is actually from Nudson's or Nudson's farm in Canada. It's a young Cretaceous tertiary boundary spheral, and just below it is a younger Dryas spheral from Lake Cuzco in Mexico. And one can see the morphological similarity of the two quite clearly. That C and D compares a spheral from the Tunguska airburst, and D is younger Dryas boundary from Lingen, Germany, which dates to 12,800 years before present. And there you can see very clearly the rapid quench melt texture on the surface between the two, comparing Tunguska airburst with the younger Dryas boundary object. And then finally, in F, we have an iron calcium silica spheral from Meteor Crater compared with an iron calcium silica under driest boundary spheral from Abu Haria area. And again, in each of these cases, you can see the similarities between the different types of objects. So you have these three objects which are come from that younger driest boundary layer, all which have morphological similarity to known impact proxies. And it's very difficult to dismiss this as being mere coincidence.
Yeah, I would agree. And those are, especially A, C, B, and D, those are very similar to the material that I'm taking out of the under driest boundary at the sites that I've been looking at.
Malcolm, what evidence, if any, are you aware of about what is that nuclear glass material called trinitite? That's how you say it? What from what I understand, there's quite a bit of that also appears in the same time period in the core samples.
There are some, but I wouldn't say quite a bit. Some of these, I mean, they're site specific, and one of the things I've been trying to do is work my closer and closer to Canada to see if there's any truth to this whole idea that the primary impact site is Canada. So I've been trying to look at sites closer and closer. And I've seen sites in New Jersey. This is the eastern Canada. I've sites in New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania that produce what appears to be some form of trinitite or melt glass, or what Ted Bunch would call scoria-like objects. And it seems to bear out that at least that far, we're getting richer material out of the sediment, out of the under driest boundary sediment.
Is this trinitite, this material only produced in this manner, or it's also produced through nuclear explosion test, right? But other than that, is this the only way that it's produced on Earth?
Well, an impact would do it, or a fulgurite could do it. A fulgurite is what's produced by a lightning strike could produce spherules. It could produce all the high temperature products that you see in an impact. But in a limited way, you wouldn't expect to see it in a layer unless there was some sort of global storm. What I was going to say about the melt glass is that in the material we're looking at, you see evidence of melted zircons, melted chromite, all of which are very high temperature features, indicating a very high temperature that was experienced by that particular object.
Are you seeing the image we have up here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. Okay, good. Yeah, there A is from Meteor Crater and B is from the Trinity nuclear test. So, and then with the 22-ton yield, and then C is from one of the Soviet era nuclear tests, and D is again a scoria-like object from Abu Dhabi. So, yeah. So, and then if we go to, let's see.
Yeah, I love this.
Scoria-like objects. Melt glass or scoria-like objects has only been found in about half a dozen sites at this point. So we're still, and I think it's a matter of how close you are to an impact point. And if they're very far apart, that would lend credence, I think, to this idea of multiple impacts. If they seem to be getting more plentiful as you get further and further north, then maybe there's more to a primary impact site. Right now, we just don't know. We're still working it out.
All right, we got another nice slide from the bunch article here. The
Alpha slide.
Yeah, calcium oxide, rich scoria-like object created by the melting of carbonate and silica-rich precursor rocks. The yellow area is the calcium oxide, the white area is the chatelierite, and dark areas are iron oxide. So that's a really nice.
Yeah, chatelierite.
Starting with getting that pronunciation down. And then, Jamie, if you go to the next one, we will see there's a scoria-like object from Meteor Crater, Arizona. And you could toggle back and forth between the two so that people can kind of see the similarity between them.
And I see a lot, that's what the sites that produce melt glass, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Those two types of particulates.
And how much of this material are you finding in these sites?
Well, you don't find, I have to say, you don't find a lot of this material. It's a struggle to get it. But what you find is anything above or below it, that particular layer. Unless you know that it's been a very dynamic environment, in which case it can be spread out in the soil column.
And what's the implication of nothing below it?
Well, that you've got a specific date for it, and the layer that we typically try and just limit our investigation to layers that have been dated to the ever driest boundary or contain the ever driest boundary layer. Well, I can say if you have a very dynamic environment, it can really screw things up. It can be very difficult to interpret.
So this is difficult
Flooding, repetitive flooding.
difficult science to do.
Say again?
This is difficult science to do.
Yeah, and I should add there that proving an impact is not easy. It's a while, and it just as proving an impact crater is not easy. As I'm sure Mark would agree that you find a crater, there's no guarantee that it's either an impact event or a volcanic event until you do the research and spend the time to investigate it.
But if you could summarize for us, what's your opinion now on the balance of the evidence? Bearing in mind that you may change that opinion as more evidence comes in.
Yeah, I would say we're facing an unprecedented type of event here that appears to have been something approaching global. I mean, we've got evidence now in South America. We've got evidence, and a lot of this stuff is unpublished. I mean, there's a lot of things that I could bring up that are published. So it's kind of useless to refer to them because there's no way of reading what I'm saying. But we're seeing stuff that goes very far into South America. And we're seeing things in Syria. We haven't looked elsewhere. We've seen it out in the Pacific Ocean. We've seen it in Europe. So, I mean, where does it end?
And it's all at the younger driest boundary.
That's correct.
Yeah.
What have you found in the Pacific Ocean?
Well, Sharma has found there's a paper I can cite. There's may even be just a presentation. Quoted, he says, we infer that the Central Pacific was a site of deposition, possibly resulting from dust cloud following the meteorite impact at 12,000 kilograms plus or minus 4,000. So right ballpark, Sharma says that down to osmium, and I believe he's come up with microspherules about the same core. But so the Central Pacific is an idea of how extensive this thing was.
Now, Malcolm, this is obviously some controversial material. It's fairly new in terms of public consciousness. Have you had anybody debate you on this, or had anybody oppose you?
Yeah, it goes with the territory. I wish the opposition, in some respects, in some cases, the opposition was a bit higher caliber than what I've seen. It's been a sad state that the material in opposition has not. I haven't regarded as particularly high quality.
Malcolm, Michael Shermer here. Just, do you have an opinion on the association of the effect with the megafauna extinction and also then Graham hypothesis about the extinction of this lost civilization?
I haven't even commented on the lost civilization aspects of this. I have a hard enough time dealing with the meteorite impact. As far as the megafauna goes, I think that I guess I would say all of the above. I think that all these factors come into play. You've got humans who are, for that period, technologically advanced with the Clovis point and the atlatl and the spear, the replaceable spear tip that must have been devastating to the fauna. But the idea of attacking a Brobdissenian to me is almost unthinkable. I mean, those things today, if you don't have a high-powered rifle, I just don't see how you realistically go up against a bull elephant. I mean, it just strikes me as far too dangerous to take on. But there are aspects of that question I think are going to be very, very interestingly debated in the next couple of years or so. We have a book coming out that addresses that. One of the sites I've been researching, that the whole extinction of the megafauna may have been as much related to religion as something else. There may have been a religion built around the extinction of the megafauna.
How so?
That's well, that you want the evidence for that. That evidence will be coming out in a book that's going to be published in about a month or two.
I can speak to the whole idea of hunting bull elephants, though. Unfortunately, people have been hunting them with bows and arrows forever. It's not an atlatl. Atlatl is less effective, less range, but people hunt with not just modern compound bows, which are very powerful, which allow you to shoot it from 100 yards away, but with long bows, they've been hunting elephants with bows and arrows for a long time. You know, especially the thing with bull mammoths was that they would go after the females, apparently, according to Dan Flores, who wrote American Serengeti, and that the females would keep the young in their body. Their gestation period was very long. Like I believe he said it was 2 years. Is that correct? I think he said it was 2 years. Made them extremely vulnerable when they were pregnant. Obviously, if you kill off the females that are pregnant, you're killing off a substantial part of the breeding population, and the population suffers tremendously. So that was one, but it also could have been that end. You know, I mean, that humans, I'm sure, had an impact on virtually anything that we could eat when we were starving. But whether or not we wipe them out, the Blitzkrieg hypothesis, there's a lot of holes in that theory, according to a lot of people that have studied.
Well, I think if you have an environmental impact or a degradation of the environment that might follow a significant impact, extraterrestrial impact, so you're reducing the population or stressing the population of megafauna that way, and then you've got a population of hunters in addition to that, especially if they're, for some reason or other, focused on hunting Proboscideans, and when the number gets limited, they don't care whether it's a female or a male, and they go after whatever they can get, then I think the population of megafauna is going to suffer. So I think it's a combination of factors, not necessarily just one.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Malcolm, is there anything else you would like to add before we let you go?
I guess one thing is I found it interesting in the discussion of the scablands, and that was really, it was looking at the scablands from flying over them when I was a young naval officer that got me interested in science and why I pursued science. It was looking at that catastrophes that were etched in the landscape there, the floods that really caused me to pursue a career in science. It's really a remarkable landscape, just a personal observation.
Well, Mark, we're very, very thankful for your time, and we really, really appreciate your input here, and it means a lot. And thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for everything that you continue to do to highlight this. It is such a fascinating subject, and it's amazing. And it's just, without someone like you presenting hard data, it would definitely be lost. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Malcolm.
All right, we're gonna let you go.
Okay.
Take it easy, buddy. Sound it down.
Time for your nap, Malcolm.
That's a lot of energy. So these podcasts are long. I mean, 4 hours. The guy was there on standby, probably, chomping at the bit. Before we go, I want to see some pictures of the scablands, because that is amazing stuff. Randall, one more thing before we go. One thing that you pointed to me during one of the episodes that was so stunning was these mammoths that had been literally knocked over by an impact with broken legs and that died on the spot. Do you have those images?
I do. That was actually a
Mastodon, I'm sorry. Yeah. I want to see those. So let's go to the scablands first so we can audience on YouTube, which is, by the way, only about 10% of the people that watch this. So if you're listening, let's go check out the scablands on Google, and you can see this. Describe it to us.
Well, here this is textbook scabland right here. Let's see what this is. Probably Rock Lake or Spray Lake in the Cheney Palouse scablands. Yeah, you see the potholes there. That's a sign of turbulence, extreme turbulence within the water. coating is what the process is called, where you get it's so turbulent that it actually produces vortexes, high intensity vortex motion in the water to pick up sediment, and then it can drill its way right into the bedrock. Going down there, that's Palouse Falls, which was that's an underfit water well, because what you have to realize is that at the peak of the flooding, this entire scene was submerged below water, and the cataract here is an feature, and the flow over here was thousands of times greater than the present Palouse River that you see right there. We've got a lot of great pictures on the Geocosmic Rex website and some awesome video clips.
I'm scared to say
Geocosmic Rex, R-E-X.
Rex, okay.
And
I thought you were saying wreck, like a bar wreck.
well, it's a play on words.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we are talking about that.
Okay.
But, yeah, we got some great drone footage on there. Did we show that last time? I believe we did. We might have.
Did we show a bit of
Yeah, we did.
the Camas Prairie ripples?
Did we show potholes, cataract? This scablet thing has literally fascinated me since 1970. And like Malcolm, I think that summer of 1970, traveling out in some of these landscapes was, here we go.
This is the drone footage.
And let's see, be ready to pause if we need to here. Is this the beginning? Because at the beginning we have a Google Earth image so you can get a sense of what we're looking at here. Go back to the beginning, right at the very beginning. Let's see if
It starts off with the drone.
Oh, it starts off with the drone. Okay, there should be another one that actually.
That's okay. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, these are 400-foot cliffs. This was a recessional cataract, very similar to dry falls. The water was pouring, coming from behind our view here.
Where is this specifically? If anybody wanted to watch this or look at this area?
Oh, the actual area?
Yeah.
This is in eastern Washington. This is on the eastern rim of the basin. It's right along. Just if you can see up there where those cliffs are in the middle distance, right below there is the Columbia River, and this is just north of Wenatchee, Washington. So basically, what we had here was quarrying as the water poured over this ridge. This is the Babcock Ridge, and behind us is the Quincy Basin, which served as a temporary holding pond. And let's see, as the drone comes around, I'm looking for the team. Keep going, zoom in a little bit more there, Jane.
We can see you guys down there in the ground, right?
Yeah, we're somewhere lost in the vastness of the.
Remember we can go to this.
Yeah.
What about those images of the mass? Let's look at those and then let's get out of here.
Okay. For that, you have to go to the world of the Pleistocene, which I just should have given.
That sounds like an amusement park. The world of the places could be over there. And some dudes with animals on.
Well, maybe if they succeed in, cloning some of those flash frozen animals up there, maybe
They're really talking about doing that, right?
Yeah, I don't know how plausible it is, but
That seems like a terrible idea. The lost world of the places. Nothing. Stop any diseases. Well, that's one of the big concerns about climate change, right? That we're going to release some diseases that we don't have an immune system for.
yeah. Go to slide 78.
This is an example of, by the way, who was more thoroughly documented than Randall Carlson? Jesus Christ, man. Go to slide 6,222.
50 plus years of walking the walk in the Channel Scarborough.
This is a bone deposit, and what happens is that in the particularly warm years, when the permafrost around the rivers collapses, it exposes these huge deposits of bones, which have been buried in the permafrost. This is, when I look at stuff like this is why I say there had to be another mechanisms of extinction besides human.
Because this pile?
Yeah,
Because
because
is it possible this? I mean, it's not necessarily at the bottom of a cliff, right? Because you know that they push a lot of them off the cliffs. And
no, this is stuff that when the river floods, it erodes the banks, and then this stuff falls out of the banks.
right.
So it's been locked into the permafrost for however many thousands of years, and it seems like there's interestingly two peaks of dates. That one right around 13,000, the other one around 36,000. That the fossilized remains are dated to,
Which could point to a possibility that there was sort of an impact back then as well, or something else, some sort of event.
I don't know. I don't have an opinion on that.
But by having all these together, I mean, has it been theorized that perhaps this was at the? There's not a near this, right?
Yeah, just off to the right. There is a cliff. We're at the bottom of a cliff right here. That is actually it's a riverbank. So just off.
You know that was a hunting method. They used to storm them off to the side of cliffs, and they literally couldn't even eat all of them.
Head smashed.
Yeah.
Buffalo head smashed.
They would run so many of them off cliffs.
But here's the thing. When you look at these mortality events of modern animals, even like looking at elephants that perish in some of the severe droughts in Africa, taxonomic studies show that it doesn't take 3, 4, 5 years before the remains have completely disappeared. In order to preserve a fossil, it has to be rapidly removed from any kind of forces, oxidation or scavengers, or anything that would consume it. This stuff has been, again, it's been frozen in the permafrost for however many years, 10 or 12 or 15,000 years.
So it was likely covered in an event.
Covered in an event, yes.
Now, there was one that I really wanted you to get to that was a mastodon that had been literally knocked over and had broken legs.
Yeah, that would be, we could look very quickly at slide 92. This is one of the more interesting anomalous events. This was the flash frozen woolly mammoth. Go to slide 93. It's a much clearer. Yeah, this was a mammoth, 6-ton mammoth that was, again, one of these river collapses. The banks collapsed during a warm spring and exposed this remains of a woolly mammoth with soft tissue preserved, contents of food in its stomach undigested, actually a mouthful of food. The hips of the mammoth were both broken, as if he was thrown back on his haunches very violently. He had an erect penis, which suggests that he was suffocated, which is he was a freak. Or he was a freak, yeah, he was getting ready. Laughed at that. The wolves ate the flesh off the skull. That's why it's buried like that. You'll see the front left forelimb there. You'll see the bottom there, left, right at the screen. That's his back leg. Oh, wow. That you see right there. The interesting thing about this is, the rapidity of climate change is implied by being able to freeze a 6-ton mammoth, because the contents of his stomach, according to the studies, had not been putrefied, which implies that the entire carcass had been frozen through and through, probably in less than 10 hours.
Well, like, let's see, the Iceman, that's what happened to him.
That's what happened to him, yes. Yeah. Interesting point, and that would be a subject that we should talk about.
He fell in between a crevice and a glacier, correct?
And probably got rapidly buried under the snow and the ice, and that's how it was overnight preserved. Yeah, overnight, exactly. The next slide shows a reconstruction of the in the museum in Russia, showing the mammoth, the circumstances in which he was found. If you go to, let's see,
By the way, there's a sidebar on Etsy to show you how that science changes rather slowly sometimes. It was a decade before they found out he was murdered, because they found an arrow point in his scapula here that cut his bone. And he had wounds on his hands and arms, so he got in a fight, and he had other people's blood on his hands, so he gave as good as he got and lost the fight. So he was murdered.
Wow.
And that took, with all that careful conservation in the laboratories, 10 years before that came out. So sometimes this stuff has to just take a while. So if I try to find some common ground before we sign off with Graham, your your book, you have this really great sentence that I quote, is, it would mean at least that some yet unknown and unidentified people somewhere in the world had already mastered all the arts and attributes of a high civilization more than 12,000 years ago and sent out emissaries into the world. I think this is entirely possible cognitively, for sure. Would do it for me, what modes that they sent the emissaries out on, the wood, carbon-14 dated, and some specific examples of high arts and attributes of high civilization. So if it's not metal and writing, then whatever it is, I would change my mind. Absolutely.
That's good. Yeah. I think as the research continues in this area, for the last few years, I'm very much an outsider. I have felt that the evidence is moving in a direction that is helpful to the argument that I hope it will continue to be that way. I hope the evidence will come out. But I'm trying to, like I say, my role is a reporter, and I'm trying to be a reporter for the alternative sides of things, but to do so in an effective and hopefully thorough.
The argument in history of science to be made for the role of outsiders, complete outsiders, to come in and shake things up. I mean, Freeman Dyson is totally self-taught, autodidact. They called you an autodidact, absolutely. And they can make it, if nothing else, they push people to really figure out what it is they believe and why, because otherwise it's going to challenge them.
So Marlon Bratz is a good example of that. A high school teacher.
Right.
Hello, Randall Carlson. Good example.
Absolutely.
Will 6. Well, listen, you still want to look at this real quick?
Sure.
Mastodon, I got it right here.
Let's do it. He can go for it. That's what I love about Randall. He never gets tired of this stuff. If you can model your enthusiasm, it would be an awesome pill.
Well, maybe we can talk about that.
Put it in the memory focus there.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna look at this Mastodon. 125. Yeah. So this is a Mastodon that was dug up in a pit years ago. Excavation showed that the bones were lying on and in a layer of limey clay or marl about a foot in thickness. When it's up there, and it goes on to say the skeleton proved to be badly disturbed, bones crushed and broken. As an example of the amount of disturbance, one of the ribs lay beneath one of the tusks, while another was thrust through an aperture in the pelvis. A shoulder blade rested to the right of the one of the large neck vertebrae was found about 10 feet from the skull in proportion to the pelvis. In spite of the wide dislocation of the parts, now this is where it really is interesting. The bones of one of the feet remained intact and in place, very possibly in the spot where the eagle last stabbed. So in other words, the foot still embedded in the soft material where he was apparently stepped at the time whatever happened to him.
And this is all the same time period as the other Mastodon?
We don't have dating on this, but it likely was at the very end, probably in a younger dryas window because of the amount of sediment over it. Go to the next slide, maybe, and we'll see 126. We can get a better.
So this thing, theoretically, was blown back.
Yeah. Go. There we go. There you can see one of the femurs that's been butted squarely across. They go on to say that even the largest of the bones, such as the thigh bones, were broken squarely across in places, indicating that some considerable force had been exerted upon them. Any conclusion as to an agency powerful enough to cause such destruction must be highly speculative. So basically what you're seeing here is a mastodon got smashed into the ground. Wow. The forces, there were strong, powerful shear forces that would have literally separated his leg from the foot and still immersed into the ground. So, I mean, there are many examples of this. And the last slide we're going to show, if you go back to this process.
I once went digging with Jack Horner, the paleontologist, the dinosaur digger, and he showed these debris flow pile-ups of dinosaur bones that had been split and broken. Wow. And these are huge, just from the force of the water and then piling up at the of a wall. And so if you do it to a dinosaur,
wow, right. Yeah, 85. 85 is an interesting slide because what it shows is the London ivory docks, which over a period of about 2 centuries, this was mammoth ivory that's being dug out of the Siberian permafrost.
That's just a drawing.
Oh, that's just a drawing. Yeah.
Well, that's the problem with that. Like, that's what it looked like.
Well, this is what it looked like. The 19th century siege in the ivory from the London docks covered by thousands of mammoth tusks. And this on year after year after year after year for roughly 2 centuries.
There is so much of that mammoth ivory, by the way, that they use it to make knife handles. I actually have a knife handle that was made out of mammoth ivory. Yeah, and still to this day, not only is it legal, but it's common to use mammoth ivory for different kinds of things. There's so much of it.
But not an endangered species.
In this case, though, what we have is tusks that are being, again, out of the permafrost.
Right.
So how did they get there? That becomes the question.
Right.
Does it have anything to do with human predation, or was it a natural catastrophe that somehow ended up putting all these mammoths down and burying them in the permafrost? That's the question I want to raise.
No, I think we raised a lot of questions. I think we got some pretty good answers. I think we had some great dialogue, and I really appreciate your time, all of you guys. And thank you to Malcolm, and thank you to Mark, and thank you, Jamie.
Well, thanks for hosting.
My pleasure. It's a
Thank
treat.
you,
It's a
Joe.
treat.
Can I have a quick shout out?
Yes,
Shout it out. I want to thank Brad Young, Cameron Dyer, my brother Rowan, my wife Julie for helping make this possible. I also want to have people go to the Geocorex website and the Sacred Geometry International website for a lot more of this kind of stuff.
Then I'm going to thank my beloved partner and wife, Sandra, who's shared every adventure with me for the last quarter. I'm the Great Pyramid together. We've been at the bottom of the ocean together. Wouldn't be doing any of this stuff if it weren't for that wonderful woman.
Sherman, you want to thank?
Oh, thank my wife Jennifer, my little boy Vinny, and my agent, my lawyer. No, but kept in common my partner Pat, who keeps the show running when I'm running around and things like this.
All right.
And Joe Rogan. Let's thank Joe Rogan.
yeah.
Because Joe, I speak all over the world, and whether it's South Africa, or whether it's Japan, or whether it's Britain, or whether it's the United States, or whether it's Croatia, people come up to me and they say, Joe Rogan's.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate
The
everybody's
most
listening.
interesting guest. Really.
Well, you're wonderful, dude. All you guys are. Thank you so much. All right. We'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Bye. So long.
Department says the attack happened around 7 this morning at a home on Forestry Avenue. A 45-year-old man from Oklahoma who grew up in LA is expected to plead guilty today to a federal charge of phoning in bomb threats to 5 schools in Los Angeles and threatening to shoot children as they left one of the elementary schools. He's facing 10 years in prison. The Wayfarers Chapel in Rancho Palos Verdes has been closed because of the threat of a landslide. The glass chapel, which is a National Historic Landmark and a popular wedding venue,
Live, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 episodes. Tom Segura, Joey fucking Diaz. We're delayed in starting, ladies and gentlemen. We did not have a meter.
That was a real panic setting.
That's embarrassing.
Yeah, I thought shit was going to go down, but thank God I'm petrified of earthquakes and situations. I don't put slippers on. I sleep with sneakers on. Right in. To the generator. Water tools. Yeah, I got the weapons. There you go. Have you been out here for an earthquake? It scared me. Yeah. When I was just sitting by the computer, the cat balls. Yeah, you get high, the cats, the cat balls, all of a sudden, the whole building kept. The cat balls up in the air spinning. The cats running for their lives. They were acting weird a couple seconds before that. And that's why they so fucked up.
Oh, they were acting weird before the earthquake. They say
They sense it. They sense it. And I'm going. So I started looking at the cat. Dog. What the fuck is going on? That they're doing that. All of a sudden, I saw the cat balls. It's like a cartoon up in the air spinning. Earthquake. And the whole building shifted. I heard the bricks. Okay, being at night, sleep apnea. You gotta have a conveyor.
600. You get one with everything. Around here, it fucking cleans your water.
It's scary as shit when you panic about what earthquakes are like before you move here. You know, and then you like. I remember the first week I was here. I was in an apartment in Sherman Oaks, and I was standing at the kitchen counter of this person's apartment on their laptop sending an email, and I felt a little. And I go in my head, I go, "Oh, that's a subway." And I kept typing, and then he could you feel it? I was like, "Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's the earth shaking underneath your feet." I was like, "Ugh!" And it's like a panic sets in. You're like, "Oh my god, I've actually experienced the earth moving now." And then the next step is like when you're like if you're asleep and then you feel the dresser, but you hear the dresser or something that's hanging on your wall bumping. What's going on? Take the extra beat to figure out you're going through an earthquake.
That extra beat is fucked.
How many of you been through?
Nothing big, but like 5s, 5.5s, a couple of those. The first one I was in aftershock of the Northridge earthquake. I was staying in North Hollywood, and I was in this shitty apartment. It was made out of like fucking the same body used like to ship refrigerators in. Like literally, the walls when they hit the walls was like this. I mean, like the whole thing was just a giant was pushing on the house.
Scary as fuck, right?
Yeah, well, it's tumbling.
Yeah.
Because you realize like this is nothing. This isn't chewing up this. This isn't knocking over any houses. Imagine what it felt like that big one hit, and it hit for 30 seconds. For 30 seconds is so long to feel the ground moving.
Well, that's why I was just going to say that. When you have that experience, there's some people that because a few days after Northridge, there was aftershocks. Yeah, I mean, there's people that when they look at their kids and go, "I'm not going to this again. I work in bullshit. I work in Wilshire. I have a big building. What if?
That was like 1,000 oaks.
Yeah. So a lot of people, that's what we was waiting for an earthquake here, because people leave when they sell their houses for dirt cheap.
It does happen.
We're gone. They don't ever want to experience it again. But then I see a guy like me because it's 55. And I've asked him, how do you feel? But
Dude, when I first moved here, before I first moved here, I was out here for meetings. I went by a section of the highway, I think it was the 10, that it collapsed. And we're moving cars around it.
Yeah.
And as we're, is this mapping? What is this, an apartment building that collapsed?
Just Northridge.
The Northridge building? Yeah, dude, that was a fucking serious earthquake, man.
Yeah.
Like, fucking serious. And when I was driving by this one section of the highway, it collapsed on the lower section. And I remember thinking, that's just shit luck. Like this right here.
Yeah.
Like, you could be there, and it's just shit luck.
It is really.
Blam, the thing lands on you, and that's go.
I'm sorry. I am a hard worker. I really try to do anything I could to help myself. But when people call me, they want to go to me. Santa Monica, after like 3, unless I don't know. I tell them, I'm going to let kids who won the Oscars be a family. And he said, I was always the guy that went to Ocean Avenue was auditions.
Yeah.
You deserve an Oscar because from the 10 to the 405, you got to wait on that ramp.
That is such first world privilege right there.
And if you're fucking high and you're in the middle of that ramp, your mind starts playing. I'm telling you, I've been stuck in that ramp and I've gone, never again.
Oh man.
I want to through this ramp. I don't ever want to be in the middle of that ramp. That's not good. Your mind starts playing with you. You remember that? Those images.
Okay, let's plan this right now. If the shit hits the fan, this thing shakes to the ground.
Yeah.
Where are we going? Because listen, one of the main reasons why I like being in LA is because I like you guys.
Yeah, so we're gonna all go.
I like for real, like 100%. Like that was the thing that bothered me the most about Colorado. There was a lot of nice people out there, but I didn't know you guys weren't out there.
Well,
see, we work together but there's something fun about running into you guys all the time.
Yeah,
it makes life better. We do sets at the store, the factory, and wherever we're at. It's more fun. It makes life more fun. I would do this podcast.
100%. I would do it.
Yeah.
Move to Colorado.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
I love
about.
that state.
That's what we do. Move to Colorado's the right way.
I remember, guys, it's not our decision. Boom, Mr. Rogan sits you down and goes,
That's it.
Not living.
Yeah.
That's what. That's how. In fact, I got back to Colorado without a hotel, but like some people it affects that way.
Oh yeah.
That they go like ends
Right now.
today.
Yeah.
with that earthquake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people
I
really
bet if you feel it, if you feel that motherfucker, the ones that take down highways, if you feel that, you're like, oh my god. Like, this is not even a really big one.
Yeah.
Really big ones change the shape of continents.
True.
I mean, that's the real fear. The real fear is a giant one, like a 10 or an 11.
Part of you, by the way, always feels kind of crazy. Like when I was growing up in Florida with hurricanes, that like after a hurricane, you're like, are we staying after this? And they're like, yeah, it happens all the time. That's Florida's mentality. Like, shit happens.
put up and get beer.
Yeah, but there's
Something
something
about
about
a hurricane that, like, whatever reason, I feel like if you're just in the basement, the top blows off the thing and you're fucking strapped yourself in like a wild ride at Disneyland.
But now they give you these things. They're like you're definitely gonna die. You're at the beach, and people still fuck it.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, for sure.
I had my friend's mom. His mom is like 70-something years old, and this big one was coming. They're like, this time we're not fucking around. This is a Category 5. This is going to absolutely devastate this area. She was like, absolutely not. I've been here 40-something years. Nothing ever fucking happens. And he begged her, and she was like, no. And it's like, those reports are always blowing the dice because they'll say it's going to be this bad, and then it'll turn or it'll look different. Yeah. And it turned into like a tropical storm. She was like, see. She was like the only person that stayed. Like everybody else, we would always bail. I don't know if you were ever there for a hurricane, but like we would always book it, man. As soon as they were like, this thing is gonna like, they're like, no, there's no way. And even driving in those tropical storms was unreal, man. Like you can't see an inch in front of the car. It's like you're driving through a car wash.
We had to stop once. With me when they did that seminar in Miami when we were working at West Palm. Did you get down with us?
No.
Eddie was doing a seminar in West Palm, or in Miami. We were in West Palm. It's like a half-hour away. So we left to go to the seminar, and we were stopped dead on the highway. You could not see an inch in front of the windshield. It's amazing. It was fucking crazy. It lasted for about 15 minutes, but it was just
Dude,
and the sky opened up.
The time there. All the time.
We don't even know what rain is. No. Don't even know. And I never knew growing up. Like in Boston, growing up in Boston, I never saw that.
Yeah.
We saw it rain. We never saw that. Like, that's some next level.
I haven't really seen it duplicated since leaving.
I saw one bad, as a child, I saw one bad rainstorm in Jersey where the clouds got dark.
Yeah.
It started hailing. Have you ever lived through hail in
Yeah.
Colorado? That's
You see videos of where people's cars are just getting destroyed.
Yeah.
And one guy had a film of a lake. They were watching it, and it slowly ramped up. It's like 1, 2, 1, 2, and it's like, whoa, look at the size of this hail. And all of a sudden, it's literally like we're being attacked with rocks from space. Like, here, watch this. Look at this. Look at this fucking guy's pool. Yeah, there's a gang of these, man. But like, look at this one. Look at that. That's rocks. Those are nice rocks.
It fucks people's
This is
cars
insane.
up.
Oh, destroys cars. Look at that fucking water, dude.
1,000 roofers moved to Colorado. This is working for 2 fucking years.
Yeah, but you get Jesus Christ. Yeah, look at it's getting worse. This is insane. Dude, you get KO'd. Okay, especially if you're like a little kid.
Oh,
Imagine being a 5-year-old out in this, you get fucking pummeled to death. Has anybody ever died from hail? It seems like it.
The first week I
Shit,
moved
that's
out,
insane.
the first week I moved that way on a Monday, and that Friday was the North Hollywood shootout.
Oh, really?
That was
that week.
That Monday I came in, I was living with Stanhope.
Yeah.
I went to find a job that Friday.
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of traffic, and they were like, nah, this is North Hollywood shootout.
That-
I don't know what Hollywood was.
That shootout changed policing nationwide. That incident changed the way they viewed having weapons, changed their training. They never even contemplated that people would rob a bank with like fully automatic machine
The
guns.
scenes
Fucking
that
crazy.
coming out with the body armor just fucking.
And that dude was by a car after he was hit, just shooting up in helicopter. Shit, that was fucking crazy, man. I remember that national news. That like a big fucking
Get on the 101.
No, I was in the news radio break room. We we were getting ready to film a scene, and we were watching. Me and Candy Alexander huddled up together, going, "What in the fuck?" Everybody came in. Guys, get in here, get in here. And we're all in there watching. We're like, "What in the fuck?" And it changed the way they tactics they use and the equipment they give police.
Absolutely.
Because they were like, they had 38s back then.
They still reference it at the time. Yeah, I did a ride along 2 months ago with the Hollywood division. And I was, the guy was still talking about it. He said, we have this because of this shootout.
And, you know, a lot of people say, oh, man, fucking militarization of the police, and this is, and there's a lot of it that's not good. If you give people too much power, it's not good.
Yeah.
But if some shit happens like that, they need that. Otherwise, they're sitting ducks.
Yeah.
You know, kind of weapons you get on the streets right now.
Oh, dude,
You know, they fucking
crazy shit.
like power. You get on the streets from AR-15s, you get some wild shit on the fucking street.
Yeah. All you have to do is this number. It's real quick mathematics for anyone interested. There's 350 million people somewhere around this country. There's more guns than there are people. And they're still making guns. Every day they make guns. There's a gun industry. It's gigantic.
Yeah.
They're making all kinds of guns all over the country.
Every year, like,
Every year they make
more higher tech.
They're not getting rid of any gun. Like all those guns for toys. Oh, give back your gun and you'll get a toy. Okay. And then there's someone's a factory going on right now. They're cranking out AR.
And one person's like, yeah.
Some the old 2.2 for a teddy bear.
Fucking handball court. You know, something like
Jesus. I can't believe they're playing handball still.
that's how they
It's
get
like the handball. So I'm gonna be the best.
when you get out of prison. When you get out of prison, play handball. That's when you get out. You get a disability. You play handball. Then it's another for you. Then you're half a normal when you play handball. So guns that kill. You got a gun at a handball court for $50 that you shot 3 people. That gun hasn't missed. A motherfucker shot himself. A motherfucker committed suicide long range with those. They don't give a fuck. They got guns that don't miss on the handball courts.
Did you play handball in prison?
I played the ball like in the first 2 weeks. It just wasn't for me. I played in Colorado because there was a few guys in the Bronx.
Yeah.
So when I went to Summit County, because I was arrested in Boulder, once you start your states, they were going to send me to Missouri or Texas. I ended up going to Summit County. Summit County is like, we don't really have borders.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You can just do what you want here.
Yeah.
At night at o'clock, I would go to the Pathmark, not Pathmark, like a supermarket. Get chips and sodas.
What?
It was like a fucking daycare.
So I get along. Everyone got along pretty well.
Yeah, and I would from the Bronx that played handball, became friends together. I'd been on the run for 12 years. This guy was brilliant. Fucking brilliant, like the shit he had done. He had driven the cops. Like, was that movie Leonardo DiCaprio?
Catch me if you can.
That he was that guy. And the final thing he did for him was they caught him. He set him up on a drug sting. Like I read the paperwork, it was brilliant. He set him up on a drug sting. He said, I know where I can go buy 10 kilos of coke. It actually gave him $250,000 cash to buy the 10 kilos of coke. He set it up with his friend to have a car behind the house. The car was empty. The house was empty. There was no cops never even did a background check to see who lived in the house. The house was empty. Went through the front and went out the back, disappeared, traveled for 10 years. And he came back to the States because his dad died and they arrested him.
Wow, he took a chance like 10 years ago.
He went for like Aruba and he just played shuffleboard.
It's a dark world, the world of the expat and those South American tourist communities.
Yeah.
That's like that.
Pretty sizable too, right?
Very sizable. Yeah. All over Mexico. There's a lot of people in Brazil.
I had a friend
in South America.
His dad was island hopping all throughout his adolescence to avoid taxes, just to avoid taxes.
Wow.
And then the crazy thing to me is that they came here, like they came back eventually. I'm like, so is he in trouble? He's like, no. How's he not in trouble? He's like, I don't know. Well, aren't they gonna catch him? He's like, no. What do you mean, man? Like he's here now. Like it's a whole new identity. No, okay. Don't worry.
Does he say you don't pay taxes?
He says no, and he's like,
Now he doesn't.
He still doesn't. And then my friend was still like, you know, you don't have to pay taxes.
Oh, one of those
guys.
snipes.
Yeah, I know. He goes, Google it.
Yeah, you have to pay taxes.
Google it. When that's your thing, like, just look at.
Goddamn, pay your taxes.
That's the worst.
They will lock you up.
They'll
so
fuck you
quick.
up, of course.
And it doesn't matter if you pay them. See, if you owe money to, say, like Exxon, whatever, they'll sue you. You have to pay the money.
Yeah.
You pay the money. But if the IRS, if you owe money to the IRS, they put you in a fucking cage for sure, regardless of if you pay.
Let's say
Even if you agree to pay it, they say, you're gonna go in a cage first.
Yeah, no.
if you owe a company money, they file a judgment, and they sell the paper, and then you get called at comedy clubs like I used to. You know, when I first started comedy, I owed so much money.
Did you really?
I go to comedy club, the manager goes, you just got a call. You just got 3 calls. And I go, holy shit, it's HBO.
Really? Like,
In my mind, I would go to HBO, oh shit. We go, Joe, it's the same guy. And I'd pick up the phone, Joey, Discovered Bar, we never got that payment. Motherfucker. They fucking figured out they have tremendous scams. People looking for you.
Yeah.
They put the computer and they'll go on to see what other number they usually call you. And they'll get that number. When they call you, that number will come up over your caller ID. They do some illegal shit. When they're looking for you, when you get a judgment from Exxon, 7 years you don't pay it, it goes away. The government, that never goes away. That the student loan, these motherfuckers that tell student loans to suck their dick.
Oh yeah, student loans.
They come
That's
back.
even more intense than IRS. So, yeah.
Well, that's all the government as well.
Right.
The thing about student loans is it doesn't get erased when you go bankruptcy.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So if you file for bankruptcy, anything else, it's gone.
Yeah, I paid the student loan until it was due. I took the last one out, the 26.25, the minimum.
I've known a couple of people.
They showed up about 3 years ago with a big old number. I had to get an attorney to negotiate it down and get off it. The IRS, I didn't pay taxes from 90 to 2001. What? Dog, I was hiding. I was told, what was I making? 8,000 a year as a road comic. Okay. What am I going to file?
Yeah.
So I didn't file. I made 113 years. 11 years. One day I walked in downtown. They're going to shoot me in the head. I took the number. They called my name. I went back there. I told them I had to file in 11 days. Yeah, I talked to the lady for a half hour. She goes, we don't go back for 7. So you got 7 free years. No, they don't throw you in. Well, listen, you have to be a dumb motherfucker for them to throw you in jail.
Or you have to be a public figure.
Every option, Joe.
The public figure you actually work off than if you're some just legitimate businessman.
But if you're a public figure, I can tell everybody, say, look, I'm going to shoot 10 movies in the next
No,
year.
they would not let business do that.
Because if he gave them such a, at first he was telling them all this shit, that fuck rules and fuck the United States.
I think he was just
Black Africa and yeah, he was talking about all that shit, and that drive crazy.
I don't think
He also made it.
He
He made a he didn't of the
Yes,
and he
yes,
back down.
really.
He like to like my friend.
Oh, you gotta go in there humble, and they'll play with you. Once you start talking about 11, right? Thomas Jefferson, and black reparations, Chinese yakuzas, they don't give a fuck.
There's a lot of those people out there that convince people that they don't have to pay taxes. And it's on the Constitution.
It's like they want to believe it like a conspiracy theory. You know?
Well, no, it might be. It's a thing. I mean, you might have a legal argument, but it doesn't matter. They'll
Can't get away with
cage.
tax evasion.
They will take money and put you in a fucking cage. And you won't make any money.
From fucking pollution.
What's that?
That kid that we
The solution is a
situation.
situation.
Let me get a tissue paper from Tarantino that we made.
Yeah.
It's a nice guy. He's a really nice guy. Very nice guy.
Wait, what happened to him?
He actually didn't just not pay his taxes. There were some shenanigans where he pretended that he made less than he actually did.
They'll
Like
get you on that too.
Why these people?
They got Sinbad. Remember that? They were putting him on the front page of the Times years.
Why don't go?
Mike, the situation said
This guy.
more charges,
Yeah.
including tax evasion and structure.
Yeah.
Tax evasion. Like once you structure it and you're the mastermind,
It's not a good
that's not good. You're definitely going.
You know the craziest part of the story was to me that for that kid that they're like hitting him up about, He made $9 million.
So
Good for him. You know, I just was amazed that, like, I didn't realize that from. I mean, I remember that show, obviously a huge hit, but that's incredible sum of money.
we should really pay attention to this. Like,
Just
just
his?
pay, not just his, but what they can do. Because you think about what it is we're just talking about money, right? And we're talking about some deception on his part,
Yeah.
where you try to keep the money.
Yeah. Try to make it look like
you do that with anybody else.
Yeah.
Say you're in some sort of a deal with Costco, you do some sneaky shit, just they can sue you,
Yeah.
you'll owe them, you have to pay them, but there's no threat of jail time,
Right.
right? I mean, if you tried to like cook the books, would they get
Yes.
you? Would they put you in jail, or would they just try to fine you?
They probably pay fines, so I'm guessing.
Do you think it would be the same scrutiny and attention though that he's getting?
No, I think it'd be all about paying help.
Let's pretend that Mike Sorrentino's that his name. Let's pretend that he had some sort of a deal with Chevrolet, and he was using it to sell cars, but he was fucking around with some money and cooking the books and a little of this and a little bit of that to the same tune as what was going on with the IRS. What do you think they would do to him? Would you even be seeing this on TV?
No, they would be like a suit.
Right, because what they're saying is this guy tried to fuck the Big Daddy.
Right.
I mean, that's what they're showing you. They're showing you that Big Daddy gets mad when you try to fuck him.
And in the grand scheme of things, like, it's a lot of money for an individual to earn, but it's not enough money that affects Big Daddy.
No,
They're setting a
Big
message.
Daddy's coming after you. But here's the strange thing: Big Daddy is just people. Like, why do we let anything be Big Daddy?
Yeah.
Like, we used to think of it, I think, from like almost a primitive perspective. Like you have a king, or you have a leader of a tribe.
Yeah.
I think that's how people used to think of it. They used to think of all organizations, whether it's the FBI or the DEA, as being a part of that. Just a bunch of fucking people.
Yeah.
And no person should ever be Big Daddy to the point where if you have money that's owed to someone else, perhaps, and there's some sort of an argument that you've been deceptive, that they just swoop down and take all your money. Like they lock it all up. Like they go, no, we're fucking freezing your funds. Like X doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Chevy doesn't get to do that. Other corporations don't get to do that. But Big Daddy has the overall say. If you violate Big Daddy code, even though Big Daddy, like you don't even have to get a receipt from Big Daddy. You give Big Daddy half your money, and Big Daddy just takes it and spends it whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
And and you say, what? You don't think you should pay taxes, you fucking hippie? Are you a Bernie Sanders supporter? Saying that. Not even saying that. Don't you think Big Daddy should be accountable? If Big Daddy's going to just throw us in a cage because we don't give him ones and zeros, don't you think Big Daddy should be a little bit accountable?
They should be way more accountable for their spending. Way more accountable.
Way more. You should be able to check off boxes too.
Yeah.
It should be like still at the needs, like healthcare, check. Like police department, fire department, check. Things that we all like have to pay.
Yeah.
There should be elective things. Bunch of elective shit.
Well, I feel like they should also, like, our representatives should be more willing and, like, actually mandated to explain in detail and, like, what they're doing, what they're spending on. And I feel like a lot of, House Representatives, Congress, Senate, there's just like an arrogance about the way that they even handle it. I mean,
Yeah, they have power, of course. They're Big Daddy.
They're Big Daddy, and like it's the just like aloofness that they have. It's like it's always been upsetting.
It's fucking. No one should be Big Daddy. And the people in Congress should be humble. And that's one of the things about Obama. Say what you want about Obama, with the elections policies. As a human being, that guy conducted himself better than any president ever. The way he spoke, the way he interacted with people, the way he even responded to criticism. We're not just I'm not talking about his policies.
Yeah.
You hate
The class
affordable care.
Yeah.
As good as it's ever been.
Yeah.
Which is why this Trump thing is in such direct contrast. When he's yelling the other day at some reporter and he said, you're news. He used that again. He said, be quiet, fake news, or something like that.
Well, I think
talking about something.
we can like conflate the two. Like if you want to take about policy and effectiveness of an administration and just personal conduct, like say you take all the politics out of it. That's what bothers a lot of people to this moment still.
Yeah.
If you just even separate politics, which a lot of people are in favor of, just the way he conducts himself. People love it. Let's be honest.
It's a very small amount of people love.
Right, but a
they
lot
thought
of
it
people
was fun
are
before he was
bothered
the president.
Yeah.
And he was saying before, there's no debtors prison.
Yeah.
There's not put that as prison. When I first got into comedy, I was getting divorced. I was getting squeezed by an attorney. And as much as I never forget the first time sending a payment for anything. Like, I'll never forget how shitty I felt.
Terrible, right?
Yeah, my credit rating was not worth all those years going down the toilet. And then at that point, I said, if I'm walking out, I said, might as well dance. I mean, I was just buying cars and fucking around. You know what? They couldn't throw me in jail for all that shit. But one night, up and closed my account. Yeah, and I went home and opened up my drawer. One of those, when you want coke, you get fucked next time. Get creative. I went home and I opened up a drawer and I saw those checks. Those big checks that this number sent you. Yeah. First went the card, get the card. I had a bank account, Bank of Boulder, whatever it was called, my car finance through there. I went in there and had a 24-hour deposit. I went in there at 1 o'clock and signed that check over myself. I waited for 2 seconds and all of a sudden the envelope came out and 10 hundreds. I peeled the 90 out of that. I said, 901. Discover call me and said, an hour to bring that fucking money back or we're going to charge you with fraud. And I was put up against the thing. I went to the bank. I told them to stay. I didn't know. One lady said, you know what? I'm going to take that 1,000. I'll give you the 1,000, but I'm going to put it into your car loan. Raise the payments by $25 for every 1,000, $25. I didn't go to jail for that fucking thing. So they don't put you in jail for being in debt. They put you in jail for deception. You know how they get athletes and entertainers? You know what their biggest downfall is? When they go to Comic-Cons and those autograph signings.
Oh, they don't get paid for those. Or they get paid for those, no report.
There's 2 days. There's the people who get $5,000 flat, and you take pictures off that. Then there's people that get $10 for their T-shirt and $15 for a headshot and a smile. Yeah, those $15 go in the pocket, bro. You know what I'm saying? And what happens is you have to give incentives for that $15 to the guy. It's like when you sold merch at a comedy club. Now all of a sudden now they want 8% of your merch. Okay. Well, that guy reports it. But Pete Rose, I'm just saying, Pete Rose, I've done against Pete Rose, my dog. Pete Rose, when you tip us $15 in his pocket, right? Or 60, like 10 pictures, it's $150. That's how they can get you on all those autograph things.
Right. What's going on there? What's this?
It's from an article. It's what he's talking about. This article is talking about walking away from Comic-Con with garbage bags full of 20s. This guy said he could make up to $250 grand.
What? Shit.
He said he didn't feel a need for representation. He's walking out with a bag full of cash.
What? Who is he?
It's like an unnamed person, source deeply involved.
Stephen Arnell became so enhanced in the festival business that he started his own business.
He's the star of the Arrow, the show The Arrow.
Oh, okay.
Comic show on Netflix.
Wow. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That seems very strange.
So Comic-Con, you pay for a booth. And I think you give me 3% of your overall take.
Don't you think that are having people pay to come here? It's real strange.
I think it's weird to charge somebody for a pig and charge somebody to suck. I mean, I guess the suck thing, I understand there's a bit, especially in sports, you know.
I can understand if you're selling a book,
But,
or if it's your thing that you're signing.
whoa,
$500,000 a weekend. Who the fuck gets that?
Guy from The Walking Dead. I'm gonna read this.
$200,000 guarantee to take
$200,000
pictures. Guarantee.
Do I not pay $500 a weekend?
I love celebrities who get a flat. And the ones that are going way real low, like if you want Lucille Ball or like if you want Happy Days or something like that, they get piecework.
I just changed my mind. I'm all in. I'm doing it next weekend. Taking pictures with your mom, your kids.
I mean, you would never do this, Joe. Like the other day, a friend called me. I was at my dad's hospital the other day, and it was the funniest thing. Joe Rogan, young Joe Rogan, sitting on a campfire with me. He goes, I never saw that episode. And he pulled up the bag of dicks, and he made everybody eat dicks. He goes, me and my dad were fucking howling. You know, for some people in 10 years, I come to you and say, can I take a picture for $10? I don't feel like we letting you sit there going, what the fuck are you taking a picture? I
think it's a bad relationship.
It is, but some people, when they go
going to Comic-Con,
Yeah.
they take their whole saving.
I'm sure. I understand.
It's a shame.
I understand
It's a
that.
shame. But
No, I don't have any problem
to make a living. What are you going to do?
I don't have any problem with it, and I don't have any problem with people doing it to make a living. I
No,
just feel like,
I was just saying that's how you get there. That's how they value.
don't you think so? I mean, could you see yourself doing it?
I'm too embarrassed.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen, when I was a coke fiend, I couldn't sell CDs down to a shop. So what does that tell you?
What can you?
I have just too embarrassed.
Oh, wow.
I have a
That's
hard
crazy.
time. I'd rather shake your hand and hug you and get the fuck out than you not coming to me because I'm selling a $25 CD.
And that's a funny thing about YouTube. You know, I've been friends with a lot of guys that had substance abuses. I told you about my friend Johnny back in New York. The one thing both had in common is that even though you had like the issue, there was never a point where I felt like I couldn't trust you with something. You know, like you never would sell anybody out. You would never, you know what I'm saying? Like you're not the type of person who would do something to hurt somebody else so that you could profit because you were sick and you needed drugs. That was never you. You always had like a strong code of ethics.
People out there get out there, yeah, nothing. It was a junkie that had problems. But when Ari started telling people he's a junkie who pays his bills,
Yeah, but you know,
wait, what the fuck are you talking?
yeah, you were just a guy struggling. And I recognized in you a lot of what I had seen in my friend Johnny. So there's a lot of people that are brilliant people that for some reason the fabric of society just doesn't fit them. Just there's something about getting up in the morning and going to a job and, you know, whatever it is about the way they were raised, the experiences that they had, just who they are inherently from birth, whatever the factors are, there's certain people that just can't do the regular thing, and they just need to find this other thing. For you, it was obviously stand-up. You found that other thing and became successful at that other thing. That's when your whole thing changed. That's when you were, I mean, it was really a proof positive. I mean, for sure, you learned a lot of things about life. You got older, you got wiser. But I think a big part of you becoming more comfortable and more relaxed and becoming who you are today is that you started becoming successful as a comedian. You started becoming successful as a comedian like 10 years ago. Things really ramping up for you. A noticeable relaxing, noticeable change. Because you realize, like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. The problem is when this isn't working. And then you think, well, maybe I should go back to selling cars. Or maybe I should get a job in a factory. Maybe I should do something 3 or 4 nights a week, just to bartend, make a little extra money, lighten up the load on the family. That when those types of things start fucking with you, and that's when you start doing. That's when you start going crazy. That's when you stay up late. That's when you fuck up. That's when you make big mistakes. Like, you're unhappy. You're upset. You're in the wrong groove.
It wasn't the external struggles as much as the internal struggles.
Or maybe all of it together combined.
There's no numbers like 10 years. I started being in car.
That's amazing.
With you in January after the whole. And you're like, you haven't done it in 60 days. And I wasn't sweating it out. Yeah, but I still wasn't trusting myself. I thought I could snap it any minute. Some chick with hot tits and grandma told me, but did you ever?
I've never even done coke, suspect.
You gotta remember, bro, for me, it wasn't about success or selling tickets. For me, it was just doing something with my life. Where I come from, all I want is to do something with my life. If I could pay rent, feed the cats, smoke pot, do spots, that's a lot better than what I used to do. Yeah, that's a lot better than the life I've had. You understand me? Even if I don't go on the road, I'm not Louis C.K. It didn't matter to me. Just that I didn't have to carry a gun, worry about people knocking on my door. I was like Richard E. Lawson, gentlemen. I had nowhere else to go. I got nowhere else to go. Going through that stupid spot at 12:45. And look what happened. Just keep showing up.
Yeah, that was a big part of it, but another part of it was getting you on the internet. That was the thing. So people, we got a chance to show people what I already knew. You know, but like the only way for you back then to get exposure was you had to do something conventional. It's the only thing that existed. They had to put you in a movie or put you in a TV show, and you got movies. You got a few TV shows, but they didn't get to see you as Joey Diaz. They got to see, but they got to see you as some fucking character actor. You know, that mob movie with Robert De Niro. But there's a big difference with that and you like this you. Just it took the right for you to be this you. You know, it took like the internet. But
No, the internet, as like for Joey, is the best medium ever. Yeah.
well, for you too.
No, it's gone. Yeah, but I mean,
For you, Tom.
yeah, for sure.
You're just as good of an example. Like you don't have a lot of success outside the internet.
No, that's true.
The internet has been your shit, man. I mean, think about it. You don't have like a long-running television series or a series of movies or anything. But you're selling out places that a lot of those guys can't even fuck with all the time because of your podcast, which is, if you haven't seen it, your podcast with your wife is one of my favorite podcasts. It's so fucking silly.
It is very silly.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And people get silly when they get on it.
They do. Yeah.
And then, I start like seeing things like, oh, this is like your mom's house bit. I need to send it to Tom.
Yeah, you sent me a couple of good ones.
I can't tell a story about taking a shit. With 90 people hit me up the next day telling me that was the most brilliant story in the world. I'm going to send it to Tom. Every time I talk shit,
the shit comic. It's
I
awesome.
thought myself or something. 2 days later, sure enough,
I'm
you're
serious.
the fucking YouTube.
Sure,
Yes, what do you want?
We played Joey telling his stories for sure. And he told us about when he shit in his backyard and somebody thought it was a bear.
She would let her dogs out every day at time, and then she would clean up all French poodles.
Yeah.
So then I see the dog's asses high up in the air, which is really back from the shit.
Shut up. She went like this, Joe Rogan, and she looked at it, and she was like 58. With the shit up against the wall. But here's what's beautiful. I shit, and I put my back against the wall. So when I shit outside, it's not going to be a decent shit.
Yeah.
It's going to be like explosive. So when I got up, it was like somebody got shot in the head. They were shit behind me. So she's sitting there with her little French poodles, little chihuahuas, and she's looking at the wall like, what the fuck happened there? All of a sudden, she actually walks up close to it and squats and looks at it and looks around and runs in the house. I'm watching all this. I can't breathe. And now I go to the computer because mom is very decent. Sit there for a half hour. She goes, are you home all day today? I go, yeah, what? I just had a conversation with Susan. She wanted to know if you heard anything in the backyard. Because I had a big shit back there. I went to sushi. Like, you go get sushi, eat a lot of it. And the pushes everything out.
Yes.
And you had plans to go get a weed store, you go to the post office. But I made a detour. I planned to go home, but I left the house being out. So I had to climb around the window. That's what happened.
Yeah.
So when I myself flopped, I actually landed with my stomach on the window.
And now you really got to
made it push it out more. Like I'm fat and fuck, and my hands are struggling in the window. My feet are on the other side, and the cats are meowing at me, snapping at me. And I'm like, it's me, you fuck. So I ran down the stairs. There was shit outside. Oh my God. That's what's the matter. I took a shit in Fabian's backyard. A 5-hour drive from Colton or some weird town.
Did he not talk to you after that for a while?
I took a shit and then he ran over it with his car. The whole backyard smelled like sewage waste. I go over there the next day. He goes, it smells back here. Let's open the house. I don't know what happened. And you can see the brown shit. He smushed with this tire and a bunch of flies. You gotta talk to me for that. Shit in somebody's backyard. I find out it was you. Because I told him the truth. I felt bad. I told him I lied. That's hard to clean up, too.
Wow. Yeah, shit.
You can clean up dog shit. It doesn't even make you gag.
Like human shit?
Dog shit.
Yeah.
You gotta clean up some wino shit. If you had to use one of those scrapers.
Yeah. It's so much stronger, man. More gross. It's so much
No.
gross.
It's okay. So you cut it in half.
Right.
Cut it shit in half.
No.
And fucking,
I think about that.
when that Reese's peanut butter few weeks out. Oh my God.
He's like, I've done studies. you go to jail, when you go to prison, you have to cut the shit like in a tube while people watch TV. When you go to county jail, you shit right there. So black guys will be laying there watching TV with their feet up. Also, this little shit, they're like, put some water in that hole, motherfucker. Like they'll just yell it from the other side of the fucking prison. Because that means your shit is sit there. And the shit permanent. So in prison, as soon as you shit, you gotta put water on it. Yeah. But there's some bad rules that give you 20 ounces of water a day. So whatever time you flush, it's going to be a good flush. You follow me? So you take a piss. Sometimes the piss has to stay there until the next day until you take a good shit. But if you take a shit in jail, bro, that's what they'll tell you. Because of water. Put some on that motherfucker, the whole dog. I can smell that shit right now. I'm trying to watch that. But that's what smells. What stuff? Yeah. It's like when you go to Vegas. Yeah, they have that sucking action. Yeah. The shit this big, that's 34 inches. Once that sucker, it breaks. It looks like two neutrons. Once that breaks, it's over. And they put the bathroom right by the door, the front entrance. You can't have nobody come over. Right? That's why I always go downstairs. Take shit? Yeah, I will shit back in the whole room. It kills the whole room for 2 hours. We worked at the House of Blues in Vegas, and Joey left an onshore shit. You know what onshore shit is? It's like he was so fat at the time that he couldn't sit down in like the regular toilet. He was like 415. He was giant. He was giant. So when he would take, he would have to balance himself mostly on the very edge of the front because his ass was so big. He didn't shit in the water. He shit on the deck. No. Oh, shit. Stick it out. So stick it out. You ain't never seen a shit like that before. So you couldn't sit in the toilet. I would sit in the toilet, but I don't like it was on the edge. It wasn't that much fat. I don't like my dick. Some people suck your dick and also suck in the toilet. I don't even let my wife pee in public because I want to eat a monkey. I don't want that. So when I shit in the public bathroom, I hold my balls and I shit towards the edge. I don't give a fuck if somebody else's bathroom. Why not just hold your balls and sit where you are? Listen, no. Why do you gotta move forward? Because if I'm back there, I got crap all the time. Just sitting on the toilet, they'll jump from that toilet. They jumping over them. At least not the people saying they got crabs in the toilet. Excuse. Well, sometimes you can create crabs from anywhere, but I thought they only clean the hairs. I don't think they will stay on an actual toilet. But you're probably definitely right. Yeah, I would feel like that's one of those things. Like, how'd you get crabs? I took a shit at the gas station that had to be it. That's what I always figured. That's why I always hold my nuts like shit. When I shit, it's long and red band put ketchup on it. Remember red band when they got unfortunately, I think that was a different time. This does not happen just. There's been many times. So you go in there, there's a smell. You know how when you take an big shit, it's an above water shit. It comes out like the fucking Big Island of Hawaii. Yeah, it just rises to the water. Yeah, like I've done that many times because I hate too much. Yeah, and I'll take these shits that are just like so big, they're preposterous, but there's a totally different smell to those shits because you're smelling raw shit outside the water. Right. I mean, it's gone through the water. Yeah, and it's poking into the strong. What is it about? What is it about? The sense of accomplishment. You're like, oh, that's a good one right here. It doesn't come around that often. You would know that above the water shit. Yeah, man, it's like a compliment. Like it's like I know this doesn't happen. It's always diarrhea too. It's never like a super like thick. It's weird with the second wave of diarrhea. I mean, you take like shit you come out of yourself, and then you have a little more in there. It's like that's from what healthy eating does that. Yeah, you eat some MCT oil, coconut oil. Why is it that there's every pipes? It's like you don't shit in the backyard anymore. No. Okay, I go over the faces of that's nice. Yeah, I don't put them in the shits. No, I got some back there. They were back. Watch that. I just opened the back door.
was a school behind my kids playing shit and smoking dope. I don't think my friends in this truck that don't smell it. Like candles, it's beautiful. That's what you need, is a bathroom. Go on the faces. The worst is when you go over a girl's house, go use her bathroom, you smell matches.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh no, she was lighting this motherfucker up.
All you think
She's
about.
like burning off fumes and everything. Yeah. She's panicking about her bathroom.
They would get to a girl's place and then you feel the gurgles. I was not good.
Not good. Not good. Got that. I was dating a girl once and she had ferocious diarrhea. Ferocious. So she was in
regular?
Yeah. No, one time. And so she went to the bathroom and she just turned on the shower and she turns on both things on the sink.
Whoa. Yeah.
And just
Try to drown it out.
well, I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I was very young at the time.
Yeah.
You understand? I was super confused. What the fuck is going on in there?
I had once in college where I was at this girl's place and she was just like, oh, King's game on, like go for it. But I could feel that it was getting diarrhea. Like explosive diarrhea shit. And I also realized there was no way to do it that it would just be a black toilet. And that there's no way I could cover it. So you know what I did? When I went back to my place, I was like, I'll see you some other time. Whatever. And the next day, her friend, when they gave me credit, like they thought I was that I was a good awesome. I was like, oh, I have to take it.
Yeah, girl, you know why girls do that? Because they're not getting fucked. They don't want their friend to get fucked.
Right.
So you reverse psychology on you. You're an amazing guy.
I got an amazing guy.
I hope you wait forever.
It's so cool that you left.
Not even when you get married. Tell her you get married. Have sex after you're married. That's not about that.
Right.
It's about throw out.
Yeah.
Like Twilight love.
If I had vowels that were intact, it would have been a different story.
Vowels. Vowels. Yeah. Yeah, there's a time when you know that it's the sensitivity of your international region is amazing.
It is. It knows.
Especially when you seek out fart, right? You're like about to cut a fart, and then also the alarm starts going off. You're like, oh no, oh no, you gotta cut up shut. Like, Jesus, what?
We were having this debate yesterday about why are they sometimes hot? Like, why is it hot? And why do you know that hot's gonna smell bad? But is that what it is solely? I don't know. I don't know.
Wait a minute. How long is that? Does that say? That's a long drive, man. We're just jumping.
But what kind of ball are we talking about? Something like
What the worst thing was, the cheerleaders were crying. That's how bad it smelled. They were sitting in front of the bus going, he's changing flavor. One of the teachers yelled out, oh my God, he's changing flavor. That's how bad this was. That's your next t-shirt. Oh my God, he's changing flavor. The whole bus started. I'll never forget looking at the cheerleaders. Oh my God. That was not like this before. I wrote a blog about what Jewish sports was.
is that on Blake?
Yes.
I think I read that.
It's called Happy Pills. And it was, I was thinking about, I was looking at this ad. I was looking at this ad for antidepressants. You know, some girl dancing around the field of wheat and shit. You know, those ads.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking about like what depresses people and how crazy pills are, how crazy it's still out there, still find it. Anyway, at the end of this is a really thing. Like me, both of us are barbecued. I don't know what the fuck. What do we eat? Edibles? Some sort of edibles? The beginning, lollipops. Yeah. The beginning, we were crucified. And Rogan was asleep.
Yeah.
He was going in and out, but he wrote on the blog. And I wake up and look at him. And the fart destroyed. He fucking had farted because it was a lot better than the Antonio Banderas movie he was watching. Something was on Antonio Banderas. I don't remember what it was, but I do remember the lady behind me. Never forget hearing her over the earphones. Yeah, I hear, oh my God! There it is! Over the pounding sound of my iPod, I hear a woman in the row behind us cry out, oh my God! I look over at Joey and he smiles. There's your fucking happy girl right there.
You're right, Antonio Banderas.
Oh, what was it? So I was, oh yeah.
Teaching underprivileged youth how to salsa.
Oh, that's what I was watching. I was watching a terrible movie. And Joey farted the fart of all farts.
Do you remember, by the way, what we see?
You actually feel your leg. It's like you're Jan. You're on a plane. It's gonna go down. What's the fucking push? Ejector seat. That's what it was. It's like it brings the seatbelt into your waist. Oh my God, it was terrible. But another time, my father used to I used to take a couple of bus from Jersey City.
At the end of yesterday's show at the Strange Science, we were talking about a scientific study based about music and why we connect our memory to music. And essentially, the study said it's because when you're hearing a song and you feel an emotion, any emotion, you're going to remember that song, you're going to remember that emotion, that there's some sort of relationship between the two that melts forever. And think about those times when you feel emotion. When you're mid-16, early drug. And or when you're having a thyroid imbalance. But anyway, that's you guys know.
Yeah, and I lift up my hips a little bit.
And even if it wasn't more than a ricochet off the chair, it goes straight into his mouth. He's sitting there, and I let him fart go out. I can lift him here. He lifted his eyes like this first, like this first, like, and he wanted his mouth. And he said, man, go to fuck fart. He goes, it smelled like somebody's ass that died. Oh, my little buddy. He said, oh, yeah. Fuck you, keep it. He's like, I should beat the fuck out of whoever thought of this motherfucking place. Oh, my God. This is why I hate people. This is why I hate people. You gotta give me a second. This is why I hate people. This is the reason why I hate people. People going, are you sick and tired of all comedy? Well, come down to the Stanford Theater Friday night and listen to intelligent comedy, thought-provoking comedy. And I think about how many times I'm 54 years old, and I gotta sit back and there's a little the whole punches can't hit me in the fucking mouth. So there's an escape valve that's the size of a needle. You know, at nights I will sit there and have a sleep. I'll need the fart. And I'll wake up just to fart to see if I can smell the fucking fart come through that hole. Yes, if it comes through the hole, it's a tremendous fart. I just wake up my wife and I go, you gotta inhale it like it's that good. I'm 54 years old. That always makes me laugh. That's why these people say to me, I love thought-provoking comedy. It makes you laugh. It's comedy. It's comedy. Stop once the fucking they start.
You almost hospitalized me one time for laughing so hard. Like, I don't know if you remember this. I'm serious. I don't know if I can tell it. It was backstage. It was backstage at his show. We were somewhere. And you were like, how's the wife? And I go,
wish. I said some city in Tennessee. Nashville. Nashville. 96. We started the story about working the club. I just ran in between shows, some crazy shit. Some chick that was talking. There was one of the people for the first show. Knoxville. It was a comedy zone show. I have Knoxville's a great little fucking town. Tennessee town. It's all the leader of the office of the college town. So I get down Friday night, Joe Rogan. I just looked at I signed for creative that I advertised. So what they do is they get one night, they pay $75 and one back to the city. You know, and they go to the Knoxville for 2 nights. They go and she just turned 21. It's a break. And she's telling me this. It's like she's talking to people like they're just holding their breath. Like, what is going on here? This girl is beautiful, and this retard is just. So in between shows, I go upstairs to the line or join or whatever the fuck I'm doing. I come back and I see her by herself. I'm talking. What's going on? Oh my God, I had such a great time. And of course, that's not true. And she goes, yeah, I can show you the monkey. She got me the monkey. Pulled down the pants. The girl had a monkey that was spotless. It nearly stunk. I ate it. I fingered her something and she sucked my dick. That was it. I went back to everybody did nothing. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is horrible. I go back to the second show. There's 8 people. But by the time I go back to the second show, Joe Rogan, she's sitting in the back. She's very low. She's looking like this. She's all of the people that work very close. 10 minutes into my spot, seconds I was having lunch. She's about to go. I sucked the Canadian's dick tonight. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she's like, I sucked his dick and he came in my mouth. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? The cops had a hold of him back. He's like, I want my $40. But that's all he wanted. He didn't care that his wife sucked my dick at this comedy battle. When the cops came, he kept saying, man, somebody's gonna get hurt if I'm there my $40. That's a $40 blowjob. Did you come in her mouth? As if I wanted to charge him like 20. All he cared about was the $40 though.
So he told me that backstage at your show, that fucking started hyperventilating.
$40 for his wife. This is the world of comedy, ladies and gentlemen. This is the world of crazy fucking comedy. She's crying. Some of the husband's wife said, you know, sometimes he didn't care. It's more than $40. I mean, it's kind of cool. Yeah, you gotta give him that. He's got like a line in the sand. He's got it up for $4. He's so fucking crazy, you know. He's so old, like, think about all the shit we're seeing.
I don't think I ever laughed this hard. Well, that's probably the second time on that road.
A lot of things about So
Some people refer to Shirley, they go, that Shirley, yeah, you go, no, and they go, oh, and they walk away. Shirley, whatever the capital of that base was, they have a base, she was his wife. And if a man came to town, a comedian came to town, she blew him. That's it, that was the rule. Like, he would sit up there with his fucking military on, all this shit, and she'd be in the back. So
What up, pimp? How you living, baby?
I mean, this is crazy.
Kicking ass, taking names. Apollo 13 in the hizzy. What's new in the hood, baby? Hell yeah. Excellent. We're watching Joe Rogan. You know who Joe Rogan is? Well, that's what we're doing, baby. Go ahead. Yes, if I told you who the creator was, I'd have to kill you. I'm just kidding. If you want to get a hold of the developers, the best thing to do is just put a comment in the chat and they'll get a hold of you.
What I'm trying to do is at my house, we're trying to interview influential people.
Oh, dude, I'm your man.
Yeah? You want to do it?
Absolutely. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, Apollo 13. I have more data online than any person in global history. And if you're like, really? I'm like, really? I have four.
I want to get you. Booked up.
Book me up. I'm available as soon as possible. You're live on 4 different YouTube
But I want
streams.
to do a combo. You gotta help me.
Well, what?
You and we want to do people in charge of Harry Potter alone.
Okay, we could certainly. I can at least get you some people.
Yeah. At least somebody that close that was in the core.
Certainly. So the person who you're going to want to contact, their name is Morelight. They're the leader of the project. They have a fight coming up a week from today. Do you know who BitBoy is? Yeah, they're going to fight BitBoy in Mexico.
Like in a box?
Yeah, actually, MMA. Yeah, they're doing it for crypto. So it'd be the perfect time to interview him before the fight.
Yeah. How do I message them? I don't want to get like in jail.
Yeah, so here's the best thing to do. In the chat, just write, may I please interview someone about the upcoming fight between Morelight and BitBoy, ? And Morelight will get back to you very quickly. He's always in the chat. And he'll say, yeah, sure, great question. Yeah, Light, I believe. Light, I believe. But it's one word, I believe. But if you just in the tweet or in the comments, just put to all, and if Morelight doesn't see it, somebody will get a hold of Morelight and get a hold of him. Certainly. Take your time.
I remember I drive a truck, so I got to type this and stay on the road.
You're good, baby. Where are you right now?
I'm in New Mexico. Oh, Mexico!
Hell yeah, baby.
And what was that thing you said? Is that what I sound?
No, you're fine. You're fine. So just in the chat, you say, may I please interview someone from the community about the upcoming fight and about the cryptocurrency?
Okay, so I got, may I please interview someone in the community about the fight?
And the cryptocurrency. Yep, and you might have to just wait in there, like post it maybe once every 10 minutes and until you get an answer, and somebody will get back to you at least with a time where they can meet with you.
Can I put more light?
Yes, and that'd be great too. You can say, if possible, can someone please contact More Light?
And how do you spell it again?
O-R-E. Yes. L-I-G-H-T. Correct. You're welcome, Apollo 13. If you need anything else, let me know. Best wishes.
So, I still got to talk to you though about your booking.
You're absolutely right. You do. I have to join your what on YouTube? Oh, certainly. I can do either. Whatever works best for you.
But the person is going to be. I have her name is Roller Girl. She does A&A, and she's like the perfect. She got a sweet voice, and she can ask you all sorts of questions.
Do you know what Roller Girl to what? Do you know what Roller Girl is a reference?
No, I never asked her.
It's a character in the Mark Wahlberg film Boogie Nights. One of the characters is named Roller Girl. She's essentially an adult performer who does their job on roller skates. Now I'm sure that doesn't have to do with your friend, but it is funny because it's the same name.
Yeah. I'm sure you can ask her that.
Oh, no.
That would be a great conversation to have.
I would just ask what is the origin of her name. But to be honest with you, I've got a lot more interesting stuff to talk about than that. Like what? We talk about anti-gravity on this. It's really a vlogcast, a video podcast. I've been doing it for more than 2.5 years. It's more data than anybody has online. It's essentially a time capsule going back to the start of the pandemic. We've seen the death of the Queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's essentially the world's largest compilation of data. So it's a really exciting opportunity for people to watch life alongside me, and we grow up together. It's essentially, have you ever seen the movie Apollo 13 called The Truman Show?
You know what? I'll be honest. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's okay. So there's a movie from the 1990s called The Truman Show. It stars Jim Carrey. And one of the things that takes place in this movie is that his entire life is live streamed on the internet, but he doesn't know it. And so the whole world gets to watch him. And exactly. 100%. That's absolutely right. Truman Show. That's absolutely right. You can use anything you want. You can use anything you want.
And then I'm gonna tag you in with Roller Girl. And since you know the poor people here in that area, well, right?
You got it in with them, right? Like,
Yeah, definitely. They're in here every day.
okay. So, just tell Roll Girl that we're gonna interview you first, and then we're gonna interview Mr. Rabbi, and kind of, you know what I mean, like share more about your guys' lives. It's not mostly like crypto, it's more personal, you know, like we want to know like what drives you, like, you know, maybe what you eat for breakfast, like just, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely.
You know, like
Day-to-day
I don't
information.
know about charts and shit like that.
No, absolutely. Day-to-day information of a real cryptocurrency trader.
Yeah. But, and then, yeah, we can ask all sorts of questions. I bet you Kyle's gonna ask questions today.
I'm all about that.
We're gonna have a little bit of answer questions at the Q&A at the end. So,
Absolutely. So you want me to get in your Telegram?
yeah, let me, I gotta find you here, and then I gotta see.
What is the name? What is the name of your?
Crypto Degens.
Okay, let me just find. I probably could find it just as fast. Just a moment.
There's a lot of them.
Oh, okay. Well, then if there's a lot of them, I want to make sure I grab the right one.
I don't know if there's a lot of them, because I never know how much. I need to find you here. Or send me that. You still have it. See if I have it here.
Is it Crypto Degens Wales only?
No. Mine's Crypto Degens Lounge.
Okay.
No. And I don't know if they're really well. Because send you a link. If you can't find it, I'll send you a link.
Excellent. If you can, do you see this phone where I'm waving at you?
Give me a second. I like the. Yeah.
Can you send it? Can you send it to that device? This one.
How do I do that?
Great question. So you hold down my name, and then it says send text or start chat, I should say. And then you just send it to me in a chat message. I'm checking right now.
These roads are rough out here.
I didn't. Just one moment. Yeah, I did. I got it. Wait. No, the only thing that I got from you is I sent you that we were talking about, like you had redone your coin, Ryoshi. You remember that? So you didn't send it to the account. I need you to send it to this account. Can you hear me? You know what? I made a mistake. No, you're fine. I made a mistake. You're good. I made a mistake. I told you the wrong phone. So just one moment. Apologies. That's my bad. I'm going to fix it right now. Oh, it's Crypto Degens Portal, not Lounge, my man.
it takes you to the lens, but then the portal filters you and allows you to go into. You have to verify yourself that you're not a robot. You're not a robot without a body.
Yeah. Okay. Just one moment.
Harry says the strength of the family unit is coming together. He says he has other trips to the UK planned, so he'll stop to see his family as much as he can. Charlie's cancer diagnosis was announced earlier this month. No details have been released. Southland weather from KFI, becoming partly cloudy with highs in the mid-60s, the beach is around 70 inland, 50s to low 60s for the high desert. Partly cloudy with highs in the 60s tomorrow. More clouds on Sunday with a chance of rain by late in the evening. Rain's expected Monday and Tuesday, could be heavy at times, might even see some thunderstorms, and those should start drying out on Wednesday. It's 57 in Yorba Linda, 59 in Orange. Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. We've got a crash in Hollywood on 101.
I will, just one moment. Yeah, I'm well. How are you? How is your project going? You had an NFT, right?
Yeah, so we're that's decentralized exchange. The NFTs are done mostly, and we're just trying to put it all together with a website and Android and iOS app.
Yep.
See in the chat, like, I just posted something today, talking to another dev. So we're still going. I mean, it's just a slow build. There's no. Everything will be built out at launch. Like, it'll be completely finished.
All right, I'm joining. Doing the verification. I'm in, big dog.
Okay. I'll key you up and we'll tag one girl and we'll set a time and a date.
Absolutely. Would you tell her as well that I am live in the HPOS 10 ENU? So if she wants to talk to me right now, I'm available as well. I'm live in this Telegram. Can you tell her as well so that she knows if she wanted, she could just talk to me right now?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I gotta run it with her though because
No, I understand. We don't have to do it right now, but if she just wanted to say hi, she can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll let her know.
Excellent. I appreciate that, Apollo 13.
No problem. Thank you, boss man.
You take care. Enjoy your day.
All right. Also, if they don't answer in the chat,
I'm going to shout at him. I'm going to say that Apollo 13 was in here. I'm in his Telegram, and he wants to do a podcast. He's got a podcast host who will do it. More like get to him and get this podcast done. We're gonna certainly we're gonna live stream it in here.
Oh man, there you go. Maybe you can join. You can live stream on Crypto DJs too.
Perhaps I have enough accounts. Do you see all my accounts?
Yeah, man, you're going at it hard, dude.
You got it, dog.
Yeah, man. You're an ambitious man.
You got it.
Okay, boss. I gotta go.
Take care, Pim. It was a pleasure catching up with you. Enjoy yourself.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Developing news from just this morning. The University of Colorado campus in Colorado Springs was on a lockdown earlier today. Police there in Colorado Springs have said that at least one person was killed in a shooting, but that there is no active threat. And just about 10 minutes or so ago, they announced that they were lifting the lockdown on the campus. Again, University of Colorado in Colorado Springs, one person killed in a shooting.
They have arrested a suspected prowler outside
That's good with it.
stage.
You gotta stop it. Just kept moving this way. She, I tried to take it out of her mouth. She was left. She's like, no. She was stopped. I'm Nelly Shirley. It's looking for you out here.
This is crazy shit. I can't, I'm overstimulated. I feel like I need psychiatric treatment right now. And an IV.
It's the fucking trick. Mink is the greatest thing anyone's ever said. That is the best one of all. Mink gets you suka mink. Suka mink. Boy, it's minky. But when they say suka, they cut it short. What is the word? What does it mean? Minky means suck. Might think minky in the dialect. Suka means suck. Right? Okay. You know, it's all it out. Is it Spanish? This is Italian. It's just something. Really? So the deeper you go down the more is it closer to Spain? Or is it farther from Spain? The closer Italy is to Spain, when people from that area get out, I don't care how fast they talk, they can't put the word because I can pick up every 4 words. Oh, right. So Sicilians say suka. When suck in Spanish, chupa. You're in the neighborhood, right? Suka la mink. When they say suka la mink, yeah, like, you know, what we're going to do, I don't know, we're going to get my mink is the suka la mink is just the shirt.
That's your second shirt of the show.
Suka la mink, sure. And then you got mink juice. It comes at you however you want it. Cheers. Cheers. Look at those Latin languages. Look, you hear Spanish, you hear Italian, like those languages. They're like let's have fun language. You know, everything. It's got a thing. It's got a rhythm. There's a way they talk. It is fun, yeah. But when they talk, yeah. Especially not really knowing anything about what they're saying. I can pick up like 1 out of 100 words, maybe, right? Yeah. So I hear them talking. But so for me, it's almost like hearing the rhythm of them talking. Yeah. It's like a fun, sort of a relaxed, sort of comfortable. Yeah. Like instrument spreads. Yeah. Yeah. All the gestures too. Yeah. Gestures. Yeah.
You can always tell when a Latin person, like across a room, just by their hand gestures and start, you know.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille. This is just hearing that. Yeah.
How long does it take? How long does it take?
France. Yeah. 3 days. Like I'm not going to learn French in 3 days. Let's take 3 days to get the chip. Like if they come up with French, they come up ask me what you want from the menu. I got to go to 9 restaurants.
Yeah, right.
You know, 3 days.
You get those something, yeah. Especially if you have like a Latin food, you know, like you're comfortable with it.
Does it ever bother you when you hear stories about Americans going to Paris? Like, Parisians thinking Americans were kids. Americans assholes. From Paris. Like, what is that? Like, how did that whole war get started?
The Latin American?
Yeah, how did the whole like US versus Paris thing? Remember how they wouldn't call things French fries? They're called Creole fries.
That was Bush. That was Bush, right?
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Like we're supposed, like it's always like French. You know, like there's always like some weird like right wing punchline about the French.
How much interaction? I feel like it's inherited. Yeah, like at this point for me, it's inherited.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's every country. I'm not episode.
Chef, can I get some red sauce? She's like, I love red sauce. The guy looked at the other guy and goes, he's German to classes. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this guy. Yeah, like they all have, every country must have something for us. Yeah, I hear that way. One person like you know, when you travel, oh, bro, people are very nice. Yeah, David, nice of you. That's universal. Or nice of your yeah. Pretty much pretty much everyone. Or nice of your house. You know, and the way you are changes the way they are. You know, like if you run into someone and they're a little defensive, but you're open and friendly, a lot of times they'll relax that. Whereas if you run into someone and they're sort of defensive and or aggressive, that ramps up. The whole thing becomes like some sort of disaster. Same person, different person interacting with them, saying the same words. The whole thing about people, the way we talk to each other, is there's no one person responsible for an argument. You know, most of the time it comes from both sides. How you interact with people, if you feel like you did nothing wrong. There's a lot of times like a big part of how the conversation starts shaping itself. Everybody wants everything to be black or white, right? It's either like if you got an argument with a dude, it's his fault, or it's your fault. It can easily be both. It can easily be like just a mismanaged situation. You know, you might come in there because there might be some fucking problem that they're supposed to fix in the car and they didn't. And, you know, in your car, headed to the comedy store, you're like, this motherfucker, and the light starts going on again, you're like, god damn it. When you get there, you're already a little bit ramped up, and you're running into someone, and you're already coming at them at 6. And if you get an interaction with them about, like, hey man, I can't get in front of you, I gotta go somewhere, like, fuck you, right? That could happen. Oh, does, right? That's why I always no one does, right? It's hard to remember something when you give that drinking guy. It's the hardest thing to figure out. Got him all. Yeah. His wife just left him. Just keep his daughters. She's got a girlfriend. He does have a fucking one of those guys. You don't know what's up. You have no idea what's on their mind. Coming to, you know, one of those genius things.
White young people that want to be agreed for everybody else. So they come up with things for people to be upset about, and people are not upset about it. Being a Latina or Latino that is referred to themselves as Latinx, you should be offended by the fact that we don't put it it's ridiculous.
That's beautiful. His wife was like everybody's mom. One of those ladies, you go, that's why it's not good for everybody. If men get together for long periods of time. I think that people should
I wasn't speaking on black folks. It was saying Rose's father on the stand that said that.
That's a brilliant system. Having a wife that's like a very nice person, that sits down, is very nurturing, concept. And you realize, like, listen, this is what's important. This is a friendship. You're like half of the issues that people get into, it's a perspective issue. It's like, especially if you're like a lobster and think someone's fucking you over. You know, where's my fucking money? You sit down. Perspective issue. That's most of what it is. It's like, how are you looking at your relationship? You're trying to fuck this person over, you're trying to work together in harmony. Just trying to work together in harmony. Yeah, better to work out. Or you don't travel. Sure.
arrested a 30-year-old man who allegedly attacked a Metro ambassador at a Metro station yesterday. Happened around 7:30 yesterday morning. A man walking on a little Tokyo train station platform approached the ambassador and allegedly punched her in the face. TSA officials are trying to figure out how a woman was able to fly from Nashville to LA without an ID or ticket. He wasn't protected
Yeah, right. If you have a
by
business,
security
you
or
have
the
a customer
American
service
Embassy.
representatives who
Second time, 3 months
meets people at
versus
the door.
something like
That
that.
person has a decent personality. That shit's worth a lot of money. It's worth a lot of money.
You can't coach it. You can't train it.
Yeah, and whether it's a guy or a girl. I've met them on both sides. You know, you meet people that work in a certain place where you look forward to going back to that place, saying hi to that guy. The guy's just super cool. Like, what's up? What's up, man? And like, you've made like legit friendship with this person. And that's possible too, you know? This idea that we all have to be constantly at odds with each other.
But I think yeah.
Oh, good one. Yeah, especially with the person who's right. Once you got full confidence on him, once that patient is like, it's done. You know, it's fucking done. But it's amazing. Big John McCarthy. Big John McCarthy's the best at like separating shit. Shit goes sideways in the octagon.
Isn't he a ex-police officer?
Fuck yeah, he is. And he's a giant. I mean, he's a big dude. He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And when shit gets weird to the octagon, the cop in him comes out. Like when people, if there's some chaos, like some crazy shit, he puts a fucking halt to that. Yeah. Those guys are important. It's important to have people like that.
That is a skill.
It is. It's a giant skill. And also be a good guy, which he also is. Big John McCarthy's a hell of a human.
By the way, formally, congrats on 1,000. That's really awesome. Listen, amazing. It's really incredible.
It's probably more, right? There's a bunch of other name boards, fight companions, fight breakdowns.
I would never, ever dream.
So whenever you like fucking said, on a Friday night, 13-year-old, take that shit off. Take that shit off. We were in the green room. Yeah, punchline. No, cops. Let's go. Wasn't you?
Wait, this is doing
One of the first podcasts we did was off this thing called Justin.TV.
Yeah.
Justin. We did the green rooms. We did them back when there was cellular modems. So we streamed, like, it wasn't like online in the world. So we'd be streaming from like a cell phone. It was terrible. Pixelated stuff. Just give me fucking watch us get ready. Talk to the kid. Joe's like, get this fucking thing away from me. But that was a different Joey Diaz back then. You were still uncomfortable. It was funny with that. That was the dude that said,
But it's also let people know at the beginning when he was like, weren't you also
no.
I was like, are you like a blue collar kind of guy or something? Like, I thought it was like one of those weird, you know what I mean? Yeah, like, the Sunday, where you're like, what are you talking about? You know, I thought you were like, yeah, you did.
That was before me, but Dane Cocaine was doing it. They just don't like going on MySpace.
regularly on there.
2000. Check the liner. Check the old down.
Bacterial lung disease that can be life-threatening. So if you're 65 or 19-year-old with certain chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma, you're at increased risk. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about vaccination and learn more at knowpneumonia.com. That's KNOW pneumonia.com.
My philosophy was
The free nerd radioactive is 500 commercial vacations left in the house now and then.
yes, my thing at that time. Doing sunglasses fucking thing. That enterprise now has 300 radioactive space. So I was imposed. What's that show? 5 so much. There's no way radio. Nobody's going to show up to that. Right. That was it.
I don't want to fall into the Rockies because some of the things live 4 to 7 p.m. on Tuesday Live and on demand anytime on the Iger radio app.
That come up to all types of fucking pilots, fighter, amateur fighters, professional fighters, the range of people that are interested in this shit. It's really it's fascinating. It's really reasonable. I would freak me out. Why?
Very intense. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. How dare you interrupt me? I don't even know what it would be like to interrupt someone. I just feel free for a while.
I like that your colleague stated against official corruption and staged huge protests against Vladimir Putin. His death died in an Arctic penal colony where he was serving a 19-year sentence. This all came out of Russia. Prison agency was in a statement today. They said that he went out for a walk.
You don't have a job. You don't walk around. You have a job. You see you have a job.
Donald Trump court cases in Scotland. They will expect any moment civil trial trial in New York
Oh my
City.
God. With the kid in my face. And with the strollers, look at these. He goes,
Ban him from doing business in New
geez,
York.
I'm from Buffalo. I looked at her, and she just kept walking. But it was like the type of woman that would say that shit. With the kid and the pushing. She was so fucking
He's defending herself against allegations over
I went to Sacramento with families. Kids, it's fucking crazy. But the realm of the people, why they come up to you, the TSA, but the realm of people. That's what I'm saying. That's what's always killing me. I've been around 20 years. We still got traditions up to that. I love it.
I'm uncomfortable if I hold it.
That's what something comes up to this whole music.
I'll take a walk and I'll bring that one. Like I went for a run. This is a long time ago back when I did things like go for a run.
It's not just a 6 foot guy. No, it's every step with it. It's a mom, baby, stroke.
I was saying, I love the idea that it's so funny. Because they always start with like kind of flat. Thanks, man. I love this show. I listen to it all. I listen to it all. Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, but it's so fun. I love this bit. It's very nice of you. And I'm doing a podcast. I fucking love it. It's so fucking story.
Never heard before.
Hey, would you give this to Joe? That's their whole thing.
Pretty good.
Did you think because you told me all this No, I mean just like if you could. I get this request every It's always fucking packages and envelopes. Right,
I tell them to send them directly to you. Then make a cup. Don't tell them to do that. He gave me 2 cups. It's a highly ineffective way to communicate. I send it to you. You know, people get to the one I have shit. I give you the time.
Like, I'm gonna have this in my fucking bro. I got the newest, latest bomb. It's totally different than any other bomb. First of all, you can drop it out of an airplane. It will not break. It's military grade. Bro, this is the bomb. The bomb turned off bombs. The catastrophe, apocalypto. You had this end of the world bomb. Yeah, sure. Bro, this bomb is made out of the same shit that Wolverine's balls. There's a closet in my office that I slide over. And I can I must have black tissues, bands and shit, restaurants. I got throw that shit out. Kill this shit. Really? Some of it is fucking atrocious. And some of it is fantastic. I listen to everything you do. But you have a hard time chucking out old shit. I feel bad for people. I understand what they're working with. And I understand that they went on their way through. But if I haven't seen something in 6 months, then I got Buddhist kids. It goes in the garbage. Like once Duncan moved to New York, I threw all Duncan shit in the garbage. I only saved mushrooms and MDMA for Harvey. People come up to me and give me drugs for Harvey. Like, give this to Harvey. I will bring it back on the plane for Harvey. You know, when they come and get something I gave about a month ago, gave me a book about stars. When I looked, he was the author. That gets closed. The video author that gets closed.
Remember when that guy gave me that book?
Yes. Yeah. No, once they got it,
One of his rules was P40. Yes, right? Yeah. Like that guy, he gave that to me.
That was when I first did your podcast. That was the first time I did it.
That was probably. We started at 70.
I do really a lot of these shit.
Oh, yeah.
I do get a lot.
No, I saw that pipe talking about that pipe.
They'll make that thing uncanny clean. That thing is good.
Is that true?
Led Zeppelin's Led Zeppelin shit. Scroll the shit down. That's a 14-year-old girl. It's your
Latina accused of planning to kill classmates at Ontario Christian High School has pleaded not guilty by counts of attempted murder. Prosecutors said yesterday the 18-year-old was a danger to several groups, followed Hitler's beliefs, and had expressed a dislike for minorities and LGBTQ plus people.
That's so weird, man. Like, you could do that, right? Like, you could do weird shit back then. Yeah. It makes you stop and think. Like, what that is like, it's just the beginning of the information age, right? Newspapers regularly distributed television shows and all that stuff was only like a few decades old in the 60s and 70s rolled around.
you really think about the timeline, it's really kind of fascinating.
Do you ever think about the jump in technology from like sites that go us being there, right? So things kind of advance and now everything's longer. And now, for instance, you can record a phone call, right? Which is like would be a difficult thing to do back then. You can have a recorder running on you. Do you ever think about how that lack of privacy goes away and how to some degree we can't even conceive of it right now, but how easy it will be to record everything at some point. Like how we joke that we watch Orange is the Glass, but it will you'll walk out of every conversation and there'll be some form to document. Yeah, it'd be total loss.
There's gonna be some changes. I don't necessarily agree. I'm not convinced I should turn it out. I'm not convinced that they're to do that. Yeah, I wonder, like, what's gained in this kind of privacy? I'm not talking about privacy of corporations. The government, look at it like, we talk about the number one we might get into a position in our lifetime where everybody looks at everything about everybody. Everything. Finances, your day-to-day life, all those people sexually, you can see you everywhere you go, no matter what you do. Like you're into a position where there's no disconnection from others. We're all connected to each other. This keeps going the way it goes, right? So it used to be everybody lived far apart, and you ride a horse to get to the friend and say hi and talk to him, and hopefully he's still alive and get back the next day. But there was no communication. Then it got to phone calls. As things have ramped up, and now it's in your phone, and now your phone's in your watch, and now your watch can tell you who's calling. Look at your phone, I see the person. Star Trek type shit already happening, right? And it's going to get deeper and deeper and deeper. People are streaming, live streaming Facebook, no matter what they do all day. So people playing video games, live streaming, people are tuning in, watching other people play video games. I mean, we're getting like deeper and deeper into this technological rabbit hole where it becomes embedded in your life in a way that was unimaginable before it was introduced. Same thing as cell phones. Before cell phones were introduced, who would have ever believed if you told them that you were going to get a point in human history where it is totally common to see people staring at electronic screens while they're all sitting together.
You got? How are you? Living the dream, my friend.
This thing is becoming a part of your life in a weird way that nobody anticipated. If it keeps going in the direction that it's going to get weirder in a way we never anticipated before. Or it's not going to be just as simple as put your phone down and go outside. It's going to be your phone's a part of you. It's going to happen. Your phone's almost a part of you now. If you have to have it, like I am connected to this goddamn thing more than I touch my dog. Right? I love my dog, but I touch that thing more than I touch my dog. It's weird. You want to pretend stuff for me, but that's basically a part of it. It's basically a part of it. How long before I let them open me up? There's a spot in my heart where I don't use. There's a great short. There's a great short. Is that what's it called? I don't remember the name of it, but it ends up like the best. That's what I wish I could do. I tried. So do you ride on an iPad? Do you have like one of those keyboard things you can't do with the case like that? It's not enough to work out. So when you write in notes, in this notes program, what do you get?
You know what's real good? You ever tried Evernote? No, Evernote is real good. It allows you to use pictures, all kinds of different things. Is it black and white? No, that's different. That's right. But Evernote, you write things, like things you want to remember, maybe 4 sentences, write it down in Evernote, and then sync them from your iPad to your phone back and forth. It's really good. It's fun. I just got this iPad. You know what I think about the internet, man? I think about the internet like a funny girl. For all your music, sport, it can happen as long as you don't have to don't get crazy. That's how I feel about people online. I think we're getting to this weird point where we're just relinquishing our consciousness to this machine. Relinquishing our consciousness to this connection that we all enjoy. It's not a consciousness. If the consciousness we're all sharing about a certain topic, we all have to check on what we think about shower film or about drugs or stuff like that. There's days you get on Facebook and Twitter and it's fucking sad. You get sad. You get sad for people. Yeah, okay, I think it happened Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, stay away from it. The show was so bad. The family's at home. Well, what do you know? This is my cheeseburger. I give a fuck. So for the weekend, it's not a budget. I force myself. For what? You have to have a life. Yeah. We are forgetting. There's a life. We are for a walk.
President Biden says Putin is responsible. No less. Biden says the death in prison is proof of Putin's brutality. Praise how down his home is great, sending up to
10:15, 10:30. If you're when you take your wife, you'll make your phone. Children gotta get in the flow. Because I smoke pot and I think of this shit on my own. But it's different. That's why. It's not only I get anxiety. Yeah, but Becky works at a place, Pasadena.
Sunday night about 11 o'clock is when the terror began in southeast LA. There was a random terror over the next 90 minutes. Yesterday we heard the DA, the guy pretending to be DA, George Gascon, talk about the arrest of 2 suspects in a random shooting spree. Both adults, 20 and 42, they were charged by special circumstances against these guys facing life without parole in prison. Now this morning they caught another guy,
It's really easy. I'm not claustrophobic either. This is not working. None of that shit bothers me. You gotta see open control. Well, listen, it's really easy. Stand up, the open door. It's all you have to do. What happened yesterday is terrorist attacks, isolation attacks. Jamie. Jamie, how many people looking down? Let's be honest. 65 people got it. You know, that's pretty good. It's not smart. It's not smart to walk around stairs. But sometimes you have to look at it. You know, there's times where like someone sends you an address, you meet people there. There's time to look at yourself. What am I doing? I'm serving all that's children. You want to let children where the fuck
The first
They're
interview
going
I did
to
with the man who
both.
Dell, that was around
They're
10:30
going to
Sunday
grow
night.
up and come
Another man
You're not
was
gonna
actually
know.
happening
I
in the
want
lab.
to
He
go
was
for
not
food,
injured.
but I don't want
This
that
particular
whole
shooting happened in the
lifestyle.
unincorporated
This
LA
is
area.
I
A
go
man was
outside.
killed
I want
there.
to try
The
dirty.
screen
I want to have life
shooting
experience.
killed
Even if
a
you don't
14-year-old
really
boy
learn
and
about life,
fatally
sometimes
injured
I
a
have
13-year-old boy.
something negative happening.
Their
So
last
today,
report was a man
these
killed
children
on the
that are on
same
the
car.
computer today,
So
and they slip
really,
away,
it's an act
and
of
they
pure
fucking
evil over
fracture.
the course of
They
a few
fracture.
hours.
It's a different time than
Now,
children.
did you know the relation
Your parents,
between
it's
the
a different
suspect and
time.
the
It's way
press
different.
conference
It's different in a way that I don't think anybody's ever seen before. So they don't know what the fuck to do. They don't know what the fuck to
labeled
do.
as gang
Tough
affiliated? Are they just with the same gang, or is there some relation?
I try to bring
know about the juvenile and he was gang affiliated.
Yeah, so yesterday there were some questions about all of us surrounding the gang affiliation, but we were told that the investigation right now is super early and we can expect more information to come out over the next few days. That said, the way that this shooting was described to us yesterday is that all of these targets were selected randomly. So if that is the case, then this really is just a passive pure evil. And when you actually add up the different people that were shot, it's really hard to point to any sort of relation between the four victims, right? I mean, you have two teenage boys in Cudahy, a homeless man, a few miles away, another homeless man who was shot at. So really, it's really hard to draw a string through all of those victims. And yesterday, the way it was described to us is that all of these people were targeted randomly.
$4,000 spot on.
Blake,
All
thank you for taking time.
All those schools to the family. 2G registration.
42-year-old and a 20-year-old, they said earlier, wasn't sure if both of them were shooting.
No, it's not safe. It's like friends and you can't
Is it just that there was a third person that didn't realize that
I don't know. My kids at 10. Oh my God. You kid
the
them to be
original
a fucking
video that
dummy.
they found
This
today
is
for the
school.
evidence, you can clearly see that there were two people.
And they're all fucking dummies too, you know. They're getting raised by fucking nannies. I don't want that. I go to the park on the fucking white kids that used to go Mexican women. They're a fucking shame. All these Mexican women are attacking white kids. That's fucked up. That's why I didn't want Trump to build a wall. Because they have to raise their own fucking kids. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's why these white people didn't want Mexicans to go. Especially in California. Because they raise their fucking kids. Go to a swimming class. I go to a swimming class Thursday with my daughter. Jump in the boat. There's no white parents with their kids. They're nannies. Or in the fucking YMCA with their kids. When you take those open, what's his name? Michael Vanapolo? Yes, he's one of those. Don't come crying at me. Don't come crying at me. And let me tell you something. I'm such a pacifier. I was 6. I was raised to be a little cocksucker. But I snapped out of it. Someone, you know that? He told me this. When my father died, I was one of those little boys. You see with that mom holding on to their leg. Oh, no. I'm one of those little fucking baggies. Okay, I sucked the pacifier at the age of 6. Okay, if I had to take you to be one thing, one fucking thing, you understand me? But my mother would not allow that shit to happen. See, they don't, black mothers don't play that shit, you know what I'm saying? Black mothers do not allow that shit. I can wear scarves. You know what I'm saying? Why wear a scarf? It's like a Snoopy scarf, or like, like a blanket. You got the red band, like I was gonna go fly a plane scarf. Or was it like one of those Randy Couture scarves, which, although I wouldn't wear, I think on him is quite fetching. No scarves, no. You ever see a Randy Couture scarf? No. Yeah, Randy Couture will wear what I would call a tactical scarf. Oh, like that? Yeah. See, that's the kind of scarf that like a Navy SEAL would wear. Yeah, Randy wears a bunch of those things. But Randy's such a bad motherfucker, it's almost like he's there for you to try to choke him. Oh, yeah, man, like, come try to grab that thing. Yeah, I just leave a handle later around my neck. That should be the name of that album right there. That should be his album cover. Come try to grab that scarf, bitch. The scarf, bitch. He's such a nice guy. Randy's a great guy. Yeah. Don't talk to you about anything. You know what? And this kid came to my show in Vegas and also has like a chick, coolest kid. Like, in
and his wife, I think both teach there too.
Oh wow,
Nice,
yeah,
nice family.
his son is his son. I think he was fighting in World Series of Fighting, which is now is in but yeah, he fought for a bunch of different people, right? He fought for Strike Force, and I think he might have fought for Bellator. Right? Down to 5 Yes, it's amazing. How's that even work? Is that squirt it like a cream? You rub it on like spots of salt.
What up? How are you? Living the dream, baby.
Do you like that tie? Ties like tie boxes and shit. They're all small and shit. They rub this like tie. It's weird. It feels belly stuff. I don't think it feels. Short feels. Looks like good shit. Oh, that's the simple one, Tiger Balm. Like that kind of shit. I have those things. Cool stuff to juice. I was a kid that used to have Tiger Balm there. Stuff like keeps your skin. You're like, oh god, like icy hot shit. What does that mean? Someone, a friend of mine, is a doctor, described it as a topical analgesic, meaning that it does something to the nervous system. Maybe it is psychological, it makes it feel like it's like when you have a muscle stress or something. Yeah, you have like, I think it's
Oh, what up? We're just watching Joe Rogan episode 1000. This is the best Joe Rogan, I think, in the history of Joe Rogan. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, cool. How are you? Excellent. Very well. You like my new setup? I got more cameras. Can you see I have more cameras? Can't you see?
He just has incredible breath control. That's a big part of like his whole.
Maybe you can't. Well, yes, I do. I hope you're well.
Like once he's committed to it, by the way, like he's just got these little spots along the way where he can get some air. But he lost track. He couldn't see good anymore because it was so goddamn cold. He couldn't figure out where the exit is. So he went more. That was his goal in the first place. Which was insane. All of it's insane. Fucking A, man. I mean, that guy's something special. He teaches people. Crazy. He's got trained them to water. Oh, yeah. Walk with rise and also fight off the cold. Yes. Yes. I use his breathing technique before I go on stage. But when I do, I have better shows. This is what I think. I think you can kind of hyper-oxygenate and stimulate your mind. How sophisticated is his breathing technique? Well, it's a lot of what he's done that I find beneficial is like, and I've heard this concept in yoga before too, is breathing in like a giant breath and letting out, letting out about 20%. And then breathing in again as hard as you can, breathing out about 20%. Breathing in as hard as you can, continue that for like long periods of time. Dude, I do that in the cryo tank where I stand in the cold air. 3 minutes goes by like 10. There's a giant difference between when I do that and when I don't do it. It's a little bit of that. It's definitely, there's something about people that are encountering any sort of stimulation where it's real hard to match stimulation without letting everything get fucking crazy. And being able to manage it has a gigantic effect on what the actual results, the actual experience of this cold is. It's the same goddamn thing, but if you can control your breath and control your consciousness, and you're doing something that seems to be lifting up your body to a little bit more, almost like an internal exercise, because it's difficult to do. You take a giant breath of cold air, and you let out a little, you take a giant breath. It's almost like you're flexing your lungs. And when you do that, man, I mean, it might make it 20-30% easier. 3 minutes. Supposedly, I'm not kidding. One of the Olympics. I don't know what year it is. Breathing exercise. Now, is that the guy that also has the record for the English drop? That's a different guy. He's the one that I wrote about. He's the one that wrote about.
It's interesting to focus on your breath. Like, I don't do it much. I do it actually doing Pilates. It's way fucking way harder than I thought it was going to be. But like, just thinking about your breath.
It's not a secret that the greatest jiu-jitsu guy of all time. It's crazy. Really, it takes some grace. Yeah, there's a bunch of videos. You see the documentary Choke? It's an amazing documentary about this guy, Jason Gracie, who's almost universally regarded as the greatest jiu-jitsu player of all time. He fought a bunch of fights in MMA and strength really fun. But there's this video where he's doing this yoga warm-up sort of thing every day. And he does this thing with his stomach that you watch him do this. And he starts warming his stomach up. He's doing this like vibrating shit. Then he starts sucking his stomach into like the upper corners of his rib cage, like rhythmically. And it's like almost impossible thing. Like you're watching him do it. Like he's warming everything up. And once he gets it warmed up, he starts wiggling it internals. Like, look at this, man. What the fuck has that kind of control of your abdominal muscle?
They say we do this like that.
He did it all the time. He did it constantly. He did this. He did yoga constantly. Gymnastics. He did a type of yoga called gymnastica natural, which is a Brazilian sort of a combination of yoga and a lot of like movements, like animal-like movements, natural movements. Amazing stuff. See if you can find the guy who created that gymnastica natural. So we give the guy credit. This is a really amazing style of organic. Yes. Yes. So that gymnastics, a couple of Brazilian guys.
That was a very good one. Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better if I talk in here? Cool. How are you? Okay, so what's her name?
Honestly, I don't remember. But it's like every time we have this crazy chemistry. Like, I can't explain it. I really don't. Like, yeah, I get laid a lot, but like, I never have like chemistry with girls really.
Okay.
Like, it's usually just sexual with you, right?
Yeah, why don't you?
So every time I see her, it might just be all in my head, right? She might just be really, really nice to me, you know.
Yeah, everybody thinks that about every barista, dog. I'm not saying that it's not true in your case. It's just thought of. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know. Like, she could be in me. I'm afraid, like, saying things because I'm afraid, like, it's like my regular place. I don't want to make things awkward, you know?
I do.
She's always just so sweet to me, and like,
Dude, she's paid to be.
I know, but I can't explain it. Like, I've been going to coffee shop a long time.
Here's the thing: you got to just cut things down very easily, and I think maybe I'm the person to do that for you. You can risk asking her out, and her saying no, and you maybe never going to this coffee shop location ever again, or maybe for a while, which is cool. Or you could ask her out. It's as simple as that. That's weird. I think that's weird. I think that's yeah. I would just tell. It's too long. It's too long. It's got to be really short. So I think you should. I think you provide the cream. Okay. So what I would say is that I would just be honest with her. And I think the best thing to do is say, I've been coming here for a while, and I think you have a really enjoyable energy. Is there any way you'd like to do something outside of have coffee here and maybe go out to dinner? She says yes. Then great, you're in. If not, well, so here's the thing. I one time had this instance with a girl from a tanning place. I had it with other places too, and it was just a risk I remember I had to take. It was like, okay, if she says yes, then great. If she says no, then I just find a different location for a little while, or just don't go to it. I mean, maybe you want to come back the next day, but it's a little awkward to me. So maybe just giving it a little time is better. Stop. Don't do that. That's self-deprecating and doesn't help your cause. Get straight to the point. Don't self-deprecate. Don't complicate the matter. Dude, she's paid to do that. No, it's not. It's not. Literally, in the employee manual, it says, come out and greet every employee, or every customer. Every employee should greet every customer in a friendly manner. So it's not even in person? I mean, it's not even stand-up? They walk out. Okay.
Like today, right? I saw a bunch of girls come out because there's like a coffee store, and they come out and they bring you your drink, and you order with another girl, and then you pull up, and then they come out and bring you your drink. And I saw other girls come out and bring drinks to the girls in front of me, and then when I pulled up, it happened to be her again.
Dog. I know it could be coincidental, like you're saying. All right, then just ask her out. It's as simple as that. Boo, that's a terrible plan. All right.
Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? We got 4 rabbis in here.
Dude, I volunteered.
SPX 600. I think it's like just. I might actually do that here. I'm just gonna put my guy, put a bunch of accounts and just put them in different. You know what I'm saying? He's not doing that.
It doesn't look like he's faking this. It's the slow motion of how these individual like heavy objects.
I'm gonna check some. I'm gonna go take some spaces for SPX 600.
Do that shit with like 15 pounds of top motion. One hand, it's hard.
We're gonna try to go back to that daily space.
I realize like you're strong.
I got invited to. I got invited to someone's Telegram today, and they were. I've spoken with them before, and they wanted to do a podcast with me, like, and then a separate podcast with more light, if possible, for the fight. So I got that going for me, which is nice.
Yeah, man, you got a good reputation in this page. I'm telling you, you'd be surprised how much money you can make outside of just buying cryptocurrency. Like, people would pay you to do like spaces, those things.
Yes, I do.
Right now, it's kind of he said, hey, he's going to tell you where he's going to
It's Nazis. I retweeted the other day about Nazis. I love him. I was on stage with him in Toronto. It was one of my favorite moments. Helping with jabronis. Yeah, he calls everybody else shit. That's the dark secret.
I might actually.
While that's yeah. Still doing deals.
Ex-girlfriend, sister's brother's cousin, girlfriend, mom, dad's brother. That's how they work, North Carolina. Shit, man, looks like you guys figured out. Get your whole life figured out. You're going to, just clear it up. So you're going to El Salvador for the having party. Yeah, but you said that it's like $400 for a ticket, right? My having party. Yeah, it's my having party. Yeah, that's a show. That's like the main guy. Yeah. All I have to say is they get a really fucking turn and I go to the party. I got invited. They can just be like crazy, like give us money. Just can't be like talking about shit coins too much. You get the clown. Just that he still makes yeah. That's not that. That's what I'm saying. You know, we shoot for a few days, we got a show together, talk, go lay out, and then we fly to Miami, El Salvador. And then we just fly back to Miami, and then we down, and everything's going really well. We're going to go to Puerto Rico, fly back to Miami, regroup, shit shows. So if you need like underwear, socks, pants, or shirts, order everything on Amazon tour for the Miami downtown. Picking up, shoot your day, maybe for like 3 days, 4 days, and then fly to Puerto Rico. And that's just so if I get laid off in the next 3 months, I'll get a severance package. And I'm trying to time it because you're saying hey, like 3 weeks for every year you've been there. So I'm trying to time it perfectly to show so and let me get a good severance package and check and so I can just catch that mileage or so right before that. Yeah, just to see that. And after you do the dip, we're going to get some fucking that's usually what it is. I know it can be different this time, right? I don't know. Same way every single having is done. It's like there's like a dip, then it goes up, and after that, it dips again, then it goes up. I got a lot. And after like a year and a half or whatever, year, I think exactly what time, then it'll start going down. Virus log, what the fuck? They're getting better and better. It's getting like more and more autistic and schizo. least you got some demo, right? Getting better, no offense. The other ones you got really, I guess you don't shoot, right? Just minutes. Yeah,
Good place.
Yeah, so I can do it too. Like, and then we can swap them. Like, if you like what I like and vice versa. So, you just tell me how to do it, and then I'll do it too, and then we just post and swap.
I mean, I'd say that it's like 18, 10
So my goal is to have fast forward here done by the end of this month. So like by 27. That's what I'm trying to where to El Salvador. Out there, like in Miami, El Salvador, and then that's Saturday. Beginning of April. So we can just not get free tickets. Like, I don't think it trash or help out, you know what I'm saying? Like, that sounds like I'm trying to say more. Like the crypto or Bitcoin, pay for a fucking ticket. So they're looking to go extra drinks and stuff like, bro.
Yo, what up, AP? What up, Adele? How you living, baby? Hey, I stream my life 24/7, 365 on YouTube, and some people in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram told me I should start streaming my life in here as well. I also stream my life live in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu stream, and I thought, you know what, wouldn't it be cool if I just took a ton of telegrams and hooked them all together in the same room? They're all being connected on YouTube right now, so this is all live on YouTube. So if you want to see the main chat, sorry, yeah, four different. Okay, so let's talk about this. You're live on 4 different YouTubes, okay, at once. There's one right there. There's one behind you. There's one to the side, and there's one to that side. So there are 4 YouTubes. I've been doing this for 2.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data online than any person. So that makes me a very important person. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Pleasure to meet you, Adele. Pleasure to meet you, AP. So I've been streaming my life all day, every day, 24/7. When I eat, when I sleep, when I go to the bathroom, everything from 4 different streams. I have more data than anyone. Then on top of that, I stream on 2 different Instagrams. We're live on 2 different Instagrams right now. And we're live on like 4 different Telegrams all around the world. So we've got 2 people now. One's in North Carolina, one's in Texas, and then we've got, and that's just in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu cryptocurrency Telegram. Then we've got this Telegram with both of you, and then everybody else in the world, which I see familiar faces. Yeah, sure. I'll send you a link. I'll put it in. I'll send you a direct message. And I just joined the SPX one because the people in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu cryptocurrency told me about this one and said, dude, you should stream your life in this one as well and just do it in a bunch of them and just make I kind of realized I could just make I could be like the main spoke of a bunch of cryptocurrencies, which I already am. They already sponsor me. So I'm going to send you a link right now to my YouTube channel, Adele. So Adele, where are you in the world? Oh, shout out to Finland. Finland's beautiful. All right, so I am going to send this to you. Just give me a second as I pull it up. I'm multitasking. So, what did you say? How did I get the what open? Voice chat. Oh, how did I get the voice chat open? It gave me the option. I think a long time ago I requested the ability to stream in here, and I think they gave it to me, and I just haven't. So I'm gonna send it to you. And do you remember the television or the movie The Truman Show? It's from the 1990s. It stars Jim Carrey. It's basically the story of a person whose entire life is streamed in front of the entire world, and they become the world's most famous person. Well, that's basically my life, and mine is archived, so you can go back and watch my life. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have over 1,300 Twitter accounts. I have the world's most innovative Twitter robot, and it is about to go viral. And when I say that, just go on Twitter. All you have to do is go on Twitter and type in ViralRabbi. I have people in all different languages talking about this Twitter robot and coming to my stream. And it's just gonna take the right it'll just take the right set of eyes to see that this is a really big deal, and it'll send everybody in the world there. So I'm excited about that. God willing. So, so I have 4 going right now. Just one moment. And I've got here's my channel though, so you can see yourself and you can hear yourself. Are you near Helsinki? Certainly. No, California. It's the best. Yes, exactly. Now, just one moment. I'm going to send you all 4 links. I just need one moment to get the link. Okay, I got the link. Now I'm going to you, Adele. Adele, I'm about to send you a more recent link. Check this one out. This one will show you all 4 streams at once. Yeah, I'm telling these guys, can you guys hear me? Hey, can you guys hear me? Manlet Queen. Exactly. Adele, just one moment. What up, Moak? I'm gonna bring some people in here. Just one moment. Hey guys, go to the Hey, can you listen to me? Manlet and Anatoly. Hey, go to SPX chat right now if you can. What up, Anatoly? We got Adele in here. We got Moak. We got AP. So, just to give you an idea, Anatoly is the one who gave me the idea to come to the SPX chat and say what up. It seems as if I had been to SPX before. I had ability to open the voice chat and some other things. So I just came in here. These guys came in. I introduced myself to them. I sent Adele my link to the 4 different streams. So he should be able to see himself live on YouTube on 4 different streams. And we're just chilling. So what's new in your neck of the woods, Anatoly?
So yeah, Rabbi should jump in here with one of his accounts and just stream 24/7 and pretty much you can jump in and Rabbi will slowly learn the whole world, teach him and teach him kind of like what the coin's about. And then that way whenever people jump in, they're like, hey, like what is this SPX stuff about? He'll be able to explain like what's about, and then I'll kind of jump in from time to time as well. So it's free, it's just like really beneficial, and I love SPX. So I thought this is a good way for us to give back. And eventually Rabbi will hold the coin as well. We're going to hook him up with some, I'll do it personally. And let's just keep it going. What I'm saying? Now we're like now upgrading from like doing a space a day to doing 24 hours, 7 days a week, every day of the year.
Video. That's amazing. And on top of that, guys, you should know that you're being brought into the world's biggest documentary. We are essentially the compilation of all the world's cryptocurrencies. We're like an octopus, and now we have our arms on SPX as one of our allies in making cryptocurrency mainstream. So we're really excited about that.
Like and respect, and we're going to show those other coins in here.
No.
Very respectful. So this is SPX only. We're doing 50 coins, and there's 25,000 different cryptos, and we only like maybe 4 or 5 of them. So these are the ones that we've decided to be like part of, and I'm going to help out. Obviously, I've been here for a while now, and Rabbi is kind of an OG streamer. Streaming for 3 years straight his whole life. He's like known, he's pretty famous, whatever. And so I think that would be great to kind of add in here, and eventually, hopefully we can get him some SPX. Obviously not paid, but I'm going to hook him up with some, and then, I'm saying, he's a holder as well. But it just takes time, and then, people jump in, and I feel like now people are like, holy shit, they went from having a space a day, right, and then having kind of like that taken away from us, to now having this, like, every single second, like, you'll see he's in here, like, he sleeps in here. So then you'll jump in at like 3 in the morning, drunk out after the bar, and you'll be like, Rabbi, what's up, bro? And then you're like, what's up, man? And if you need somebody to just talk to, you're like, hey, what's this box about? You're here. Eventually, once we kind of like help them understand more about it, you'll be like, be able to explain it to any stranger. So it's very, very beneficial. And then obviously he's not taking pay for this, but it's just all like giving back. Eventually we'll hook him up if he's like around for months and he's been putting in work. Like I'm gonna hook him up. If I make some good money, I'll buy him an Aeon so he can like have an Aeon as well. So, but yeah, guys, awesome. Sounds good.
So if you're like, what do you do? Oh.
I'm in Dallas, so I like eating seafood, like going to Florida or like somewhere,
He'll be back in a second. He's in SPX. Why'd you get banned from SPX? All right. Well, maybe we can work on getting you unbanned. I'll work on that. Well, we can email people here, so we'll see.
It's like our direct competitors, they don't even let people post in their main Telegram, right? Let alone open up a VC and just keep it going every single every day. And Rabbi is very, very respectful. Again, I said, even though we're helping other coins, we're very, very conscious about, if there's somebody else in here, we're not going to be talking about their point. You know what I mean? It's like, this is SPX. People are going to be like, damn, this is what SPX is like not paying for percentage for them to assume that we've like got this guy now who's like a 24-hour assistant in a sense. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like really fucking basic. You're like, coming in, you're like, what the fuck is this rabbi guy? And then you see he's like broken records and he's like famous. You're like, wow, okay, like, what's this about? You know what I mean? We'll just assume like we have like on a paper. That's really based. And yeah, guys. So,
That's correct. Yeah. So I have more data online than any person in global history. So let's talk about that. What does that mean? That means I've been streaming my life nonstop for 3 years almost, from at least 4 different streams on YouTube, which is more data than any person's ever uploaded to the internet on themselves. On top of that, I've been live on Instagram on multiple accounts. All that is archived for more than a year. I have more than a year of myself on our Instagram. I have more than a year of myself on Twitter. I have over 1,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have like 1,400 Twitter accounts. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 100 Snapchat accounts, 100 Twitch accounts. I have more accounts than any person in global history. The only thing that I don't have, for which I don't have a ton of accounts, is Telegram, and I still have 5 Telegram accounts, all of which I'm using right now. So when it comes to the amount of data that I have, in comparison, someone like Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined have about 20,000 hours of footage combined uploaded to YouTube. I have 400,000, so I have 20 times more footage than PewDiePie and Mr. Beast combined. Okay, it's a huge amount of data. To give you an idea, it's more data than any single individual has on YouTube. And to give you an idea, the second largest account is T-Series. If you know what T-Series is, it's an Indian account, and they're the biggest, publicly known. If you're like, well, why aren't you more publicly known? Here's why. A lot of my accounts have been banned. I've had accounts with tens of thousands of people, thousands of people, hundreds of people, and they get banned. Well, why do they get banned? When I'm going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, I get a lot of copyright strikes, and I get a lot of, I would say the majority is copyright strikes, just randomly from like somebody sending me something to my phone or the radio or something going off. So because of that, it's hard for me to gain a lot of momentum, but a lot of people know about me, and so that's very exciting. And so I discuss a lot of things on here that aren't normally discussed in society, like what? Cryptocurrencies, NFTs. We discuss nanotechnology. We discuss anti-gravity, ufology, antimatter, life extension technology. We discuss off-planet living. We discuss advanced propulsion. We discuss alien species. We discuss mind uploading technology. We discuss digital immortality, which Adele and AP, you perhaps are going to be, for whom you're going to be candidates, because you're going to make a lot of money in SPX and in cryptocurrencies. And with that, you're going to be able to spend it in any way you want. And one of the ways you may want to do it in the future is to upload your mind into a computer for later download into an avatar, into a cyborg, into a cybernetic being, into a robot, into a clone of yourself, into an ethereal being, whatever you want. And you'll be able to live essentially digitally forever. That's a very exciting premise in the future, and it's something that is only a generation or two away. And that means Adele and AP, that may be an opportunity for you. So you should be excited about that. And these are things that we discuss. That's right. I'm a transhumanist. In fact, look, on my ID, you can see number 1, I have a hat on in my ID. No one has a hat on in their ID. And also, if you look at my gender, I know it's blurry, but my gender is actually it's X, where it says sex. It's an X. Why? Which project? Yeah. So there have been a few of those. There's the astral projection programs that have been run since like the 1950s that basically allow you to travel consciously into different dimensions and different areas of the universe using your mind. And there have been experiments on it, particularly on the clandestine level. There's also, in addition to, there's remote viewing. If you're familiar with remote viewing, which is someone, the okay, so the remote viewing is more focused on an individual, an event or a place, and yeah, so that's something that we get into as well. We're very into the paranormal, so if you're into that, you're in the right place. It's coming. So, have you ever seen the Disclosure Project, Adele? Okay, so the Disclosure Project was a May 9th, 2001 press conference at the National Press Corps located in Washington, D.C., where they had over 20 whistleblowers of the United States and globally who came out about the UFO phenomenon, and they talked about Project Bluebeam, and I believe it. And so here's the plan. This is the upcoming plan. They said, "What up, Nicole Yamamoto? Hope you're living like a pimp. If you buy SPX, you will be the only one excited. How you doing, girl? Kicking ass, taking names. I hope you're well. I just want. I stream my life 24/7, 365 on YouTube. I've been doing so for almost 3 years. I have more data online than any person in global history. We were just talking about some paranormal things. I was just discussing some of the things that we discuss on my stream are making cryptocurrency mainstream. Woo woo. Also, NFTs. We talk about UFOs, ufology. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, advanced propulsion. We talk about deep space travel. We talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology, digital immortality, the idea that you can upload your mind into a computer and download it into a clone, into an avatar, into a robot, into a cybernetic being, into whatever you would like, or perhaps just pause yourself for a while until they invent something else that you want to be, whatever you want. Essentially, we're in a very exciting time, and you're in cryptocurrency, and you should know that these opportunities are perhaps available in the future. I was just showing them Adele and AP my ID. On my ID, actually, according to California, my sex is X. Why? Because I believe that we're in a world of transhumanism. So, with that being said, Adele and I were just discussing some aspects of remote viewing and some other really interesting things. So, with that said, are you into the paranormal, Nicole? Absolutely. So just to give you an idea of what I do, I have been streaming my life live on YouTube for the last about 3 years. It's more data than any person has in global history, and it's like a real life Truman Show. And I was in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, which is another cryptocurrency coin. I've been streaming my life in there for like 9 months straight, and one of the individuals in there who recently came in, who is an SPX holder and big in SPX, was like, you know what, SPX really needs this. You do 24-hour, 7-day a week, 365-day a year video telegrams. Anybody can always come in here and talk to you, tell you about their day. We're watching Joe Rogan right now and the others. So if you're like, how many cameras do you have on right now? I have 33 different devices right now. So you're live on four different YouTubes. You're live on on 5 different Telegrams. So this is just one Telegram. I'm like a spoke, and I'm in a bunch of video Telegrams, and just they know who I am, and if they need me, they get a hold of me. But they know I'm talking to you guys. One of the people from one of the Telegrams actually told me about you guys. Then you're live on 2 different Instagrams, and I've created robots. I have the world's most innovative Twitter robot. And if you're like Nicole, if you're like Rabbi, how do you have the world's most innovative Twitter robot? I have over 1,400 Twitter accounts, and all you have to do is type in ViralRabbi into Twitter, and literally I can choose what group of people I want to tweet about me based on the VPN that I'm using. Meaning, if I use a German VPN, I get a bunch of German people saying, "Who's this ViralRabbi? He's live on YouTube 24/7." If I use a French one, I'll get French people saying that. If I use an English one, people who speak English will say that. That's just how it is. So any day now, we're gonna go viral, which is a very exciting opportunity. And when that happens, I'm gonna make you all very rich. And I mean that, Nicole. I'm live on 4 different streams right now, telling you I'm gonna make you rich when this happens. And it's like, well, how are you gonna be so rich, Rabbi? According to Economist Magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource, more important than food, than water, than platinum, than gold, than oil. And I am sitting on the world's largest gold mine, for lack of a better term, of data. It should be called a data mine because it's so valuable, and data is more valuable than gold. And so when people find out about this, number one, it's going to be really exciting because I've done a lot of interesting things on the stream. Number two, they're able to connect with someone whenever they want, just like you are right now, whenever you want. Talk to me, tell me about your day, whatever. If you want to hear about mine, or if you just, I mean, there are people who literally just want to sleep with someone else and connect with them. And so they'll just stay in the Telegram all night and snore, and that's fine with me. I don't care. And we'll just watch podcasts all night and just enjoy each other's company. It's quite sweet. And we get people from all over the world. As you know, that's how things are in cryptocurrency. So it's a very exciting time. And I personally am someone who am a uniter, and I'm a builder. And I honestly think that you guys are going to be very rich people. I mean that. Only 4% of the world is invested in cryptocurrencies. And of that, how many of them are active traders? You guys are the top 1%. Essentially, of the top 1%. And while you may not always have the biggest bag that you may have wanted, you have to look at things in macro terms, not micro terms. So yeah, people are like, oh, we're in a bear market and yada, yada, yada. Okay, but you have to look at things in terms of decades, not years. So if you look at this in macro terms, this is an excellent investment for you long term. One of your coins, or perhaps multiple coins in your bag, is going to moon one of these days if it hasn't already. And that'll be your opportunity, and that'll allow you to diversify yourself and create intergenerational wealth, which is, I'm sure, what we all want to do if we already haven't done it. And that's all really exciting. And so the way that I'm doing it is through data. I realize that data is the #1 way to essentially diversify yourself in today's society. You're either one of two things in life. You're a creator, or you are a consumer. One or the other. If you are just a useless consumer, that's fine if you want to do that, but eventually that runs out. That's why you need to always be creating, always be building. And the way that I do it is using data. And so is it always the most exciting stuff that we have? I think it is, honestly. We watch every major movie going back to every Oscar winner, like from 1929. We watch all the Oscar nominees. We watched the Super Bowl. We had a Super Bowl party in our Telegram. We had a ton of people there. We have just basically, like, if it's something that people will watch, like the Oscars, we'll have an Oscar watch party. We watch Monday Night Football every week. We had fantasy football. So we do things that are like really interactive and get people excited. And I'm excited to be here and excited to get to know you all. If you have any questions, please let me know. I know I talk a lot, but I think The thing is, I cover, I do a lot. Go ahead, Adele. No, I don't. I don't create any coins. In fact, I don't. No, I don't. I don't have. So let me explain. I don't show personally any coins, and I don't show any NFTs. I love them all equally. People give me them, and that's really cool of them if they want to do that. But I personally am not a dev, nor am I a founder of any project, which I like that. It allows me the independence to just, hear about your story, and people know that I'm not shilling anything particularly. I'm more, if I'm showing anything, it's data. That isn't to say that I'm not closed-minded to it, but I'm still learning about the process of how you build a coin and how you have a successful coin and a successful NFT. And in my opinion, in both, it's about marketing. But that's just kind of what I've learned thus far in the little bit of time that I've understood it. How about you? Do you create coins, Adele? No, you're fine. You're absolutely right. I'm in agreement with you on that. Look, I'm about X's, if anything. I'm about multiplying your money. 50x, 100x, 1,000x, 10,000x, a million x. That's what I like. Whatever is able to do that for me as quickly as possible, I endorse that product. At the end of the day, it's about how much did you increase your net worth. No, I don't, but we'll watch it on here. So where would I find that? Digital immortality. I'll have to check that out. What was the name of it again? Serial experiments. I'll have to check that out. That's amazing. Well, excellent, Adele. Well, I'm here if you need me. You don't have to talk to me if you don't want to, but if you need me, I'm here. It's been a pleasure to meet you. And I'm going to check in with my other telegrams. I'm just going to mute my mic here for now. And if you need me, just talk to me, okay? No, I'm going to say right here. I'm just going to mute I'll leave my mic on so you can hear what's going on. No, I plan on staying here. Like, I've been live in the other Telegram for 9 months straight. So if you guys let me, I'll be in here for as long as you want, and we'll have a really cool environment. Why? Because I host trivia nights, I host Super Bowl parties, I host, we're gonna do an Oscars night. We host live police video chases. We just go. Sometimes people just come in here and we just look at charts, whatever you want. Sure, absolutely. Come. You should. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. If you join that one right now, we've got. You should see. I'm streaming Joe Rogan live. You know Joe Rogan? Yeah. So I'm streaming Joe Rogan live right now. So do you know the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram? Okay. Yeah. So join their Telegram, and then go in the voice chat. And right now we've got like 7 people in it, but we've got like 7 people going on almost 24 hours a day. Now, if you come in there and I'm just in there sometimes with 4 other cameras, okay, but a lot of times we'll get 20 people in there sometimes. Like for the Super Bowl, we got like 24 people, 25 people. That's a lot to have in one Telegram at once. You know what I mean? So, yeah, can I just tell it to you? I have it memorized. Okay, so it's t.me / HPOS. So it's t.me / HPOS. Yes, 10I. That's correct. And just hit enter, and then you have to do human verification, and then we're in Anatoly's in there too, or he just jumped in this one. We're in the other video. No. He asked about this one. He asked me about this one. I didn't. I even told him. Hold on, Anatoly. I even said. Hold on. He said, "Are you leaving?" I said, "No. I plan on just streaming my life in here." He said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm going to talk to these other guys in this other Telegram." And then Adele said, "Oh, I'd like to just see that Telegram." I didn't even say it. I didn't. You can even ask Adele. I'm not. I literally did not. Adele, no. Adele asked me for it. That's what I plan on doing, and the best way to do it is to absorb myself within the Telegram as much as possible. Learn about people's journeys, learn about its history, etc., etc. Look at text tools, look at the ticker. I'm sure I've seen this one. Sure. What is it called? It, I have it. Wait, hold on, Anatoly. So Adele and AP actually, we would actually bring more people in here. We had one friend of ours who accidentally got banned. Anatoly, do you know if you could work on helping him with that? Excellent. Adele, I don't think so either. So what do I look at in OpenSea? I've done that.
Yeah, and then you see like the girl, it's like women, it's like a bunch of girls, like you see those, they're kind of like cyberpunk looking.
Is it Project Aeon?
Yeah, I think so. It's not good for it. I don't have one to be honest. I want to buy one. I'm just waiting.
It's a bunch of girls. They're cool. These are really cool. Yeah, these are really cool. They're very, very cool. No, they're cool. They're cool. Okay, so I have some questions about them. Are they all white or do they have different colors? Oh, okay, so they're cute. Oh, sorry, that's part of the lore. So this Aeon is cute. These Aeons are cute. I gotcha. So Adele and AP and Andy, if you guys like television or movies, tell me what you want to watch and we'll watch it 24/7. So if it's like, oh dude, what do you like, Adele? That one we're gonna watch that anime you suggested called Serial. It's called Serial Experiments. That's right. But anything else you want to watch? If you like The Office, if you like Parks and Recreation, if you like anything on Netflix or Hulu, we'll stream it. So yeah. Oh, dude, we watch The Office non-stop. I'm serious. Okay, so not only do we watch the British Office, we watch the American Office, and we listen to the American Office podcast. Have you listened to the podcast? It's called The Office Ladies by Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsley. Oh, it's phenomenal. You've seen 4 seasons? Yeah. No, it does. It does. And you've got another 4 seasons, or 5 seasons. So prepare yourself. But it does get very interesting. So yeah, we watch that all the time. And right now we're watching Joe Rogan, and it's like, well, why do you watch Joe Rogan? It's kind of something that you can just hop in on, listen to it for 30 minutes, 20 minutes, go about your day, say hi to people. I can pause it if we get a bunch of people in there and they want to talk. You can always mute. Like, I have different cameras in there, so you can always mute whatever camera you want if you want to hear Joe Rogan or you want to hear the people talking. And like in this one, we only have one going, which is absolutely fine. But even here, if you guys are like, oh, we want to watch something like The Office in here, we absolutely can. Just make me aware of it, and I'll get a camera. I'll get 2 accounts in here, and one facing me and one facing the Office. I can do that as well. So let's talk about this. Right now, I have 4 different cameras going in one Telegram. So I've got multi-cams in there. One of them is showing Joe Rogan. The other ones are just showing me. Then I have this one. Now, additionally, I'm sure you guys are aware of this, but just one moment and I'll show you on my phone. I think I'll be able to do it. I'm going to share my screen with this. So I'm sure you guys have seen this if you're at all familiar with Telegram's options. Okay. Can you see my screen? Just one moment. There's a good reason for that. We're going to try this again.
That's why I believe you always got to have a shot of something. I'm not talking about fucking drinking a beer. I'm not a big believer in anecdotal evidence unless it benefits me. So what I say is, what are they going to kill you?
All right. Can you see my screen now?
Charlottesville kind of crazy. The team I want to have these
Shows up with bad eyes as a man with class. Stop. So the master, they go, no. Don't put the right there. That means they drop one ice cream in there every 20 minutes and they got it time. That's the whole thing. Fucking nice.
But I totally agree.
I should go over to Dean's house and he's got a walkie filming cigars. Let's go.
Imagine being a chick and being like somehow being like top 1% OnlyFans. Like imagine that being like your whole life. Like, you're like, I'm so happy. Like, I'm top 1% of OnlyFans. I don't know, it's just like maybe I don't know, it just feels so right. I wouldn't be able to sleep.
It's like a fedora cigar. It's like 22.
It's like, oh, what's up and down?
What up, Adele? Sorry, my phone on the other one got frozen. I'll join you in here just for a moment.
So I guess is record.
No, it's not. I'm still going.
Yeah, I gotta get his book of world record.
Go for it. Knock yourself out.
Yes, book of records here. Yes, we have Rabbi Rothschild. Michael. Yes.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that's a different record. That's the world's longest stream. I have the world's most amount of data uploaded. Stream. I have the world's most amount of data uploaded, which is more important. And why is it more important? Because people have had streams go for like 20 years on closed circuit television. That doesn't go anywhere. The fact that it's archived, that means something.
There's my man, Salazzo from The Godfather. Watch Steve McQueen with a fucking cigar. This is 1973.
So, I'm a man of my word, Adele. I am still live in the SPX, and so I'm just gonna keep. Yeah, no, exactly. It's true. It's true. We're literally in.
Obviously not the smoothest ride with them. So I mean, here, like, here's my main days, I guess you could say, but then I go to SPX and I still love there. You know, it's like my whole life. I'm not gonna sell. Honestly, I'd rather not talk about it unless it's your job to tell you, but they don't like to talk about it. He just was like doing a CDs every day, and then he had like a lot of coins, and the rumor is he made an SPX, right? And so he ended up like dumping a lot. So if you look at the chart, that's the recent big dump in SPX with him causing that sell-off because he tweeted something saying like he's done working and he's gonna go focus on Aeons only, and we'll just start selling SPX. So pretty much like the knife into SPX's stomach, and nobody likes him. And he's still the saddest part. He owns the Telegram, and he's still the owner of the whole SPX Telegram. Right, so it's like shitty.
Maybe not as popular Wayfair Chapel in Rancho Palos Verdes.
No, yeah, hazard. Yeah, hazard. Yeah. just doesn't have a talk anymore. But he's always watching. He's always alert. So he's just a creepy guy. He just had a mental breakdown. Fucked up. That's me, my crypto. Once you have a mental breakdown, you can't really like trip. This is like once you fuck up once, it's over. Like you see how like I have some dogs. So I have ROTHSCHILD, Rabbi, we have to be pretty careful. Like somebody like no offense, you don't have like a picture at all. It's like a profile picture or something. It just says hey. And so for you, like you can say fuck you, bitch, you can call me anything, it's like just make a new account. So we have to be extra careful. So same with Coach, he kind of just fucked up his reputation, which is sad because he's a young guy and he had a great future.
Did he always?
All you have to do is say, hey, I'm gonna take a break, but I'm not gonna sell. Just like take a break for a few weeks.
Did he always host Coach's Corner?
Like having a mental breakdown.
Did he always host Coach's Corner? What up, man?
What you up to?
This is totally. In the 70s, everybody had on TV. Everybody's house had so let's make some.
Yeah. So you're feeling creative? Like a video for the fun. Something funny, like Sean getting knocked the fuck out into the stratosphere. Like, I don't know, something. Yeah. That was like, it would be like, somebody getting hit in the head with a trash can, and then it would like do the really funny, and they're like flying through space or some shit. This is an idea. So, it's like, I go there and what?
Cushion and someone thought it was there was an extra right now anyone and someone like
I just teach her words. I haven't done too many, so I can use my hands all that have soul on it and then just mint the card. I'm gonna do the first one for dude. I clicked on it and did it in the studio.
as soon as that
I can so it says whitelist into 3 hours and 25 minutes. Okay, so right now tourism being it's out of 2024. Okay, so I can call it cost. This one cost. That's 032 cops. 1032 What?
that car is so fast.
Oh, I don't like the issues. That's gonna pay.
That car handles like dog shit. No, but I mean, those cars back then, even the best ones handle like shit. That has like tires.
Is it $3 or $0.49?
Caveman suspension. They probably did drive a lot better than those police cars. Police cars are like the worst cars you ever catch.
$3.49. Only like a few.
Sports cars got a good balance.
Yeah, $3. So we're talking about these NFTs that you can win right now. Yeah, it just seems like really gets so crazy looking at NFTs.
All those people.
There's some scary cars.
All the guys that play yeah, I saw their artwork not too long ago. You look at it, all the people that have made it.
Same with 6 2 seconds.
I love it.
It doesn't work if it's colder than 15 degrees out. Dubai
Yeah,
is the world's
I like this art.
so
you pay like $4 and you can make different.
Yes, sir, exactly.
Oh shit.
Stop making excuses.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm gonna shower quickly. Yeah, all the guys he wants to be close to him. They fight in Abu Dhabi, and it takes fucking 3 minutes. So like the whole fight one is $90
against him.
$100. All for yesterday, $50, now it's $40. So that's the only game they've done.
It's off the charts.
Right now, I think so as well. And I went kind of.
Awesome, thanks, man. I'll send you a link in a second.
It's Adele.
That's fun.
They have interior surf places too.
So one of them is looking at my face. One of them's looking at the television.
We're doing the same. It's going to be each one will be a different group. So that way it's like tentacles or so. It's like one will be in my coin, one will be in SPX, and one will be in this coin, and one will be in
I have 33 devices.
I'm gonna buy one soon, so I'm gonna get like a cheap Samsung phone.
I have 33 devices.
What?
Adele, can you hear me?
No, we're just working together, so I'm doing like a bunch of making content too. I have my own coin, and making content for it, and he's gonna help me, and I think
Adele, can you hear me? I have 33 different devices being used right now. That's correct. That's exactly right. My router works double time every day. I wish. I just use what they have at the house where I live. I am. We have unlimited data and we still get throttled.
But it's not something that he's been, it's not like deception. No, it's just collective.
Let me know if there's any television show you want to watch.
He makes so much money. There's probably a point where they'll never next time they get taxes.
so you guys can like charge 20 bucks for the check.
That can't be right. You know it's not 25 days. Yeah. What? Yeah. He's bought over 100 luxury cars from the same dealer and always pays in cash. I like it. Good. You can sell those. They're worth a lot of money. You can get that money too. You know, it's just it's really interesting how like he's able to generate. He's figured out some pretty incredible shit. He's a great villain too. Oh, he's brilliant, and he's just a brilliant defensive monster. Oh, skill wise, off the charts. But I'm saying that guy should get more credit for what he does as a skilled businessman.
this man psychologically. Like he should get a lot more.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that it's arguable that he's enjoying it, like enjoys playing the villain role, enjoys like flashing all the money.
And if he is really enjoying it, like, don't you love that? Respect
Look at that fucking thing. What is that called? That thing is amazing.
It's
$40 million. What is it? A CCXR? Is it a Cosig? Yeah. Can I say that? That's a word that I've never
Yeah,
said.
I can't say it. I love to when he starts his post with the amount, like to remind people, that's my new car.
Yeah, my new 4.8 million car. How do you think you say that? Koenigsegg? 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 Jesus Christ. Koenigsegg? That's a ridiculous name. Change your name. The car dope. It's insane. Oh yeah, I'm in DC. I had it already, I had it booked way in advance.
That was my dad's birthday.
But you know, try to avoid finding out what happened and watch it.
Now it depends, man. We haven't. I don't know. I'm gonna gauge also his interest.
I always try to get home before I find out anything or watch it before I find out anything. I always feel
You always
can't give it the temptation.
It's hard.
I go online, I check up. Am I worth what if they tell me it's $5? What time is it? This one's $12. It's box.
I know. It's gonna be. It's exciting. It's one of those like you remember like the excitement to the end. So I think.
Kyle Gregor's a magic person. Like legitimately. Like to get this many people so hyped up about this fight. It's not just about his performances, his fights. It's also about like wanting to believe that this dude will pull it all off. Yeah, it's a magic person.
Do you feel like in the lead up to the fight, the best in your opinion?
Oh yeah, I'm a sucker for a good hype job, dude. That's why I'm a good hype man. Right. Yeah, I'm a sucker for believing all that stupid shit. I thought Jerry Cooney had a chance against Larry Holmes when I was in high school. I saw Jerry Cooney knock out Ken Norton. That's good. Oh, Galata. Yeah. But Jerry Cooney's the guy that, is that the guy you're thinking of? Is that the guy I was talking about? Yeah, that's the guy I was talking about. Yeah, when I was in high school, I was Jerry Cooney was going to win. Really? Who's the white man from Bayonne? Yeah, Chuck Webb. He's the guy that based the movie. They didn't expect him to survive. And he kept surviving. Chuck Wester was the guy that was one of the that guy just kept plodding forward. Well, you beat shit out of him. Yeah. Muhammad Ali in his prime was so magic.
That's fucking the guy from
ability to like in and out, slide around. I thought he was going to fight Sonny Liston, but there's no fucking way. Liston is in so much trouble. All he can do is like box around and move fast. Sonny Liston is a murderous puncher. Get the fuck out of Patterson. It's like the way that I beat those guys. Oh Jesus, nobody can stand fighting him like very Rumble Johnson-esque. Maybe more so for his power. Yeah.
It sucks about not having never like I already know I've had enough lessons about Ali, but like I wish I would have made it. And I already see it now. I became conscious of it now because of basketball. I would always do this. Arguments, but like you realize this is
Yes, exactly. The voice is trying to get on that. Yes, this ain't ever gonna happen again.
There's a guy that
Oh yeah, he went.
he's like there's one leader, he's like Brad, the first one is the one just the second one is the one that ended already. They're pretty cool.
Drexler
It's the same as the middle one.
Louisville.
I know what it is.
Oh right. Louisville was considered the Wizards of dunk, and Houston was called Twice Slamma Jamma because that's all they did was dunk.
There's a few athletes that I feel like even from our era you can bring back today.
No, I don't like this because he had this one post that said like, follow, retweet, continue on like this. So
For sure, for sure, Michael Jordan, for
sure.
For sure.
I missed it.
Yeah. Did you find the video of the dude that he just look at this shit. Smith Carter.
7 feet tall. Oh my God, it's amazing. He rubbed his nuts on that kid's head. Watch that again. Watch this.
He rubbed his nuts on that dude's head. Yeah, it's incredible. He went over the dude's head. This dude still dunks like this. It's insane. When we were in high school, he was in high school. He's close to us. Jumped over that car. They would show his high school highlights. Like they would cover it like he's rubbing his tip on that guy's head.
Roy Jones Jr. Roy Jones Jr. in his prime had some athleticism that didn't make sense. He was able to land, you can read the description, but not a shot in the jab. Roy Jones Jr., he like most of the time led
natural details. You can realize it's pretty cool. And that was I was saying the description about it, what it is to hold NFT, the points, 8 points now. They can like, I don't know about it, but it's pretty interesting. It's the same as the definition for it.
I saw split
So what do you think of some other NFTs in general? Oh yeah, obviously there's that's smart.
They're optimized. Questions like, what are the genetics? What if like people genetically slight uptick one day, 20 years ago? He's got to wonder if all these people are competing how the strength and conditioning feels bodies like start literally thinking get stronger, they might get bigger. It's terrible.
sold on it based on that a lot.
Obviously they're maybe 5 times related here.
Did you see that thing about all those white racists? I found out they were black. So you know who you can talk shit about, because if you find out like I could talk shit about them. So most people wouldn't consider it.
That's why you can't talk about rape because those Sicilians had investments. Those Sicilians traditionally go. That's why those Sicilians are building knives. Crazy. Now it's Sicilians are building knives. I tell you, keep them at arm's distance. All Sicilians are fucking. Instead of those knives, building those knives. It's crazy. Cubans, my sister's country, and that looked like cousin who's light skin, and his sister was second, is dark skin. So I know there's some African shit in my fucking kid.
What's the band's name? Ex Alfonso? Is that it? What is that band? The band, is it Ex Alfonso? Is that it?
His name is Eki, and her name is Evan. Yeah. So they all
His cousin. Over a fucking amazing band.
Really? Dude, they're really good, but they all live out Korea. So.
Yeah, here it is. Ex Alfonso.
That's why we're male.
Give me some vibe on this shit. They're really good, dude. I mean, no bullshit. I listen to this on my way to the comedy store all the time. I get hooked up because I don't know what the fuck they're saying. So just for me, it just feels good. It's like celebratory, and I get into my own head thinking about my material, and I get pumped up listening to this. I always do that. Yeah, I always listen to language that I don't understand.
So you don't think about the words?
Yeah, I don't think about the words at all. See, this isn't. I don't understand what this is, and there's ignorance in it, but there's also freedom. So the freedom is that if I can hear the beautiful sound
What up, baby?
of his voice and not have any context to it.
How can I help you?
Whatever his message is or anything. And I can have it in the
I'm creating accounts like my life depends on it, because it does.
Just enjoy.
It's like an instrument.
Yeah, like if you're like listening to Shooting Star by Bad Company, China was a schoolboy. That's gonna change the way you feel.
Yeah.
Like you hear about that, you're writing about a certain thing, you're not gonna concentrate on your subject. And when I was in high school, everybody wanted to be that guy. Everybody wanted to be that guy. Just tell it it's all burnt out. It didn't fade away. And it's like, man, so my whole family is the male is white skin. My sister is dark skin. So I just said, fuck, I got her. There's some other kids that paid for it. That was related to some Italian. They got almost deals. Like,
And like he killed somebody. Stealing people and he died. He left 60 slaves. That's where everybody was like, well, let's go up there.
Diaz is a Cuban.
Yeah, very good.
No, but these NFTs are those special guys back in the days.
That's a different kind of Diaz than the next guy was too. It's really interesting when you know Spanish. You know, like being friends with you, listening to a lot of Cuban people talk. That Cuban people have like a very certain rhythm, and then Puerto Ricans have a different kind of rhythm, and Mexicans have their own rhythm. All intelligent. The funny thing about hanging out with Tom is people look at him and he looks like a broski from like Wisconsin or something. They don't realize he speaks fluent Spanish. So people talk shit in Spanish in front of you all the time. All the time. I would never guess what happens when you drop it off.
It depends, man. Like sometimes you get, then you can see the shame wash up. So they say something at the end, just say like, have a nice day. Yeah. Sometimes they like laugh. Sometimes they, I've had to go to them never nice because we went in some virtual yeah.
A teenager has been arrested in connection with 4 fatal shootings in Southeast County. Two men
And then I don't realize the lady working in the store. Yeah. So instead of just let us come.
Investigators say the shooting late Sunday into Monday appeared to be random. The 2 adults were charged with murder, attempted murder. The murder charges carry special circumstance allegations.
I also realized there's probably another more because I don't want to Spanish or a lot of times Spanish people don't want if they're here, they're not appreciated. They're not letting them show that they
We're over in like Italy, so I started talking English. You got like all the translators. You try to like, yo soy. You know, you try to talk to him, and he just starts saying, "I said no problem. I speak perfect fluent." So like, oh great, let's just talk English.
here it's different though.
And they'll be like, oh, struggle so hard. Sometimes it's
This is the one yesterday. Side villas. You can buy one more, but they're no longer making the report. Almost as well. Maybe like $30 maybe. And the division, it's called what? Mindfulness? Yeah, I think. It's just. Yeah, drive those. Take a look Yeah, people are still buying them. Holy shit, that's one with the Jerry. I love that. Yeah, these assets are so nice. It has like stars, wall jacks, arcade, image effect, air text. Let's put something in there. Yeah, the whole fucking ball.
And then he would say,
Some more salt.
play out the whole thing.
Let's go.
Sexual assault. Just to go.
Actually,
I'm sure if you put yours in trouble.
if you want, throw it this. Yes. Oh, you use it? I know what photo is. It's a game changer. It's a website for some of the charts. The charts are real time. Like how it should do it. It has custom effects.
Many of the 12,000 said they found the bearded singer suggesting included in the audience are hundreds of unescorted junior and senior high school girls forced to experience masturbation. The audience screamed obscenities and exposed himself. Also got slugged several instances. One of them off the stage. Himself was crying in the crowd.
The same way you read it first and then it goes live. Yeah, exactly. No, it goes.
They don't have a picture of his dick out. They don't have a picture of his dick out. Somebody could have yelled his dick out. It's just like a fire in a crowded building. He used to whole thing of giving out label. It's the actual rise.
I'm sure there is some overthink that don't rise. We can buy one for like $1,000. How much? Yeah. Like 10K for. I'm thinking about
What the fuck? Mom's House, one of the best podcasts on the internet. Of course, the Church of What's Happening Now. Lee Syed, the Flying Joe, the great Joey Coco Diaz, available on everywhere. We'll see you on the 1,000 more. ASMR. ready to go 4 hours. Dog and cat chilling. All right. That's nice. Thank you. Love.
Yeah, this has all the yeah, it does. Yep. So you can instantly get money if you yeah. That's Bellows. Once they mint out whatever, place the the price is one sold.
When I watched
$100.
it was glorious. So it went after the San Diego thing like right away, immediately. It's just
Price right now?
You can tell that he didn't know what to do with it. He literally said,
One sold $10.
That's when I say to people, oh, I'm joking.
I said, thanks so much for having me on. He growled at me. He was not a happy camper.
Well, I guess this based on
You crushed him, and the other
based on
Chelsea Handler crushing him.
the list.
You don't even talk to me on the break. In the break, you check your phone and check the Twitter.
Like how much is the instant sell for those?
No.
It's selling at
The way it's tabloid environment, it's a company that you work for did creepy shit like
yeah, I can just like sell mine.
voicemails they hack to the people who are dead, and then the family falls home because they
Oh, sure, there's like the
voicemails that's all checked in. I thought, oh, maybe she's still alive.
And then we made a host on like the X Factor, brought him on CNN.
some of them are really
I just don't
They made decisions all around.
It's a fascination with literature.
Yes. If you have a British accent, we automatically add 20 points to your IQ.
Yeah, they're great for like selling props, late night non-stick cookware. And I enjoyed John Oliver. I think John Oliver's great. Apparently, he has, a lot of people think British accents is the same. He has like a collar British accent, but I don't.
I can't tell the difference too much, except when I'm watching My Fair Lady or something.
Well, I can tell people from like Manchester and stuff like that because they have sort of like way of talking so fast that all the words kind of pile into each other. But yeah, Oliver's his recent one, Kenny Cropper, the recent one about Alex Jones is fucking hilarious.
Well, it's almost impossible to make something not funny about Alex Jones.
Yeah, you gotta meet Alex. You met him?
I don't know that, given how much I've made fun of him.
I'm fine.
Oh, really?
Trust me.
Okay.
Yeah,
He said he would like to strip off his shirt and stuff.
he might. Calm down. You're a good guy. We're basically on the same team. He'll come around.
Well, I mean, if you remember, the Piers Morgan thing happened 2 nights after Alex was on Piers Morgan. So Piers was funny because he had that whole debate with Alex and Alex did their shtick, and it was really over the top. And we thought it was going to be like Alex Jones' cartoon. It was going to be Piers, succeeds again. And Alex and I could not be different.
No, you're very rational. Very reasonable. You out there, which is really great. It's like you're a fast-thinking, fast-talking, very smart young guy who's also a conservative. There's not a lot of those out there. This is one of the things that I encounter these days. Especially in college campuses, there's this very strange separation between the right and the right is like almost non-existent, or at least doesn't have any representation, and they're actively shunning that representation. Pushing people out of the system.
Yeah, I think that, so Berkeley, I think, explain to people the whole story. Yeah, so you see Berkeley, if you recall last year, I actually spoke there before this happened. I spoke to East Berkeley like April 2016. And my lawyer was supposed to speak there, and he actually went there, and there was a riot where Antifa infiltrated the student community, and there were all these pictures of them bombing things, blowing up cars, and they're setting them to fire at least, and throwing things at windows. And so Berkeley shut down that event for safety reasons. Then Ann Coulter wanted to speak there, and they basically used what they call time, place, and manner restrictions to stop her. They kept saying, well, we have safety problems, we can't figure out how to do the event, and in the end they just canceled it because they didn't have security. And then Young Americans Foundation, which sponsored me to go to a lot of these campuses, they said, well, why don't Shapiro to come? And again, I spoke to like a year and a half ago. and they gave them 2.5 months advance. And Berkeley said, well, we have no venues available. And so this seemed to be another cover for we're not going to allow a conservative on campus because there's security problems. So we made that public. And then Berkeley said, no. We'll make sure that you get in. They gave us an alternative venue, and they even said they'd cover the security fees. They didn't like that. It wasn't.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so that should be good.
Well, you know what happened with Jordan Peterson yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, just yesterday, Jordan Peterson was banned from YouTube, and YouTube has a new policy that it's very weirdly worded, but apparently they're allowed to block and restrict any kind of videos that are about religion or that could be deemed offensive, which is almost everything.
Yeah, that's right. Anything that's remotely, anything that's interesting is going to be offensive to somebody.
So it won't be monetized. It also won't be in the
Promoted.
videos of interest or.
I know they did this to Prager University as well. They blocked like 10 of their videos a couple of months ago. So it's this is nasty stuff. Listen, YouTube's a private company. They have the right to do what they want, but don't proclaim that you're a free speech promoting institution if you're going to block people like Jordan Peterson, for God's sake.
Well, the problem is they're not blocking things that are offensive to other people. They're not blocking certain things that are representing Islam in a positive light.
That's right.
Or there's a lot of weirdness with this left-wing choice of what to censor and what not to censor. And it's not just dangerous, it's also bad for the whole idea of being progressive or being liberal. Because it makes you look really petty and really weird. And really resistant, hesitant to actually look at it.
Yeah, for sure. This is one of the reasons why I'm very meticulous in my terminology about people who are on the other side of the aisle. I actually separate people who are liberal from people who are leftist. So when there are people who try to ban speech, I call them leftist. And if they are not interested in banning speech, then they're liberal. And if they want bigger government, they disagree with banning politics, but they're still willing to have a conversation. They want an open forum. People who are on the hard left think that it's actually an insult to their identity to disagree with them. And this is what I experience sometimes on campuses. Cal State LA, there's a near riot when I speak. University of Wisconsin, where people storm the stage and stand in front of it. Berkeley, Penn State, where we have, again, another near violent incident over at Penn State, where DePaul would actually ban me outright. So sometimes you get this routine from people who think that they conflate their viewpoint with their identity, and then if you have a different viewpoint, you're denying them their humanity. And it's like, no, I'm not denying you. I just think what you're saying is dumb.
That's a very good point, is that they have their identity connected to their ideology. And when you oppose these people and have these debates with these people, what's really fascinating is the level of hysteria that gets reached while you're staying calm.
Yeah, and that's what I've noticed is that there's a ton of, I tend to keep relatively calm, just as a human being, and very often when I'm debating someone, I see them getting more and more emotional, and people on the right love this because, of course, it's the triggering of the snowflakes. The easiest thing in the world to do is trigger some idiot college kid who doesn't grow his national program. And what's hard to do is actually discuss issues with somebody who's intelligent enough to make the point. But it's hysteria on the campuses that's really increasing. I now have to travel with 2 members of security to every campus, just because you don't know which campus is going to go off. I never had to travel with security before. It's the weirdest thing in the world.
How long do they start having?
Well, in February of 2016 is when I started traveling with security. So I spoke at the University of Missouri. They had a big blow up at University of Missouri, Black Lives Matter, taking over campus offices and suggesting that there was some sort of big racism problem in Mizzou, which is just ridiculous. And so they flew me in. I did a speech there. And then the next time I spoke was Cal State LA, and they brought in a couple of security guys, and I was like, what do I need security for? I'm just speaking on a campus. Who cares? We get to the campus, and they'd already tried to cancel my speech because of security. And I said, I'm coming anyway, so it's tough. I had to be escorted in by 20 armed police officers. I had to be escorted off campus by motorcycle cops flashing their lights. There were 300 students who had blocked all of the entrances, were physically assaulted, and trying to get into the theater. The police had to sneak the students in 2 by 2 into the theater. They told them that until I left the campus, they couldn't actually let the kids out of the theater because they were afraid that if they let the kids out of the theater, they'd be attacked as they were released. That one was pretty wild. So after that, I was like, okay, well, I guess the security's necessary.
But it's shifting. What is ramping things up?
I think the identity politics is ramping things up. So I think there's a new mentality out there. It's this intersectionality of politics on the left. It says that there are a bunch of victim groups, basically. They're blacks, and Hispanics, and gays, and Jews, and Asians. They're all victim groups. And we get all those people together to attack the system because the system is keeping them down. And there's a hierarchy among these victim groups. And if you are a straight white male, you're very, very bottom of the hierarchy in terms of viewpoints that should be acknowledged because you're the creators of this vast white supremacist system that keeps down everybody else. If you're a black woman, you're near the top, right? If you're LGBT, you're at the top. If you're a white guy and you challenge the viewpoint of a black woman, your viewpoint is an attack on her identity, and therefore she has the right to shut you down. And so the idea is that your words are violence to her identity, and therefore she has the right to react. This is the term you hear on campus a lot is microaggressions. This idea that, in my opinion, microaggresses you now. Even that terminology, I think, is really stupid because normally in regular life we'd say that's insulting, and you said something you don't like. The terminology microaggression suggests aggression, like I'm actually doing something aggressive to you. And the rational response to someone aggressing you is to use physical force in response. So you start to see a more violent response. I think that's it's been growing in our politics. I think there's a reactionary side on the right that's growing. If there's an identity politics on the left that says, no, black identity politics, gay identity politics, female identity politics. I think you're starting to see in some areas of white identity politics that's almost formed in response. Like, okay, well, if everybody else gets to have their identity politics, why can't we defend ourselves on the same ground? I hate that shit. And I think it's terrible.
I hate that shit too. I would like to find a person that invented the term microaggression. That fucker, whoever it was, they created quite a mess. Now, I'm sure you saw what happened at Evergreen with Brett Weinstein, where the left is eating itself, and that's where it gets crazy. It's like you're not progressive enough unless you're literally submitting to leaving your class because you're white. Like you can't be there because you're white. They want a day of absence, meaning the professors, the white people, and then when you don't do it, you're somehow another racist and a Nazi. I mean, the whole thing is very bizarre to watch, but not surprising because you see it so much, so often all over the country right now. It's almost like some flower of ridiculous thinking behavior has blossomed, and it's in bloom everywhere, and people can point to it existing in other places like Missouri, where that woman, what was her name, Crick? Was that woman?
Melissa.
Yes. Yeah, whatever her name was. Yeah. When you see it in video, when you see her on video saying, "Can you get some muscle?" Like this is fucking insane. Like you're telling a photographer, and by the way, minority Asian man taking photos of a public place that you create some safe space, but it's this weird thing where it's half of it is identity politics, but it's also wrapped up in this need to control people and control people's behavior, control their vernacular, control the way they communicate, and how much you give in to groupthink.
It's scary. And Jonathan Haidt is a social psychologist over at NYU. He did a really good piece for The Atlantic in 2015 about this phenomenon, this kind of safe space trigger warning phenomenon, this idea that you must never be forced into a position where someone has an idea that opposes yours. And what he said is it basically makes people crazy. It actually makes you crazy. The idea in psychology is that if you have a chain of thoughts leading to a bad outcome, if you're depressive, then you have a chain of thoughts leading to a bad outcome. The way that psychologists deal with that is with cognitive behavioral therapy. They say, okay, where in this chain of thoughts are you going wrong? Are you attributing to somebody a motive they don't have? Or is your wife really being nasty? Or is it you just attributing nasty to her? And that's why you're getting depressed or spinning off, right? Try to control your own chain of thoughts. What the microaggression trigger warning culture does is it actually grants value. The more you are offended, the more value you are granted. And therefore, you have actually an interest in being offended. We give you awards if you're offended. You're treasured if you're offended because it demonstrates that you're woke, right? The more you are offended, the more we can show that you are woke. And because you are woke, therefore, you are granted this virtue. You get awarded over everyone else. I mean, I say in my speeches, if we could somehow identify, like, the LGBT, half black, half Hispanic, 1/4 Native American, little person, then we would finally have the person we could go to answer all of our questions because their identity would be unquestionable. Right? If we could find Yoda, we could just get rid of democracy and discussion altogether. We just move on I, he, she. I don't want to put a gender on Yoda.
Right.
What does he do, right?
Voice.
I don't know.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. No one's left enough.
Yeah, I don't know where the limit is. And they're so far left that they've actually made common cause with the people they hate, right? So they talk about safe spaces. In Missouri, they had all these black students protesting, and they actually said, we don't want white people to think like us and want to help us in our safe spaces. We feel insulted by that. I just thought to myself, look, the KKK agrees. Like, if you want to do safe spaces for separate races, I can find some Jim Crow racists who are totally up for that in like 1962.
Well, there's the really bizarre statement that I've heard over and over again: that black people cannot be racist against white people.
Yes.
Which is just
It's inane. I mean, it's an inane statement. This idea that you have to have power in the superstructure in order for you to even be racist. I can understand the argument if they said, look, you being racist is not connected to racist action. If you don't have the capacity for action that affects people, then your personal racism is not as important as the racism of people in power. That at least is an argument. But the idea that you can't be racist at all if you're black because black people don't have enough power. First of all, the idea that black people have no power in the United States is utterly crazy. I mean, it's utterly crazy.
well, especially when it was going on.
While Obama was president, the Attorney General was president. And I always said this about Baltimore. We kept hearing it, Baltimore, right, when they had the riots, they had riots, and they were saying, well, Baltimore PD, they're cracking down on black people. The chief of police was black. The majority of the city council was black and Democrat. The entire the district attorney was prosecuting the case was black. The majority of the police department was minority. The Attorney General of the United States was black. The President of the United States was black. But apparently the majority of the city of Baltimore is black. But apparently it's the white guys' fault. Like, at some point, you're going to have to make your ideas actually work in concert with reality. I can't do this with you.
Do you ever step back and look at this trend? Look at what's going on in popular culture, and what's going on with identity politics and this war between the left and right, and wonder where it's going. I mean, it feels like people on the left are completely emboldened by the fact that you have this guy in office who has said things like grab by the pussy and he lies all the time and makes fun of people's plastic surgery. And you think that having this guy in this position, I guess, in some way emboldens that makes them even more convinced the fact that fight, put up the resistance, hashtag resistance all over the place. Where does this go?
No place good. I think what's happening, and it's one of the things that I personally am not a fan of, and this goes all the way back to Piers Morgan debate you mentioned. I mean, I started off that time with Piers Morgan saying to him, you don't get to attribute intent to me that I don't have, right? You're standing on the graves of the Sandy Hook in order to promote a political agenda, implying I don't care about my dead kids because I don't agree with you. That is the sweet spot where a lot of people like to live, which is if we disagree on politics, we should right? It's not because we disagree on the best method to get to the goal, or we have different goals. It's because you're a bad person. And I think that what you're seeing is with Trump, there's an attempt to cast all of his voters as people who love all of the things that are bad that he does and says. It's not that they voted for him because they thought Hillary Clinton was the worst presidential candidate in the history of America, which is true. Right? So they voted for him because they like the grab by the people stuff. Right? They voted for him because they like that he's vulgar and he lies a lot. They voted for him because they are bad people, right? This is why people misread, I think, Hillary Clinton's deplorable speech. And the implication was, okay, everybody who voted for Trump is a bad human being. They tried this with Romney, too. I mean, they tried to castigate Romney. Whatever you can say about Mitt Romney was maybe the most honorable person ever to run for the presidency. They tried to cast him as Joe Biden said, a guy who wants to put it all back in chains. And he said that he straps dogs to the top of his car. He's an evil, nasty guy. Oh, yeah, this was big. They shouldn't have straps dogs. So there was a story in the Boston Globe about how, like, back in 1982, he went on a family vacation, and when they were traveling, he put the dog in a cage, put the dog on the top of his car. And this was like a big campaign issue, right? You remember Binders full of women? And you remember what he's doing? Remember, he ended it.
47% number.
Right, exactly. Right, he hates the poor. He hates what the Binders full of women thing was particularly stupid because the entire point he was making is that I was trying to recruit women to my administration so that bring binders full of female resumes to me so I could stamp more women, and they turned it into binders full of women. It's like Hugh Hefner. Yeah, they're wrong. Like, really? So this attempt to castigate the other side is really bad. And I think that you see some of that on the right, but I think it's more reactionary. I think that the unearned moral superiority from the left likes to kind of wallow in. I think that's more on the left than on the right, although I think that there is an attempt by some on the right now in response to do some of that.
Well, it becomes these sticking points that you use to win, and it becomes something that people repeat over and over again, like the deplorable thing.
Racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe.
Yeah, it's just, I was walking down New York City, down the street, right after Trump won when they were protesting, and there was this guy right next to a fucking screen. It wasn't even in the actual
parade itself, he was like on the sidewalk, but he was screaming, Donald Trump, KKK, racist, sexist, anti-gay. It just boiled it down to this thing. But the best part about it was he saw a black guy coming towards him, and he just started screaming, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. And I saw his soul, like in that one
Exactly.
shift to screaming Black Lives Matter, we saw black guys.
Yeah, exactly. So there's the intersectionality where you know how to appeal to every racial group on the basis of a stereotype. It could have been Thomas Sowell. He wouldn't have known.
It's almost like the having the ability to communicate is one thing, but having the ability to express any thought that comes into the skies, politics, that's just like this ability to boil down the difference between the left and the right. This is like whatever it is, the binders of
Also been changed. We also live in a and that means that, and I think all of them are really so when we get out there, the series of the president house or any other scene, and that means there's bad, right? So there's bad, and the villain has to catch the villain is somebody who's incompetent. Like usually in politics, if somebody is bad, sometimes they have a malevolent point of view. That's pretty rare. Usually it's somebody who's misguided, maybe it's bad ideas. Usually they're just stupid or incompetent. Like this is what I keep saying to people who oppose Trump. Like, why are you attributing to him malice when stupidity would do? Like, you keep saying that everything Trump is doing is out of some sort of malicious genius. Are we watching the same film? Like, if you have a problem with Trump, it seems to, I have a solution for the left, by the way. If they really hate Trump this much, listen, I thought Obama was a crappy president. I have a deal. How about we just minimize the power of Washington, D.C., and then we don't have to give a crap as the president of the United States? Do you think anybody in 1832 really cared who the president was? It had no impact on their lives. But now the presidency has this outsized impact. We care about Washington all the time. We treat it, and the truth is we watch it for fun. I mean, right now, the last week particularly, it's scary treats. It's impossible not to watch it for fun, but it's actually kind of serious business. Like, there are other world leaders who are actually looking at this like, this impacts my nation. For us, we look at it and go, well, I wonder what's on TV on tonight's episode of Trump, the series.
When you say reduce the power of the president, I think there's a lot of people that think that would be a great idea, because having one person that has the authority over 300 plus million people, it is kind of ridiculous at this point in time. But how would you go about doing it? What would be the best way to implement something?
I mean, it really isn't just the presidency. You'd have to reduce the power of Congress as well. I mean, you'd have to go back to a federalist-based system where localities and states have more power over local issues, and the federal government just isn't that powerful. Because what's happened basically in the constitutional structure, the federal government was never supposed to be anywhere near this big. Right? There are certain delegated powers in the Constitution of the United States that Congress has, and they're very small. I mean, it's things like building post offices, interstate roads, regulating interstate commerce. But the idea that they can regulate, your toilet flushing is just that's silly. I mean, the founder thought that was ridiculous. Yeah, you have a federal government, but it's that big. So Congress regulates on that. But if you're in Congress, the last thing you want is to be answerable for that. So what you do instead is you drop vague statutes, where you say things like, we pass a law that says that we should fix the environment, and then you kick it over to the executive branch. And the executive branch, run by President Trump or President Obama, has a bunch of executive branch agencies like the EPA. And the EPA puts together all these regulations that you've never seen, never heard of, you never elected these people. They put together all the regulations, and then those are the ones that actually govern your lives. So if you're in Congress and things go bad, you say, well, that's not what I meant to do. I told you to do good stuff. And the bureaucrats who are not elected don't have to care. So basically, you have everyone kicking they can to the other person for purposes of responsibility. The only way this is going to happen is if the American people just decide they're sick of the federal government running all this stuff, and they start actively working to elect people who want to minimize their own power, which is difficult. I mean, most people in power don't want to minimize their own power.
Yeah, it seems almost impossible. It seems like no one who's worked so hard to get to the top of the game is going to try to.
The other way to do it is to elect people on the state level who are pretty zealous about their own authority. Right? You've seen this from like Greg Abbott in Texas. They ever so often say to the federal government, listen, you're telling me to do something, go screw yourselves. Like, what are you going to do about it?
Well, Texas is a weird one. They're almost ready.
Yeah,